I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Do you understand what you're witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they off of me. Just do it and stop without talking to you. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one stunner, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. Said I'm fired up, I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. You can't stop me now. 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 You can't stop me now.
When Don Panos visited the famous 24 Hours of Le Mans in 1997, the idea for something greater was born. The next year, he founded a new race at the track he had bought a year earlier to run his motorsports operations from, and dubbed it the Petit Le Mans. 22 years later, this race has become an icon in sports car racing, and today it plays host to the final round of the 2020 iRacing special events. It's a journey that started in January at the 24 Hours of Daytona and has made its way across the globe to finish off in Braselton, Georgia. Welcome to the iRacing Petit Le Mans, powered by VCO. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, and I am joined by Connery Maddock for today's pre-show, with Hugo Luis down in the production booth controlling the action. It's a race that across the 5 years that it's been run in the iRacing service has only been won multiple times by two drivers. The duo of Marcus Hamilton and Frederick Evers winning back-to-back in 2016 and 2017. Last year saw the Apex Racing Team partnership with Evolution Racing take home the overall race win, with Logitech G Altus Esports and Vendaval Sim Racing taking home class victories. But Connery, the introduction of the Dallara P217 LMP2 car and the popularity of this event has seen over 1,300 teams register, and this top split has one of the strongest grids ever across all three classes.
It is basically the who's who of sim racing on the iRacing side of things in this race right now. And, well, we'll get to see them going not too shortly, as they'll get themselves qualifying underway in just around about 8 minutes' time. But like you see there, some of the names that have won this event in previous years. But like you said, it's a new car for that prototype class, the Dallara, and taking over from the HPD ARX that we used in previous years. And don't forget, in that GTE class, or GTLM if you want to be IMSA, it's that Corvette as well.
And we take a look at the classes for this event, a three-class affair with the prototype, and all three of these classes, in effect, almost being single-make classes, Connery. We talk about the introduction of the Chevy Corvette C8R. However, there are no teams in this top split broadcast that have elected to run it. Instead, it's a grid dominated by the BMW M8, with a solitary Porsche 911 being run by the Porsche 24 by Redline crew.
Yeah, absolutely. So going against the grain there, Team Redline is what they tend to do sometimes as well. Let's see if that actually gives them an advantage here in that lone Porsche. Of course, in the GT3 or GTD category, you have the Audi R8 LMS and the Mercedes AMG taking part here today as well. So good selection of cars, but at least as far as teams in GTLM land, I think everyone has a consensus about what to go for.
And I'm taking a look as well as the class, the entry list in the GT3 class. It appears to be a one-make class as well. Everyone favoring that Audi R8. It's known for being a bit trickier, Connery, but the pace is there. Let's take a look at some of the action on track right now, though. All these cars currently in a practice session as they prepare for the qualifying. Just over 6 minutes to go. And this is a tight and twisty track known for its difficulty. It's very difficult to pass, and your cars are going to be congested as 44 cars make their way around the track.
Yeah, it's going to be, there's not going to be a lot of space to work with out there. We see this time and time again, every single Petit Le Mans, both in iRacing and of course in the real world as well. Traffic is going to be an absolutely major issue here. If you catch slower traffic coming through the S's section, then there's absolutely no way that you're going to be able to make your way by before you get to that mini straight down towards turn number 6. So coming out of turn 5 into turn 6 is going to be the only opportunity after that you'll be able to get by. So there's an opportunity to lose a lot of time there if you're one of the faster classes. And just by virtue of this track layout as well, there is no space to work with. There's no room for error. The runoffs are basically just straight out into the grass. So this is going to be a race of attrition.
And let's take a look then at some of the danger zones around the track. The start is going to be crucial. Too wide as you jostle for position up in towards turn 1. Then you take a look through the S's. This is where that faster LMP2 class is going to have to be patient, losing a few seconds with lap traffic. Then you go into turn number 5. You'll see GT cars using all of that curve, trying to use as much of the track width as possible. But the most important passing zone down into the chicane. This is where the majority of your passing is going to happen. And as you then head underneath the Suzuki Bridge, let's take a look then at an onboard lap with the brand new Dallara P217 LMP2 car. And you cross the start-finish line, going up from 5th into 6th gear, trying to carry as much momentum as you can down into turn number 1. Try and scrub off as little speed as possible as you get in towards the apex curve and you attack up the hill, braking at a blind crest, once again using all of that curb on the right hand side as you head down in towards the S's, where you're going to sling the car in as much speed as you can carry down in towards turn number 5, braking before the curve on the right hand side, and once again in this LMP2 car trying not to use too much of that runoff curve. You then head down in towards turn number 6. It's cambered in, so you can carry a little bit more speed than you would expect, but it's all about setting up for this crucial turn number 7. Try and use all of that curve on the left-hand side, get the maximum run off the corner that you can, and this will be one of the few opportunities you have during the race. Just take a breath, maybe talk to your teammates, have a sip of water as you prepare for the heavy and hard braking zone at the end of the chicane. Braking just before the 100-meter board, all the way down into 2nd gear. Clip all the curb on the left-hand side, clip all the curb on the right-hand side. Get on the power as aggressively as you can, and you plunge down the hill. And then you're going to head underneath Michelin Bridge to complete a lap here at Road Atlanta. It's going to be a tricky one at the start, especially Connery. We've seen a lot of chaos in the past.
Yeah, it's a fast, furious, and like you said, very, very tricky lap to get right. A couple of trouble spots that you mentioned over the course of that lap, Arjuna, especially coming into the final corner as well. If you go too wide through there, then, well, you're going to have to be very, very, very careful. Otherwise, one, if not both cars, can go out into the grass coming on the exit of the final turn, and that can cause all sorts of problems. But I think problems pretty much sums up most of the corners around this racetrack, especially turn number 5, where if you push a little wide coming out of the SS section there, that can really unsettle the car. And we've seen so many years, so many cars hit the barrier on the inside after going wide through turn 5.
Well, we've talked about some of the difficulty. Let's talk about your keys to victory here today. And your first important one, I mentioned it off the top, is going to be keeping it clean at the race start. And not just on that first lap of the race, that entire first hour, that first time that traffic makes its way around you, it's going to be important to keeping it as clean as possible. Your second one is going to be executing pit stops. Pit entry is tough here. And for the LMP2 cars, expecting to see them dive onto pit lane every 35 or 40 minutes. A third and final key to victory, it's being careful and decisive in the traffic. We see some aggressive moves from lapped cars here, Connery, as they try and make their way past, but it's all about being decisive and letting everyone else know exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, that communication is going to be the important point here today. Most of these drivers, by virtue of being in the top split, they're some of the best drivers on the iRacing service. But that isn't to say that they don't sometimes make mistakes. So I'm not expecting some perfection in the lapping procedures here today. It's Road Atlanta. I don't think anyone is going to really expect that. But that final point there is perhaps going to be the most crucial one for the entirety of this race. You need to have damage limitation as far as lap traffic is concerned. Either you getting past the lap traffic or you letting those faster classes through.
And it's obviously a balancing game to be played as we take a look at your track conditions. It's going to start off fairly cool, a 32-degree track temperature, but as the day warms up, expect that to see that peaking at around 40 degrees Celsius before plummeting all the way down to that ambient temperature of 23 Celsius in the middle of the night. Just a minute to go before we hand over to the Radio Show Limited crew, but one thing we just want to mention is you can watch this race across all of the iRacing social media platforms. 10 hours of racing coverage brought to you by Radio Show Limited in conjunction with RaceBot TV. And Connery, just before we go, this is a crown jewel of iRacing special events. How excited are you about the action that we're about to see?
It's basically the iRacing special event that throws up the most surprises over the course of the race, just because of how this event is raced. So I can't wait for it. This first hour is going to be absolutely frantic, and I hope the Radio Show Limited guys have fun with it.
Well, 10 hours of racing just about to get underway. Qualifying is about to come to you live. But with that said, let's hand over to the fantastic voices of Radio Show Limited.
everybody, and welcome along to the continuing coverage of the VCO Esports iRacing season 2020. We've been here as part of the Radio Show Limited Network at all of the big events this year, and this one is Nick Damon's favourite in real life. How's he going to get on with Petit Le Mans, Road Atlanta, just outside of Braselton, Georgia, 2.54 miles from memory, and a circuit that has been improved down through the years. Dom Payneau's, of course, acquiring it in the mid to late 1990s and putting in the extra pit lane, moving a huge amount of dirt to put the left-hand side pit lane into the circuits, although the original right-hand side pit lane still used for the support races. We're here today then for the 10-hour running of Petit Le Mans, and I'm John Hindorf, joined by Johnny Palmer and Nick Damon. And as the bed fades slowly into the background, let's have a quick word with Nick, who is actually in one of the lower splits of this event. Team Redline Orange out there at the moment, so we're following Max Verstappen. You revealed exclusively, Nick, on Wednesday that Max and the Team Redline Orange would be taking part. First time we've seen the new LMP2, which is the closed top car. That will be the top class here. Give us some details about this event then, Nick, in terms of time and time of day and time of year when we are in the virtual world here. First of all, good afternoon.
Hi John, how you doing? Yeah, well, this is the virtual Petit Le Mans, the week before the original date, all those months ago, for the changes that had to take place in the interschedule. It's been put back a couple of weeks, so it is officially taking place in a week's time, and the race will start at 11:10 a.m. Atlanta time, which effectively means it's about 2 hours 40 minutes earlier than it actually the daytime is we're talking about. So the race will carry on going until just before 1 o'clock in the UK, just before 2 o'clock in Europe, and we'll get, because of that, we'll get just about 2 hours to 2.25 hours of dusk and dark.
Sorry, I see what you mean. You're talking about the end of the race. Yes, sorry, my apologies. It is just after 2:30 UK. At the moment, we're heading towards a start just beyond the top of the next hour. Johnny Palmer.
It'll be before. It'll be about 2:50, 2:52 at the start of the race.
Okay, thank you. Johnny Palmer, you have seen this racetrack. Nick's seen this racetrack in real life. We'll talk to Nick about the vagaries of this track in the virtual world and on iRacing, although I think this is one of the best modelled tracks I've experienced on iRacing. It's a tight, twisty circuit, just a long back straight where Luis Galania for Bila Racing Team Euronics is at the moment. That's about the longest stretch, and there's a really fine line to be walked here, or driven, I suppose, by the teams, between aggression and track position and patience, particularly through the S's from turn 2 all the way up to turn 5.
I think the track looks pretty simple on paper, but what you don't get from a two-dimensional form is the amount of gradient change around this place as well. Now, I know, simulator can only go so far to generating the roller coaster nature of a racetrack, but what it can do is form the bumps. So you've got cars being unstable, particularly on that nasty exit where it's a wide curb, and many people can say you can straddle that curb, but exactly which bits of the curb prior to that can you hit safely and can you not? I really like the braking area into 10A and 10B because it's downhill and then uphill. So actually the braking goes through compression. And it means you can hit the brakes really late, and there's definitely a balancing act there, because by the time you've realised you've hit them too late, you're often in the gravel track. There's very little margin for error. It's an old school racetrack in that respect: grass, gravel, or a concrete wall.
Now let's talk to Nick Damon, because as I say, he is competing in one of the lower splits this weekend, so we'll lose him at various parts of the race. Nick, I'm fortunate enough to have done quite a few laps around Road Atlanta in a variety of highly tuned street cars, road cars, and a couple of race cars as well. And the thing that I find, and I'll echo what JP says, whilst it looks fairly sensible and simple in terms of the outline of the track on paper, there are some nuances here about curbs. We're on board with Sammy Matty Trogan from Marla Racing Team, part of the Williams Esports, through turn 2, which is where I binned the Mazda MX-5 Global Cup car that I was testing. Now down through the S's, run that curb on the right hand side before you turn in. That gets you past the nasty bump there. Coming across the top down towards 6, excuse me. Take a huge amount of speed in here because it's banked. Then get on the brakes, brake for 7, take it as late at apex as you dare to get on to the back straight. Now this, I'm talking about this from the real world and watching it on iRacing, and I'll take your thoughts in a moment, if I may. Get your Kindle out, read a couple of chapters of your book as you're going down the long back straight. 8 and 9 are just kinks, so it's 10A and 10B you've got to worry about, and you're braking just on the bottom of the hill or on the compression. You can take a wee bit of curb if you're in one of the GT cars, then under the U of Suzuki all the way out. Actually, you could go slightly further to the left there, Sammy, if you really want to, but you've got to be right on the curb on the inside because there's another nasty bump at 12 there. Turn 1, ran about a 4 out of 10 on the brakes, and then get flat on the throttle down to 2nd gear at the top of the hill, and that's the lap as we've gone round. It's the little bumps that are on line and in the odd places, Nick, that tend to catch you out in the real world.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the virtual world it's similar. The interesting thing is watching, say, Matty there, is the amount of curb he's taking. You can really monster the curbs in both the GT3s and the GTEs, but the Dallara P2 is not at all happy with overriding of the curb. It takes a long time to settle the rear end down, so in fact it's best to minimise your curb usage in the P2. But the biggest real thing about the track is that two things. One, of course, the key places where you make up time between 2 and 3 are both blind. And they're more blind in the simulation than they are in reality. Of course, you haven't got the 3D. You haven't got 3D vision for a start. You don't have quite so much peripheral vision either with the way the screens are set up. So it does mean you are guessing a little bit. Obviously, the good drivers are better at guessing than we are, but you are guessing a little bit and reacting as you come in to those corners 2 and 3. The big thing here is, and it's going to be the key point, is there's a large amount of the track where you actually can't overtake, and you have to, if you're in the faster car, just take the pain. If you come up to a car at the top of the hill in a P2, you're following a GTE or a GT3, realistically, unless they're going to let you by, which is rare, you have to follow them all the way until you get round T5 and then blast them up the hill towards T6. Otherwise, you're just asking for an accident. And whilst that's fine in a 20-minute race, this is a 10-hour endurance. So it'd be interesting to see, A, whether these top drivers have got better ways of getting past, or they're more polite, or they're more reckless.
Getting offline as well, I'll be honest with you. Once you get into the body of the race, it is going to be dirty offline, and offline through the S's is a path to disaster in real life and in the virtual world. So 10 hours to come. It's been a few years now since it was 1,000 miles or 10 hours. The TV companies didn't like the uncertainty of when the race was going to end, and therefore, actually I should have looked this up, but from memory I'd say 5 or 6 years ago at least we went to the full 10 hours. Certainly in the first years we never got anywhere near 10 hours. I remember the first year going here, and there was getting on for 50 cars there and driving around the track thinking, 50 cars in 4 classes around here, this is madness. And yet we didn't have a full course yellow until I think nearly 5 hours into the race, maybe a little bit more than that. Nick Damon, eligible cars for this, 3 classes that we've got out here, prototypes and a couple of GTs.
Yeah, we got the prototype, which is the new LMP2, modelled on the Dallara P217, a very popular car it's been. We were joking earlier that it's so popular, for example, the split I'm in is just P2s.
Oh, is it?
I'm not having multi-class racing. We've got single-class racing, all 45 cars. It's a 45-car limit for this race, which is down from normal 55 cars just because of the sheer amount of traffic. But in this top split, where there's 3 classes, you've got the P2, and there's 11 P2s in this top split. Then we have the GTEs, which are made up of the Porsche 911, the BMW M8, which is very popular. It does particularly suits this circuit. The Ferrari, and of course the Corvette.
New Corvette, C8R.
And then you have the GT3s, or GTDs of course for IMSA, which are, you have a choice of the Audi or Mercedes, and my guess is the Audi is getting more popular with those. Just doing a quick check, there's 16 GTEs and there's 18 GTEs, and therefore there's I think 15 GT3s and 11 P2s in this 45-car field, or all the people entered. I think that makes up 44 actually. So there's an element of pre-entry to this race, which is rare, but this top bit has been very carefully sectioned off, and they've all been able to submit their paint schemes as well.
Team Redline, Apex, Bela Racing, Team Euronics, Logitech, and Altus Esports. Team Redline Orange, that's the Verstappen team, the 33. FFL Fédération Française in with us as well. These are all the P2 teams. Redline Purple, Movano, White and Red, Bianco and Rosso. Ooh, that makes me all of a sudden feel like a cocktail. And then Yaz Heat and Oris Racing Motor.es. They are all, that's 11 of the prototype teams. Williams Esport, Team Redline GT, Corva, Porsche 24 driven by Redline, Williams Esport, Fanatec, HM Engineering, and SimRC with their usual 76 number, presumably in the yellow and black colours. Haven't seen that car yet. We're getting, as ever with this, as usual, it's a bit like Plot and Bash for those of you who did road racing, road rallying back in the days. It's a little bit of a dive into the unknown until we see how the splits have worked out and who's in which split and how they are going to split their, if you pardon the pun, allocate their driving resources. At RSL_studio, of course, if you'd like to get in touch with us, the hashtag is VCO RSL, hashtag VCO RSL, if you want to get in touch with us. And well done to the VCO esports team for getting this together. First of a couple of races that we've got in the next few days, with the amount of real world and online racing that's going on. We have this today, and then Tuesday evening UK time, Bruce Jones will join me for the next round of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecke Series, the new name for the VLN, on the Nordschleife, Nürburgring Nordschleife. That is Tuesday evening, the next 2 races for that on Tuesday. All of the timing for the events that we cover, whether in real world and full metal racing or in the virtual world, timing.radioshow.limited. Thanks to James and Tim for sorting that out, so you can always get the enhanced timing that we are using in the studio with the strategy software. Makes sense for you guys to see it as well, put an extra set of eyes on it. Nick Damon, keys to the race, we've mentioned it, patience versus track position. What sort of fuel usage are you getting out the P2s? How many laps are you expecting?
It's about 30, which was probably going to be about 35 minutes, I would think, for these top guys going full speed. Of course, they will slow down. Real life. They will slow down as they get involved in more traffic, though probably not as much as we do. A little bit longer for the GTEs. I've had people saying it might be as much as 47 minutes or 48 minutes, but I haven't actually run the GTEs myself in their most recent form. And the GT3s again will also run towards that, about 48, 50 minutes for a stint. So we'll see the P2s in a lot more. P2s quite heavy on tyre usage. It's unlikely even these top drivers will be able to triple them.
No, indeed. Team Redline Red, Maxi Beneke, now over 11,000 on his iRacing with a 108.1 by just 0.091 of a second from the Apex Racing team, Michele Constantini. Then Luis Gloriana, who we were watching early on in the 450, he's just a tenth of a second back. The 450 Biela Racing team, Euronics, who did so well at Le Mans earlier in the season. Logitech G Altus Esports. Next up on the outside of row number 2, red line orange. Verstappen did the qualifying, 2.5 tenths away from pole with a 108.3 in that dark coloured number 33 car. Fédération Française de la Luce is next up. Samuel Liebert in the 169. These are all the prototypes, of course. Red line purple, Matt Farrow, 4 tenths away. It's tight, isn't it, at the front in the number 3 car. The 20 is Tommaso Carla for Mivano Sim Racing Bianco. He's on the outside of row 4. Inside of 5, Maxime Briand for Sim Racing Rosso Mivano. Yas Heat, Schwau, Vaz, and 8 tenths away for Oris Racing Motor.es, the Spanish team. Carlos Fenolasa behind the wheel there. We're lining up, so let's quickly go through the GTEs, or GT Le Mans as they should be, I suppose, at Petit Le Mans at Road Atlanta. It's Williams Esport Chill Blast from Redline GT, one from 181 from 707 Koya. All BMWs at the front. The first Porsche, driven by Redline, Gianni Vecchio, is on the outside of row 4. Of row 2 in 4th position. Then it's Esports, Williams Esports Fanatec ahead of HM Engineering 9 from 159. Maxim Ranstein there. Sim RC in the 76, Nathan Lewis. BS NXT for Reina Tolvar on the number 8 spot. As we head through, starting to get the grid formed up now. BS Composition K Kashuba in the 89. Vandervelde Safe Racing Pink, Phil Jones. Then AAA Esports, Arano Esports, Hawaii the lads. Then for the number 90, Johnny knew I'd get that in on a football Saturday. Manatee Racing, Wild Animal.orca, 14th, 15th. SRC Squadra Corsa Red, Orion Race Team GTE in 16th position. 17th for Prologue React Esport as we're rolling off on the formation lap. Prologue React Esport Green, Thomas Gerstenborg with no time set there. And finally the GTDs, the GT3s. Sim RC Titan, Charlie Collins has pole there in the 176. Audis to the 4 here. Max Esterson for Vandervelde Sim Racing Blue. Alessandro Bico for Leo Racing, and the 6, then the Team Euronics Audi, the 451 Sven Haase, then Williams Esports, Ben Q, Marla Racing Team, Alex Arana, way back further down than you might expect from that Williams Esports connected team. The second of the Biella Racing Euronics cars in 7th, Sim RC Carbon. And it is all Audis, as you said, it might be. DV1 Triton Racing, then SRC Squadra Corsa 34, Emanuele Petri, German Sim Racing DE by SAV, and Riley Sim Racing, the 12th on the grid there, finishing up the 45 car grid level. Motorsports 1 and Parallax Racing with Jose Bordelais Racing Team. Bringing up the 15th and final position on the grid. The Porsche safety car is out. Timed race, remember, timed race. So it will be the full 10 hours. Settle back wherever you are in the world as we're ready to get going. Johnny, some thoughts from you before we get going?
A matter of just surviving the first few laps, I would say, and obviously those in the P2 division will have clear track initially, but it's only, 2.5 miles or so around this place, so they're going to be finding the GT cars very quickly indeed. And yes, you can be quick through the single file stuff when you're on your own in qualifying, but it's a whole different ball game when you've got all the traffic to deal with as well, and there's going to be just no let up because it is a short track, designed perfectly for sprint racing, but I think history has shown that it really does produce a fabulous annual endurance race as well. Let's hope it's the case also in the virtual world.
Lovely run down to the final right-hander at turn 12. This is the older version of the track, so there's 1 or 2 more patches. Good start straight away from the pole sitter, gets away and through turn 1. Cold tyres here, could be a bit nasty, but the job for the most part done at the front of the field by Team Redline Red. Maxi Benecke coming through Turn 1 now, the start of the GTEs and the GT Le Mans and the GT Daytonas. And a lovely jump at the front for the Simard Seat 176 team in the GT3, the GT Daytona category. Already the leaders through turn 7, the part of the circuit where you always feel you've left a little bit, that you could have gone a little bit quicker. Nice side-by-side action on the back straight. Logitech and Team Redline sitting in behind. Logitech, Apex, Team Redline, FFL, all pretty close together going down the hill. 43 is that Logitech G Altus Esports. That's Simone Maria Marciano. Goes straight to the inside line, trying to do a bit of blocking. Round the outside then, Apex tries to have a look, can't get that one done. Johan Harth. So already settling into the rhythm. No time, JP, to do anything other than concentrate here. Good track conditions, pretty sunny, and in the GT categories, the orange, white and black Porsche of Redline, that's Gianni Vecchio, has under pressure from Arthur Lehuc from Williams Esports Fanatec in the BMW. Plenty of BMWs in that top section. I think it's just the Porsche, isn't it, in there? And it's all Audis in GT3. That's the battle at the moment for what is third position. Williams Esport, Chilblast, Lassett back leads from Christopher Dambietz for Team Redline GT, 1 and 81. Then the battle on the back straight now, heading over the top of the brow. Will there be a little dive down the inside? I think so, yes there is. Classic overtake into 10A, not too much curb at 10B, and immediately the Williams Esport Fanatec Arthur Lehuc pulls away and sets off in pursuit of the leaders. Nick Damon, your thoughts about the early running?
Yeah, remarkably clean. There was a crash for the Cova team early on with Thierry Alander on it. A couple of teams didn't start, but it seems to have fallen behind. That's the Prologue React Esport team and the second Prologue React Esport team. So perhaps they had an internet issue in their basic. But we've already got a run now where it's Redline Red versus Redline Orange. So it's Max Beneke versus Max Verstappen. But Beneke has the second lead. It's sensible and clean on the whole. There's always been a little instance, as is shown in the replay below us, but it's just the BMW moving out. I'm just trying to wait. I'm not sure. Tell me if I'm wrong. I'm not sure we've actually got any Corvettes in this. It's BMWs
Correct.
and Porsches.
Correct. BMW and a Porsche.
So this is once again, we said the advantage of virtual racing is you can drive all the racing cars and decide which is best without paying, €1 million each time. And they've thought for this particular track, and those who've been with us throughout the season will know it will change per track as to what is the best GT, what is the best GT3 car, and now it's the BMW.
Another attempted pass down at the bottom of turn 10A, but this time the Porsche just about holds on, and that allows the leading three just to get away a wee bit. So Beneke leads, Maxi Beneke from Max Verstappen now in second, then Luis Glania, then Simone Maria Marciano. So that's Team Redline Red from Team Redline Orange from Baylor Racing Team from Logitech G Altus Esports in the GT Le Mans category. Lassett back for Williams Esports, Chilblast, and Redline GT, Christopher Dambietz, then Arthur Lehuc, who is closing in on the two leaders. Gianni Vecchio struggling a wee bit in the Porsche. Hurts me to say that.
Yeah, well.
Couldn't decide whether to put a Porsche shirt on or an Audi Sport shirt on today, so I did neither, and put the Radio Show Limited shirt on to show my impartiality to the two manufacturers I've been working with and for recently. There's pass down the inside into 10. No, in fact it wasn't. It was the position being held still by Gianni Vecchio, who's under quite a bit of pressure now as he goes across the line. It's Rainer Talvar that's right up his tailpipes now for BSNXT. And there's a bit of a cork in the bottle effect here, JP, from that Porsche. It doesn't seem to have the advantage over the BMWs anywhere. It's not as if it's a bit quicker down the straights but not making it up on the corners, or vice versa. It's just not as quick.
No, it's brave from Porsche 24 and Red Line to have actually gone with the 991. I suppose their team name really forced them into that decision. But the fact that the rest of the GTE field is pretty much the M8 GTE, clearly that's a very, very strong car around this place. However, if you put the car in the right place here at Road Atlanta, it's very tough to overtake, and that's exactly the case for third position. So it's allowed Lasse Bach and Christopher Dambietz and Arthur Lehouk to disappear in their BMWs, and then you've got this queue of 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10 maybe M8s right behind Giada Vecchio. So yeah, real pressure on as they dart to the outside now into 10A. Can't get around there though.
Couple of cars, as Nick was mentioning, that we didn't get to the start. Both the GT Le Mans cars, Prologue React Esports, both of their M8 GTEs, I have as not running at the moment. They're greyed out. Into turn one, this great battle for what is now fourth position in the GT Le Mans category. Nice drag up the hill from Rainer Talvar, but can't get through there. Tries to stick his nose in that number 58 from BSNXT.
A well-driven car, John, is not going to be overtaken anywhere apart from a good drag down into 10A and 10B, because there is just not a chance of diving up without a huge amount of risk, and they're certainly not going to do that in the first half hour, an hour. And by placing the Porsche, which you can see really is obviously a little bit handicapped in overall speed to the rest of these BMWs, and of course with the Porsche now going defensive into 10A, it makes it even more difficult for any of these very, very frustrated BMW drivers to get past.
They're being very disciplined at the moment. Let's watch them down into 10A, and then I want to ask a question of Nick Damon. Immediately drifts across to the left-hand side as they go over the top of the rise in the defensive position, but the BMW can tough it out around the outside. Can it? Oh, there's a touch there. There was just enough of a touch there to put the Porsche slightly sideways, and goes across the grass from 10A to 10B, avoiding the gravel trap, which will catch the unwary. And that's another position lost, but it wasn't the BSNXT car that went through, was it?
No. Talvar's lost a load of places because of the skirmish there at 10A.
Yeah. So going through, I think that was Phil Deans, wasn't it, in the Van der Waal Sim Racing pink car, confusingly in blue.
I know, that's useful, isn't it?
Yeah. Nick, the question, and we're already getting questions at RSL_studio, the question about which cars have been picked here, there's no coincidence. This isn't just because there's a whole load of BMW teams. All of these teams, unless they have a particular affinity to a manufacturer, they'll have all tested every one of the GT3 and the GTE cars to find out which one is the best balance of speed, handling and fuel consumption.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the 7 cars themselves were chosen based on their that they compete in the real IMSA series. So remember, the BMWs still compete at the IMSA and GTE. So some of the GTEs weren't included, like the Ford is no longer included in this race because they no longer race in the IMSA. So there's 4 GTEs were chosen because there's a total, a maximum number of 7 different chassis can be in a multi-class iRacing event. So there's 4 GTEs, 1 P2 obviously, and 2 GT3s. And again, they chose the GT3s based on the fact that they are the cars that will be competing at the IMSA races themselves with the Audi and the Mercedes. But the other interesting thing is, you can sit down, you can for $11.95, you can download every one of these cars and set them up and race them back to back. And these professional teams would have been doing that. They've been racing the cars back to back. And it's pretty obvious that unless you actually have 911 in your title, everyone has decided the better car is the BMW. As we can see at the back of this train, the lapping has begun as Benny Hay begins to cut his way through. He's currently one of the parts we can get through a couple of cars in the red and black P2 machine. There's just a couple of cars back from the Focus here, and he's moving now down the back straight, and this is the point where he should now put the power down. It's one of the nice things actually about the new P2 is it's much quicker in a straight line than the HPD was, which does make getting past GTEs much easier. Well, that's much more like the real world as well in terms of the speed differential. Coming through the traffic now, there has been a minor incident with the number 176
GT3, and that is the Charlie Collins Simarse Titan car, but it continues, and there's also been a crash for the number 20, the Marcus Hamilton Movano Sim Racing Bianco team as well. Thanks to Hugo and Arjuna for letting us know that as well, part of the Race Sport TV team, and thanks to them for their hard work again. Oh, a bit of a mistake there by the 43, Simone Maria Marciano in the Logitech team, coming up through the top of the S's, was almost down the motorcycle cut out there and scattered a few cones, cost a position. Johan Harth straight through for Apex in the FFL Fédération Française Luce. Antoine Aiglin behind the wheel of the 169 car, he's right in there. The bright purple car cutting through at turn 7 as well at the moment. That's one that we'll see in the daytime. That could be quite stealthy once the sun drops below the horizon.
Yeah, the P2's making hay now down the back straight, because this is where you have an absolute chance to really gain the speed. As I said before, much faster than the previous HPD. The interesting thing is, though, they're actually not as good on the brakes as the HPD was. So the advantage you had in out-braking in the GTEs is much, much reduced in this new Dallara, which for some reason, whether it's modelled on reality or it just doesn't brake anything like as well. Now, the interesting thing is, the best braking car in this field is actually the GT3s, because they sit on the edge of ABS.
Yeah.
So when you're racing against GTs with a GT3 coming in, you have to be really, really careful, because a GTE will sweep across you, take your line, which is fine, but they'll then brake at least 10 metres before you will, and you're in GT, you have to really... Yeah, you stand the anchors up, you have a maximum braking ability, because obviously at that point the ABS kicks in, so you have to be very, very careful actually braking early. You've just been overtaken by a GTE, because they can't stop as well. And oddly, the P2s are also quite difficult to slow down as well from very high speeds. Just to give you the leaders in class, Maxi Beneke leads for Red Line Red, the GT Le Mans category for the GTE cars. Lasseback for Williams Esports Chilblas, and the Leo Racing Team 12 leads in GT3. Alessandro Bico in the number 28. We are predicting at this point 360 laps, so effectively 349, 350 to go. That's 10 hours down the road. Nick saying around about 30 laps for the cars at the front of the field, so we'll keep an eye on that. Remember, no intervention by safety cars here, no yellow flags or slow zones to ease the pace, so the strategy will have been set and really doesn't change very much, Nick Damon, until or unless you get a tyre problem or some kind of damage that needs to be rectified. Yeah, I mean, I think it's the key point about keeping clean. I mean, I'll be interested to see if any of these really top drivers can triple stint the tyres. I don't think they can. It's just there's too much pressure on the front left on the whole. If you think about the way the circuit goes in the fast corners, it's all about really pressurising that front left-hand tyre. Things to remember is just, as we always say, it's not totally free and easy, because you aren't allowed to go off the track willy-nilly, and we've seen a few people just crossing over the line. The Porsche, which was under pressure, that was... What's the sub-regs for this? What are the race director's notes, Nick? I know you will have read them, even if Petronas AMG Mercedes don't. Yes, you aren't allowed to do a race start anywhere between turn 3 and 5, apparently. Excellent. No, it's 50 incident points before a drive-through, and then every 20 incident points after that. Now, this isn't a particularly difficult circuit with instant points. You can stay on the track much more easily in many ways than Spa, which sucks you into not being on the track. However, or the Nordschleife, which is just frankly impossible. It's ridiculous. I don't even want to talk about that. But there are places, for example, that bottom 10A, 10B, that would have been, the Porsche probably would have picked up a 4 for that, because it got nudged off. So we had an accident. Don't forget, a big accident or a major collision is 4 instant points. Losing control spin is 2, and just going off track is 1. Question. Carry on. Does the BMW get any incident points for nudging them into that? Yes. Right, yes, he'll get probably a 4, maybe a 2 or a 4, depending how it's assessed. The thing to remember also is that actually there's a couple of places on this track where you can take a tactical incident point if you've got some spare to gain a little bit of advantage. One of them is at the top of the hill, where you can cut across that corner at turn 2, where you can just go really, really tight there and just gain a little bit extra time. And it's worth about 0.3 of a second doing that. The other one actually is where we saw it at 10A. You don't go right across that. Sorry, it's on 10B. LMP. You don't go right across as they did with that the accident. You just take a bit more of that to kind of straighten up the exit, and that'll also give you a couple of tenths. You can tactically take that if you think it's an advantage, perhaps in an overtaking manoeuvre, but you always need to leave a bit of a safety level.
Just earlier on, we mentioned the incident with the number 176 GT3 car for the leaders. It was a tap, and the 176 went around exactly where you were talking about, rolls backwards onto the motorcycle chicane, and then has to find a wee bit of a gap. That, I think that was the leader, Max Beneke, coming through. That was earlier on. We mentioned that earlier on. I called that a minor incident. I have to say, JP, that was a bit more than that, and he'd be doing well if A, he's avoided incident points, which I don't think he will. B, if he's avoided a bit of damage on that LMP2 car.
Yeah, and I have a feeling Charlie Collins was doing pretty well at the time as well in the 176 Audi, so hugely damaging to his race because he's fallen down to 11th as a result. And yeah, as you say, if he's picked up a bit of damage, then when's that going to be fixed? Is it going to be something he's going to have to live with for the next couple of stints, and how many penalty points will he incur as a result? It's tricky. I mean, this early on, when you've got all the GT3 cars in often one long gaggle, GTEs, 10 BMW M8s all in one line, you're going to catch them together in a P2
exactly
car.
Right.
I do pity the guys that are out front and actually back in the pack in LMP2s. They're all trying to make space for each other and get past the GTEs.
Still that Porsche, Gianni Vecchio fighting the rear guard battle in the 911. Oh, and he gets a little touch there coming through 12. He did very well to stay off the wall there. There's virtually no wiggle room. He's just dropped down into 10th position. Nick?
That as Sir Alex Ferguson says, when you get nudged off there or go over that grass, that is absolutely squeaky bum time, because you need to keep the thing nailed, but also you just try and keep it somehow, edge it back on the track without the world's biggest tank slapper. Just to carry on with that Audi, he got touched right at the top of the apex. They turned into 3. That's not as bad as it seems. You get a much bigger reaction to the car. So the car gets tapped, it spins around because it's actually light as it's going over the hill. That probably won't have damaged either of the cars, because only a very small closing speed causes that big difference. So probably right. Max Beneke only nudged him at 10 miles. It was a mistake by Max, and 11,000 persons shouldn't make that mistake. That is the sort of thing where you have a large amount of swearing in an ordinary race about, but it won't, I think, have done very much damage. I'm very surprised at any damage at all.
But doesn't that say immediately, Johnny Palmer, that Beneke fails under pressure from Verstappen? That it tells you how much is being put on the line here really early in this race.
Yeah, it's all about applying the pressure, sometimes from a bit of a distance, 1.8 seconds, but there's real-time differences being fed to Beneke, and and there's an off for the 43, which is for 4th position for Logitech.
Yeah, and that was Simone Maria Macerno was 4th position, already dropped down to 9th. Now, did he jump or was he pushed? Coming down the hill into turn 6, gets past the Marla racing car, turns in. I think he's just taken. Oh no, it's towards 7 through the past the line. Now exactly what Nick.
Don't pass that corner.
Exactly what Nick was saying though about trying to go by a GT3 car, GT Daytona car. It was the one of the Baylor Euronics cars, and you are fighting against the fact that the GT3s have ABS and have Johnny in the real world, and therefore here in the simulation as well with VCO and iRacing, they have more mechanical grip.
Yeah.
So their minimum corner speed through the medium and certainly the slow corners, at least the equal and sometimes better than the P2 cars.
Yeah,
and we see that, you see that all the time in the ELMS.
Correct, and whether these P2 drivers in real life have driven a GT car or not, they must recognise the capabilities of a GT car compared to the manoeuvrability of an LMP2, which is so dependent on the downforce. I'm not really sure what the GT driver was supposed to do there, because there's one turning point, there's one apex, and all of a sudden, very last minute, you get a prototype up your inside, and you're left to make your own arrangements. I would have put the GT car on the grass. And the other thing where I'm scratching my head is that you've got a long straight immediately after that, so the P2 could have picked the GT car off very easily indeed under acceleration. So it's a strange move, and results in a lot of places lost by Logitech.
Turn 7 is ridiculous, and someone who's that high up as they are with their iRacing, and more importantly with their ability to race for a professional team, that's unforgivable. That's like a lazy back pass. It's just you don't need to do it. I don't know why he got himself sucked into it. And one thing just to note, because one thing we normally say is, of course, that visually you can see when the cars are damaged. The Dallara is a very new car, and it hasn't got a completely modelled damage look to it now. So you get, unlike the GTEs and the GT3s, where you'll see the bits and bobs and bent wings and everything else, and you'll get an idea. You can't visually see as well exactly what's happened. Now he's gone at the inside into 7, and the Audi was always going to turn in.
Yes,
and
has to.
And it's just not clever.
It was double impact as well, because it's pitched the P2 car briefly up onto 2 wheels, so damage potentially to the rear and the front, even though you can't see that.
Yeah, I think I'm interested to see what the 43's laps have been. He's fell down off my top page a second. I'm trying to find him. Where is he? Yeah, so his last lap round was an 11.1, which is about a second and a half of what he should be doing, but that could be because of traffic, so we'll have to wait for another lap and see if he is carrying damage.
109.7 is a better
he's
lap.
back on it. Okay, yeah. He's back on it again, so he's got away with it. But if I say he's got away, what happens is that actually you end up what's called optional damage, so things you can fix. So stuff, I suppose if you think about it in full-scale real-life racing, it's the stuff they use the duct tape for. It's the stuff they use, a bit of a bang for and patch it all up again. But of course, there is a build-up, so that's now he's had his first warning, he's had his first strike. The next bit of damage will knock the car back a bit more and a bit more and a bit more, and he'll get to the point where he has to fix it. But he will have an optional to take to repair that car, and they'll have to decide they want to take the 10, 12, 15 seconds that will cost to get the car back to near perfect, hopefully. The biggest problem he's got is one of the things these P2 cars do, which is a little bit irritating, is when you bang them about a bit, they begin to overheat. And what we've been seeing quite a bit, certainly in some of the races in the last week or so, is engines blowing up. Because
really?
Everyone's been ignoring everyone, and by everyone I include me, have been ignoring the hot water message because we've never seen it before, and thinking, well, that's nothing. And then 3 laps later, you get this enormous bang and you stop moving forward, which is a bit of a problem. And the other thing they do is they actually go bang in the pits. So you bring them into the pits, they sit there and go, no, it's blown up, mate, sorry. Which is I think it's a 45-minute fix normally, so they'll have to be careful on that one as well. But I think these guys are a little bit more in tune than we are.
How very un-Gibson-like, because that very rarely happens in real life.
Very true. Very true.
Well, have a word with the iRacing modelers, because I saw 4 of them go bang yesterday.
In fairness, they don't normally get the stick that probably Damon and everybody else. Hang on a second, I've got Gibson on the phone. We're not letting John Manchester from Gibson Engineering up at Repton in Derbyshire. He's on the phone saying, don't let Damon near any of our engines, even to walk past them.
Bradley blew one up on Thursday. Anyway, yes, just so you know, one of the I think if you get turn 3 wrong, which you can do, and then you take the escape exit and run over the sort of halfway over that motorcycle track, John, and halfway over the ground, you can get some very severe bumps on there, and that can damage your under tray, and that does often affect the radiators. So again, I don't expect to see this in this top group, but if you do get that wrong, and sometimes you'll see possibly with the GT cars will often take that emergency exit. They think they're about to get punted by a faster car. You just kind of like discretion, a better part of value. You see occasion going on that exit, but it is all about the traffic this race. I was really looking forward to see it, because it is going to be a 3-wide, 4-wide traffic bonanza. Because we'll get the one thing that is interesting actually is the GT3s, being the top GT3s, are much closer climb to the GTEs than I see in normal races. Only about 2.5-3 seconds lap slower. So it will take a few more laps to get the sports cars up against each other, but the prototypes obviously are having to get past every time.
Yeah, we've got the leaders closing up again. Max Verstappen got within 7/10. It was 1.8 seconds between Beneke and Verstappen for the 2-team Redline cars. It's now gone back out to round about a second. Saturday afternoon racing, Petit Le Mans running the full 10 hours, 9 hours 35 remaining. We've got round about 9 or 10 laps to go for the leading LMP2 cars. P2 with GT Le Mans and GT Daytona in this VCO Blue Riband Grand Slam iRacing race. Don't forget, Tuesday night, next round of the digital Nürburgring Langstrecke Series. Bruce Jones will join me, John Hindhaugh, for that as we continue our coverage from RSL on the network, sound and vision via radio-show.co.uk, and the enhanced timing as well. It's timing.radioshow.limited. Everything that we do now has that enhanced timing, thanks to James in particular, and to Tim for making that happen, and to Eve for getting the rights cleared particularly in the real world, the full metal racing. Leaders then very close together indeed, down through the S's. Leader losing out there, Beneke losing the better part of a second, and now the two team red line cars. The orange flashes on the 33 is Max Verstappen. Yes, that Max Verstappen, who went a little bit wide there at turn 5, down towards turn 6. Good heads up racing. Verstappen then looking at the back of his teammate, the two Maxes leading out from Luis Glania for Biela Racing Team Euronics. He's 3.5 seconds further back, but he's got 5 seconds on Johan Haaf for Apex in the 96. Then Matt Farrell for Team Redline Purple is another 4 seconds further back from there. Another 1.5 seconds back in 6th, Antoine Huglin for FFL. And Mivano Sim Racing Rosso, Maxime Briand, 7th place for the 72. Only 15 seconds away from the lead. Top 10 made up by iRacing, Motor.es, Logitech and Yas Heat. And there's only 21 seconds between first and 10th at the moment, with the leaders absolutely together at the top of the hill over the top at turn 2. Short shift into 3rd. Now trying to use the downforce to get past. That's the Sim RC car. I think they were going past there. The Audi cars will be getting lighter. Can't believe how much of the runoff they're using at turn 5. Can't actually do that in real life because there's a bit more gravel there and another curb. The runoff at turn 5 is part of one of the track extensions, or options should I say, where you can double back around. You can actually make the run from 6 to 7 and then back around to 5 again. You can make a short circuit out of that, and there's opt either ways, so that you can also come off at turn 5 and turn right. One of the options there. Here comes Verstappen then down towards turn 10, A and B. Two blue lights on the side signifying second position. Down into turn 10, like Beneke's turn into there, comes all the way from the left hand side of the road. They're on the start finish straight. Looks like Verstappen's got the run, but won't be able to make the pass into turn number 1. You've really got to have a big advantage there, JP, going into turn 1, because there's actually so little braking going into turn 1 for the downforce cars. It's a lift and then back on the throttle.
Yeah, and then the risk is you leave turn 1 side by side, heading into a completely blind turn 2 over the rise. So it's risky stuff. You've got to make sure that you're sort of fully alongside before the turning point at 1, as the race leader just leapt over that very wide curb exiting 5, but gained a bit of time, it looks like, on Verstappen as a result. 3
GT3s have had an incident. The Orion race team involved as well. A couple of cars in the pits, 69 and 14. That's a GT3 and one of the INSA cars. What happened with those 3? Well, bit of a gentleman's excuse me, coming out of turn 7, and the car that caused it all gets away scot-free, who just stuttered coming out of that turn 7, and then behind 3 cars. The 69 certainly involved in that, and I think the 14 was as well. That was one of the GT Le Mans cars. Just scroll down. Yeah, it's into the pits for the Orion race team. That was the Orion race team. Goodness.
Yeah, just a much better drive out of 7 for the GT3 car and the car ahead. I think probably what happened was the BMW triggered its traction control rather aggressively. It didn't go anywhere, and the excellent exit from the GT3, he had to check up really quickly, and then with all these cars running in trains, there's nowhere for the rest of the cars to go to get avoiding action. And I think, not sure about the level of damage. I think a couple of cars got away reasonably. One, I think, certainly rear-ended the other. So that's just bad luck.
Patrick Preußer now shown as stopped. We've got one car in the pits, the other one's greyed out. So I'm afraid it might be that that's another race done, because 2 cars that didn't start at all, quite possibly.
Correct.
13 and 15, and 69 now with heavy delays.
That was two team from the cars from the team.
Yes.
Team two.
So the German simracing.de car now I'm rather concerned about, but 14 in the pits receiving some repair work.
This from Jet. Hi Jet, good afternoon. Nice to know you've joined us, one of our regular Full Metal listeners and viewers. Track limits. Nick, you were talking about this earlier on. Track limits is defined effectively by the game. It is not done by humans and by the simulation, and the algorithm, and it basically gives you an incident point for various things.
Yeah, I mean, basically, if you go off track to differing levels at different parts of it, you get an instant point. You also will take the pain on many of the parts of the track of losing drive or putting yourself pointed in the wrong direction. You can have up to 50 of these instant points, but you can also gain by spins and instant and accident. And if you have one of your team, and so not just you, it's your entire team hits 50, you then get a drive-through, and then every 20 instant points after that, you'll get more drive-through, another drive-through. Yeah, I mean, the track is pretty well delineated. There's nowhere really where you can go particularly wide, apart from the exit of turn 5, which you can go a long way out, but when you run out of concrete, the problem is the next thing is that if you get sucked into the gravel trap, you're in serious trouble. Also, I'm surprised to see some of the P2s go that wide. I think they don't want to be there because the P2s don't like being on that level of curb.
Yeah.
The GTEs and the GTEs love it out there. Oh, it's fabulous. They're chuffed to bits about that, getting out because it gives them a bit of a straighter drive up the hill. So it is a very different methodology of driving the P2, just because this particular P2, the Dallara as model, does not like curves very much.
The 43 is recovering after its spin earlier on. Been a problem for the number 42, Vendeval Sim Racing Blue, Max Esterson driving that car. Thought that car was giving a little helping nudge by one of the Williams team cars. We'll check that out for you and see if we can get a little bit more information. Yeah, certainly that was down at turn 6. It's very quick into turn 6, and because of the banking there, you do take a lot of speed into the apex. That was the 3rd place Williams car, not the leading one, I'm being told. So that was Moreno Serica that was now, was that the Marla car then, and Alex Arena, or was that Moreno Serica and the Williams Esports Ben Key car? I think it was the 4 car, wasn't it? The darker colour. I have to say, the paint schemes on these new LMP2 cars are looking absolutely fantastic. The 43 that is coming back through the field, remember that was spun earlier on for Simone Maria Marcheno. There's angles from that, from the front 3 quarters, when you just see it. There's almost a look of a 962. You don't have to squint too much. Certainly looks like a 956 or a 962, which when you think how bluff the front of that car is, you think, what are you talking about, Hindhoff? But you just watch carefully on that car. Johnny Palmer, thoughts so far? Traffic now, of course, with no safety cars to pull the team back together. It's traffic now for the next 9 hours and 26 minutes.
Yeah, but without the safety car, the GT cars are going to get into some sort of a natural rhythm. Now, you are going to get corks in bottle, not quite to the extent as we had on the opening lap, with VCO really holding up all the BMWs, but naturally, traffic does tend to come together in clumps of GT cars. So it's the question of where you hit that traffic and not hurrying things too much, as the 450 from 4th position makes its first stop. So that's Louis Glanier for Biela Racing Team Euronics. But I think it's just a question of, patience is key. Leaders back together again, and Verstappen in the 33 has really closed in again because of this thing called traffic. They're trying to get by one of the yellow and black M8 GTEs and do so on the long straight down towards 10A. But for the race leader, Maximilian Benecke, there's just no let up here, because he can wriggle free for a couple of corners, and then Verstappen's back with him again because they have to slow down to get through GT3s or GTEs.
That was a 29-lap stint for the Biela Logitech team. And that looked to me, Nick Damon, you'll be watching this, I know, that looked to me like fuel only. I did not see that car go up on the jacks.
No, 32.1 seconds stopped. So yeah, that would be just a full tank of fuel. I mean, these guys are carrying on because they've also done a rolling lap on this, so they've got a bit of a more effective right foot than some of us more agricultural racers in the lower split. So it looks like they go around to 31.
Nick, how much can you turn down the engine? So in terms of, can we go to strap 7 and save a little bit of fuel?
No, unlike the HPD, there's no engine modes on this car. The HPD had 6 engine modes. It's all about, the ability to lift and coast and save fuel, which is if you're doing it properly, is you can definitely save a lap. I'm not sure how much they're going at absolute maximum attack due to the traffic and whether they can actually lift, because they're lifting behind the GTEs in the areas where they can't get past and saving quite a bit of fuel.
First pit stops for the number 72, Maxime Bion from Movano Sim Racing. Brosso also in there, Marcus Hamilton for the Bianco Movano Sim Racing team in the Oris Racing Motor.ds, and the 2 leaders are into the pit lane and they come in, JP, absolutely together.
Yeah, well, they've been together pretty much from the start of the race all the way through that stint, and they're neck and neck into the pit lane as well. The pro pit's being used on the inside of the track, and also following them in, Johan Hart in 3rd position, and the 4th place car of Matt J. Farrow and Anton Igler as well, number 169.
31 laps for all of those. So we've had a couple of laps spread in since the Biela Euronics car came in. We have got a car getting tyres there. That's one of the Movano cars up on the jack, so that is taking tyres. In comes the number 43 as well. That's Simone Maria Macheno for Logitech. So that all of those cars doing 31 laps. Oh, and Verstappen's out first. Verstappen has jumped Max Benacchi in the pit lane. So now, was that short-filled?
Must have been
short-filled. So they've taken a wee bit less fuel, Nick, to get out, because there was no tyres on that car. So you've got the pit stop time there. What are you seeing from the 33 of the 7?
2.5 seconds faster, so he took a gallon less, basically. It's an excellent piece of tactical play there by the orange team. Verstappen knew that he couldn't really get past Benacchi in open traffic, but felt he was quicker, so obviously feels it's a bigger advantage for him to get clear air. He's taken a little bit less fuel, and he's managed to jump in the pit stop. So good thinking there by the team. Now Max has to prove he can do it by actually opening up the gap to Benacchi.
So 31 laps, let's call it, at the moment. And they have, the other thing, crucially, that they did there was they did get out before the 450 came around. Lewis Glanier, who, remember, stopped at the end of lap number 29, his 29th completed lap in the 450. That's the dark blue Biela Racing Team Euronics with the Euronics blue stars on it. That's, for those that don't know, an electronics retailer. Verstappen using a bit of the track that you wouldn't be able to do in real life there as he turns into turn 1. Just a little bit of the tarmacked area at the end of the support pit lane as he sweeps in. So yeah, they got out well ahead of Glanier, despite the fact that he'd been in the pit lane. But of course he didn't change tyres, Johnny, so there was no quote-unquote performance advantage, just the fact that he might have been out in slightly less heavy traffic.
Yeah, and that is proving to be the case on Max's outlap, although the gap's only 1.7 seconds, so it's basically swung to the same amount in the other direction, because I'm pretty sure Benecke was ahead of Verstappen at one point by nearly 2 seconds.
Correct.
It's properly come down just before the stops, though. And the question is, even if Max Verstappen can build a gap now, how quickly will that condense? Because, he got it up to 1.7. Next time I look, it's back to 1.4 again. It's going to modulate between the two, and Benecke needs to be right there to take advantage, even just to pressurise him, give him a bit of timing screen pressure, if you like.
Yeah.
Get scoreboard pressure.
Wow.
Timing screen pressure is also a thing.
I was just about to say we need to keep an eye on Movano Sim Racing Bianco, because I think that was the one of the two Movano cars. This is the 20 car, Marcus Hamilton. He's dropped to 11th and last of the running Dallara P217s in LMP2, but I'm pretty certain he took tyres. and his first flying lap is a 1:10.3. Now that is quicker than the leaders, but that's a new set of rubber on that car. Now he took a good, it's about a 22, 23 seconds tyre change.
5 normally,
Right,
25
okay.
seconds.
Right.
And I'm surprised because that would be more like with traffic than anything else. Because normally the first lap out is a little bit slower because the tyres, of course, are cold when they go on. But if you got a good clean run,
That was his first flying lap, not his first lap out the pits.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, even then they really click in on the second flying lap. So he's definitely decided. It's an interesting purchase. I'm not totally sure it's going to be worth 25 seconds. It might just be because they've decided they're going to triple sync the driver, so going a single and a double.
Yeah, he has. Just gone through. He's right on the end of the. Has he dropped off the lead lap actually as he goes through? Another 1:10.4 last time around. Number 450 forced off the road by traffic whilst he was lapping. That's the Petit Le Racing Team Euronics machine that we were watching earlier on. The 20 at the moment is Marcus Hamilton in a bit of clear air. So what happened with the Euronics? Lewis Glanier going round the outside at turn 1. That's not a great place to put yourself on a GT car, and really not smart racing there, Nick. I'm surprised in this top split to see that was the Riley GT3 car that he was going by. Thank you, Arjuna. I'm really surprised to see the sort of decision making in this top split we're seeing, Nick, but it just goes to prove the small margins we're talking about in this 10-hour race.
Yeah, I mean that's just obviously not very intelligent, to be honest. From some at the front, you know what's going to happen. I think there's perhaps an element where that certainly when you begin to lose sight of the rest of the train, you get a little bit of panic on, and you begin to perhaps just forget what you're doing. Because don't forget, most of the professional sim racers, most of the races they'll be in are not multi-class. The majority of races are a single class, a Porsche race, a F3 race, a Skippy race. It's much more the case that they what they want to do is they're used to cars which do the same thing, and they occasionally forget that when they're coming in for a move that the person can't move out of the way. They can't disappear, and they are going to continue to be 20 miles an hour slower.
You've heard me say this many times. There's only one way to learn about multi-class racing, and that is to do multi-class racing. And in some respects, it doesn't matter what the classes are. It doesn't matter if you're in a production-based touring car and your quote-unquote prototypes are highly tuned caterhams that are blasting past you, and you're going past somebody in a slightly less exciting, less powerful touring car, maybe a little front-wheel drive car or something like that, or whether it's LMP1, LMP2, GTE Pro and AM. The concept and the precepts of what you have to do, JP, is the same. If you're in one of those middle classes, your head has to be pretty much like Ollie the Owl, because you're looking in front, behind, to the side. Whilst you're faster than some cars are faster than you. And whether that's a GT4 where GT3 is the top class, or these races where it's GT3 and an LMP2 race is the top class.
Yeah, and it's also calibrating the brain to how quickly a car's going to catch up, because you're not going to see it in the mirror leaving a corner. It's not an immediate concern because the speed differential, for instance, between a GT3 and a GTE is not that great on the straight, so you can afford to kind of dispatch that, put that to a side and think, I'll deal with that in a few corners time. However, if it's a P2, he's probably going to be on you on that straight, the back straight between coming out of 7 and then into 10A. So yeah, it's always being vigilant and also occupying a little bit of the brain down to your race, because you might be nose to tail with somebody else in your field that you can't forget.
Nick, I was just about to say the Orion race team have left the pit, but they're straight back into it again. So that number 14, it was Romano Berinish for the Orion race team and their BMW. They were part of that accident earlier on. They've been in there for a long time out, but immediately they've got problems and come back to the pit lane. So perhaps the repairs not taking all of the damage off to a level where they can feel they can race at the moment. Meantime, we're still keeping an eye on Marcus Hamilton, Movano Sim Racing Bianco. A 1:10.9 last time around. He's lapping, well, that's a little bit slower, about a second off the car's fastest lap, but he has got the traffic to deal with this time around. He, we believe, one of the only cars, if not the only car, from the P2 at the front of the field class who took tyres first time around. If we go down into the other classes, and just remembering what Nick was saying, I expect, Nick, to see the GT Le Mans cars coming in shortly, because they've now been out for 50 minutes, and that's about the time I expected to see them coming in.
Yeah, I mean, I think they perhaps they're going to do a couple minutes more. It looks like
sorry, Nick.
Change the
Fabulous overtake manoeuvre for the lead in GT3.
Yeah, they're side by side, and no, there is no change in the end, but a cracking dive up the inside of turn number 1 there for the GT3 lead between the two Audis. So that was Sven Haase going for a move on Alessandro Bico, but Bico kept him honest. They got to that blind turn 2 and hit the curbs like crazy coming out of turn 5 as well. But yeah, you mentioned about Hamilton. Marcus Hamilton in his Movano Dallara did very, very well to get past these two GT3 leaders effectively in one move. Went outside of one, inside of the other, and lost very little time indeed. Sorry, Nick, you were about to say.
Yeah, I think we're actually 47 minutes gone. The elapsed time includes the rolling laps, so we're about 47 minutes of running time. So they're coming the next couple of laps. But what is noticeable, I think, is that these top drivers are getting at least an extra lap out of the fuel. I think through subtlety of activation of the throttle, but also because they're taking advantage when they're following in traffic, not getting frustrated. They're using it as a chance when they're waiting for the space in the track they can get by to save a bit of fuel as well.
It's Nick Damon, Johnny Palmer, and I'm John Hindhoff, and this is the VCO iRacing Petit Le Mans live on racesport.tv, radio-show.co.uk. And if you have to move around this Saturday afternoon with a bit of racing going on around the world in full metal racing, but not too much endurance racing this afternoon, if you'd want to take us with you, RS1 has the audio for this, and we've got our enhanced timing running as well, which tells me Max Verstappen is 8 laps into his stint at the moment. I thought it was a smashing move by Sven Haase a couple of minutes ago. To be honest, JP, used the P2 car coming through for a little bit of a draft going into turn 1, and really super late on the brakes, using that hill at turn 1 to slow him down.
Yeah, very late move. Not able to be defended really into the first bit of turn 1, at least, by Alessandro Bico, but Bico did actually carry good speed out of the corner because he was on the outside line, was able to cut back, and they were side by side then. I didn't think the move was quite completed, and so it proved, because they've stayed in the same order, but no doubt about Sven Haase's pace in the Euronics car. He's right on the tail of the Leo Racing Team 12 R8 LMS, obviously exactly the same machinery as well, and yeah, I think that's his best bet, isn't it? Waiting for an LMP2 to overtake him, forcing the gap into turn 1, and then maybe he can follow the prototype through, but needs to be a little bit closer than he is currently.
Pace at the front is fantastic. Bico, Alessandro Bico in that Leo Racing Team, the yellow and, is it dark blue or is it actually black? I think it is black. His best lap is the best lap of that GT Daytona field, 1:18.7. He's just done a 19.1 last time around, so he's really pretty close to his fastest time. Oh no, it is blue. Subtle, I like that. Is that dark blue?
I'm still not sure.
Is it just picking up the sky?
No, it's dark blue.
It's dark blue, isn't it?
Very dark blue, yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
okay.
on my screen it is anyway.
A little bit of brown on the roof.
Bit of brown as well. Nice. Everybody's been working hard on their liveries this weekend again. Now, 1:16 flat for AAA Esports in 21st position. Rafael Razag in their BMW. So we're seeing towards the end of the fuel run for the GT cars, the car's lighter. They are getting quicker. So just over 9 hours remaining. Nick Damon will be racing in one of the lower splits, which is all LMP2, he was telling us earlier on.
LMP2, yes. So that's
different tactics, isn't it?
Yeah, all that practice overtaking I've been doing other part completely pointless.
Now just keep it on the track and wait for people to throw themselves at the red Georgia clear.
Yes, absolutely, 100% my methodology.
4th and 5th. Matt Farrell, Team Redline Purple, in 5th in the very purple. It does look like a quality straight big purple one, doesn't it?
Yeah.
As it comes down to the bottom of the hill through turn 10B under what is here the Suzuki Bridge. It's now Fox Factory, I think, from memory. We'll have to see what it is in a couple of weeks' time for the Full Metal Motul Petit Le Mans. We'll be covering that, of course, on RS2, IMSA Radio, Sound and Vision as well for those outside the US. Another packed weekend of IMSA racing with another triple header of Yokohama Porsche racing as well in the real world on this track, as well as Michelin Pilot Challenge. I've got a feeling we've got Prototype Challenge as well. I think we've got the full set. I'm not sure about Lamborghinis actually. That is a pretty busy weekend, and unusually no Full Metal racing for us this weekend, but another online race on Tuesday night. Bruce Jones and I looking after the VCO Digital Nürburgring Langstrecke Series. Another 3 hours there on Tuesday night UK time, and next weekend we are spread to the 4 winds. We have Italy and Sicily. JP, you and Snowy off to, I'm very envious, off to Monza.
Off to Monza, yeah.
ELMS.
Correct, which will be round 4 of their championship. Obviously,
round 5 of the Road to Le Mans.
Yes, 2 races for the Road to Le Mans championship at Le Mans itself. ELMS always takes a break, of course, although there are plenty of ELMS cars in the 24 hours of Le Mans. But yeah, 2 races to go. United Autosports in a great position, potentially to take the championship in LMP2 and strong in P3.
Nick Damon and Joe Bradley are going to be looking after the Creventic 12 hours in Sicily at the Coppa Florio, which is at the only circuit that I know who's ever had a racetrack, a race meeting stopped for a plague of frogs. I kid you not, and it is 2020, so anything could happen. That was an F3000 race, I think in 94 or 95.
I'm looking forward to seeing the frogs. And don't forget, that it's not the only herpetologically prevented race, because there was a race in Indonesia stopped by snakes many years ago.
Oh, right, okay. And that is that's next weekend as well. And Jeremy Shea and me on duty for IMSA Radio. So plenty of real world full metal racing next weekend, if that is your choice. All live in sound and vision at various stages over the weekend. Check radio-show.co.uk for all of the on-air times, and of course everything we do now thanks to James and Tim with our enhanced timing. And still we've had no GTE cars into the pits, Nick.
My information I have received has been at least we're 54 minutes of this turning out, so it's they are doing a lot better. So I was told 52, 53 minutes, but they're obviously going to make about 56, which is, the interesting thing is they're all managing it. So it's a case of where they set the cars up to get those long runs. Whether they'll be able to double sync the tyres, they get almost 2 hours out of them. I'm not so sure, but it'll depend on driving effectively. I mean, it is interesting, John, that if you look at your driving style in virtual racing, it can really affect the tyre wear. I think possibly even more than in the real world, because you kind of don't always get that direct feeling of contact. You have a force feed steering wheel, but it's not real. So you tend to, as you begin to understeer, get just a natural reaction is to pour on more angle, which wears the tyres, where in fact in real life you'd realise actually releasing the angle might work better. So
you've got to take different lines in the corners, Nick. And you do feel it. Even spin right in front of the red line purple car coming down through the S's, and
that hairpin though he does have damage on the front left.
That is, I think that's the 61 car that took the spin. The question would be to me, was it jumped? It's the 181 car, Christian Dombietz now. Did he just do that on his own? Too much curb on the inside. There is a prototype in close.
Second position as well at the time. Two green lights on the side of that car.
Good spot, JP.
Yeah. And,
I think that was a bit of a side swipe there, wasn't it?
Caused an Audi to go off the road. No, that's not the race leader, although similar paint scheme in GT3.
No, that was the Sim RC car with the the black and yellow paintwork. That was the 76, I'm fairly certain, that Audi. They're normally running towards the front as well.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it looked like it was more likely he actually moved to the left a little bit more to avoid the prototype, and then put the power down on the curve and just got the thing spinning from there. So I think it's more kind of a combination of two. That the P2 seemed too far away to actually have caused that movement.
It was the Apex Racing car. Thanks, Aaron. Was there a touch down the inside? It wasn't a smart place to go.
Oh, no, he did. No, he clipped him.
It was a tiny little clip.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what we saw. Exactly what we saw in the real world short race at Road Atlanta earlier this year, in exactly the same place.
Yeah.
The tiniest of touches. And it was the 176, by the way. It was one of the Sim RC cars, but it was the 176 Charlie Collins, the Titan GT3 176. That black and yellow car with the...
I thought the 9th position was shown in the windscreen, which is also a Sim RC car. Marvin Strail.
Was that 76?
276.
Ah, right, okay. Oh, yeah, right, okay. How many cars have they got in this race?
Quite a lot.
Clearly.
Yeah,
Okay, I'll give you that.
The
So that was
positional
the
lights are
Sim
often
RC car.
quite useful as well, as you look at the car, top left of the windshield, and that's where the digital number tells you where they are in the class.
Right, this is interesting. In comes from second for the GTE, second, third and fourth, all in. Deans, Dambietz and LeHoucq for Van der Velde, Redline and Williams. And we've also got some GT3 cars in. Marla Racing coming in there, Sammy Matty Trogan. Has Sammy Matty had his real world test yet on the Nürburgring? I don't know, must ask him. Now that we've got back to full carbon racing or full metal racing. So I reckon that then is 44 laps for those cars that came in.
44 for the GTEs and 42 for the GT3s.
Yes,
yeah.
sorry.
Yes. About 57 minutes, 58 minutes. So they'll probably get close to the hour without the rolling lap.
That's pretty good in terms of what would happen in real life as well. So Nick, can you ISO some of these so that you can see if the GTEs in particular and the GT3s, GT Le Mans and GT Daytonas, if they're taking tyres?
No one's taken tyres yet who's completed the pit stop, so that's the...
Oh, really?
Obviously they're all showing at the back now, GTEs have taken the stop, so the car 2, car 9 and car 181 have all just taken fuel at the moment.
Wow.
Still haven't seen anybody taking tyres.
Right, okay.
As we look along that line now, with the 8 sticking out like a sore thumb there, which is the one of the P2s, obviously.
That's Rafael Rezag for AAA Sports.
So why is he in this point? Odd.
Well, he's maybe got lonely out there. Come in for a cup of tea.
Could
maybe
be.
Some damage. Let me see. No, that was, sorry, you said the 8.
It looked like an 8 to me.
No, that wasn't.
It wasn't. It was a 5. It was a 5. It was a 5. It was a poor bit.
Iris Racing, yeah. I was about to say that's not a prototype.
My eye.
Put your glasses on.
No,
that's
I'm
glasses
staring at it. I can't anymore.
He's only been out 18 laps, Carlos.
Right,
19,
30, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We've got to stop for tyres for the 451 Euronics SGT3. The car was in second in GT3. That stopped for tyres. As has the Williams Esports BenQ. So a lot of the GT3s are stopping for tyres. It's like 50-50 here, who stops and who doesn't. So far, yeah, they're all the threes apart from Sim RC Titan, who are running in 6th. I think haven't yet. So it looks like it's a split. The GTs don't need tyres, and the GT3s are mixing and matching. I think all the GT3s are taking some tyres. So it's either they take 2 or 4, because the fuel only stops about 36-37 seconds. A 2 tyre stop is about 56-57, and a 4 tyre stop is about 109.
I don't think you do 2 tyre stops this early in the race. I think you do that later on. I don't think
the timing says they're doing. Do you know what I think actually happened? I don't think it's a 2 tyre stop. I think they're taking a 1 tyre stop. I think they're taking a front left. because that's the tyre that hits the effort, because it would make sense. Yeah, because it's an extra 13 seconds to do 3 more tyres, not 2 more tyres, because obviously you have the up and the down. It's the same whether you have 4 tyres or 1. I wouldn't be at all surprised if I think it's taking left sides or front left only, and some are taking 4. There was a huge amount more wear on that front left than the rest of the tyres, even when the cars are driven properly.
Well, you've got the long radius corners, JP, at turn 1. Also, you're leading on it on turn 12.
Yes.
For quite
that's
quite a long time. That's the 2
high-speed corners.
Turn 6, I suppose, as well, is relatively high speed. It is a clockwise track. You'd expect left-hand sides to get the stick. Arthur LeHoucq then in 4th position for the number 9 Williams Esports Fanatec car. Team Redline GT, Christopher Dambietz, right up his tailpipes, going down the back straight now. 2 BMWs, of course. Just the 1 Porsche in the green numbered class. That's the GT Le Mans. Ooh, he's getting a bit of a draft down towards 10A. Comes out. Lovely. Super pass. Just ran a little bit long, but he'll block pass into 10B. Oh, done the cut back for down the hill. That's pretty brave to go side by side there. The Fanatec car gets it back. Oh, goodness me. Goodness me. That was rather tighter than it needed to be. And so positions at the end of the lap as they were at the start, but slightly more action than you just writing down your numbers on your lap chart would suggest there, JP.
Yes, the lap chart only gives you a bit of a clue on occasion. Behind these cars, Valtteri Alander for Covert Racing, KOVA, has just come into the pits. So that's BMW 707 in and out very quickly, actually. So that's a really quick stop. Sure, you don't have drive-through penalties and things like that, do we, in sim racing? Almost.
Well, unless you get a drive-through if you've got 50 incident points.
Okay, I'd like to be up to that level.
What number was that?
Right. 707.
Right, Nick will check that out.
Yeah.
I'm hearing from our colleagues at Racesport TV, thank you, Aruna, that Sim RC and Venderval in GT3 left side only, left front and left rear. That was a 15-second gain.
Yeah,
for those two.
The Cova team, by the way, they did just have to do standard fuel stop. No better, no worse than anyone else. About 0.3 of a second better than the car around them, but nothing super special.
Okay, thank you for checking that. So the battle carries on for 3rd position between Arthur LeHoucq and Christopher Dambietz. Dambietz with a cracking run out of 12. Almost made the move stick, but couldn't quite get there. So the black and blue car ahead of it is in 3rd position. The lead, though, is with Lasse Bak, who leads by now almost 17 seconds over Phil Danes for Vendavel Sim Racing in the number 2 car. So cars 1 and 2 in GTE are 1st and 2nd on the road. And then also in the train, a recovering Rainer Talvar for BS NXT, 5th position for 58 in that queue between LeHoucq and Dambietz. And possibly, Pinto's not very far away either. So no Porsche in the mix anymore, but we have got a long line of BMW M8s as we had on the opening few laps, and now from very far back up the inside at 10A to get 3rd position. 2nd time of asking, but a very clean move there by Dambietz to get ahead of LeHoucq for 3rd position.
Gianni Vecchio, by the way, in that Porsche has dropped in to 12th position in class. And actually put his best lap in not so very long ago, 16.6, 17.1 last time around. But they qualified up in 4th position, so that was a heck of a qualifying effort from that Porsche, which in race trim just does not seem to have the pace. And I'm sorry to have to say this, as a big Porsche fan, and I've raced a Porsche as well. I've raced a works Porsche. It was a Porsche and it worked. That I can't see any way that they are going to pull back the time they are losing. They're not getting any extra mileage. They're not getting an advantage on tyres as far as we've seen so far after the first stop. And they don't team to have the outright pace at any part of the circuit on that. Now, Gianni Vecchio is no mug. He's a good driver. We've seen him at the sharp end of a number of things. Did very well, I seem to remember, in the Creventic 12 hours at Monza that we did earlier on in the year. Diogo C. Pinto, who's also racing here, he was one of the leading lights in the GT classes there as well. So let me be the first to say it, but there is still a long way to go, granted, but
yeah, I think within the GTE class there's a constant evolving BOP, and at the moment it is horse for course. On a short circuit with lots of corners, it is the BMW that is the car to have. For example, a few weeks ago when we were last saw the GTEs on one of these VCO events at Le Mans, there were no BMWs because they've got the big frontal area works against them. They are modelled accurately, but their ability to their grip and their basic downforce works better here at this very twisty, very undulating circuit road Atlanta than the other cars. And the top teams will try all four cars available to them and choose this one. It's disappointing not to see any Corvettes because they're at the beginning. They'll almost certainly be learned from this, and there'll be a BOP change. And perhaps the next race we have, they'll be out front of Daytona in a few months' time.
That would be mirroring real life, of course. Over 2 years between the 99th win in the US for Corvette racing in the real world. Oh, that's a huge run down the inside for Diogo C. Pinto, just when we were talking about him, into 10B, passing some of the GT Daytona classes. Yeah, just over 2 years between since their 99th win in IMSA, Saturday night the 4th of July at Daytona in the short race, the added race that IMSA put on, and the new C8R took its 100th win and then won 4 in a row.
Yeah.
BMW breaking the chain at VIR, that's it.
Last time out?
Yeah.
Yes.
The time before now, yeah.
Yes.
They were at Mid-Ohio last time out, where Corvette won again. No Porsche victories this year, no Porsches in the real IMSA at Mid-Ohio because of the COVID. I'm told that they will be back for the Charlotte Roval, which is next weekend. Sorry, I said PLM next weekend, didn't I? It's the Charlotte Roval that's next weekend. Only the WeatherTech GTs there as well. It's the make-up race for what would effectively be Lime Rock Park. So Xfinity and IMSA, sadly not on the track at the same time, which would have been interesting. More of a Project Cars than an iRacing, I would have thought there, of mixed categories. But first time that IMSA have been to the Charlotte Roval for a very long time. We raced in the old ALMS days, but not on the current configuration. So looking forward to that. The teams have had a Michelin tyre test, and I'm told that the track will race very well for the GT cars. It's next weekend.
All under the lights, I guess, Saturday night.
Will be Saturday night road racing.
8:05 start. Cracking.
Love it.
Yeah.
Loving it. Baylor Euronics GT3 has had an incident, the 452, and we'll pick up what's happened there in a wee moment or two. Ooh. That was Mike Nürnberg. Oh, that's a biggie. Down at the bottom of the hill, right through the gravel trap and back on again. Through onto the drift course there. He didn't hit anything there, JP.
Amazing. He caught something, I think, the other side of the gravel trap and very nearly ended up back on the track that we're racing. Thankfully, there's a little access road there which provided some hard standing for the 9th placed Audi R8, which can now rejoin.
It's a couple of 3 laps ago. Yeah.
Bruno Asturi? Oh, a couple of laps ago, okay. Will it be a car further down the order in that case?
43. It was the 452 car, I think.
Yeah. Mike Nürnberg, that would fit. Yes, Euronics, it was.
Yeah. And it was the Level Motorsports Bruno Asturi at the wheel. So good spot there, JP, of the other car that was in the area. That bright tangerine with the yellow wheels.
If you get punted or misjudge the bottom of the hill, it is a bit of a suck you into a massive accident, because you once you've gone off the track, there's nothing to stop you. You're still going downhill for a bit, and then you've got grass and slide, then you get into the gravel, so you're just kind of like a passenger. But it is usual, you won't hit anything. Your worry is where you re-emerge onto the track and whether you then get hit by someone else. But it's very rare at that 10A, 10B to have an impact with a barrier.
Williams Esports, Ben Q, Noreno Sirico and Charlie Collins fighting back in the Sim RC Titan 176. This is the battle for 4th and 5th. I always think that the motif on the bonnet and on the doors of the Sim RC cars look like the old livery on the Lola that Mike Newton used to have. The AD.
Oh, yeah, yes, you're right, it does.
It's not AD, it's
No.
AR, it's Asher Racing. And we quite often see the Asher of Asher Racing. In fact, I'll be very surprised if he's not in Tuesday night's DNLS, actually. Normally has raced on his own, actually, in the TCR category. Has Martin Asher. Yeah, but you see what I mean, though, Nick, don't you? It does look like that AD that used to be on Mike and Tommy.
Advanced development thing, wasn't it? Something like that.
No, it was
AD Group.
Yes,
but I
AD
don't know-
Group. They
don't know what it
did
stands for.
security for the inside of planes. Interestingly, it was who used to drive with Mike, who's just come back.
Tommy Erdos.
Tommy Erdos. Thank you. Sorry, Tommy. Good RC lad as well.
I know.
Likes his RC. Does Tommy racing again now?
Yeah, don't forget, if you're in the UK on November the 6th, watch the Gadget Show. That's all I'll say.
Are you loose man in a sports car again?
No, I'm windswept man with a radio controller, battling against impossible odds, and I think one of the finest cars in production at the moment.
This is the Porsche Taycan, isn't it?
I don't, you know me, I don't like being impressed by Porsche because it pleases you, but I was very impressed by it.
You just like it because it's got batteries. You know it's not a remote control, don't you? You do actually have to sit in it and drive it.
We probed that, yeah. And I met the European rally champion, so I was nice about a rally person as well. Chris, what's his name? Sorry, Chris, I've forgotten your surname again. But yeah, he's a great guy.
ERC champion.
Let me look that up, and you carry on talking.
Good for you. Martel Racing, one of the Williams Esports affiliated cars, 186, just coming through to the end of the lap now. And that is Sammy Matty Trogan in 3rd position. He's looking at Ariel Bernardi for Leo just ahead. So that's 2nd and 3rd going through turn 1. And for once, a little bit of clear track. And just as I say that, looks like Beneke, no, in fact, it's the leader. It's Max Verstappen who's coming up behind them. So more danger then for the leader, the 33, right on the tail now through turn 5. There's no way through there.
And then it's easy.
And
Just use the power. The lead's gone out to
so
4
who's
seconds.
the European? Who's the ERC?
Chris Ingram.
Chris Ingram. There you go.
But as I said,
And
the
who
lead
did he
now
win
is
it
4.
for?
Hyundai, wasn't it?
Yeah. What was the name of the team though?
It
I think he won it for VW actually. But...
No, it was. He won it. Skoda Fabia R5.
Oh, right. Okay. R5. Yeah. I knew it was a VAG car, and it was somebody that we normally see in sports car racing. Come on, Nick, look it up.
I'm looking up to go. Hang on a second. Hold on.
He's mental.
I know.
He's hopeless, isn't he?
Yeah, but he had plain overalls on.
Okay. They're a team that we sometimes see in Creventic Racing
Yeah.
with the same 3 letters as another well-known team, but there's no connection.
Correct.
LMT.
No.
I'm just guessing that because I can't see the name quick enough. Here we go. It's Talksport. Talksport World Rally Team. TWR.
WRT. Yeah. Talksport WRT.
Co-driver was Ross Whitlock, who I didn't meet, but Chris is a lovely guy.
Whittock.
Yeah.
Quick note that we've had Simone Marciano taking out the 34 car, or at least pushing it off the track. Oh, hang on a second, we've got Pitts. Now, Pitts at the front of the field.
3rd and 4th are in.
Oh dear, that was a little touch from behind. And does he hit them? Oh, just out, he just misses the wall. And was that the
34?
It was the yellow and blue car. Yeah, 34. I'm being told.
Emanuele Petri, I reckon, for SRC Squadra Corsa.
Was it not the 43? Was it not the Logitech car?
Don't think so. The 43. No.
Oh, sorry. The 30.
I was on about the Audi.
Yeah, the Audi.
The 43.
Yes, absolutely.
I wasn't watching in truth, but yes, if it was
So it was
blue,
the 34 and the 43. That's what confused me.
fine. Yeah.
Right, so
Very
those pit stops there. So back out on the track.
That's interesting.
For Matt Farrow.
John, because the leader and Max Beneke and Max Verstappen have come in on the same lap, despite the fact Verstappen took less fuel last time round.
Yes. Interesting. I'm just looking
Some
at
driver
those
changes.
stops. Yeah, 32 laps last time around for Beneke and Verstappen. So that's particularly impressive for Verstappen, Nick, given that he took at least, we reckon, a gallon of fuel less. 5 litres left, less.
More actually less impressive for Beneke. I'm not sure where their tactics are. Max gained 2 seconds over the course of that stint. He started out 1.8 ahead and ended 3.8 ahead. Car taken over by Dominic Farber has taken over the team led by Red. Simone Maria Marceno, has taken over the second place car. Jonas Weimar, who's now in the team red line orange. They've shuffled them around in the pit lane as they cross the line at different
Simone
points.
Marceno has just come into the pits, had been scored further up than he was.
Yep.
So driver change, of course. Now we've got to watch out for the red line for the purple car. I think the purple car's gone through.
Yeah. In front.
Yeah, thank you, Johnny. I was just about to say, Matt Farrow pitted a bit early, just as he was getting to the back of some traffic. And I was about to say, the big purple hazelnut one, that I thought that was a pretty smart piece of tactics after just 31 laps.
We're calling Matt J. Farrow the hazelnut behind the wheel, are we?
Very good. Yeah, very
Matt
good.
J. Farrow has not taken any tyres or done a driver change.
So he's on his
stop
third
time.
stint on the tyres.
Yep, his pit stop time was a 32.4 compared to a 54.4 for Max Verstappen's car, which is now driven by Jonas Valmeyer, and
Swept through.
the Beneke car, which
The
has
Verstappen
Dominic
car
Farber.
getting up the speed, coming out. It looked closer. It looked like it might have been closer than it was going to be. You come out of the pits at Road Atlanta halfway up the hill for between 1 and 2, and actually you do push quite a way over to the right hand side if you're on the racing line there. So we're starting to see a bit of tactics play out now.
Well, it's a good move to get the lead. I'm just not sure what condition Matt's tyres are going to be in. And another, what are we doing on the stint? 31 laps?
31, 32, yeah.
Yeah. For track position, brilliant. But he's now got the 33 car of Jonas Valmeyer, who's taken over from Max Verstappen in second place, 1.1 seconds. And they did take all 4 tyres, I'm guessing, on the 33. It was up on the jacks for a long time. New driver in. So fresh set. And you would think that red line orange car will be able to reel in the red line purple.
Track position here is, we talk about it all the time, but it is important. And as Nick said, a well-placed car, particularly when it's 2 teammates, you're not going to really put the chrome horn in, are you? And use the front end of the car on your teammates. Well, you wouldn't think it anyway. So red line first, second and third now, separated by just under 8 seconds, but the gap between first and second down to just half a second, and the traffic is where the warm tyres will not help. Lovely driving. Up to the Euronics, one of the Bela Euronics Audis coming through turn 5, just steers to the right hand side and off the track, and the leader is through. Jonas Valmeyer, by no means a rabbit driver, Nick. He's got a decent I rating as well.
7,790 is his rating.
So that's all right, isn't it? Anything above
It'll do.
Anything above 6,000 is very good.
Yes.
Above 7 is excellent, and anything getting towards 10 or above is fully alien.
You're spending too much time doing this. No, I think anything over 7,000, it then becomes a little bit about how much they race, what race they choose to be in, as to the individual skills. Because obviously some of these guys are particularly skilled at running single-seaters, or particularly skilled at running some of the the smaller cars, the F3s, and kind of a divergence of excellence across the various sim racing, both programs and cars. But once you get into a team race, then you have to try and balance your abilities across your entire team.
It's Nick Damon Johnny Palmer is here as well. I'm John Hindorf, and the first nearly hour and a half, JP, has rattled by.
It so often does in an endurance race, doesn't it? There's plenty of sorting out to be done, and there's also the pattern developing now in the pit stop cycle. Loving the fact that we're already different teams taking very different strategies. The race leader onto a third stint now, 31, 32 laps long. So Matt J. Farrow got track position on a driver change for the 33 that were on second after 2 stints of Max Verstappen. Jonas Vallmeyer's taken over with a fresh set of tyres, bringing the gap down as well. 0.8 of a second. Dominic Faber for the Team Redline red outfit, so Redline first, second and third with purple, orange and red at 3:33 and 7, and the best of the non-Team Redline cars is the FFL 169 car, so that's in 4th position with Anton Igla. But yeah, there's lots happening, especially in the GT division as well, with BMWs unsurprisingly rising to the surface. And that Porsche of Gianni Vecchio sort of just hanging on to the coattails as much as it can. It's not last in the GTE category. The Porsche running in 12th place, but a long way away from the class leader, who is Lasse Bach for Williams Esports Chill Blast, and the Vendavel number 2 car of Phil Danes running second, and by 18 seconds second. So really good driving from Lasse Bach to have inched out that sort of margin, particularly because the GTEs are forever having to, well, not dart off racing line to make way for the LMP2s. It's the job of the prototypes at the end of the day to find a way through, but you've always got to be wary of those quicker cars homing in, and of course the GT LMs, the GTEs, having to do their fair share of overtaking of the GT3 Class 2. So at the head of the order, 1.6 seconds. It is flip-flopping a little bit depending on the traffic. I'm just a bit wary, Nick, about, you talk about tyre wear, particularly on the front left. How far can Matt J. Farrow push these tyres now into their 3rd cycle?
Yeah, my gate is beginning to lose a bit of power. Now, I've just heard on the grapevine that the 43, the Logitech G Altus Esports car, the Delaras, had a massive crash. And that car came out of the pits, I think, in 4th. And he had a big accident, and he's back in the pits again. I think this is, so he comes to, he just got confused and nudged him with a massive accident. He was coming up towards turn 6. He tipped the back of the Audi as he went up the straight. The Audi went out of control, and as the Audi came back, he was then braking and then got clipped back again. That's a sort of accident you couldn't make happen if you tried, isn't it? Really.
Yes.
Where a slower car gets punted because it doesn't lose any speed on the grass. When it comes back in again and you've gone braking the corner, you get taken out. They're way up against the wall in turn 6, and that's going to be a very, very, very long repair for that car. And effectively, my guess is may have taken it out of contention. The overhead shot shows he just takes the Audi, the black Audi, onto the grass. As he then hits the brake on those white lines coming into turn 6, the Audi has lost no speed because, of course, it's been on the grass, and then just hits the back of the car that was braking, and they spin away into the big bit of gravel on 6. They're going to impact the tyres massively, and that's going to be a huge repair time for the car. Not sure whether he actually drove the pits or took a tow, but that'll be several minutes, and that effectively, given how tight it is at the top of the classes, means that the number 43 will not be winning this race, and they now need to make a decision about how much they want to see and how high they can get. And they did indeed take a tow. Just to explain what that is, if you have a crash and your car is damaged, you can choose to take a virtual tow. So we're obviously used to seeing in Preventic races and many others, a little Nissan Navara comes out and pulls you back on the track, where it's much safer because you haven't got to get a course car out. You just miraculously appear in the pits, but you then take a time penalty, which will depend how far you were around the track, and that's probably about 2.5 minutes. It'll add to his time before you can then start working on the car for the damage it's caused the accident.
And the Audi, I think, was the 34 of Manuele Petri, who'd already been in the wars, having clashed with actually the 43 on that occasion as well, I seem to remember. So they may have magnets in those two cars. The 34 now shown in the pit lane. It was originally, shown in the pits, then it was greyed out and stopped somewhere, and now it's being fixed again. So fingers crossed that can return to the race, but it's going to be a lengthy period of time in the pits, because that notice the back of the Audi really pummeled the tyre wall, and that will have done significant amounts of damage as well to engine bay and gearbox potentially, although it wasn't visible on the car. But it sits in pit road, and is being tended to now. So yes, Simone Maria Marcheno, I'm not sure whether it was Marcheno at the wheel when that 43 car went. Yeah, on that occasion, yes. But do you remember earlier on when that car tried to pass at turn 7?
No, it wouldn't have been then, because I think he took over in that. Let me just check on his. Oh, he said new stop now, but yeah, I think he took over on that stop. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's on occasion been a little bit forceful, that 43 car. Although I think that was more of a racing incident, which turned into something you could never have imagined, with the 34 car drilling the back of the Logitech machine down into the right-hander at turn 6.
Yeah, and a huge crash for that number 43, and they've taken the toll. So explain what that means for the 43 Dallara, Nick.
We have done all that.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all right. You're on a drinks run.
Yeah.
But Nick's dealt with that in detail for both the 43 and the 34 car, so they're now back in the pits. Thanks for the coffee, by the way.
No, it's no problem.
I need to get someone to do me a drinks run, actually.
It's a bit far for me to get to you there,
mate. Just 38 miles. Come on.
It'd be pretty cool by the time. Actually, I've got a couple of travel mugs that would work, including a very nice Forge Line Wheels IMSA travel mug that would certainly keep it hot enough. This is going like the clappers. I mean, just unbelievable. Battles right throughout the field, exactly as we might expect. HM Engineering, 10th at the moment with Maxime Ranstein. In the BMW, looking at the back of another BMW, the Sim RC 76, and that is the 76 of Nathan Lewis. Nathan S. Lewis. Sometimes see numbers in people's names as well, of course. That means that they possibly weren't the first one to get their own name. Who was it that we were laughing about the other day, Nick, that we saw that was competing? Maybe actually it wasn't you, it might have been one of the Nürburgring events where a real world driver clearly hadn't been the first person to get his own name. Oh, bit of oversteer from Ramstein.
If you're a common name, you end up being John Smith 17 or something.
Yeah. But not having an iRacing account, obviously, I'm not sure how many Hindhoffs there are on iRacing.
I've never seen one.
Oh, nice run up the inside, beautiful. Going through past traffic there. That was very good indeed from Ramstein, trying to keep Nathan Lewis honest ahead as they carve their way through traffic. Meantime, battle for the lead, and the lead has just changed down at turn 10B, 10A and 10B, as Jonas Valmeyer has finally got past Matt Farrow. So it's orange, purple, red, all the Team Redline cars, 33, 3 and 7.
That's the difference that new tyres make, or much newer tyres.
A second on that last lap alone.
I think from Valmeyer's perspective, he needed to make the pass to make sure that these tyres were going to do a good job. Otherwise, you're bottled up behind a car that's on its third stint of tyres, and you've put new ones on. You can't get the pace, you can't get the track position. So I think he is going to scamper away a little bit now.
It's taken him 11 laps.
Yeah,
11 laps. Remember, he came out right on the tail, and so that's a third of a stint. Exactly, isn't it? That he's been sitting behind that car, when on new tyres, that 33 can quite clearly go a second a lap and possibly more quicker.
Yes.
And that will affect their race and how they've planned their race.
Yeah, totally. I mean, potentially 10 seconds that they've given away there as to the advantage they might have gained, but then that's the beauty of deciding to triple stint your tyres, because you get ahead of the car that is potentially in a better position as far as the rubber's concerned, and the onus is very much on the car in second to make the pass. But we're nowhere near needing to take massive risks yet, with 8.5 hours still to go. So patience is a virtue. It had to be for Valmeyer, and now I think we're going to see exactly how good Jonas Valmeyer is, as he's built 1.5 seconds already, having taken the lead just a couple of laps ago, down into the awkward 6 and 7, and the long run through 8 and 9, which are really just kinks, still flat, and then the difficult braking area into 10A, which starts downhill, then you've got the compression, then slightly uphill as well, and you're braking all the way through that before hustling the car over the left and the right hand curbs.
You still do brake much later than you think in a 10, even though it's downhill.
I think, but the uphill bit actually helps you, doesn't it? So you can brake that much later, and the compression scrubs speed off as well.
And Farrow missed his braking point just behind the leader.
Oh, did he?
He just went over. He went skating over
tyres again, I think.
Part. So he lost. He didn't lose a huge amount of time. He picked up an instant point, but it was.
But a 1:09.7 for the leader last time around. A 1:10.4 for Dominic Farber, who's in third, and I actually haven't got a time for
because he effectively, because of what he did, the time won't have registered for some reason. Sometimes it happens. You don't get it when you particularly miss various parts of the because remember the timing is actually taken all the time. If you think about it with a virtual game, you have unlimited microsectors. You haven't got like 10 microsectors. And he's missed so many microsectors doing that. It's not registered the time for that lap for him that it'll go on. Obviously it's registered the lap, but the time isn't registered.
Got you.
Understood. There was a car off the road. Yeah, Valmeyer's gone off the road, hasn't he? Because Farrow's now shown as the race leader again. There was definitely an LMP2 car off the road, and I thought, is that the race leader?
It's 5 seconds
It
back.
is.
Yeah,
It's
right.
Valmeyer's gone off the road on the better tyre.
Well, now we're in traffic. It must have been in the first sector, I think.
No, I thought it was later on than that. I thought it was coming out of 7, quite possibly. So
down through the
S's are fine.
Through turn 5.
Yeah, he's lost it at 7, I reckon.
He was in clear air with the orange car leading, the purple car second, through
so 6 is fine. He loses it here.
Too wide.
Too wide, and he's locked up. He's on the grass, and he's locked up the Michelins, and he's on the... Now, in the real world, that is very, very dusty and clear, red clear under there. It gets everywhere. Anybody who's been for a walk in the boonies will have ruined various pairs of training shoes. You just can't get the red out. They've just drifted right through 6 and locked up Nick Damon. Just sort of breathes out there because you've done that, Nick, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, he was carrying so much speed that he didn't have the other option, which was just trying to just tiptoe round. Now, what he managed to do, he's lucky because he's gone much longer. There's 2 layers of barrier there. You can get stuck behind the first and second layer and have to reverse out. Yes, I've done that. But that's the kind of mistake that it's quite strange, because I think what happens is, and I understand where he's at. I don't want to say I understand a person with an 8,000, 9,000 I rating, but suddenly you get a clear lap and suddenly you think, this is my chance to really make some time. Point. And in doing that, he's just slightly overcooked turn
and that
6.
Was hardly anything, was it? It was maybe an extra 4 or 5 miles an hour quicker. A 1:18, by the way, that lap that he went off. So effectively dropping 7, 8, 9 seconds to where he should have been.
And it's breaking your rhythm, John. And that's the key point, because oddly, when you're running in traffic, you have the traffic rhythm, and suddenly you've got the kind of whoa and go for a rhythm, and then it doesn't always work.
A problem for Ariel Bernardi in the Leo Racing team. They were doing very nicely in GT3. He's had a problem at turn 11, and that has cost him time. He's in a huge gaggle of traffic and just gets a bit of a side swipe there, coming over the top of the hill. Sorry, turn 1 that is.
Yeah.
I read that as turn 11 because I didn't look properly on my screen. Hugo, thank you for that. Just got tapped.
Yeah,
coming through in between turn 1 and 2, and he did hit the inside wall there. That'll be damage. That will be damage. I wonder if the steering's even straight there on that car.
You can see that visually, John, because it's got the bent rear wing to show that it's visually had impact with the wall on the other side. But that was kind of a side-to-side conflict with the BenQ Williams car, and he came off a lot worse.
Oh dear. That's very frustrating, isn't it, when it's really not your fault. You're minding your own business, trying to stay out the way. That's it's happened to me in the past in Full Metal Racing. Somebody used the back of my Radical as a brake going down into Redgate.
Did it work?
How very rude of them. Well, they got through to the corner, I guess, and you didn't.
I ended up going backwards at high speed, but thankfully, going backwards at high speed is something I've done a lot on Sims. So I was able to.
You're perfectly at home.
I was able to turn the car around, get it pointing in the right direction, and take off again. I finished 10th in that race after all of that. With a
he's not feeling. Sorry, he's not feeling. Yeah, he's not feeling it's enough of a problem. He wants to come in and pit. So because he would have gone down the straight now, and he would have seen how much that's affected his straight line speed, and that tends to be the big deciding factor about when you come in with minor damage. Because oddly, it doesn't. On the whole, if you've got the minor damage, it doesn't affect you too much in the corners. It doesn't affect you too much in the short straights. Because when you start to get to maximum speed, where you really start learning, you see your elapsed time ticking away. You're falling off and off and off your best time. You think, oh, I've lost so much speed. Then you think eventually, is it worth taking the stop out of sync? But obviously, he's not losing that much at the moment.
Thank you, Nick Damon, and me, John Hindhoff. JP gonna just grab a bit of a break for a wee while, as we still have getting on for 8.5 hours of this race still to go. Are you happy that people have settled in a bit now? Because it was a bit fast and furious earlier on, Nick Damon.
I can be honest with you, John, I think this is way less instant than I was expecting. Because what I've noticed is that there is a little bit more respect being given by the slower classes to the P2s, and you see perhaps down in the more amateur elements. They realise the benefit of breathing on the throttle to actually let the car go through at a point where they'll lose less time. So I think there's some elements where there's a couple of extra overtaking spots have opened up in this class that haven't opened up in the other. What I am surprised about, actually, honest, John, is that people are taking liberties at turn 1. And we've seen, 3 times now cars that come up worse with a turn 1 liberty? Because realistically, if they've done enough laps, and yes, you think when the guy is on the outside or the inside, you've got a chance, but there's only actually one line. However you approach it, there ends up being one line on the exit, and that's where those problems happen.
There is an art to being passed as much as there is an art to getting through traffic. Getting through traffic, it tends to be split-second decisions, and you'll make or lose a reputation as an LMP1 or an LMP2 driver about making those quick, right, I'm going to the left, and you side through decisively, and everybody goes, ooh, that was pretty cool. But when you're being passed, it is about making those decisions from further off, and as Johnny was saying earlier on about working out what the closing speed is. How close is that guy? Do I need to get off the racing line here? Can I breathe here? Every single driver's meeting, real or virtual, the Race Direct will tell you, you're in a faster car, it's your responsibility to make the pass and make it safely. Don't expect people to dive out your way. By the same token, you very quickly get used to the cars that are going to put you in trouble as they come by, as opposed to guys who are going to be patient. Now, and there's a part of you that says, as a racing driver in a car, actually, I won't say that because I'm not a racing driver. There's a part of you that says, as somebody who is behind the wheel of a racing car, well, I'm not going to give in to that kind of intimidation. I'm going to put my car exactly where I'm going to put it to let you know I'm not going to give you the room, because I'm going through on the racing line here, and you can get me down the next straight because you've got power. And there is a part, and you're a motorcyclist on the road, Nick, it's about claiming your piece of road, making sure people can't drive up the inside of you into that roundabout or try and get up the inside of you when you're about to turn right. It's that sort of mentality that sometimes you have to have, other times where you go, I can just lift here and let that GT3 car, I was driving a GT4 at the time, I can just let that GT3 car go through just there, and I won't cost myself any time.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely right. I think it's about the body language of the car that and the driver that's coming towards you can really affect how you think you're going to approach. Are they someone you trust to know what you're doing? Because sometimes you can actually try and breathe in a point where you wouldn't normally do to make a 50-50 passing place easy, and they don't think you're going to do it, and you both lose time. So you have to look at it. One thing I've done quite a lot in iRacing, which is at the lower level, is if you see you're running in fourth and there's some what you would say was some absolute idiot running behind you, but seem to be a bit quicker over a lap. I've just let them go sometimes because I think there's a good chance they'll crash into third place, man, take them both off. You know, you play that tactics where you think, well, I can send the loony past and see if he can do some damage on my behalf. You know, and
is that like
really
flicking out a banana skin or throwing a turtle at somebody?
Sadly, it is amazing how often it works, because you get some people who are very, very quick but have no concept of racing, and they are all over you, and they haven't. So you think, well, fine, off you go, knock yourself out, love, and then of course 4 laps later they've taken out the guy in front of you as well. This isn't going to happen at this level, obviously. Though we have seen some more rash overtaking manoeuvres. We're in the settled down part of the race now, I think, John. I think the car, most of the class has split a little bit. We've got 4 seconds between the front of P2. There's 20 seconds at the front of GTE. Still quite close in GT3 at 2.5.
P2's just come down to a second and a half, actually.
P2's, oh, really? I must have missed that one, that update, because I'm at 3.8 at the moment, so obviously when the next lap clicks by, they've got much closer.
In fact, down to a second now. Matt Farrow. Remember, Farrow in the purple red line team car did not change tyres, so he's on his 3rd stint of tyres. He's got about 8 or 9 laps to go, maybe 10 laps to go. So those tyres have done 83 laps now for Matt Farrow, leading the race in the big purple one.
Yeah, sorry about that. My other timing screen, not the reliable timing 71 one, but the other timing screen I've got, which gives you pit stops, is locked. I hadn't noticed. So yes, you're absolutely right. It is less than it's down to 0.23 of a second now between.
That was traffic.
Second, yeah. So that's the action we need to be seeing.
Yeah,
whether the lead's
he's going into turn 6 now. If you're watching the pictures on the right-hand side of the screen, meantime on the left-hand side of the screen, we're watching the all BMW battle in GT Le Mans. But the leaders, as Nick rightly says, coming through traffic down the back straight, and it's side by side, and the extra grip from the barely stint old tyres on the 33 should prevail here going into 10 here, except for the fact, oh, there's a touch! He's hit his teammate, he's put the leader out! He's put the leader out onto the grass. Valmeyer goes through, clipping. That is absolutely awful driving from Valmeyer. He's got the grip round the outside, and he just basically ushered off the man in the lead.
I mean, to see how much actual impact there was there, because it was controlled so well by Matt Farrow. Normally if you get punched at the back like that, there's nothing you can do, and it turned into an exciting active drift more than an accident.
So he comes down into 10. He's actually blocked by the GT car. Oh, I don't think so. I'm going to take that back. I'm going to take that back, and I apologise. Unless that was a bit of netcode, I don't think they hit. I think that was a little bit of pinching the corner from what was then the leader, and that car was sliding as he got on the throttle. I'll take that back.
It just didn't seem like an accident where you've been hit. It seemed like an accident where you've put a little bit too much
fair play, Nick.
Throttle on. They certainly didn't touch. You're absolutely right. There could have been the barest of netcodes, which is when the computer thinks the car's going to be where it isn't, and then implies an impact. But he was controlling it so well, because if you actually do come together at that point, that he'd have been speared off on the side and been hoping to heck that he didn't hit the barrier. But yeah,
brilliant work on the replays from Hugo, who is doing the first part of the race for us.
I think it's like everything. I think when you watch enough iRacing, in your case, when you watch enough real racing, you sometimes realise when things don't look like they should do for an accident. You go,
no, exactly.
That wasn't quite right.
Exactly right. So I'll put my hands up there. Don't often get the opportunity to see as many replays, of course, as we do. And I've got to tell you, when we went back to full metal racing, particularly on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, the lack of ultimate amount of replays and ultimate amount of cameras, it's rather off-putting trying to do a race where there was only onboards out on the Nordschleife.
I think as a rule of thumb with iRacing, the result of a coming together will be greater than it would have been in real life on the whole. It kind of, I think over exaggerates it a little bit. You do kind of feel sometimes the merest touch, and you're spinning into oblivion. Certainly on the sides, front to back, it's pretty much standard stuff. It doesn't do. But once you get the side-to-side contact, it does seem to be a more dramatic result than it would often be on a full metal environment.
Shall we check in on some GT Le Mans racing? Let's do that.
Yeah.
We've got 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th all running pretty close together. And that's Reina Talvar, who's been in since the start for BS NXT. That's the number 58 car. Right behind, in fact, actually, he's right behind Arthur Lehouk, who's right behind Diego Cipinto. So it's 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th right there, coming across the start-finish line, coming past one of the Bela Euronics GT3s into turn 1. And that Reina Talvar machine sitting with Andre Melchers behind, and one of the prototypes coming through as well. That is, I think, was that the 32 there, Nick, that was coming through? Or the 72, Maxime Briand, was it? I think it was. But this is grand racing from what is effectively a BMW M8 Cup class.
Yes.
BMW at the moment unique in the fact, the little touch from the GT3 car, the Euronics car in turn 6.
Yeah, I mean, that was a real kind of in-out, wasn't it? And very lucky that the leading BMW in and white car went off, but still managed to retain enough grip from 3 wheels to get round the corner at the top after hitting the dirt between 6 and 7, and then the Audi got kind of shuffled out.
Is there any other manufacturer who, like BMW, offers so many different chassis? Because you've got you've got their Cup class car, which is effectively, for the moment, is still the 240M, M240i, which used to be the 235, although I believe there's going to be an M2 Cup class car coming from my contacts at BMW. Then you've got the M4 GT4, the M6 GT3 and the M8 GTE. Although I'm hearing that we will in fact have an M4 GT3 from BMW M Sport. The car's already in testing with the new M4 shape, with the how can I put this, interesting front end design, with the kidney grille having been extended to the point where it looks like 2 bathroom radiators. Nobody looked at an E30 BMW and said, do you know what, that's a fine looking car, but in 20 odd 30 years time we need to reimagine that with honking great nostrils at the front that make it look like a beaver with its teeth out.
It's going to look even worse in America, where they haven't got a number plate to break it up.
Well, the number plate across the front is the only thing that makes it the kidney grille on the top. You're absolutely right. You've been reading Auto Express, haven't you?
No, that was just an observation of my own brain. But no, I mean, I think the BMW, whatever you say, and a lot of people are massive BMW fans, have been the home of questionable styling since Chris Bangle took over in 2002. Even though he's long departed, they've carried on this tradition of only designing about 1 out of 7 cars being even mildly aesthetically pleasing. But they are very good weapons on the road and on the track.
Huge off! And that is
308.
The 308. That's the tangerine and white car that we were looking at earlier on.
Might be 208 actually.
It is Bruno Asturi in the level Motorsports 1 car. Now, I think he might have had help here going down through the S's. Did he lose it himself, or was there a little tap? Very close. Oh, there's a tap. It's exactly the same place that has happened in real life. Earlier in the car's on its roof, briefly back onto its wheels, and
the BMW that hit him also has had a big accident. That was entirely BMW's fault that was following, so that's entirely the number 9's fault. You just leave enough gap. That's not
that was after
no
the hook. That was the car that was in 4th position, the Williams Esport Fanatec car.
There is no point trying to overtake a slower car through the S's. It doesn't matter how impressive you are, how big your iRacing is, it's just not an overtaking place. Discretion, and he lost 0.3 of a second, is now going to pay him at least a 20-minute stop. So Arthur, who I'm already not very impressed with because of what he did in the Barcelona race for Correnting a few months ago, that's just poor driving. Certainly at this level, really poor driving.
Poor driving or poor decision making?
Both. Because you're driving, that is your driving, isn't it? You know, we all know, we've all practiced, and we all know, unless unless the other car makes a mistake, you can't overtake down there. And he hadn't. He was just driving around, and he clipped him. And it is down to you not to rear end someone.
He's done another lap. Arthur's done another lap. He stayed out. He's got no front clip, no worries about the grille on that car because it doesn't exist. No bonnet, no front end of the front wings. I mean, the understeer must be awful on that car. He's already dropped down to 13th position, and Marco is about to go through for SRC Squadra Corsa Rosso. Sits in behind the number 7 prototype that goes by. That's Dominic Farber for Team Redline Red. Still the 3 Redline cars, first, second and third, with Jonas Valmeyer having got through on Matt Farrow, and Matt should be due in shortly, by the way. He's pulled out a 6.5 second lead, and this time Arthur comes in, but I am expecting to see Matt Farrow. How long's he been out? 30 laps. So Farrow should be in at the end of this lap or the one after, and that has been a very long stint for him, getting on for 2 hours.
Yeah, it's a great opening run. It won't have been very pleasant the last 10 laps either, because when the tyres go off on these things, they just get unpleasant.
He's still doing 1:10.7 last time around.
They're very good, but it'll be feeling awful, and that'll be what he's effectively proving is he has a fantastically sensitive right foot, because even though you do have elements of traction control within this car, the one thing you mustn't do within the P2 is trigger the traction control. You trigger the traction control, you just watch the time disappear, John. You have to then de-trigger it again to get the thing to grip.
Frankly, that's any racing car. If you're into the traction control, if you have it set either to aggressively to kick in, or you're using it too much, you're costing yourself lap time. The best traction control you have is the sole of your right foot and your buttock cheeks, and what you're feeling through your hands. They've all got to let you know. You might tweak the traction control up at the end of a run as your tyres are starting to wear, maybe go up one click. Oh, miss of the...
Oh, that's cost us some time.
Couple of seconds there. Miss of the pit lane, went a bit long, and there will be a driver change. That's why the car's disappeared in the pit lane. And so Matt Farrow out, and who's got into that car then?
Bear with me.
Patrick Wolf. Patrick Wolf's got into that car.
Yep.
So he's getting a full service, which will be fuel, then tyres. Tyres going on now. Car sitting up on the jacks, and the problem with that is he's going to lose the better part of a lap. He's going to lose the lap, isn't he?
Yeah, but then the 33 car will be in quite soon. The point about not taking tyres after 2 stints but going for 3, it only really works if you do it twice, because then you do actually save an entire tyre stop. So yeah, they'll have to kind of committed to at least 2 lots of 3 stints to make the advantage of those 25, 28 seconds.
Come right out into traffic, not what he wanted to see. Wanted a quick outlap. Oh, and he's lost it on the outlap on the cold tyres, and he's in the wall. He's hit the wall hard, right in the middle of the S's. That's a disaster for Redline Team Purple. That's damage. There's no way he got away with that. We might not be able to see it. He'll feel it behind the wheel. Remember, this is the new Dallara. It's not, the damage model's not quite there in terms of the visuals right now. That is absolutely, Nick Damon, a cold tyre incident straight out the pits. New driver, heavy car, new set of Michelins. Talk us through it as he comes out the pit lane.
Well, when you come out here, you're going to turn. He cut across very quickly, so his unbalanced car is taken again unbalanced car, and he'll put the power on the right side here, and it just loses grip because there is no grip in the rear tyres when they're cold. Now, what I don't understand is why someone in a top racing team is making that mistake. That's a mistake that people like I make. It's but even I have learned, and I know, and the things that what will happen is that when I go out for my stint, Darren will say, don't forget cold tyres, and you take the first 4 corners easy. He had no reason to. That's literally, if you open the dictionary and look under amateur mistakes,
let's have a look.
That's what he's just done.
From the onboard,
on the left-hander, but he's not put anything through those tyres, And he was sitting there, and when it went, again, because you've got cold tyres, there's nothing you can do with it. Now he's had a side swipe into the tyre. He'll be hoping he's got away with it. He'll be hoping it's minimal damage.
He wasn't even on the right line through there either, though, Nick.
In fairness, the reason that will be is because what will happen is that as he went across the top of 3, he will get natural understeer from the cold tyres, which will take him off where he wants to be. That's fine. I haven't got an issue in doing that, but I have an issue with the inability to control his right foot and just feather it round those first. Because the other thing is that the car will go light over there, and then when you're turning it back to go through the S's, you can lose it the other way. So really,
I just wonder.
Half a second. That's what it is, John. Half a second.
I just wonder. He was pushing, obviously, on new tyres because they have pitted earlier than the lead red line car. He needed a good couple of laps before the 33 stopped to try and make some of that 6 seconds or so that they had dropped with the older tyres. Coming to the line now, Kai Kashiba, the BS competition BMW. That's the two-tone grey and blue stripe car, and right up his tailpipes in the mostly red machine is that Andre Melchius in the, yes it is Andre Melchius in the Urano Esports Hawaii car. I won't tell you the football scores, mate. You're playing Shrewsbury today.
Are we?
Yeah.
I'm
at Shrewsbury.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. We beat Blackpool 2-0 last week. That's all that matters, you see.
For those that don't know, Nick is a rabid Gillingham Town supporter.
Gillingham Town, not just Gillingham. There's no town to it. It's just Gillingham.
Gillingham United, isn't it?
Gillingham FC. That's it. We're so unimportant. We couldn't even have a second title to our team name.
Oh dear, 88 minutes and you're not winning. Let me just say that.
Okay. You know me, where for you, of course, in Sunderland, mid-table mediocrity is a nightmare in a never-ending slide from glory. For us, it's just what we expect and what we aim for.
That's a fair point. We don't get automatic promotion this year. I don't know. I don't think we've got a club next year. Anyway, back to the racing. Yes. Saturday afternoon racing, just on 8 hours, just a little over 8 hours still to go. Nick Damon is with me, John Hindhoff, RSL Network. Thanks to the guys from Racebot TV, doing a grand job as ever, as we're watching the top split of this Blue Riband Grand Slam iRacing event with VCO Esports at RSL_studio if you want to get in touch with us. The GT cars making their stops now, Nick, as well. 45 laps or thereabouts.
Yeah,
those guys.
It's 3 for 2, isn't it? It's 3 LMP2 stops to 2 GT and GT3 stops. But yeah, they're coming their second stops, so we should start seeing the driver changes there.
Yeah, absolutely right. And if I could manage to make this machine scroll down, there we go. There we are.
So with the
45,
removal,
46 laps.
yeah.
Sorry,
so
go ahead.
the red line purple, Patrick Wolf, does appear to have got away with it because his last lap was a 9.6. So he's been obviously the crunch he did on the front end has not affected his top line speed too much. He will have
That's
an
only
option
2 tenths off that car's fastest lap of the race.
Well, he's probably in that. He's got that embarrassment speed you have.
Yeah.
You know,
drive away from the scene of the crime as quickly as possible. Right.
Massively, every single time. Jonas Valmeyer is leading by 5 seconds from Dominic Faber. So it's red line orange, red line red, and Apex Racing Team Johan Half. They are back 16 seconds from the lead. So it's still a red line benefit, but the big purple Quality Street has let himself down slightly.
Yeah, he came up wrapped there, didn't he?
Oh, very good.
I never used to like the big purple ones. They always were the ones that got left, and then when I realised that nobody liked them, and there was always a tin full of them at the end of Boxing Day.
It's all changed, hasn't it? The Quality Streets, they've changed them quite a bit. They've taken some out, put others. Yeah, they've got, and they're all individually wrapped in a different way now, and it's just not the same. You know, things aren't what they used to be.
Dominic Faber is in second position. I'm getting you off that one straight away.
Well, I just realised I had a whole other diatribe which really wasn't suitable to an endurance virtual race, but I've got 3 more minutes on this shtick.
Dominic Faber in the 7 is the Team Red Line red driver at the moment. Dominic Did Dominic start that car? No, Beneke started that car, didn't he? Maxi Beneke started that car from pole position. Dominic then into his second stint. 31 laps for him, first time around.
It's a good point, John, actually, because we're not yet aware whether they're going to be, these top teams are going to be doing a 3-driver or a 2-driver race. You can do this as a 2-driver race, and obviously, let's be honest about this, it's not the same physical challenge to do it virtually. It is for real. So obviously a 10-hour race would almost always now be... concentration is, but you haven't got that physical fatigue. So it's always a 3-driver race in reality now. But but I think there'll be a mixture of 3s and 2s. I would think, because it's an hour and 20 on, an hour and 20 off. So may well be that Max might be he does like to do a lot of driving. He'll maybe in a 2-man team with Jonas, or there could be a 3rd man. So certainly a number of top names I've not seen turn up yet, but I've noticed that Coanda aren't in the top split, so we won't be seeing the Coanda Motorsport team and Josh Rogers in the team, who of course won the Spa race. They don't appear to have entered this split, but we've now got quite a few cars retired, John. We've got the 2 cars that didn't start, the 2 Prologue React Esports team, the 69 GT3 German sim racing car, the 14 Orion GTE, and 2 of the prototypes. The 43 car has given up after its massive accident at turn 6. It had Simon Maria Marceno at the wheel, and the Arias Racing Motor ES car has also given up. That's the car 5, and that I think had the issue where they kept trying to repair the car and it wouldn't repair, and I've had that problem myself before. The 208 Level Motorsports Bruno Sturri, who was also involved in that upside down accident, and the 9 Williams Esports, their big accident caused by Arthur Lehouk coming down into 4 has taken both those cars out as well, John. So we're back to 36 cars actually running.
So a bit of carnage early on, as we are under 8 hours to go. First 2 hours of green flag racing has rattled by. Let's rattle through the positions for you before it all starts to go massively. Pete Tong again. So in the GT Daytona category, it's Sami Matti-Trogen now leading for the Mahler Racing team, the Audi. That is the number 186. He's got about 2.5 seconds on his nearest rival. That's Lucas Yestad for Biela Racing Team Euronics in the 451 in the usual Biela Racing Team colours. That very dark blue with the yellow stars on it. A little bit of bit more yellow on that one as well to point it out. As I say, he's a couple of seconds back. Actually now just 1.6 seconds as Sami Matti was caught in traffic. Another 1.7 seconds further back is Josh Thompson for the Williams Esports BenQ team. That's the number 4 car. Josh Thompson with the dark purple front end and the lighter blue at the back. Hayden Burns now behind the wheel of the SimRC Titan GT3. That's the 176 in the usual SimRC colours of the mostly yellow with the Asher Racing logos on the door and the bonnet of that car, front end of that car. But that looks to be a more brown contrast on that car than the usual black that we see. Might just be my eyes in the fading light.
I think you're right. I think it's brownie.
Yeah. And behind him, making up the top 6, Dominic Ferris, the 43 Vendaval Sim Racing Blue Audi. He is 9 seconds back, and he has right up his tailpipes Matteo Ugolotti for Leo Racing Team 12 in the number 6 Audi. That's the multicoloured blue car. So that's your top 6 in GT Daytona, GT3 if you will. 10th overall is where we find the GT Le Mans lead car, and this is another Williams Esports machine. Daniel Lafuente in the number 1 car, and he has got a decent gap. In fact, Matti Sipala has just pitted out a second position in the 707 Corva car. So he was 56 seconds away from Michael Garde for Van der Waal Sim Racing Pink. So with that pit stop, Garde's now gone through in the blue car with the pink mirrors.
Kobe was out of position. That is just his second stop. So
correct.
He's catching up with everybody. So that is
Matti
a impressive lead.
will drop back. So Fuente from Garde, then Alexander Thieb for Team Redline GT in the 181 BMW is in third position. That's the sort of highlighter light red and darker car going through turn 7 right now. Fourth is Ryan Barnveld for Manatee Racing. He's 9.5 seconds further back in the 76 car. He's just coming out of 7 now. He's only got 1.3 seconds on Felix Luding for Sim RC in the 76 BMW that we were talking about early on, and he has got 3/4 of a second on Michael Neumeier for the 58 BS NXT BMW, which is next on the road. And that's your top 6 there in GT Le Mans. At the front of the field, Jonas Wallmeyer for Team Redline Orange, back at the front of the field in the car that Max Verstappen qualified on the second place and raced for the most time in second place. Took the lead a little while ago. Dominic Farber now in second for Team Redline Red. He's 6 seconds further back in the number 7 car. And not quite the same as we were in the first couple of hours with the Team Redline cars locking out the top 3, because it's Apex Racing Team in the number 96 and Johan Haaf in the white and blue car with the black on the rear hindquarters. All of these Dalaras, of course, the 217 LMP2, new to iRacing, relatively speaking. Fourth position, and kicking himself, I'm sure, with a very unexpected mistake on his outlap, Patrick Wolf for Team Redline Purple. They were trying a different strategy, triple stinted the tyres for Matt Farrow in the first 3 stints, and he did lead the race. Patrick now 32 seconds off the lead and 15 seconds away from the car ahead of him. Behind him is Efkan Berkeley for Biela Racing Team Euronics. That's the 450 car, again running the typical Biela team. And Efkan, if I mangled your last name, I'm sorry, Berkey possibly. And making up your top 6, number 72 is the Movano Sim Racing Rosso. He's another 18 seconds further back, or if you prefer 55 seconds off the lead on a lap that is about 1 minute and 10. So he's half a lap down on the leader, isn't he? Almost exactly in time wise. And that's Dion Fialo for the Movano Sim Racing Rosso squad in the 72. So that's how they stand, with still 7 hours and 52 minutes and counting left in the race. It's Nick Damon, John Hindhaugh and Johnny Palmer who's rejoined us. He's just resetting himself up. That was a quick pizza, mate.
Oh, I've polished off half of it in no time at all. I've saved some for later, though.
Smart.
Yeah.
So you're going for the 2-stop strategy on the pizza, right?
I thought it was best, yes. But
what about the Victoria sponge? Did you take an extra side of Victoria sponge?
No, the sponge, I'm not sure how that works into the strategy quite yet.
Okay.
I'm wondering, because I need a little bit of energy towards the end.
Right, so
of
you're
this
going
race,
for the extra sugar.
Maybe a quick boost for the final 2 hours. Go on, Nick.
You could have a sponge and dash.
Yes, I like it. Definitely.
Well, it's better than saying having a Victoria and dash. That's just going to upset people, isn't it? New personal best for the number 83 car as drivers are getting into their stride, as we're into, for the most part, second drivers and on at least their second stints. So that's the 12th place GT Daytona car, Dominic Puch for Riley Sim Racing. They were involved in one of the incidents earlier on. But still this interesting battle, Nick, between Josh Thompson in the purple and light blue Williams Esports BenQ car and the Sim RC Titan Hayden Burns coming through turn 7 at the moment, and Hayden got a lovely run out of 7 there. Will that translate into an overtaking manoeuvre at 10-8? I suspect not, but he certainly put the pressure up.
Yeah, I mean, for those of you who've been watching a lot of our sim racing, Josh Thompson was part of the team that won Luka Ventic 12 Hours of Barcelona a few weeks ago with the Williams Esports BenQ car, and again with that Audi. So he's a very experienced GT3 Audi driver. Certainly, Hayden is trying to get as close as possible. I think it is, as you said, guys. It's what you look to do is see how you can capitalise on when you're being lapped, how you can gain a little bit. You're not going to be able to follow through a P2 and suddenly gain 30 miles an hour, but you can look for a chance that the person in front of you has to go offline or gets tripped up, and you can just get your nose up the inside. But they, as two good drivers, they will follow each other around at this sort of distance without any chance of overtaking that mistake for lap after lap after lap. So you have to look at that variable, and that variable when something fast tries to buzz past you.
So John's going to step away for a little while now too, and Johnny Palmer and Nick Damon will keep hold the fort as the Audi number 176 now heading down that long straight excuse me, to the tricky double right-hander at 6 and 7, then the haul back up the hill again. So up and down this track with the undulations and the tricky approaches to corners that you have to take into account, and the various strengths and weaknesses as well, depending on which class you're in. So Jonas Valmeyer leading the race in the Team Redline Orange Dallara. 108 laps now completed, and just over 7 seconds is the advantage over Dominic Faber in the 7 car. Johan Hart, who took over the Apex Racing Team 96, with Trick Wolf in the number 3 car. And then in GTE, Daniel Lefuente in the Williams Esports number 1, leading Mikkel Gade in the 2. So they're in exactly the same order as they were an hour or so ago, and still with about the same sort of distance between them, approaching 30 seconds now, 25.2 to be exact. 181 is in 3rd with Alexander Tiber for Redline again, but Team Redline GT. And then in the GT3 category, it's Sami Matti Trogan for Mahler Racing Team. Their number 186 R8 is ahead of Lucas Gestat and Josh Thompson, the guy you were just talking about, Nick.
Yeah, Johnny, it looks like we've lost another P2 car. The Federation Française de la Loose car pulled into the pits about a minute ago and is now greyed out. Now, often the cars will grey out because what they're doing is they're changing drivers. Now, either they are sitting there because they got a very long repair, and we haven't seen an incident with a cause. They came in about 15 laps earlier than you'd expect for their 4th stop, after just, I think, about 10-15 laps. But they may well be losing maybe advantage cars in the top class now. And if they do get going, they're going to be a long way behind anyway.
There certainly seemed to be quite a lot happening when I stepped away. The place where I went for my break, a floor below where we're commentating from. But I have to say, Hindhoff's voice going a couple of octaves higher on 2 or 3 occasions with cars in the wall. So there's still plenty happening quite clearly.
Yeah, it's true. I think we had the second drivers taking over, and in a way they had to kind of relearn the rules themselves. We had a number of mistakes from second drivers as they came in. The most ridiculous one was losing it on cold tyres, which no one should do once they've done 3 iRacing events, but we still do. But then we had drivers touch each other going down through the S's, which is, again, you shouldn't do. But again, what is interesting, I think in the last 10-15 minutes it's settled down again. And people are now doing that thing you need to do in endurance race, which is turn laps. You need to get to the point where you're just turning laps for a bit. We've now lost. We've only got 8 P2s running now at full speed, so there's a lot less being buzzed by very much faster cars, because of course the GT3s and the GTs are only turning laps 3 seconds lap difference, so it's not a huge difference. They don't come up, it's not like you don't see them, then 2 corners later they're behind you. You can actually work out where they are from your relative, and they'll come quite slowly, and you can find a way of easing them past if you're a GT3 letting a GTE go. Yes. The 10-second speed difference between the P2 and suddenly they're not there, and then they are. Whoa. And you've got to work out how you can not lose the time. So it's a little bit easier planning when you've lost 30% of the P2s are out of the race. Yeah,
because there are now 3 greyed out from the 11 that started. So sadly, the prototype field dwindling a little bit, although the FFL car not definitely a retirement, maybe just a lengthy repair job in the pits, but cars first of all, two cars that didn't start, the two prologue machines, 13 and 15 from the GTE category. We lost Patrick Prauser fairly early on in the 69 Audi R8 from the GT3 class, Romano Berenic for the Orion race team, and another BMW. Then the two Delaras of Carlos Fenolosa and Simone Maria Marcheno. Bruno Esturi in an Audi, Emanuele Petri, who was really in the walls in the 34 car, and that car's now shown in the pit, so maybe that not fully out of the race. And Arthur Lehauk, the last car to no longer be shown as a runner. Delara number 169, still hopes reasonably high that we will see that again.
Yeah, I can't see Arthur Lehauk had completely by his own volition taken the front off his BMW, so that would have been a 30-35 minute repair, and I think they probably just couldn't be bothered with it. Don't forget, Arthur couldn't be bothered to actually race the car at Barcelona when he had a problem with the steering brake and just ran it at 100 miles at full speed at the end of turn one. I'm not sure if you were on the commentary at that point, but he basically, I mean, you know how you come out of the chicane at the end of the Barcelona circuit when he was overtaking someone, he just clipped them and it broke the steering link, so he lost his steering. He just basically threw a great wobbly, just nailed it all the way, because he knew he had to go in the pits, and it just nailed it at the end. It just went off the straight at 150 miles an hour.
Wow.
Which obviously is not something you do in the real world.
No, indeed. But in for a pound, I suppose. And if you know you're going to the scene of an accident, then why not make it a bigger one?
He could have got round. He could have repaired it. But obviously, he wouldn't have won. But or come in the top five, and that's obviously what matters to Arthur more than getting the car home, which is more what matters to us. Endurance, purists.
Quite right too. Josh Thompson doing well in third in the purple and blue R8, chasing down Lucas Gestat then for second, and the gap to first is still only 2.2 seconds, so they're pretty close to one another. If anything, it's closer for third and fourth in that category, with Hayden Burns getting the wriggle on in the Sim RC Titan car, clipping the inside curb through 12 and back onto the start-finish straight, with a Delara in the background wanting to get by, probably in the S's, which is an awkward place. And again, patience really the key, just to enable the GT3 traffic to weave their way through this very technical first third of the lap, and then you've got the space to be able to get by out of turn 5, Nick.
Yeah, you saw there the Euronics P2 car. He managed to hop in front of the yellow GT who's with Hayden's car. He jumped into Hayden's machine and then followed the BenQ car all the way down through the S's, because you can't get past. I mean, I think Hayden was quite good to obviously let him through, decided he didn't want someone right up his backside who was overexcited about life. But the net effect is that no real time was lost, because he managed to just breathe off the car, not losing too much time. The P2's gone, and the danger has passed. And they are. Is that the second place man they're pulling up to quite quickly there, isn't it?
Yes.
They're making this a three-way. The two of them are getting closer to the Lucas Gestat car, aren't they? That's been getting closer and closer. This very close battle for third and fourth is going to become a very close battle for second, third and fourth.
It is, and I'm trying to judge the pace to the class leader as well. Actually, Gestate didn't have a great lap last time around, so lost time, but it's still only 2 seconds to Sami Matti Trogan. So Trogan really wanting that battle for second place to properly develop, and that might give him even more breathing space in 186. The 20 car, trying to get through now effectively between third and fourth in the GT3s. 20's not had a great run till now from memory, and it is running in 8th position. Tommaso Carla, 8th of the 8 car field now that is LMP2.
Sensible but frustrating he was there, because he had to sit behind the GT3 car all the way through the S's and the previous corner, the previous turn 3, but he did it and he's got past, and no one's had a crash. No. So that's great news.
Yes, and plenty more when that came from.
That's not always been the case in the previous hour.
Yeah, I don't know how much that is down to wanting to get through the field quicker than is possible. Some of it's down to the track, I think, and the nature of it just doesn't lend itself to Lapri all the way around. There's definitely places you can do it far more safely than others, and just a little bit of red mist perhaps for the newer drivers. That's an interesting point you make, as new drivers step into their cars, they want to maybe make a mark and get some good lap times in early on in their stints, and that's not always possible.
Well, I think it's also a bit like a cricketer. You have to get your eye into how the ball's going. You have to get your eye into the relative speeds of the other cars.
Good point.
Your grip comes up. Yes, you've done all this practice with your mates, and they haven't done a race-based practice where the pressure's on. They haven't done it with necessarily other people in the lower classes as quick as this. So it's kind of a readjustment about where I can get through. Are these drivers going to move out and let me pass, or do I have to make every move stick with a, let's say, aggression, but only going for the places where you can make an easy pass up the various straights? Where can I afford to lose time? So I think you have to get your head back in. It's noticeable. We've had this change of drivers. We've had this flurry of action, and now everyone's kind of got back on program again and realised they are very highly rated iRacing drivers and really they shouldn't be doing this.
Yes. So just takes a bit of time perhaps to get into the rhythm and realise that good average lap times, you can have a little bit of a delay here and there, but if you keep pounding round and delivering the decent lap times within a set window, then the race could potentially come to you. Also, more and more tyre going down onto the racetrack as well, so marbles are a nightmare, they look like, on the outside of turn 7, and if you go wide, maybe 2 abreast into 10A or 10B, there is next to no grip, I reckon, in lanes 2 and 3 through those corners. So a definite racing line appearing now for the number 4 car, turning right through turn 1 to a tricky corner which is blind on the approach. You can basically see where you're heading to as you crest the rise, but it's down to memory as to where the track goes next and little reference points. I know that some drivers use the telegraph pole in the distance and the tree as well as to where exactly you turn in for turn 2,
which doesn't work when it's dark.
It won't, no. And
it's got 2.5 hours of dark. So actually what we've been trying to do is use references that are on the track. So actually turning point for turn 3 for our car is actually just before the end of the green and white curbing on the end of turn 2. You turn there, you'll be all right. You won't go too far, too early and pick up a 1X, or too late and hit the multiple number of cones. It won't necessarily be perfect, but it'll be all right. At our level, all right's fine.
Yes. And those points you pick up for touching the grass, do you, or riding too much of the curb?
If you go too wide. So basically, there's too. It's very much like the track limit. It's just going too wide, and the amount you're allowed to go off the track will vary at various parts, but it's never more than 2/3 of the car.
Yeah. If you hop a curb and the car's in the air, and you're sort of straddling a bit that you shouldn't be touching, really, if you don't actually physically touch it, do you get a point for that?
No, if you jump the curb, and there was a curb which you could jump over a corner and land on the track on the other side, you'd still get the point.
Ah, really? Okay.
Yeah.
One or two bits I'd researched midweek suggested, it might not have been iRacing actually, but suggested that you wouldn't get the point if you did that. But obviously,
also I wouldn't recommend big curb jumping because you can do damage to the car.
Precisely, so. No. But it's about learning which curbs you can safely do that on, and others clearly can't.
Exactly, and that's what these guys know as well. These guys know exactly where they can pinch it and where they have to be careful. And there are elements, of course, where you won't get a 1X. For example, go wide just between 6 and 7, which you don't want to do because there's no grip and you're liable to be having a very short cut to a large accident.
Yes. Yeah, for minimal gain, it could be a massive loss of time on the lap time, or indeed in the pits fixing it. So, long straight now for the 4th placed car of Hayden Burns in GT3. He was right with the 3rd place car not too long ago, but now has to make space for an LMP2 car to overtake at 10A, and this is meaning that the gap's growing between car 4 in 3rd position and the 176 of Hayden Burns. So now the the purple and blue car a little further up the road, being driven by Josh Thompson, is only 1.3 seconds away from Lucas Gestad, and having to concentrate far less on the mirrors and perhaps more on attacking the asphalt in front of him and reeling in that Biela Racing Team Euronics car. Growing actually for the GT3 race lead for Sami Matti Trogan, so he's found a nice bit of rhythm, it would appear. 24 seconds is still the margin in the GTE category for GTE IMSA, and Daniel Lefuente for Williams Esports leading Mikkel Gade in the Vendavel car, and 7.2 seconds distance back to Alexander Tiber. So comfortable gaps, I would say, for the top 3 in GTE. It is pretty close for 4th and 5th in that division, with Felix Lunding putting in some good times though.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting. We were talking a bit with John earlier that one of the reasons I think that the ebb and flow of the gaps in the GT3 area, when the car's really all being driven very well by very competent drivers, is what the amount of time they're losing whilst being overtaken. And that can either be down to their skill or just the luck of where the car comes up on you, and that can easily change it by a second either way in a lap. You know, and we're already seeing now that there's that Josh is getting much closer to the second place man. He's being overtaken going up the hill. He won't lose any time. That won't cost him any time. He just does a tiny tick there as the BMW snapped across his nose there going into 3. But there are places where you can lose an awful lot more time, especially when you're passed by the GTEs. The GTEs are only very slightly quicker than the GT3, so at some point, and also, for example, into the braking zones, they actually can be a bit slow because, of course, they are, unassisted braking, where the GT3 have anti-lock.
Yes. Yeah, that's a good point. So driver assists enable you to stabilise the car, get it slowed in a shorter distance. So a little bit more finesse required from the GTE perspective. And the Porsche, the lone Porsche in that class, still not able to break into the top 10, showing the M8's dominance so far.
So the 450's in the pits now. That's from 6th place. So the 450, the Biela Racing team has always been the first car in. We're on 120 laps. That's 4 sets of 20, so it's just about on time. Efkan Berkay, theoretically, as we now have stopped twice, should be getting out. But is he tripling is the question for Efkan. He is, and he didn't take tyres either. So a couple of the teams now are moving towards this triple stint concept. The first team we saw do that was the number 3 car of Team Redline Purple, but now it's a triple stint, I believe, for the Euronics Biela team. So they've looked at it, they've seen what their tyre wear is, they've assessed whether the drop-off in stint 3 is worth the sort of saving of half a stop, so 12.5 seconds. And they're obviously thinking at the moment, with these track conditions, with the track rubbered in, it is, Johnny.
Yeah, and that is a long time to be behind the wheel because, well, for an LMP2 car, if it was to real life, then it's about 40 minutes a stint. How long does it take you to do about 31 laps?
The stints are about 37 minutes.
Okay, well, that's very accurate. Yeah, so LMP2 at European Le Mans Series level and Le Mans as well, we're tending to do 39 minute stints, so 31 laps is pretty much bang on, and Efkan doing a lap average of a 111.8 with a best of 110.1 on that last run in the 450 Biela Racing Team Dallara, which now rejoins 7th position for that car. And 122 laps now completed for Jonas Valmeyer in the Redline Orange P217. Dominic Faber in 2nd position, just under 10 seconds away. Close for 3rd though. Johan Harth is pushing and was much quicker on the last lap around in the 96 Apex Dallara. So that'll be one to watch in the next few laps if it continues to close to that sort of margin. 2.4 seconds the gap. BMW's heading through one BMW heading through the final bit of the S's and having to overtake the 3rd place GT3 car on the outside and gets in front just before the turning point. I thought that was going to be a bit dicey then into turn 6, but he got it done.
Well, that yellow and black car's had a little bit of incident. I think the previous driver with the GT3. Now, actually, when Josh Rogers, the BMW came back in front of him going into the braking area to turn 6, and he was actually having to brake more than he wanted to do because he's got better braking than the BMW, which has brought Hayden back closer to him again. So that has, again, just being overtaken. It looked like a no-loss overtake, didn't it, up the straight, but he just got slightly taken out on his braking area, and so that's now Hayden Burns is now a little bit closer than he was to Josh Thompson, but still, he's not going to have the ability to get past him. As Josh makes a mistake where he gets another bit of luck with some overtaking.
Yeah, so didn't have to blend out of the throttle, but did have to hit the brakes earlier than expected as another car peels off from the P2 class. That's the number 20 of Tommaso Carla. 8th place for Mirvano Sim Racing, as 3rd and 4th is still very close in GT3. Thompson for Williams Esports ahead of Burns in the Sim RC Titan 176. So yeah, that gap had really opened up and now has come down again. 2nd position right over the curbs there for Lucas Gested. So he's pushing on in the Euronics car, Biela Racing Team 1451. Maybe again feeling the pressure from 2 cars now starting to almost work together to close that gap. And this is playing nicely into the hands of Sami Matti-Trogan, who leads the class by, well, the largest margin he's had in the last 20 minutes or so, 3.7 seconds as he goes through the latest split.
And we've now got the P1 cars beginning their rotation for pit stops. Third place Jürgen Haaf and fourth place Patrick Wolff, and the 96 and 3 car respectively have come in for stops, and it's a change for the 96 car. Mikael Constantine's got in, so Apex still running on doubles.
It's Nick Damon, Johnny Palmer and me, John Hindhoff. We have 7.5 hours to go. Val Meyer leads by 8.7 seconds to his Team Redline teammate Dominic Farber in second, 33 from 7. Mivano off strategy a little bit. Dion Fialo in third position, and in the GT Le Mans category, La Fuente for Williams leads Van der Waal, and Michael Gade and Alexander Thebe in third position. Meanwhile, in the GT Daytona GT3 class, it's Sami Matti-Trogan for Marla Racing Team ahead of Biela Racing Team Euronics Lucas Gestat, and Josh Thompson in third position for Williams Esports BenQ. That's how it stands then, with still 7.5 hours to go at the VCO iRacing Petit Le Mans. Incident for the number 452 car. That's Lubomir Schweitz actually, for the Biela Racing Team Euronics. It's down through the S's. He's on his own, coming to turn 5. Doesn't get to turn 5. Hit the curb too heavily on the right-hand side. It's a fine line there, Nick Damon, isn't it, between tracing that right-hand curb, which is absolutely the right line in the corner, but if you clip it with your right front wheel, it really throws you off kilter.
Yeah, he basically got a bit of oversteer, and then it pointed him across the road. That was actually quite a minor incident, because normally when you go off in the 4-5 complex, it's massive, because you are travelling towards a barrier. All he's done is lost time. I saw that as well.
Maxi Benecke taking over out of the pit stop for Redline, and got it very sideways coming out of the pits.
Just wondering whether what he actually did there was deliberate, where he dropped the traction control off and did what racing drivers do, is give it a massive bootful, just try and put a little bit of temperature in the rear tyres to avoid what we saw happening to the number 3 car when he came out of the pit. Just give it a little bit extra temperature. And my guess is that was deliberate. Pity we didn't see the whole spectacularness of his balance against the
Ask
wall.
and thou shalt receive, Nick. It was just a little bit of Michelin rubber laid onto the exit of the pit lane, which is heavily uphill and very tight indeed. So that JP was another 31 lap stint for the Benecke car. Dominic Farber brought that car in. Max Benecke has taken it out. So does that mean we've seen all of its drivers? And no, we've only seen 2 drivers in that car, Benecke and Farber. Yes,
Probably going to be a 2-driver effort for the 10 hours.
Maybe. Feb did 2 stints, didn't he? And then, Benecke's in for that's effectively his 3rd stint. He did a double, got out
so
for a
it's
double.
a double stint for each of the 2 drivers
so
we've
if that
seen so
pattern's
far.
going to carry on, then maybe a 2-driver effort all the way to the flag, which is tough. It's hard work, that is.
And the 33 car has got Max Verstappen back in it again. So
that's the same.
Yep, so they're doing the same. So they've obviously decided that 10 hours is easily done with 2. It's interesting because 12 hours is 3. That's the cut-off point, obviously. Once you have a 12-hour race, it's always 3, and the 10 hours is still 2.
Is that right? Is that how people
Mentally it appears to be for this, yeah.
Okay. At RSL_studio, we are tracing. When are you in the car, by the way, Nick?
I'll be in the car about half an hour after I'm off. We've had to run some we had a bit of bad luck with the disconnect, so we're slightly out of kilter on our stints. We're up to 11th in our class though now, in our race, which is also our class, because the whole class is LMP2.
And what split are you in?
I would think the penultimate one. So it's got ultimate in the word, anyway.
Yes. hey, there's a place for everyone, Nick.
Everyone to their place.
Indeed. And if you're penultimate or stone last, there's still an opportunity for a trophy.
I'm going to say something here, though, Nick. Are you enjoying your iRacing?
It's brilliant.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I much more enjoy the team racing than just the general racing. Team racing, what it's all about for me. It's great. And even though we've had terrible luck on a couple of the events, no more so than the Barcelona race, where we had finally found our ringer who was going to possibly win us the race, and then we got taken out by a back marker, and
the let that go now, mate. You've got to let that go.
Oh, one chance of glory. But yeah, so it's team racing what it's all about for me. I mean, yes, I'll do some racing, but it just gives that emphasis and that focus. I suppose it's my endurance routes are coming through off. Obviously, I've thrown away my F1 bubble after 14 years, John. I'm an endurance person at heart now.
I knew we'd get you in the end.
It's taken a while, man.
It's taken many years.
Actually, it didn't take him that long, because the first time he went to Le Mans, he was blown away, and the first time he went to Petit Le Mans, he was blown away.
That was a great trip. That was. Oh, it really was. me and Christian Clean. Let's leave it at that, shall we?
Was that the year of the big rainstorm? Was that the only time you?
No. That was the following year.
Right. So the first year you went was the Christian Clean.
Yes, because that was the only time you and I went. The other time, Eves was being the team.
Why was Eve not there that year?
Don't know.
Well, okay. So that was you and Christian Clean. And
lots of tequila.
And
the race is great as well.
Patron, yeah, absolutely. Back in the days of Ed Brown with the Patron cars.
I think to explain more. Well, the reason I just is one of my favourite Grand Prix was always Austria because of the air. There's something about the air up in the hills, and there's something very similar about the autumn air in Braselton as well. I think the whole race smells lovely. It's a really nice atmosphere. It's lovely working in the American pit lane, and it's less stress than Daytona is, so it's kind of perfect, really.
Second place battle going through turn one at the moment. Johnny Palmer is watching this one for us.
Yeah, Beneke being reeled in by Patrick Wolf, isn't he? So still a red line, battle between the red and the purple cars, but orange disappearing up the road with Max Verstappen. He had to be in the red line orange car, didn't he, being a Dutchman, 33. And the 7 and 3 getting really close to one another. But Patrick Wolf, is this his first?
No, it's his second, and that was the point I was going to make. So he's on 35 lap old tyres. Beneke is just out of the pits on brand new tyres.
Yeah, so that was at the end of the heroic 3 stints from Matt J. Farrow. And Wolf took over for 31 laps, and now he's 6 laps into the next stint on the same tyres, you would think, side by side then, heading up towards 10A with the purple car on the inside line and can just about defend, but under huge amounts of pressure here as the cars go light over the rise underneath the bridge for 3rd and 4th positions. Big wiggle as well from the Patrick Wolf car as Constanetti goes to the inside and should just about pick off 3rd position. There's a touch as well, and the purple car is off the road and quite possibly into the barrier. Yes, it hit the tyres. So the 3 car of Patrick Wolf into the tyres and ends up spinning through about 45 degrees, limping itself across the grass now to rejoin. But there's going to be heavy damage on the purple car that was 3rd.
I don't want to sound like a broken record, but turn 1 is not a passing place. And it's not. And
it is if you get down the inside and you are there. And, well, I've got to say there, I think Wolf's got to give that up. I think Wolf's got to give the corner up at that point. He lifts and just backs out of it a tiny bit there, and he follows through. He's staying on his line and trying to stay flat out. He doesn't get a good run into turn 12. He's slightly defending there, and behind Constantini gets through. So.
And he's ahead. I mean, it's his corner by that point for me. Costantini's making the corner as well, and within his rights then to run out to the curb. And all you got to do, from Wolf's point of view, is fade out of the throttle, surely, and tuck him behind.
I would say that at that point, I'm looking at it from above now. Wolf would have seen him because I'm sure he's got a triple screen environment, so he would have seen him at this point. You just breathe on the brake and you're fine. I don't know where he expects him to go. He is drifting out a little bit wide. He should have been a little bit tighter, to be honest.
Sliding. in fairness, the 96 car was sliding. But even so, at that point...
He's still in control, though.
Yeah, I think he's in control. And Johnny's point, making the corner. It's not as if he's got to use the other car as a brake to get round the corner.
I think probably that would have not have bothered the stewards, but I think
if Bo Barfield had been calling that the IMSA race director, clerk of the course, call him what you will, I have a suspicion that would have been, if it was called at all, that would have been called on the car on the outside.
Yeah, I mean, had the contact not been made, then Costantini's car would have been further across to the left, and maybe a couple of wheels up on the curb, but not a great deal. No. And he certainly wouldn't have been on the grass. So the contact didn't keep him on the track. He was fine for that anyway. And there was the opportunity. Once Wolf realised I've been overtaken here at turn 1, just need to I need to recognise that, back out of it, and then be in a good spot to attack at the next one.
But he did know that, surely, because he didn't turn in his normal place. He had to turn in later,
way off the apex.
And the thing, he's a car's width off the apex because there's a car there. Now at that point, you can't get back on the throttle at the same place and expect to make the corner. So he's already in strife, even without the touch.
Yeah.
Has he continued?
Yep.
He rejoined. And has been round again because he's done a 110.3.
Well, that was heavy frontal impact, I've got to say.
Yeah, I think after seeing this, I've got a horrible feeling that the damage model on these P2s is going to go up significantly in the next update. So it's a bit of a free pass first time. The cars are more tanked in their first race, but you certainly, as you saw, a very similar impact for the BMW on the other side of the track. Took off the whole front end and retired the car. So. But it's the same for everyone because all the people in the same class are driving the same car. I was just wondering whether, Max Verstappen is out in the lead. He's enjoying the 217. He's enjoying the Gibson engine. Do you think he might make a phone call to Christian about talking to John Manchester for a couple of years' time?
I could tell you a story about Gibson engines, but I'll leave that for another time. Hello to Sindra Setsas. Often talking about Sindra in the DNLS and also taking part in the Porsche Esports Super Cup. Sindra has tweeted at RSL_studio. No racing this weekend between two Esports Super Cup weekends, but having fun watching the iRacing VCO Petit Le Mans, playing a very scary drinking game, a shot for every race-ending incident. And he's asking if I would like to join in the booth. Oh dear.
Right.
That could make the last couple of hours very interesting indeed. Oh my goodness, what was Hayden Burns thinking there in the SimRC 176? Using the front end of the 176 as a bit of a battering ram. The 32 goes by. The 32 goes by and then jams the anchors on at turn 2. That is another case of a prototype driver just not thinking, Nick, about what they were doing. There was no room to get through that.
He's trying to insert a prototype in a gap that's about a foot bigger than he was. Yeah, that's never going to happen. I'm sure he was feeling very smug when he went past in the first place, but he's wiped off the front, wiped his rear across the front and got away with it in most ways. The one where the accident was not massively overemphasised, so he's got away with that one quite nicely, but probably have a little bit of optional damage to fix, but I'm surprised that turned out as well as it did.
Philip Johansson has just replied when we've mentioned Sindra Setsas there about watching the iRacing Petit Le Mans. He says, from the bottom of my heart, I hope you're watching the bottom split. Actually, how many have we had? We've had 10, 11 cars out. Now, 2 of them didn't start.
No, correct.
So that's 9 cars and they've all gone out with race-ending incidents. They haven't just expired or people got bored. So we've lost, a quarter of the field there, pretty much.
Exactly a quarter of the field, isn't it? Yeah. Yes, not what we wanted to see, but sometimes a track is only happy with a set number of cars, and there's a little bit of work to be done to sort of trim away those that were on the edge of the setup quite possibly, or just the ability to be able to drive in the traffic lap after lap. And mentioned about, Nick and I were talking about just getting your eye in at the start of a double stint perhaps, and there seems to be fireworks initially and then people do find the rhythm eventually. But situation very different from perhaps when they were last out on track for the qualifying session, as the 42 car of Dominic Ferraris goes through the very fast right-hander at the end of the lap, closing in on the car ahead, which is Hayden Burns again. So Burns was attacking Josh Thompson. That gap's grown to 3.3 seconds, and Dominic Ferraris definitely much closer than he's been all the way through this stint. So he's found a bit of a rhythm, I would suggest, in car 42 for Vendavel Sim Racing, the blue edition. Out of 5, short, sharp run to 6, and much faster approach to 6 than it is at 7, where you really have to leap on the brakes, late apex right-hander, and then exit speed, so crucial down this back straight. And if you get a good run up the hill along this straight with a couple of kinks in it at 8 and 9, it really does result in a very good lap time.
I think if you look at the track, you think, if you glance at the track, you think that turn 6 and turn 7 are two 90-degree corners. They're not. Turn 6 is about 80 and turn 7 is about 110.
Yeah.
So, and that always catches you out. You drive, and you get nice and fast around the first one, and the second is way tighter. And I think, as John was saying earlier, the actual apex is far way further around the corner than you think it is. Otherwise, you get punted off into the grass on the far left-hand side. Just drift off there in a very embarrassing, slow way.
Those two right-handers, I've not been to Road Atlanta and I've not been to Mosport either, but I think it's a bit of Mosport with a couple of awkward 90-degree right-handers.
Moss corners, yeah, 7A and 7B.
Downhill, and they've been quick succession, aren't they? Right and then right again, and then with a long haul out of it. And it just reminds me a little bit of that sequence of corners here at Road Atlanta as well, without the downhill approach, of course.
Up the side of the mountain into 7A and then 7B, and then there's a little kink onto what's called the Andretti Straight, which isn't actually straight. But you're right, and that climbs. There's two rises there. Not unlike the back straight here, actually, because one of the things when you drive this track is that the rise at 8 and then the second rise at 9, which is where this battle is right now in GT3, and then the big drop. They're actually, you cannot see over the top of those hills as you come up over them. And of course, Bill Oberlin knows all about how steep those two rises are, because he launched a V12 LMR back at Petit Le Mans in
that well-known year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a known fact that the way you make a good track great is add elevation changes.
Yeah.
And that, and it's, we say it a lot, but I think that there's a lot of similarities between Road Atlanta and Alton Park. I think that's a track I would say it's most similar to in the UK.
And Johnny's spot on, by the way, mentioning Canadian Time Motorsport.
It's 5A and 5B, what I'm thinking of.
Oh, you're thinking of 5A, 5B, yes.
I think so, which is Moss Corner.
Yeah, Moss Corner. Sorry, I said 7A and 7B, didn't I?
Yeah, but
5A and 5B.
5A is more open, 5B is the tighter one, but it's more important to get your exit speed high out of the second one, because you've got the long Mario Andretti straight afterwards.
Correct.
And it's the same here with the long back straight then that leads into 10A and 10B.
America, United States, has got some fantastic what they call natural terrain road circuits. And I think it's very funny that everybody says, they're European style circuits. And what I've said since I've been going there since 1998 is, it's not like European circuits, because we don't have them anymore here in Europe. They've all been sanitised. Lawrence Vanto, when he came over to Porsche as a Porsche factory driver, I knew he was going to race in GT for Porsche, having been poached from Audi. He was asked whether he would like to do WEC or IMSA, and he said IMSA, please. And I said to him, why not the World Championship? He went, the track's in the States. The tracks. He said, look, I don't dislike Spa. He said, but Spa, you make a mistake. Pouhon should be a really challenging corner. but it's not a challenge at all, because if you make a mistake, you've got a supermarket car park on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
You just drive back onto the track. He said, you make a mistake at some of these American circuits, and that's the end of your race.
Yeah.
So guess what? The driver makes the difference, and drivers, top drivers, like to know they're making the difference. I mean, here at Road Atlanta, there's what, 2 cars widths before an unprotected concrete wall in plenty of places. The downhill at turn 12 is absolutely bonkers, but brilliantly bonkers. They've pushed it back with the new circuit revisions and the new Michelin tower that's there now, coming down to that area now with Dominic Ferraris. But I mean, it's like being on a straight track, Nick, from 1 through to 2. All right, 12 through to 1, then up the hill, and it then closes in again. Right-hand side, at the right-hand side, the top of the hill. There, if you hook that curb too much or you spin the wheels up, you're spinning into an unprotected concrete wall on the right-hand side. I can't tell you how I know that, but trust me, I do.
Yeah, I mean, it is a track that it's a sinew of ribbon, as you say, and it just doesn't have that sort of acres of runoff we have. I mean, the interesting thing is really, I kind of, during our virtual IMSA series, combined with the iRace I got a massively newfound respect for American tracks in general, because every track we went to was Mid-Ohio. It was a fabulous track. You know, VIR, even in the
Great
fact
race
it's
at Mid-Ohio last weekend for IMSA.
Yeah, I mean, I love Mid-Ohio. I can't get it right. It's incredibly tricky again, because it's all suddenly you're doing 160 miles an hour, then you've got to go up and down to around the corner that you're on the rock. Your brain saying this isn't supposed to be the line, surely, but it is. Well,
should I tell you why that is, Nick? And if you went there and you walked it or drove it as a motorcyclist, you'd go, oh yeah, the camber's wrong there. Or halfway around that corner, the camber changes, because you spot that as a motorcyclist. I remember the very first time I went to VIR with the then American Le Mans series. Brian Till, broadcast colleague of ours, brilliant racing driver in his own right, very good in Indy Lights, and has worked at the Mid-Ohio Race School for a very long time. I think he's been senior instructor there for a long time, actually. And he took a minivan load of drivers round who'd come across from Europe, and it just so happened it was mostly the Audi guys, so it was McNish and Beeler and all of those guys, Pirro, all of those guys, and 1 or 2 others. And I asked if I could hitch a ride, and I sat in the last row of this minivan, and in fact I kind of had to stand up to look out through the front of the screen. And the amount of times that I went, oh my God, look at the camber on that. And Till said, oh, you spotted that? I went, yeah, I ride a motorbike. If you don't see the camber, you're falling off and hurting yourself. Yeah. And that's the thing about Mid-Ohio. It's not quite the same here, but there's a few bumps here that means you don't take what you would call the traditional line. It's really interesting. And most of these tracks, sadly now, they've resurfaced Watkins Glen. And so some of the nuances have gone. 1 or 2 of the resurfaces here at Road Atlanta have slightly changed things, but not as much. VIR has been patched a few times. Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, they've had some new tarmac and some new patches down, but that hasn't changed that much. They've got a bit more runoff area in 1 or 2 places now and replaced grass with concrete. VIR has been almost totally resurfaced, but hasn't changed a bit, except it's just faster. There's a tiny bit more.
Stolen the tree.
Well, the tree went in 13, so that was a long time ago. The oak tree at turns 11 and 12 was hit by lightning, and that went in 13. There's a little bit of extra paved area at the exit of Oak Tree Corner going onto the School Straight at the back, at the flat, some of the curbs, because that ultimately is a motorcycle track. That's what that was mostly used for before IMSA went back there a few years ago. I'm trying to think of other places that we go to that are just outstanding. But they're all good fun.
I will credit some of our unspoilt UK tracks, because I remember working a DTM meeting at Brands Hatch 2 years ago, 2018, and some of those DTM boys I don't think had ever experienced the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit.
I've raced on that.
Yeah, but in a DTM car though.
I haven't raced on a DTM
in
car.
Qualifying, when you are just going like crazy, and they said, you know, the margin for error there out the back section, there's just isn't one. You're either in the gravel or you're completing a lap successfully. And I remember Richard Crail was there as well, experiencing Brands for the first time, having covered the Silverstone World Endurance Championship event for us, and he couldn't quite believe the steepness of Paddock Hill Bend either. So there are one or two tracks in Europe, perhaps mainly in the UK, that still remain unspoiled. And it's an interesting comparison you make, Nick, with this place in Alton Park. I kind of see what you're saying. So the undulation part of the entertainment around here, definitely, as the race leader is still Max Verstappen. 7.5 seconds the gap from Maximilian Benecke and Michele Costantini for Apex, having been involved with that clash with Patrick Wolf. We've spoken at length about that. Patrick, though, still running and producing very good lap times, a 1:10.2, and that is just about the same speed as Dion Fialo is producing, but the gap's growing and growing. It's nearly up to 9 seconds now for that 4th place position. Efkan Berkay, did we say 3rd stint or 2nd stint for Efkan? I can't remember.
Third for him, yeah, third on the tyres. I mean, we are now getting through into the next set of stops for the. Is it? Then someone must have done 3 before him. Then this is stint 5.
No, it is. That's my fault. I was steering John in the wrong direction. It is. You're quite right, Nick. It's the 3rd stint for Berkay.
After, yes, you're right. 30,
Lewis.
31 and now 24. Yeah, sorry. No, I hadn't scrolled back far enough either.
Lewis Glania did the first 2.
Correct.
Yeah.
GT3s now are running into their pit stop. It's in the top 3 have stopped, but apart from Josh Thompson, I think is still he's still out there at the moment as Hayden Burns, but we saw the leader of the Biela Racing Euronics team stop. Sven Haas is back on board of that one, so we'll also see it there pretty much at the same time the GTE stops racing.
Euronics Audi GT3, that car. Now, where is the best placed in that team? They're running 4th with Lubermeyer Chivits. Car 452 with Dominic Ferrari's having just made a 3rd stop and rejoining. So Ferrari stays at the wheel of the Ven Darvel Sim Racing blue car, 5th position. And the other Euronics car being driven by Sven Haase. I'm pretty sure Haase started that car, 451, yes. So back in again for a double, you have to think. And Chris Lullum for AAA Esports leads the GTEs in his number 8 BMW with 2nd position the number 1 car. So Le Fuente, who had led that class, still pretty much in touch. 1.2 seconds the difference, and that car number 1 has produced the fastest lap within GTE, so mid 1:15. Very impressive indeed, with the cars either side of that on the screen having produced a time only 4/10 slower. But 1:15.5 is obviously a very clear lap for Le Fuente. Over the rise, and plenty of curb being taken by the 76 car of Felix Luding, 9th position. It's 3 seconds to try and find on Ryan Barnefelt for Manetti Racing, and the white and green Audi working its way through. That's very akin to the Lant livery that we often see on the Audi, I think. Looks smart, that, but no connection to Montoplast as far as I'm aware. Different sponsor on the side of that green and white car. More pit callers though
Yeah, the GT3s have got themselves, and the GTs have managed to get themselves quite split up now. Over, they're all coming in over quite a broad brush of 4 or 5 laps. The Williams Esports car, which came in from first, 3 different cars have come in from first in GT3. The final one to that is the Williams Esports of Josh Thompson. He's the last of the rotation to take the stop. Hayden Burns currently scored in second. After that stop, he should stay in second. Alex Arana in the Marla Racing Team 186 has scored third, and Dominic Ferraris in Vanderbilt is scored fourth. But it'll be interesting to see where Josh Thompson actually comes out, and whether he actually comes out in the lead of the class. Still not waiting. Some of the early GTE stoppers, we've seen the 58 BS NXT car come in, but we're just waiting for the top guys to come through in GT. Actually, no, a couple of them have done.
Huge off!
All on his own.
Down through the S's again, wasn't it?
Yeah, but all on his own. Car just lost downforce, it seemed.
Just out the pits, boys. Same cold
tyres.
Yeah, good call, Nick. Good call. That's
really shouldn't be doing this as a top driver.
spinning the wheels up, coming out of the pit exit through turn 2 and 3. He's already hammered the curb, and he gets the he got the flick back.
Yeah.
He got the tank slapper. So where earlier on we saw the car going to the inside and sliding to the left, almost caught it. I'd loved here we are on board.
Just so you know, the tank slapper is way worse than it just slowly going round.
No, exactly. So he almost bins it coming out. He almost gets 2 Michelins over the blend line. Then he clobbers the curb. He's gone through there in third, loses it, catches it. No, he didn't catch it.
That was an overcorrection.
Do you think?
You see the angle of the steering wheel? He's trying to catch it back.
I think it had already gone.
I think it was long gone by then.
I mean, very deliberate, violent steering, maybe to build a tyre temperature on the outlap.
Yeah, possibly.
And it just, I don't know, maybe that's worked for Lewis in the past with no problems, but it does seem to be quite high risk to do it that early on in the lap. You know, just maybe bring the tyre temperature in slightly more gradually. But I'm no one to criticise. But it just hasn't worked on that occasion. Well, it's easy from my ivory tower.
No, the fact is that every time you come out of the pits for any sort of test, you come out on cold tyres. You know what you have to do in those first 3 or 4 corners. And there's now 2 of the top drivers who've not done it, and it's not difficult, and it only costs you half a second being sensible.
That's true.
It's risk reward.
Yeah. What you stand to lose is way more than the little tenths of seconds that you might gain from being so aggressive on an outlap. And that can be the result. A big off into the tyres, where the gap from the white line at the edge of the road to the scenery is very short indeed, just 3 or 4 metres. And you can't, when it snaps like that so quickly, I don't think the human brain is quick enough to react, actually, however much opposite steering input you put in there. And big damage.
The best you can hope for is that when it comes back on you, that doesn't do what that one did, which is spear in the barrow. It spears into the spare space to the left over the dirt that way, which is why I said the previous accident we saw where he just lost it and looped it was actually far less damaging for the car, equally damaging for your ego, but you didn't have the impact.
Max Verstappen with lots of traffic to deal with at turn 1 now. 3 GT3 cars, and up ahead another one, actually. So 4 Audis all in a row, and that'll be the battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and quite possibly 6th as well. 6th position in GT3 currently held by Braden Werner, but Werner's just out of the pits, actually, so has dropped some ground. And Verstappen did make it through safely. Got 1 more car to get by as they exit turn 6. You would think that's not done before 7, but probably on the exit. So bide your time, sit in the wheel tracks of that R8 LMS, and then way quicker down the straight as the Dallara. And through Verstappen goes. 6.3 seconds now the gap, and Beneke will have to deal with this traffic in his red line red car. Right about now, actually, he can pick off a couple, one of them just before 10A. We'll have to be patient through 10B, and then much better drive off the corner, make sure that the blue and black Audi has seen the faster prototype, and through 12 he goes. So
That's a pretty efficient dispatching of 3 cars there.
Yeah, very good.
He did lose a bit of speed, but he was safe past the wall. There were a couple of chances he had to be, let's say, less circumspect. Didn't take any of them, and he's got through. I think we've now done 4. We'll be able to see where he is at the moment, to see how he's doing on the rest of the traffic.
But it's these little tiny margins, isn't it? Where do you catch a gaggle of 4 cars? Is it in an easy spot, or have you just caught the tail end of them as you start the S's? Because there's just no way through then. And you've got to wait until the exit of 5 as the 450, the recovering 450 car, now darts to the inside of the first of them. So Luis Glania, having just done a 110.2. Again, thankfully, the damage model on the Dallara is not quite as good as it could be. And many
Quite
of these,
severe, let's say.
Many of these prototype drivers actually getting away with some big shunts visually. But it's not having the impact on the performance of the car, which is good because we started with 8 Dallaras. We started with 11. We're down to 8 as things stand. Don't really want to lose any more prior to getting to half distance. We're a distance away from that yet. 56 minutes to go till we reach the 6-hour mark to go. And the damaged Audi rear wing damage to, I'm trying to remember which car that was now. It was running in 4th for a long time and has dropped some ground. It's the yellow and blue car, isn't it? Just turning through turn 6 now and having just been overtaken by a couple of BMWs. Car 6?
I don't know, what are we doing there?
Yes.
The effect of that wing damage would be he'd be losing his some straight line speed, so he'd be desperate if he just get in the slipstream of the GTE car and get an extra 4 or 5 clicks back again through that. So
it is
kind of
car 6, Matteo Ugolotti, and lap time 1:19.8 just completed, and Ugolotti finding a bit more speed than the car ahead of Florian Voiter.
Max Benecke sweeps past the outside into 12 and don't go start-finish, getting past 2 cars down the main straight, which is always that just shows the speed difference, but more the advantage of positive overtaking. Benecke with an 11,000 I rating should know what he's doing.
6.5 seconds he's gapped to the head of the field, and Max Verstappen. Michele Constantini in 3rd. He's 12 seconds back now from 2nd. And then 18 seconds further back, Dion Fialo from Movano Sim Racing Rosso. Still Patrick Wolf running around, very lucky to still be mobile, I would have thought. 46 seconds off the leader and 10 seconds off 4th position. And the top 6 made up of Joao Vaz for the Yas Heat car, as into the pits come Patrick Wolf out of 5th position. That seems a bit early to me, but let me just quickly check.
No, 1:54, so 30 a run. He's over 30 laps.
It's just 30. It's exactly 30. So it's 1 lap shorter than the car's done in the past. But I didn't mean it when I said I wasn't being that pedantic. 1 lap either way. I'm not going to argue about that. He was on his 2nd stint.
Interesting.
It says, yes, and he didn't change tyres. So will they triple again? That's the question for the 3 Redline Purple cars. Sorry, Johnny, go ahead.
It's just interesting that some cars have managed to squeeze 32 laps out of a stint. I just wonder how marginal that is on fuel. But actually, the race leader, 33, has managed to do it 1, 2, 3 separate occasions now, and is a couple of laps ahead, therefore, on the cycle of pit stops, compared to the 2nd place car for Redline Red. Briefly up into 3rd now comes the Dion Fialo driven Movano Dallara, so 72 into 3rd. That's because of the Costantini pit stop for Apex. Joao Vaz for Yas Heat running in 6th position, and then Luis Glania for Biela Racing Team in the damaged 450. But I just wonder whether
has tripled again.
Yes. I just wonder whether this 32 lap strategy is just going to be the difference, but you're going to have to bolt a lot of those together to edge out further and further on the 7.
It always helps because you get to a last pit stop, and that last pit stop, you will need less fuel. And a fuel stop is a stationary of about full tank about 29-30 seconds. So if you work out that is a second a lap. So every lap of fuel you save is a second you save being stationary. So if you can make 7 or 8 laps by the end, you've got a 7-second shorter final pit stop.
Yep. And little tiny differences through the course of the opening 6-7 hours might give you a small advantage by the end as the 7 cars back on the move. Beneke
29.2 stationary, so just fuel.
He'll be staying at the wheel only if they're doing double stints, because he's only done 1 and now rejoins. And Dion Fialo might be about to change drivers there, actually, because Maxime Bryant did 3. Fialo, maybe Fialo will stay in for a 3rd, as his teammate did that in the opening exchanges. So 72's back on the move now. We'll get our answer in a second. And Dion Fialo, shown staying at the wheel, so it will be a triple there as well. So triple stinting the tyres quite possibly too, Mivano.
Yeah. I mean, the interesting thing about Verstappen and Red Line Orange is I think they're just getting much better fuel mileage, because they took a gallon less and to take the lead. And
that's
then
right. And still did 32.
And did the same number of laps as Team Red Line Red with a gallon less of fuel. And now they are staying out longer on these stops, so they may just have a better ability to drive fuel-wise. Doesn't necessarily mean they are, they haven't got a different engine mode. Obviously, they've got different right foot, so they're doing a pretty good job at the moment. The Orange team currently with Max on board.
Yes, and maybe the odd option to ease out of the throttle earlier, using the momentum of the car into the higher speed corners. You can do that into 6.
He got in 2 laps after. He came out the pits 2 laps after Beneke, who stopped after 31 laps. So he should be in the end of this one, I reckon. And then he will have done a 31 lap stint as well.
Yeah. But this is
that car has done a 32 lap stint though. The previous stint it was 32 for the 33, if that makes any sense. 32 laps.
Yes, the 33 has made it stop, and it is still leading with Verstappen still at the wheel as we'd expected. But this constant ability to do 32 laps now puts them 2 laps ahead on the stagger, effectively, with Beneke having just come in.
Thank you to Nick Damon. He's off to get a rub down with some warm halibut oil as he prepares himself for his stint. Will we see you back later, Nick?
Oh yes, I'll be back in. I've got a couple of hours of driving, half an hour cup of coffee, and I'll be back.
All right,
Lovely.
Thanks, mate. Good luck. Let us know how you get on.
Oh, will do. Bye.
It's Nick Damon, and he'll be back later on then. That leaves Johnny and I to speculate wildly about what's going on behind the wheel of some of these cars. In comes Verstappen.
Yes, sorry, I was misreading the blocks there, but he hadn't quite made his stop, and he was. So is that only 31 this time?
No, 32. It'll be 32 when he crosses the line and pulls out.
Yes, okay. So
his pit stall.
It depends where the stall is in relation to the start line.
I think so, anyway.
Finish line.
Let me see. When did Maxi stop? I've stopped at 56, and we're on 158 into 159 now. Yeah. So that's another.
It's ticked off 32 now.
He's 32, correct.
So the only 31 lap stint that car's done is from the start, when you've got to factor in a rolling lap, of course, and then otherwise, this pattern is favourable, certainly, to the 33, because they're now 1, 2, 3 laps ahead on the cycle compared to the 7 currently being driven by Beneke.
It only helps, though, doesn't it, when you get to the end? That means you've got a slightly shorter last stop.
Yes.
If you get your pit stop.
And you'd need there to be 32 stints to gain a full, a pit stop, effectively. So that's
they're not
going to
gain a full pit stop. But
the race isn't long enough for that. But as Nick made the point just before he left, what you are going to gain yourself is a shorter fuel fill right at the end, because you're going deeper into that final stint than the cars you're racing. And if you can go 32, 32, 32 without a break, and the other cars you're battling are only doing 31 lap stints, then the onus is on them to try and adopt the driving style that the 33's got right now. And for whatever reason, Beneke and Costantini and Fialo maybe feel like they can't quite stretch it to 32 laps. And it's an accumulative effect, because 32 laps in isolation, no advantage there at all. But if you can do the whole race whereby you're doing these long stints, then the advantage will be gained right at the end. But I still think, is it marginal going to that distance? Clearly, Red Line Red think it is, and the Apex Racing team, too much of a risky strategy, quite possibly. But is this going to force them into a different way of thinking? This is great. I know the main entertainment for sim racing is actually taking part yourself, and that's exactly what Nick Damon's gone off to do. But from reading the race perspective, this holds just as much intrigue as the real stuff.
The advantage being that you don't have any safety car interventions,
True.
yellow flags or slow zones. So it's absolute in terms of the strategy. The only variable is the driver performance.
Yes.
Which I find, in some ways, slightly more pure.
Yeah, I can see that.
Because you don't have the good or bad fortune of the intervention of a safety car just after you've pitted, just before you've pitted, that puts you half a lap down, that takes you 20-second lead away. You know, Jeremy and I talk about, as much as Jeremy and I disagree about safety cars and code 60s, what we do agree with is the longer you can have as green flag, the more you see the true relative performance of each of the cars and drivers coming to the fore. And if a driver is, generally speaking, over 31 laps, a tenth of a second faster a lap, then if you have 90 laps, you actually see the benefit of that if they're all green.
Yeah.
If you have 10 laps, then a safety car, 20 laps, then a safety car, 40 laps, then a safety car. It doesn't matter how many laps you have, because the safety car negates the advantage that you've had. So in some ways, I honestly think that it's more pure. More issues there.
That was the 4, I think, going
It was
off.
the 4 again, wasn't it? They got a little helping hip and shoulder barge.
So, if I'm reading that correctly, yeah, Josh Thompson thought it was.
Correct.
It's in the purple and blue BenQ sponsored car. And a bit of curb. Was there then a shove from behind from the BMW GTE? No, there was a shove to the side, in fact. 2 cars into one wasn't going to go, and pitched off into the grass. Went the Thompson machine. He actually recovered that moment very well and lost a small amount of time, but thankfully didn't result in a spin and collecting anything which would have done a lot of damage. But this is the sort of give and take that you have to have in multi-class racing. Was it that BMW's corner? Well, probably yes, but I'm not sure where that leaves the Audi, really, because it's got to make its way around the corner at some stage. So tricky in the early part of the lap when you're dealing with the S's to get sometimes 3 classes through there all at once, and unfortunately somebody loses in amongst that and ends up on the grass and loses time, if not a very smart race car. Anyway, put that behind him, onto the very next lap, and this will be a very good lap time, you get the feeling. Josh Thompson is running in 4th position, chasing down Dominic Ferraris in the number 42 car. Squirming up the inside is the yellow and black BMW in the GTE category, in turn bringing traffic with that as well. Question of where to look next, with the 3rd placed Audi and GT3 then running just ahead of the 4th placed of Josh Thompson, and actually these GTE cars sneaking through is creating 1 or 2 gaps in the GT3 field.
At RSL Studio, if you'd like to get in touch with us, Palmer and Hindhoff here. At the front of the field, it's 4.7 seconds, and round about a second taken out of the leader, Max Verstappen, by Maxi Beneke last time around. It is the 7 car that's got the fastest lap of the race, the 108.9 against the 109.1, so ultimate pace, very similar indeed. Beneke with a bit of clear track as he goes through turn 1 and crests the rise through 2. Drifting the car beautifully as he turns it in to turns 2 and 3. And with no GT traffic, with already a quarter of the field behind the wall, as it were, he's really making the opportunity count, or taking the opportunity and making it count, whilst he's got a clear track. And ahead of him, that's another off for the 4 car, wasn't it? Yes, it was. Right in front of the leader, out of turn 6 into 7, Josh Thompson having another off. So Josh really struggling. I wonder if he's picked up some damage, JP. I suspect he came through turn 6 perhaps a little bit too quick. Oh, did he get a hand from Verstappen? Verstappen's going to be right there.
Oh, he went for his own.
It may have been. It was close, maybe a bit of a net code, but maybe intimidated by the leader coming behind him.
Yeah, it causes a distraction, definitely. No, I think there was a touch, you're right, and that's forced him deep into turn 6 and out into the grass, and no grip there at all.
He's just well, actually, to hold on to that and only lose the amount of time that he did. Yeah.
So, again, a little bit of impatience from Max Verstappen in the red line orange car. And I suppose if you hadn't got by then, you've got to wait through 7, and that's all part of multi-class racing. You cannot necessarily scythe your way through all of the time, despite the
risk versus reward, Jonathan.
Yes, indeed. The greater performance of the LMP2 is there for all to see, but sometimes you're going into 2 single file corners, and there's little option but to just follow the car in front and wait for your opportunity.
He's an F1 driver, though. He does expect everybody to get out of the way within 3 blue flags or have their tyres shot out by a sniper. I think that is the rule now, isn't it, in Formula 1?
Just about.
Yeah. He'll be learning important lessons here. Coming through to complete another lap. What's the lead now? At the sharp end of the field, down to 3.3 seconds. It's another 10th or so taken out last time around by Beneke. How they're doing on their tyres, JP? So Maxi Beneke is on a double, is he? He's on the second part of his double, and so is Verstappen. So tyre-wise, they're probably about equal.
Yes.
So they'll be on the second stint. So Beneke 10 laps into his stint on the second stint of tyres. So that's 41 laps he's got on them. Verstappen, who went a lap longer on his first stint, is actually on 39 stints. So there's nothing between them as far as the tyre wear is concerned, or shouldn't be too much. Hello to Mike. He's got a few laps in on his rig last night, tuned in to us here with the VCO Grand Slam iRacing Series and Petit Le Mans for 2020. Hello Mike, thank you. At RSL_studio, hashtag VCO RSL. If you want to get in touch with us, comes up on our screens here. Johnny Palmer and me, John Hindhaugh, really enthralled by this at the moment. Beneke just held up a wee bit by one of the Sim RC Audis there, coming through the S's. Takes that wide line through really 5 does. And nails the end of the gravel trap over the curb. But it's not a mistake. He does that consistently every lap.
Yeah.
And gets the car really, the key thing there is getting the car straight as you jump the curb.
Yeah. I know. I think in real life you're way off the track limits there, but what you're using is a different part of the circuit. A version of it that's not being used technically this weekend.
Fraser Williamson sitting in behind,
looking to unlap himself. Yeah,
he's getting a bit of a masterclass here in the Livano Sim Racing Bianco car, just tracking Max Beneke around through the final corner. Both first and second still on the front straight at the same time there, JP. Went up to, in fact, no, they lapped within fractions of a second. 1:10.3.98 for Verstappen, 1:10.3.86 for Beneke. So still time taken out, as it has been on each of the last 5 or 6 laps. Beneke, generally speaking, just a wee bit quicker than Verstappen at this stage of the stint, as they are getting through. Well, Beneke about just over a third of the way through his stint, and Verstappen a couple or 3 laps behind him in terms of when he came out of the pits. So very similar in terms of fuel load, tyre wear. But Beneke just a tiny bit quicker. You might expect that. The amount of experience Max Beneke has got on iRacing. Over an 11,000 iRacing now.
It's a shame that Williamson's not on the lead lap, because he's actually lapping quicker than Beneke currently, and he dropped back a little bit then.
But there's his issue, he's not consistent. Made a mistake.
So it was a 10.0, it was a 110.9 for Williamson, when he had punched out a 110.2 last time around, which was quicker than Beneke.
Wow.
Beneke's back into the 109s.
So is the leader, 109.891 for Verstappen, 109.618 for Beneke. This is fabulous, isn't it? They are literally trading fractions of seconds, as if they were side by side, as if they were trading paint and vinyl. But they are still just on 3 seconds apart.
Beneke doing exactly as he should through 7 there. It's
So
frustrating.
Good through traffic,
Oh,
He's
yeah.
so good through traffic.
He is, but there was no way past that BMW through 7, because you're gonna force a car off the road. You'll end up in a barrier, so you just have to sit and wait. It takes an age, but then you can finally let the power of your car come into being to get past the BMW.
Lost 4/10 there on that one corner.
But
traffic giveth though, traffic
yeah,
taketh
exactly.
away.
Verstappen could very easily be in the same situation on the very next lap.
Battle for 4th in GTE, Ryan Barnveld, Felix leading, Chris Lullum all battling away. Felix in that yellow and black sim racing RC GTE, just trying to find the way past Barneveld in the green car ahead of him. A little bit further back after that is Chris Lullum, but actually closing in at over half a second a lap with those two fighting ahead of them. So it's 4.6 seconds at the moment, but that will come down quickly, very quickly indeed, as they're into turn 1 with GT Daytona traffic ahead of them, GT3 traffic ahead of them. And really held up Barneveld through the S's, couldn't get through turn 1. That's the opportunity, really the opportunity for the Sim RC car, down from 5 towards 6 now, and rather frustratingly the Sim RC of Felix Luding, the 76 car, just couldn't get past the Audi either, didn't get the run through turn 5 that I think Felix would have liked, and now out onto the back straight again with the Patrick Wolf red line purple car coming by them, weaving between them.
.5 seconds now, the difference. So Beneke
At the front of the field, right, yeah.
Sorry, yes, between Verstappen and Beneke, 33 to 7. But
7/10 of that came on the last lap. 109.7 to a 110.5.
Yes.
And that's traffic. That's all
Completely.
that is.
Yeah. Beneke, I mean, driving beautifully, but it's a question of which bit of the GTE fight that he's going to stumble across next. Same old story, really. And of course, GTEs are having to fight their way through the Audis as well. And in case for 2 of the M8 GTEs here, having to wait and now finally take their opportunity, but they in turn are going to be overtaken by an LMP2. So all 3 classes represented now at turn 6. Oh, and squeezing, forcing the issue. That'll put the BMW
Barneveld's
offline.
in trouble now.
Drag race.
All down to the P2 coming through. Barneveld being rather too nice there, I thought, in the green and silver BMW GP. Gave up the inside when he really should have closed the door nice and early.
Yeah, still just about got the inside line into 10A if he can keep the nose of the car there, but I don't think he can. He's going to have to get out of it to avoid contact, although running a bit deep into the left hand, there was Lulham there.
And a little bit of a bit of a lock-up by Felix.
Felix Luding, beg pardon,
Yeah.
yes. Lulham's the next one back.
But there's still nothing between these two.
No.
Same cars, very good drivers. Really just waiting for that type of mistake. And that's where the patience that Johnny Palmer was talking on in our pre-race show comes in. Just starting to see the headlights a bit more on these cars, although it's still blue skies in the virtual world of Petit Le Mans and VCO in the Grand Slam. Back up to turn 7, and this time the favour is returned by Max Benecke in the red line red prototype. And I just thought Barneveld was going to get the opportunity to drag back onto the rear wing of Felix Luding, but he doesn't. Oh, GT3 car is one of the damaged Audis from earlier on that hit the wall in the S's. It's the 6 car? Yeah. That's the Matteo Ugolotti Leo Racing team. They were running solidly in the top 3 or 4, weren't they, early on? A couple of incidents for them was taking them out of contention for the sharp end of things. 6.5 hours to go. Shall we have a little rundown? Verstappen leads for the number 33 Team Red Line Orange by nearly 5 seconds now. He's coming out of turn 5 and heading down towards turn 6. That's the leader of the race, and of course the leader of LMP2 in through turn 6 to 7. And for once, no traffic to worry about as he heads onto the back straight. 5.5 seconds behind Maxi Benecke, who hasn't had the best of the traffic in the last 3 or 4 laps. Was under a second behind the leader for a while, and has dropped back, as I say, to 5.5 seconds back in the 7 from Team Red Line. That's the red flashed car. Cleared the traffic now though. 3rd position and another 19 seconds further back, so nearly 25 seconds behind the leader, Michele Costantini for Apex Racing Team 96. That's the grey, white and blue car, and he's on the back straight now as well, dealing with that traffic. In fact, he's just gone through down towards 10A and 10B. Quick run through the rest of the top 6. It's another 24 seconds further back for Dion Fialo from Movano Sim Racing Rosso. The red air intake on top of the canopy underneath the master bridge on the back straight in elegant isolation, the 72 car at the moment. Then you go back another 10.5 seconds to Patrick Wolf for Team Red Line Purple. A couple of mistakes from Patrick in this double stint, notably coming out the pits on cold tyres and full tanks when he spun it on his outlap. That cost him a bit of time, and he's had another incident since then. But he is still 43 seconds ahead of the 6th placed Luis Glanier for Bela Racing Team Euronics. And that 450 car is, let me just check, is he just off the lead lap now? I think he is. Yes, he is. So that's the first car off the lead lap at the sharp end of the field. So that's your top 6. I'll quickly run down the top 10 for you, or at least the next couple of cars, because that's the only 2 other Dalaras running in sequence at the front of the field. So Yas Heat is in 7th for Dean Woods, the 32 car, which is the dark blue and teal coloured car. And he's 32 seconds away from 6th, but he's 13.5 seconds ahead of Fraser Williamson for Movano Sim Racing in the silver and black car. Very, I was about to say LA Raiders, it's Las Vegas Raiders now, isn't it, for them. Shea Adam would like the colour of that car, as Gladiator, by the way, has just pitted. So that's your top 10, and I think that 20 car has just dropped a second lap back from the leaders. as he comes through now. I thought that was Max Verstappen just ahead of him. I think he may have just dropped off a second lap, as I say, from the leaders. If not, he's right on the very tail end. No, there's the 7 going through. Yeah. So correct, he is now 2 laps off the lead. So that's Fraser Williamson I'm talking about now. So let's go to 9th position, because that's where the first of the GTE IMSA car, GT Le Mans, call them what you will, GTE. And it's Daniel Lafuente that leads. All of these are BMWs, the Porsche's way down. Lexi now in that Porsche 24. So BMW's ruling the roost. Lafuente for Williams Esports. Chill Blast, 23 seconds ahead of Michael Garde for the number 2 car. So 1 and 2 are in positions 1 and 2 in class for Vendeval Sim Racing Pink. 3rd, Team Redline GT is 9 seconds further back, 181, Alexander Thieber. 4th, Felix Luding in that yellow and dark brown stroke black 76 Sim RC BMW. And he is 20 seconds further back, and it's now pulled out 1.2 seconds on Ryan Barneveld for the Manatee Racing. Father fetching green and silver machine. And rounding up the top 6 is Chris Lulham, who's closed in now, as Johnny suggested he might. The number 8 in 6th position for AAA Esports. It's now only a second and a half behind Barneveld, and is taking a 10th or a couple of tenths in that faded colour scheme, which is really cleverly done. Grey into green, into yellow, into grey. Sort of Manti Grello in the middle of that car.
I suppose it is, yeah.
Really
Very
nicely
cool.
done. And last but by no means least, we'll drop into GT3, GT Daytona. 22nd position overall for the Sim RC Titan. That's the number 176 for Hayden Burns, with Asher Racing support on the side of that car. He leads from Alex Arana, now installed again in the Marla Racing Team BMW, which is the blue and green triangles on that car, just trying to put another lap on one of the other BMWs there. It's one of the GTE cars, so that's going to be difficult. Behind Alex, Dominic Ferraris for Vendeval Sim Racing Blue 42, another 3.6 back. He's got his hands full at the moment with Sven Haase. Sven the Rabbit, 3 tenths behind is the Team Euronics Baylor Racing 451, and they've got nearly 10 seconds on Josh Thompson for the Williams Esports BenQ Audi in 5th. It's the purple fronted car, and he in turn is fairly sorted at the moment with Martin Shripchak for DV1 Triton Racing. He's another 35 seconds further back down the road in the 111. So Martin lapping around about the same time. We're in that middle phase, Johnny, of the race, aren't we, at the moment? Drivers are trying to keep out of trouble, keep the cars straight. But that battle, the closest battle on the field, is the one we mentioned a few moments ago between Dominic Ferraris for Vendeval in the blue team car, 3rd at the moment, and the Team Euronics Sven Haase machine not quite right up his tailpipes, but we're going to have 3 cars abreast down the back straight, all 3 classes represented there as they head down towards 10A and 10B, and this might be the opportunity for a pass here down towards 10.
Yeah, he's got it done, hasn't he? But just before the braking area, the BMW slotted by the 2 of them on the right-hand side, and yeah, 42 creeps up into the 3rd position. So nicely timed that. It's a little bit about playing the traffic as well. Okay, you're trying to overtake a car that is struggling for some speed because of the damaged rear wing, but 4th placed car still tucked in behind the yellow. So that was in order to now put the back marker between the third and the fourth place car. So still the Sven Haase car looking to try and make the move in 4:51. Right behind 4:51 is Verstappen, the overall race leader. On to lap 182 for the Dutchman then, just on 1:11.0, which is quite a way off that car's best, 2 seconds slower. And this is going to be a costly lap in terms of time again, but crucial to get through this traffic, because then very shortly Maxi Benecke will have to do exactly the same. But as a result, the gap's come down to 3.5 seconds. Still that damaged 8th placed GT3 car of Matteo Ugolotti.
It's quick in a straight line though,
isn't it? Yeah, posing a problem for Sven Haase. Should be able to pick him off now, Haase. Yes, in the Euronics car. And that means that Haase is back with Ferraris again to give this another go in the blue and white car. So they were heading into 10A and 10B a lap ago. I thought the move had been made, but actually they were dealing with a back marker initially, and now they're the right side of that damaged car. They can really start to attack. Over the rise at 2, swooping around the outside. Again, good speed being shown by Fraser Williamson. 7th position he may be, and a long way off the lead lap, probably 2 laps down, I think John worked it out as. Yes,
Just.
Only just. As... Yes, on the gap visualization tab is really useful on James's timing system as well. So I make it 1, 2, 3, 4 cars just about on the lead lap now. 33 and 7.
Patrick Wolf's still on the lead lap as well. Just.
Okay, yes, I was counting 3. But 72 is about to cross the line, and that will also confirm that
72 and the
3 is just about.
Yeah. He's 1 minute and 3 back on 1 minute and 9, minute and 10 second lap.
Yes, which is probably about...
So it won't be long.
9/10 of a lap, still just about clinging on. But the speed being shown by Max Verstappen, very impressive indeed. But this is Benecke's chance potentially. It's come down to 3 seconds now.
He's got 4 laps before he's due into the pits, Benecke, and... therefore 7 laps before Verstappen, possibly 8. We have seen Verstappen get 32 laps out. He's coming round to finish his 25th now, so yeah, 7 laps then.
Gained another 4/10 though on Verstappen, and that's again all down to the traffic and where it's falling for the 2 leaders. Fluctuating slightly, back out to 3.2 and a bit, but red line orange, red line red. Closer than they have been probably for all of this stint. And Benecke to the outside of a GT3 car. That will deliver him into 10A at the perfect trajectory. Again, almost sliding the car through the first bit of 10A. Less care perhaps for this set of tyres as he gets towards the end of the stint. Depending on, of course, what their game plan is once he comes in, because this will be the end of his second stint for Benecke.
Just gone off. Was that the third place car? Yes, it was. Michele Costantini straight through 10A and 10B as he came up upon a group of cars. He was in behind the pole. This is his braking point. Aims it across the narrowest bit of the gravel trap. Actually did all right there, didn't he? That's going to get him some incident points. Remember, 50 incident points for the drive-through, and then every 20 after that. Nick would have told me what that would be, but I reckon that's a 4.
Yeah. Okay.
He's lucky. He's lucky when he rejoined, actually, that he didn't get picked up by somebody, but stayed to the right-hand side, Michele. Nicely done on that side of things, and does eventually get past the Porsche that he was hoving up alongside.
Well, he lost a second to both Verstappen and Benecke, so it didn't gain him some time despite straight lining the chicane, and will have picked up a lot of debris on the tyres as well that needs to be scrubbed for the next few corners. Costantini had been showing some good speed to that point, still not able to lap in the sort of window that Verstappen and Beneke are able to produce. 0.7 of a second gain for Beneke on that lap, so he's got the lead down to 1.5 seconds. I think Beneke, using his experience through the traffic here, he's more decisive, more clinical. Verstappen not that experienced in multi-class racing, and now he can see him up the road as well. So Beneke, just that extra shot in the arm.
Verstappen eked out a couple of 3/10 in the second part of the track, but this is very... the one thing I will say about Maxi Beneke, though, he doesn't take any chances, Nick, so he will lose as well in the traffic.
Yeah, good point. High stakes stuff, I suppose.
Big slide from one of the Asher Racing cars. Isn't the Sim? Is that the 76? Yes, it was. It was the 76 Sim RC car. At the line, it's 2.3 seconds. But still a 10th taken out of the lead last time around. So generally speaking, when all the pluses and minors are taken out, it does seem as though Beneke can close in even a tiny amount on the leader. Generally speaking, he's been getting closer. Still the BMW battles carry on. Michael Neumeier is coming out of 10B and down to the end of the lap. I reckon Beneke will be in at the end of this lap, JP.
Okay.
As far as the any of the other pit stoppers, all the GT cars have still got laps to come. 37 for the Porsche, 39. Actually, the front of the GT field have probably got another 2 or 3 laps to give. The third place 181 is now completing or on its 41st lap. So expect to see Beneke in this lap and expect to see the front of the GT field, or the GT Le Mans field in IMSA parlance, expect to see them in at the end of this lap. Still side by side. In fact, here comes Beneke. Spot on time. Now, this is the end of his second stint, so let's keep a close eye on this. Fuel will go in first, and that goes in at an absolute race. They've got the first pit. And Beneke's out of the car, hence the car disappears from the pit lane. So, at the moment, we've only seen the 2 drivers in all of the leading cars for this 10-hour time-certain race. Double stint has been, generally speaking, for the top teams the way to go, so it should be Dominic Faber who gets into the car. And I would think he'll get a new set of tyres once, goes up now on the jacks. So that's a new set of Michelins.
Well, that fits with what's gone before.
Spot on.
Dion Fialo slots into second briefly because that car doesn't stop, and Fialo therefore going to go for 32 laps on the stint. Yeah, Fialo didn't come in, so that's 31 completed now. I don't quite know why Beneke's car can't do 32. Because Verstappen's only on to lap 30 of this stint, so it's going to be a good while yet before the number 33 car comes in.
Maybe got a bit more wing on it, just to give it a
Maybe
bit more
it is
stability.
just down to that. But I wonder whether that was why Beneke was actually catching Verstappen, because he was slightly more light-footed. They're concentrating on eking out the distance on the stints.
Could be.
You know, when they get to the end, that could really pay dividends. But they have to ensure they can punch out 32 lap after stint after stint and not risk running the tank dry. And I still don't know how marginal that is. But with Fialo willing to do it as well in 72, then maybe that will twist the strategy a little bit for 7. Because otherwise they're just going to be playing catch up all the time.
And ultimately, even if they do get ahead on pace, the last pit stop for the number 33 red line car will be shorter.
Yes.
They will need, or they can take their last pit stop first.
Yes.
And still have a shorter pit stop.
Yeah, true.
So, you know, let's say if you get, let's assume that it's going to be 31-32, 31-32, 31-32 all the way to the end. Then clearly they're going to eke out a point where the Verstappen car will be able to come in at 26 laps completed, put enough fuel in to get to the end.
Yeah.
Whereas, which might be at the same time by then as the other car is coming in to do its last pit stop, going a bit longer. But they'll be stationary for a short amount of time.
Yes.
Simple as.
And with no safety cars or yellow flags or anything
Correct.
like that, then all you have to think about is the splash, I would imagine, at the end, which, as you say, they've come in for your final pit stop after 32 laps, and then you've got maybe only 18, 19 to do at the very end, but a shorter stop to take on less fuel. So that's where the big win occurs. But it's a question of continuing this pattern on all the way through.
Just got a quick look at the Porsche 24 driven by Redline from Alexei Usiakula. That has not been the right choice of car today, although qualified 4th. So on a clear track, single car qualifying, yes, and yes.
Yeah.
Raceability with a horde of BMW. What is the collective noun for a field full of BMWs? A propeller of BMWs?
I like that.
A Munich of BMWs.
Case in point is the Ferrari last weekend at the Nürburgring, qualifying on the front row and then just did not go anywhere in the race. Now, they had a problem, I think, for the Octane 126 car, for it to be so slow compared to those wanting to get by. But it reminded me, in the virtual world, of a Porsche in 4th very early on in this race, and then a stack of M8s all trying to get by. That reminded me of the GT3s last weekend at the Nürburgring, trying to get past the second-placed Ferrari, as it was, our third-place Ferrari.
Mid-corner speed not bad from the Porsche, as seen there through 10A and 10B, but hasn't got the terminal velocity. Punches out the corners not too bad, but I mean, battling for 10th position now in class, that car. 9th and 10th. Into the pit lane for Verstappen. And that is another 32 lap stint. He should be getting out, so that car will disappear from our TV. It will return in the hands, it's disappeared twice now, of Jonas Wallmeyer. Jonas did a very good job indeed in his first double stint. It was only the Redline Purple that did a triple and tripled the tyres, wasn't it? Matt Farrow tried that at the start of the race. He's back in the car now. And, well, I was going to say he's off the lead lap. He'll be back on the lead lap when he comes back around this time around, which he's due to do any second now. Tyres going on now for the 33, so that Jonas has the new rubber, which he'll keep on for 2 stints. Down and away. And has Matt gone through? Not quite. That could be down to just 4 cars on the lead lap here.
Interesting now.
Yes, there's Matt behind him. So that is Matt Farrow coming up behind, and he wants his lap back. He wants to be back on the lead lap. Yep. And the chance to do this is between 5 and 6, I would suggest, JP.
Interesting thing about that triple that Matt produced earlier on in the race is that his average lap time was better in the 3rd stint, when the tyres were older, than they were in the middle stint. So he was actually quicker on far older tyres. I thought that wouldn't work, but produced something like a 1:11 rather than 1:12, but that could have been traffic affected a lot of that stint. So getting a good run on the race leader, but this would not be a pass for position. It would be just to get the lead lap back again from Jonas Wallmeyer.
Flash of the lights rather cheekily from Wallmeyer, from Farrow rather. Chris Suku suggests, what about a whirring of BMWs? I quite like that. A whirring with their BMW logo being a stylised aeroplane propeller. A murder of Munich mobiles. It's a murder of crows, isn't it? That's the... I think the chance has gone for the purple car. I really do. Heat will be into those tyres now. It's a bit heavier, of course. Matt Farrow's been out there for 6 laps now, so he'll be back in the groove. And the advantage is, of course, that when you're not driving here... Oh, now, here is a chance. Out to 7. Well, I think Matt got actually a bit too close to the leader there. Will he slot back in behind on the back straight as they carve through the GT traffic? Yes, he will. Meantime, in from the lead of GT3 is Sami Matti Trogan.
Again, very good speed shown by Sami Matti, with pressure mainly from a distance, as Sven Haase and Josh Thompson and Dominic Ferraris were battling over the second, third and fourth places.
I think Lasse Bach should be getting back into that. They are, or is it Daniel Lafuentes due in next? Sorry.
Meanwhile,
Oh, it's Lafuente who brought it in. My apologies.
okay. So
Lafuente's just done a double.
And that,
in that number
was from the race lead.
Oh, sorry, no, I'm looking at the wrong car. Forget me, I'm an idiot. I saw the number 1 and was drawn into.
Well, I think
number 1. It's the 186.
Yeah,
so it's
Alex Arana.
Yeah, Alex Arana who brought the car in. And has he taken that car out? Sorry.
Yes.
So he's doing a double. Okay.
And Sven Haase, who
was 44 laps. That.
Good going.
Yeah, that's as long as we've seen in GT3.
Sven Haase, who was scored the lead, I think briefly, but won't be once all this shakes out, also comes in. So Josh Thompson now will become the race leader in GT3 in the Williams Esports car, number 4. But Josh, with various incidents, many of which were not of his own doing, finds himself kind of in the bottom of the top 5 currently. Does have an opportunity to be out front whilst these stops are carried out, though. Meanwhile, up the steep incline out of 4 and then 5 goes the overall race leader, Jonas Valmeyer, number 33, with still Matt J. Farrow looking to get a lap back again, but 4 cars now on the lead lap. Valmeyer, Faber, Costantini and Maxime Briant.
Oh. Little off there.
Yes. And the car that's already been in the wars with the replacement nose, it looks like, on that car.
Yeah, now jump or pushed for Neumeier. Oh, he's got the rear left wheel on the dirt. Oh, that's a big hit.
Yeah.
It's a big hit for the 58. The Bureau Sud sponsored machine. Just sitting inside the top 10 for the BS NXT car. Bureau Sud machine. He just spent all that time battling to get past the Porsche, which then pitted Gianni Vecchio back into the Porsche. So that was quite a big off there, JP.
It was.
Turn 1?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just catching the grass.
We used to have our TV compound just to the left of there, and what we used to call Dingle Dell, where that blue car is in the background. That used to be the TV compound.
Cool.
And for 1 year, Jeremy and I had our booth looking straight down the start-finish line, and everybody at the start came charging in towards us, and we hadn't really realised how very, very scary that was going to be as we were looking out the window. Still nowhere near as scary as Detroit, where we're just after the kink as they come out the final corner towards the finish line, and we're in what could only be described as a concrete bunker, because the walls are about 2 foot 6, 3 feet thick, with very thick glass in them. But we're behind a chain link fence. And when the Indy cars are out there, I can't stand in there because it's too scary.
Right, yeah.
Because they're coming straight towards you before they turn right for the kink.
The chain link fence will protect you, though, no trouble. Yeah, it takes a while to get used to that, doesn't it, when cars are facing you at such great speed. You think, please turn in, please turn. Oh, they have. That's all right. I can breathe again for another lap, at least. I think Max Angelelli were famous for that as well, for frightening 1 or 2 people in media centres, thinking he's going to join us in here in a second. But everything was always under control.
Moreno Sirica from Williams Esports BenQ there had taken over the lead in GT Daytona, GT3. Getting a new set of tyres for that car. 0-1 on the right-hand side at the top of the windscreen, signifying the position. That is dynamic as well, so keep an eye on that. That'll change as the positions change, as will the positional lights on the ACO and IMSA classes. The GTDs don't have them but the GT Le Mans and the LMP2 cars do. Different colours for each of them, of course. So if they did have them, they would be yellow for the GT3s. They are green for the GT Le Mans cars and blue for the prototypes.
Yeah, it sort of depends what championship you're following, doesn't it? But
Yeah. Sometimes the top class is red.
yes. But in IMSA, aren't the GTDs blue? Anyway.
Duncan. The GTTs are blue, whereas the green here. Yes.
Yes. And then
Don't get me confused. I've got to do a full metal IMSA race next week, so
There you
don't
go.
confuse me.
Well, see, last weekend Nick Damon was trying to convince me that BMW had produced an M8 GT3 car, and I said no, categorically not. Their only GT3 car recently was the M6, and then he was digging around on the internet finding photographs of cars with red backing to their race numbers and green backing to their race numbers. And I said, well, you see, you're mixing your American sports car racing there with your World Endurance Championship racing, because you get different coloured numbers in those. My brain failed to work after a while, but I was adamant that the M6 is the only one recently, and it was right, because BMW famous. Well, it's not going to be the case any longer, I don't think, as we move forward in the future, but 3 different models, 3 different classes.
Talking about that earlier on with Nick, I think, when you'd stepped away. I've just rather annoyingly, just yesterday, I gave Nick all the magazines with the pictures of the new M4 and the M4 competition. Only its mother could love it, I'll tell you that.
Really?
Oh, my goodness me. I described to Nick as the front end of the car as looking like beaver teeth at the front.
Yeah.
The grills are so big. And he pointed out rightly that it's going to look even worse in the States, where it doesn't have the bar across for the front number plate, the license plate. In from 5th position, AAA Esports, Ricardo Ferreira in the number 8 BMW. That's that 8 car getting its service at the moment. That's just joined him there as well. That was Alexander Voss for BS competition. They're way down. Alexander Voss is an absolute superstar. So BS must have had a right nightmare when I wasn't looking. Alexander, one of the drivers who helped the real world BMW drivers, including Bruno Spengler. Spengler, this time last year, could barely keep the car on the track, according to Ben Constantinos, who was working with us on the RSL coverage of the IMSA Pro Series. Now, was that the Marla car going off? It was. That was second place Alex Arana, getting out the way of a couple of other cars going down through the S's, taking the lesser of two evils, with one of the Euronics prototypes hoving in at huge speed and deciding not to turn in, and just missing, bunny hopping the rear end, just missing the tyres where McNish went off in 2008 on his way to the grid at Petit Le Mans.
Yes,
And
still won the race though.
yes, he did. Yes, he did. That was a masterful piece of awareness from Alex Arenas. Alex, very pleasant gentleman, lives just outside Bilbao, and top class racer. He often pairs up with Agustin Canapino. Very good friends, but have never met each other. Canapino races out of Argentina, his home country. Alex, very quick indeed, very good on the Nordschleife too. And his day job is managing a factory that produces wind turbines. So by no means a pro gamer, although he has got a Williams eSport contract. And works very hard indeed. Sindre Setsas with the update on the drinking game. Only 10 shots in for the retirements.
Not trying hard enough.
Thanks to all the drivers out on track for the quiet time, we've recovered a bit. Said we'll run out of cars at some stage though, surely. Well, Arenas was Alex Arena was very, very close indeed to the side there. Hello, Sindre. Keep it going. What I don't know, Sindre, is are you driving on Tuesday night in the DNLS? Bruce Jones and I will be calling that one. 3 hours for the next round of the 2020 DNLS Digital Nürburgring Längstrecke Series. VCO Esports looking after that one as well. So where are we coming down to? In fact, we've gone through the 6 hour remaining mark. So that's another racing hour we've gone through there, JP. The last half an hour's gone through like the clappers, hasn't it? 14 seconds now at the front of the field. And 0.6 of a second taken back that time around by Faber on Jonas Wallmeyer.
We're also just over the 500-mile mark, I think I'm right in saying. Because
get you.
I know. You were saying this race historically used to run to 1,000 miles well before it got to 10 hours.
Oh yeah, massively.
Which is 1,000 miles is 394 laps. When I've checked back.
94, yeah. I seem to remember that being the magic number when it was the
when it
time
was
or distance.
Eight and quite a lot of hours, 9 hours.
8:42, I think, is the fastest we did it. You'd have to check that up, JP. I see you on the keyboard. So
yeah.
I think the fastest we did it was just under 9. It was 8:42, 8:47, maybe something like that.
Yeah. Typically, I've closed that page now after I was looking at it earlier on, but. I've got a segment where all of the American Le Mans Series races are listed, and then it turned into the IMSA Championship after 2014, I think, including and after 2014.
Another off-track moment for that red and black BMW that's been in the wars a wee bit. That is the number 90, that is 90 car. Still running in 8th position for Fabrice Cornels in the Urano Esports Hawaii car. They really need to be the shirt sponsor at Sunderland, don't they? Hawaii.
You should suggest that.
Sindre Setzer says racing alongside Carl Janssen in the DNLS, and by his calculations only needs a 2nd place in the SP10 Championship for core sim racing. Good luck with that, Sindre. And it is a full that used to be just the Porsche Cayman class, of course, SP10, but now it includes the BMW M4, and they are getting more competitive all the time. A couple of races left in the 2020 Championship on the DNLS. It's round 9, I think, on Tuesday night, and the final round also on a Tuesday a couple of weeks hence. Just moving it away from the busyness of the weekends, and also that does allow, now that full metal racing is up and running again, the likes of Adam Christodoulou and others, including Bruno Spengler, who are busy with their day jobs, still to take part, which I think is a nice touch. So that's Tuesday night, and it would make sense, wouldn't it, if I told you when that is happening. 6:30 UK time on RS1, and we'll have the sound and vision as well, of course. And it will be Bruce Jones alongside me for that, at least virtually alongside me.
What I can't get to is the very first running of Petit Le Mans, as in how many hours were completed in 1998.
Yeah. That was a standalone race that year.
Was it?
Part of the championship.
Okay, that'll help me. I'll have another search in a second. But the next year, which was a win for Eric Bernard, Andy Wallace and David Brabham in the Paynos, 8 hours, 56.5 minutes.
That sounds good.
That was the fastest in the whole of the American Le Mans Series era.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Because you then had Alboreto Capello McNish winning in 2000 with a 9 hours 8 minutes, and it was all north of. Oh, actually, no. I've just found Franck Montagny and Stefan Sarazan 2009 in the Peugeot 908. They did it in 8 hours and 44 minutes.
There you go. I said it was 8 hours 40 something.
There you go.
It was stuck at me.
So that 2009 when Peugeot won Le Mans, of course, as well. So that's a great year for the 908, and they did it just with the two of them. 8 hours 44 minutes, 22.8 seconds.
1998. It wasn't a standalone event. It was actually the 7th race for the IMSA GT Championship. It was then known PSCR, but became the prelude to the American Le Mans Series season in 1999. It was won by Eric van der Poel, Wayne Taylor and Manu Collard in a 333 SP Ferrari, and they only completed 391 laps on Pirelli tyres. So that would mean, well, if the track was the same configuration, that would mean that was short of 1,000 miles, wouldn't it?
Yes.
So it mustn't have got to 1,000 miles.
Yeah, the first time it was run. That's the one I'm struggling for in terms of any more detail than you found. But 3 laps short, it would appear, that year.
Yeah. I do remember that. I couldn't believe it.
You were there in 98?
Yeah, it was my first time in the States working.
Fabulous.
29 cars listed actually as starting. I thought there was more than that, if I'm honest, but even then, it's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic, that event. And see, having been able to see the 333 SP Ferraris, which of course are Dallara chassis, and then the next year, that was Doyle Reese Racing, and then the next year they came back and they said they weren't going to, the Ferrari teams weren't going to run the whole championship because they didn't think they would be competitive, and they had to keep running because they were keeping leading the championship. And I've got a feeling the championship in the next season was won by the 333, and it was won by oh, come on, John, kick your brain into gear. The lovely chap who is now the driving standards at IMSA with the double barrel name, Elliot Fold Robinson. There you go, dug it out there finally, and I did not move from that page.
Very good. He's got some stories to tell, hasn't he, Elliot? I've many times I've dragged him aside prior to the Daytona 24 Hours and just asked him to wax lyrical about yesteryear, and as you say, still very much involved in modern day motor racing, but his Trans Am experience and his Can-Am cars as well, I mean, just fabulous stuff. Yeah.
Turns up at all the races, drives to a lot of the races in the States, always has done, likes it. He and his wife make the weekend of it, has a big pickup truck, and always brings a little motorbike to put around the paddock in, and he's got a whole load of old Hondas, and I mean, you know, 60s and 70s Hondas. They're all immaculate. Cool. They all look brand new. Brilliant.
Jonas Valmeyer, 208 laps done, and has now built himself a tidy little lead. It's approaching 17 seconds over Dominic Faber, with Michele Costantini for Apex Racing still there in third, but Valmeyer just able to deliver very good lap times with consistency, more so than the two cars behind. There's a greater variety in lap time being produced here between the two drivers that are at the wheel of the 33 and the 7, compared to Verstappen versus Beneke, which was an incredibly close fight. So this is potentially where the race is going to be won and lost, with Valmeyer just able to eke out that extra bit of time, and they're doing better on fuel mileage as well. Still 32 laps being produced every single stint.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to have somebody failing post-race tech for a difference between volume and and weight. the two things that pro drivers in full metal racing talk about in endurance racing is their stint average time and their variance. So what do you fit into? You take out any outliers where you were coming into the pits, coming out of the pits, or any full course yellows,
Yes.
or anywhere there was a yellow flag, and then you look at your variance. And the real top guys are looking for a variance of less than 1%.
Between your best and your worst lap. Yeah.
And that doesn't matter about traffic, by the way. Traffic is included in that. So here it's, let's say, 110 seconds. So you're talking about 1.1 seconds.
Yeah.
Under 1.1 seconds. And if you're under 1%, you're looking pretty good. And that I find extraordinary, because they make no account for track. You can't say, oh, that lap there, that was where I had 4 GT3 cars to pass. No, that doesn't count. If there's a yellow flag or a full course yellow, or, you know, a course vehicle out for some description, yeah, that one goes. You take out the outliers, and you're in and you're out.
At the end of the day, it's still racing. It's still overtaking. You can't offer the excuse that, oh yeah, well that was when I had to actually overtake. When the guy that was in second and I was in third, we were side by side in that lap. So obviously I wasn't going to produce as good a lap time. Well, I'm sorry, but you're motor racing. You're not just doing time trials here. And it's a question of sticking, as many good lap times together as possible, regardless of what you encounter on each lap.
I was talking to Johnny Morlam on Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday. Normally we have the week off after the 2 24-hour races, but there was so much going on, and we had a couple of really good guests who wanted to come on the show. We decided to do a supplemental show, really. And Morlam was on talking about, looking after gentleman drivers with Red River Sport and taking Bonamy Grimes in under 4 years from not having raced to racing in the big race at Le Mans.
Yeah.
Extraordinary. And finishing halfway up the field, by the way. In a car that looked like at one stage it wasn't going to get to the start. And he was saying that same thing about the variance. Ultimately, for the gentleman driver, it's no good being a couple of tenths or so off the pro on one lap, and then the next lap you're 3 seconds off. It's all about that. So set yourself something attainable. All right, it's got to be competitive, we know that. But if the team manager says to you, and this is what happened to me at Corta, can you do a high 221? Well, I think so, yeah. You do that consistently. Well, I'll give it a go. So out you go, and you find that you can do that, and maybe even go a little bit quicker. You don't burn the tyres off, you don't use too much fuel, and that's what so that becomes your target time, and you're watching that on your dashboard. They're asking you how much fuel you're burning, and the idea was we were going to do a certain amount of laps, and you try to extend that if you can, particularly if you're comfortable and you're hitting your lap times. How's the tyres feeling? Tyres feeling good. And that's what you do. And if your variance is not too bad, so your stint average is about where it needs to be, mid-21s, let's say, and your variance is a couple of percent. I think on both my long stints, which were both in the heat of the day, I think my variance was 1.3 and 1.5%.
Okay.
Which I was very happy with.
Yes.
Now, was I as fast as the fastest guys in our class? No. Was I quicker than the slowest guys in our class? Yes. Was I the fastest guy in our car? No, that was Peter Kate. But he's won the Nürburgring the last 3 years running in the class.
Indeed.
Including last weekend in a car that he only sat in on Wednesday and had never seen before. Peter's a tasty driver.
He's good.
He's and a smashing bloke as well. But that's what you've got to do, and it was a massive learning experience for me not to take too much out of the tyres. I was the only one in the car that left foot brake, so in theory I was using more fuel, but I was working really hard on not overlapping the pedals.
Yeah,
except where I wanted to create stability in the car down through the S's at Corta. I found 6/10 through there with David, my Spanish data engineer, but instead of going on and off the throttle through 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, 6, I just was pretty much holding the throttle and just gently feathering the brake so that you didn't get as much weight transfer and you weren't getting the diff locking and unlocking again by going on and off the throttle.
Yeah.
6/10 right there.
Wow.
And it's a massive learning experience. And that, see, the thing is, we only had a certain amount of time during the week. These guys have been practicing for the last 2 weeks.
Yes.
Unlimited practice time.
Yeah.
You don't burn fuel. You don't have to buy tyres. You've tried every car in the class. I was talking to a very, very well-known and well-respected racing driver who was doing some Pro Series and iRacing and entered for a race, and when he did what he thought was an adequate amount of practice, and when he was talking to somebody else, they had done 5 times the amount of laps that he had.
Wow.
In a 24-hour period.
Yeah, that will make a huge difference. But yeah, your point about this, you know, really not costing any money at all to get, it's just the time that it takes to practice a little bit more to hone the skills, and it doesn't take too long to learn this track, but there are various secrets that require unlocking, and that's just a question of kind of keep coming back and trying to eke out that extra little bit of performance. Disappointingly, looks like we've lost another Delara because Lewis Glanier
Drink.
has greyed out. Drink.
So that's a drink then for Sindre Setsas.
Yes.
That's what he's doing. So another shot. That one's greyed out. And Carl Janssen, his teammate in the DNLS on Tuesday, saying, I'm not really sure if I should join in on this. What do you think? Well, you're now 10 shots down, Carl. So you're 10 laps back in a minute. You're going to have to rattle those off quickly to get up to pace, mate. Might not sober up on Tuesday night. A couple of people saying they weren't sure the DNLS season was going to finish. James King said, I know the upcoming round's cancelled. No, there's a round on Tuesday night that is very much happening. It was supposed to have been this weekend, but it's been put back to Tuesday, or it's been taken off the Saturday, should I say at least. I'll not commit to what Saturday it was, but I now know it's on the next 2 rounds, and I'm pretty sure Carl and Sindre, who are listening and watching, will back this up. The next 2 rounds of the VCO DNLS are Tuesday night affairs to get them off the weekends. And I'm very much looking forward to them. It's been outstanding racing those 3 hours. 21, 22, sometimes 23 laps, depending on the heat of the track, really. That's what it comes down to. So, James, Tuesday night, 6:30 UK time is when our coverage starts on RS1 and in Sound and Vision on radio-show.co.uk. Thanks to Tim Gray for looking after the first part of our race in London. And it will be Curry who takes over the second part. Oh, that reminds me. Do we have to swap feeds here as well?
That's a good question. You look into that,
I'll get that
whilst I talk about what's going on at the front, and also for the 90 car. So that's Fabrice Cornelis for Urano Esports. And that car running 7th in GTE, but Valmeyer for Redline Orange still 16.3. Sometimes the high 16-second margin, but Valmeyer able to drive sort of at a measured pace now, knowing that Dominic Faber doesn't have an immediate answer to his speed, although Faber just crossing the line and producing a good time compared to Valmeyer, a 109.7. So Valmeyer encountering quite a bit of crowded track, you have to think, in the previous lap. Costantini into the pits, as is Matt J. Farrow. So we are now within the window of cars that are happy to do 31 laps, but not 32.
Yeah, it's 31 for Costantini, only 30 for Farrow, I reckon.
Okay. Maxime Briant staying out, and he is driving for Mivano Sim Racing. Up to 3rd, in fact, Briant, because of that car staying on the racetrack. Let's see what he can push on to do in this particular stint. 32, and you're doing very nicely indeed. 31's the safer way to go. 30 laps, not sure really whether that's it's certainly not a problem, because you can still produce about the same number of stints as the cars at the front. Here comes Dominic Fairber then from second position, and that'll be 31 laps, I reckon, too. Comes to a halt. Dominic is at the end of a single stint, so I'm sure he'll stay at the wheel. Probably won't take tyres either. It'll be a blast of fuel to get the tank full, and then he'll be sent on his way, waiting for the car to be released before it goes up on the jacks, because when it does go up on the jacks, that'll indicate tyres being changed. But I don't think you need to take tyres just at this stage. And the 33 I'm expecting to stay out on track. Yes, no hint of a change of direction to the right and to the pro pits. So Valmeyer happy to get stuck in for another lap. Now these two cars are going to be very close together on track. Yes, side by side in fact. So the 33 car wasn't going to come in for a stop, and now that the 7 car rejoins, even with that stop made, such is the 33's advantage, it still stayed in front, and there'll be a clear lap in front now, won't it? Yeah, so the 33 car now diving down towards turn 6, having completed, well, this will be lap 220 for Jonas Valmeyer, and the 7 car has re-emerged in 3rd position, but a lap behind the race leader. That'll all right itself just as soon as Valmeyer comes in, and Valmeyer is on lap 31 currently, I think, so it might well be the end of this, end of the next lap.
Who's that?
Valmeyer comes in.
Valmeyer, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, staying out for one more, I make it. 72 is in though.
Let's see. He last pitted at the end of lap 191. And we are currently on 220. So that is 20. He's got a couple to go yet.
A couple more, okay.
Yeah, because don't forget, he pitted much later. He pitted 4 laps later than Fairber. So he can go 4 or 5 laps longer than Fairber.
Yeah.
So he's got 4 in the bank and
Yes.
a potential of 1 more.
Well, yeah, because he's extending it by a lap every single stint. Yes, that's the impressive thing about it. And as I say, I still don't quite understand why Red Line Red can't do the same. But it may come to naught by the end. But this is good for fabulous fuel consumption being offered by the 33. And you've got to take your hat off to the driving of both Jonas Valmeyer and his teammate Max Verstappen when he's at the wheel. So, yeah, you're quite right. Out for another 2, quite possibly from here.
Yeah. What impresses me is, again, it's the consistency. All right, I know we've lost a few cars. It was a lower maximum with only 45 cars rather than the normal 55 because of the tightness of the track. I think that was probably very sensible from VCO. Hello to everybody at VCO Esports doing their usual cracking job. By the way, those of you who aren't driving but are watching at the moment, don't forget the media service from VCO with photos and video of all of the cars in the top split via their media service. Really well done, bringing a fabulous level of professionalism into this Grand Slam series. And to the DNLS, which again, reminder, it's on Tuesday, not on the weekend. Last 2 races of the 2020 Championship will be on weekday nights. First one coming up this Tuesday, 6:30 UK time, we're on the air. Sound and vision, Bruce Jones joining me for that one. Just checking something here. So Verstappen's always got 32 laps, and so has Valmeyer, yeah. So it's not a Verstappen or a Valmeyer thing,
no.
It's a car thing.
Seems to be, yeah.
Well,
or they've practiced like that for, as you said, sometimes for some guys a 2-week lead-in time to this event, and they've worked out they can get the sufficient fuel saving mechanism in there to get 32 laps every single time, and nobody else can consistently do that. We've had 1 or 2 cars make 32, but I just wonder whether that for those individuals it's been relatively high risk to ensure they can get the car to the end of the stint, whereas these 2 guys seem perfectly comfortable to push it. Going to come in now though, Valmeyer.
Right.
And what did you say? This is the end of a double for Jonas?
Yeah, I think so.
So we probably are going to see a dose of
Let me check first. No, Verstappen was in last time around. My apologies.
Okay.
So that's Valmeyer's first. So this should be fuel only.
It should, yeah.
So around about 32 seconds, stationary. Comes into the pit lane. All the zeros on the Cosworth steering wheel are zeroed out so that other teams can't get any advantage from looking to see what they are doing with their settings. Pit lane limiter on. Still in first gear. Ready to go. Waiting to drop the clutch when the fuel probe virtually comes out. And anytime now, 32.9. There you go. Pit lane speed limiter released now. Watch the back tyres, they'll have cooled down a little bit, but he is on the same tyres that he came in with. I have some news.
Go on.
The drinking game, Carl Janssen have decided to join in. So he's got a bit of catching up to do.
Just a little.
I hope he's feeling all right by Tuesday.
Well, I'm just looking to the bottom of the timing scoring now. We started with 44 cars.
Yeah.
And
two didn't start.
14 of those are now greyed out. 13 of those are greyed out because Alexander Voss, the BS competition, is shown in the pits in car 89. So there's 13 shots to start with. And didn't we have a Delara working its way down the order because that was greyed out? Yes, 450. Looks like it's going to take no further part either. So that's 14. So what's your record time for consuming 14 shots in catch-up mode? This is going to be messy. We don't encourage this behaviour, but I will happily spectate.
Hugo, he is cutting the picture for us in this early part, says, I can't join in that, otherwise the camera work wouldn't look very good. Yes, thank you, Hugo. Keep a sense of decorum and proportion, I think. Thank you. I think that's a very good idea. And Kerry Cobb has taken over from Tim Gray in London, so that leaves Tim to do a bit of catching up, although he's not been very well recently, so he might be doing it with Lemsip.
Yeah.
It's not the same, is it?
In shot glasses. No.
Put it in shot glasses, yeah.
The other thing I note about Valmeyer's stint was that's the quickest 4:32 laps produced so far, I reckon. 37 minutes and 8 seconds.
Wow.
Whereas previously, 37:19, 37:19, 37:35. So that's much quicker than any of the Verstappen 32 lap stints.
You're getting the hang of this now, aren't you?
I love this stuff. Yeah, brilliant.
I remember the first time I jumped on I think it was a WEC race that you were doing with Bruce, and I did the middle. It was when we did the long one at Bahrain or somewhere.
Yeah, 8 hours of Bahrain back in the last year, yes.
And I did the middle couple of hours so that he could spell you two in between time. I just sat staring at this all the time, picking it. Look at it. Where are you getting this from?
How's he doing this? He hasn't got that many fingers.
It completely transformed anything we do. And by the way, if you didn't hear what we said earlier on, we now have, anything that we're broadcasting on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, I think there are 2, maybe 1 exemption to this. But if it's on one of the RSL channels, then it will also be on the dedicated http://timing.radioshow.limited. timingpages.com, obviously. Timing pages. And that's all been cleared through official channels. We even had the basic level of timing for Le Mans 24 hours, thanks to Eve Hewitt, our MD, the responsible adult, who had a very sensible chat with the ACO and their marketing team and their licensing team. So that was on our website on the same page that all the archive features were. So that we've been working towards incorporating that for everything that we do for a while, and James Muscat, Tim Gray have been working to get that on our website and make it all compatible so that it links up with what we're doing. So the usual rule of thumb, if we have it and we're talking about it, whether it's audio only or sound and vision, then there'll be timing to go along with it. And if it's sound and vision, then the sound and vision will be on the same page for the event. So for example, the Full Metal version of the NLS, there'll be sound with our commentary, as there was last weekend, with Johnny leading the commentary for the Nürburgring 24, and on that same page on radio-show.co.uk will be the timing. At the very least, it'll be the normal timing page, and for pretty much everything else it will be, or everything should I say, it will be the enhanced timing with the strategy that Johnny's piling through at the moment. So absolutely, it's transformed the way I watch live motor racing, even in the house.
Yeah.
For the IndyCar yesterday, I was watching it for IndyCar last night.
This is the time to be into race investigation and race strategy, because I've heard the stories from a certain Paul Truswell having to do it with, I mean, literally tens of notebooks, and you've got almost a notebook on every single car, when you didn't have this technology to be able to bleed
I stood next to Trussers in the old Tribunes at Le Mans when he was doing it, and he did it in exercise books.
Yes, on squared paper.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would be able to turn to him and say, Trussers, when was the last time a Jaguar raced? It was sometime yesterday evening, and he would go back through and say 7:18. That was the time that year. I can't remember which year it was, but I remember him distinctly saying 7:18 was the last time a Jaguar was. And then sometime later in the race, I said, "Oh, that's the first time a Jaguar was led since 7:18 last night." And he looked at me and went, "You told me that." Yeah. I've got one of those daft brains where silly things stick in it.
Yeah.
But he has to work it out.
Indeed. Yes.
And between him and Jeremy Shaw, who still lap scores everything.
Yeah.
Here's the Barneveld car, having a look down the inside. This is number 78, BMW. It's Diogo Pinto at the moment. And he goes through, but I think that was just putting a lap on the BS car. Yes, it was. Thank you. Just goes to show, though, even the cars that are out of contention for the top positions, you still have to work your way past there, Johnny.
You do, and I go again to the 20 car in the LMP2 class, which is in a sense in a false position at times when certain drivers are behind the wheel. But I think your point about certain cars showing good speed on one lap, but then they can't produce that when you bolt together 5 or 6 laps together. And we're looking for cars to be able to do it 30 laps plus to be at the sharp end. So it is so important to have the consistency, and that, along with some incidents, is the reason why the 20 car is down in 7th, and the 58 car, which again shows very, very good speed in isolation on certain laps. Elias Seppänen, impressive, but when you link it all together, only good enough for 12th for BS NXT.
Well, let's forget, though, this is the top split.
Yeah.
And I actually didn't get the numbers on how many splits there are today, but normally multiple splits, so all with 45 cars or thereabouts. So you're in the top 45. 30 splits, Hugo is telling me.
Wow.
30 splits. So that's pretty impressive. You're gonna just put that through the calculator. 30 times 45.
45, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
that's in terms of entries.
I'd got to 1,200.
Yeah,
It's not far off that, is it?
yeah. And 30 times 5 is
1,350.
yeah. So 1,350 teams. Even if they only have 2 drivers per team, which most of them will have 3. That's 2,700 drivers. Okay, it's not Le Mans where we had, I can't remember what it was something ridiculous. I think we had getting on for 8,000 drivers at Le Mans. Absolutely extraordinary. But still, pretty good for a Saturday night. Remember, this race started late morning Atlanta time, and therefore we'll only get the last couple of hours in the dark. At RSL_studio, hashtag VCO RSL. Hello to all of you at the iRacing PLM Watch Story from Mike Spangler. I would love to join you, but I am just a tad busy at the moment. And even if I put the camera on in here, I don't think you'd see very much. It's very, very dark where we are. Actually, quite off. I was so immersed there, watching what we're seeing on the split screen and the timing. I glanced out the window and it rather spooked me that it's pitch black. Not the first time that's happened in iRacing or real world racing.
Easy to be sucked in to the virtual world.
Or just time shifted racing.
But there is that as well. Yes,
we've done Daytona from here.
Of course. Yeah. Well, yeah, I make it 2:29 p.m. in Braselton currently, and we started. Well, Nick reckoned it was 11:10 local time, didn't we?
It's a bit before that actually.
Yeah,
we started.
It was.
Well,
we're 4 and 3/4 hours in now, pretty much.
Yeah, we started just before the hour.
Quarter to the hour, yes.
Yeah.
Maybe 10 to the hour.
52, I think Nick said we were going to start at.
But it is timed as if it was 11:10, I suppose. And therefore, 2 hours of darkness to look forward to a little bit later. I'll be interested in it because this is actually staged as if it was next weekend, I think Nick was saying, rather than 3rd of October, the 10th of October, when Petit Le Mans was originally scheduled to happen.
Correct.
And sunset time,
therefore,
on the 10th of October, 7 minutes past 7 in Braselton.
Right.
And it's currently 2:30.
So we've got about another 5 hours before we start to lose the light significantly. And the big problem is if you've got a clear sky at Road Atlanta, is the sun goes down right in your eyes at turn 7. Right in your eyes. And you come out at turn 6. I'm blind! You also get a bit of a dazzling moment coming up the hill to turn 5, obviously.
Well, there are a couple of moments around this lap where you're actually staring at the sky.
Yeah.
And you don't really know where, well, from other than memory, hoping the track, particularly at 2, hoping the track's somewhere over the brow and to the left and to the right.
Trying to find your turning point, your clipping point there is really, really hard. Even when you're sitting in a... I don't know how they ever raced single-seaters here, but they did. And I would love to see some sort of single-seaters back at Road Atlanta. When I did the big test for the Global GT, the MX-5 Global GT Cup car, MX-5 Global Cup car, sorry. Even in something like that, you felt like you were too low down. I have been round here in a race truck, although I was only passenger in a race truck.
Okay.
It was Andy Lally that took me around back in the days when Don Pianos was toying with the idea of a tube frame tractor unit type race truck, when I say race truck. And it maxed out at about 105, 110 miles an hour. So it's all about how long you can stay at 110 miles an hour and how quick you can get through the corners. Paddle shift, huge water-cooled brakes. I'm pretty certain one of the prototypes is still in the Panos shop, which is at Braselton itself, which is just a few miles away. Oh, that's the 7 car. Dominic Ferber pushing off the teal blue 42. That was 5th. The Vendeval car and Max Esterton absolutely blameless there. I think it's coming up to turn 6. Oh, that's a big mistake. Already damage on the 42 car. Big mistake by the second place driver, Farber.
Huge damage to the rear, evident on the rear wing, but it will have done internal damage, I think, as well.
I think that damage on the rear wing was already there. Yes, it was.
Not sure. I think it.
Yeah.
Oh, beg your pardon, it was.
Yeah.
It's made worse actually because it buckled into it further. Yes, buckled it further on the right side this time.
Sort of evened it up a bit, really, hasn't it?
A bit. Far less wing now.
Oh dear.
So yes, it was another one of the R8s already carrying damage. You're right, on well down on the left-hand side, and it's. I'm surprised it hasn't broken off entirely, but to a degree straightened it up. And the 7 car.
And then a big mistake by Ferber going into 7. Hello, Dominic. Apex Dominic.
Yeah.
That's a mistake. Now, has he done any damage to the front of that car in terms of aero? That was yeah, he has. Is it just? Oh no, it might just be the headlights. No, it might just be the headlights.
I think the damage will be being felt by Dominic, even though we can't see it.
Possibly, you're
because
right.
We've talked again about this Dallara being quite a new design, and the engine mechanics, damage mechanics, haven't quite been fully updated, as Nick was saying earlier on. But I'm sure from the performance of the car, it will be being felt.
Yeah, and hello to all the guys from iRacing.
And he's got the 3rd place Costantini right behind him now.
Yeah. He's lost all of that time he had. So Costantini, Michele Costantini for Apex is the next car back. That's the 96 car with the dark blue front end and the white mid section. Blue and grey car through turn 5. And then behind that...
Not a car for position.
No.
Just trying to work out which
who
one
that is. Yeah. I was thinking Briant was a little bit too far back, and he is. He's a minute further back. So he's actually off the lead lap, isn't he, Briant? Yes, he is. So there's only 3 cars now on the lead lap at this moment. Congratulations, by the way, to the iRacing development team with the new Dallara, which we've all been waiting for such a long time. The new Corvette, the mid-engine Corvette, which was a bit of a surprise given the paucity of Corvettes in the past for various reasons, which a lot of people know. And so when the new Corvette turned up, it was all a bit unexpected and exciting. Battle for second going down through the S at the moment through traffic. Some new tracks coming on as well, and I've shared an image of Long Beach, which is not too far away from being finished. Looks fantastic. There will be water coming out the fountain, and it looks really good. Really good. I like Long Beach. I like Long Beach as a straight track. It's difficult to race all the classes on in IMSA. In fact, that typically hasn't always been done. Normally been just the pro classes around there, so GT Le Mans and DPI. It's a great place to race, very difficult. Again, not your standard, it's a bit like St. Pete's actually, not your standard point, squirt, brake, turn, point, squirt, brake, turn. No. There's some actually quite fast flowing sections. And St. Pete's is like that as well. I loved St. Pete's. Took an R8 safety car or Vitesse car around there a few years ago on some demo laps. And a Corvette actually. Just noticing, by the way, that Detroit's been added to the IMSA calendar. We expected that for 2021. it isn't the same weekend as the duel in Detroit from the IndyCars, though it's a week earlier because the IndyCars are actually on the same weekend as Le Mans.
Oh, right.
So the Detroit Grand Prix is going to become a 2-weekend affair. And then the week, I think it's the week after or the week before, I can't remember, it's the Detroit Auto Show as well, which is moved from January.
You'll be able to get an IndyCar on iRacing, I'm sure, though. So that'll be pretty cool to have Long Beach for your IndyCar races.
Yeah, it's busy. It's very busy.
Yes, you need to have a very good idea of your car's dimensions around there, particularly when you're in amongst traffic.
So, as far as race remaining, we're just coming down to around about 5 hours, 5 hours 12 minutes at the moment, and we're settling into a nice rhythm. Jonas Valmeyer now with 5 laps fuel advantage on the second place Dominic Ferber. Constantini a further lap in arrears in terms of fuel. Those are the top 3 at the moment, and that's Team Redline Orange 33, Team Redline Red, and then the Apex Racing team in the 96. And that gap, by the way, has opened up to about 1.5 seconds now. So after that mistake by Ferber, Constantini got within striking distance but hasn't been able to press the advantage.
No, 2 wheels on the grass there for the 3rd place car. Is that right? Yes, Michele Costantini dealing with traffic and just dropped 2 right-hand side wheels, it looked like, onto the grass, dropping down out of 11 underneath the bridge, where you pretty much aim for the centre of the bridge. There's a little flag at the bottom of the bridge abutment, or parapet rather, yellow, black and red I think it is, and a lot of people say you aim for that as the central point, and that delivers you into turn 12 at pretty much the ideal line. You were talking about driving underneath the O, I think, of the advertising on the side of that bridge.
Well, it used to be the U in Suzuki.
Oh, the U, okay.
Yeah, and then you pretty much straight line it there. It's Fox Factory now, but there was something else in between. I can't remember what it was. I think it might have been Road Atlanta.
Again, really close to the edge of the track. Costantini, it's working for him though, because he's gaining more time on Ferber. Yeah, it's yellow, red and white, sort of a flag underneath the... well, that'll be the colours of the flags for the corner workers, I guess, won't it? And that seems to be the perfect visual aid. Also talking about your line into 2, and you can use one of the telegraph poles in the distance and then the tree next to it, and then you finally look to the curb. And Nick was saying, well, that's all very well in the day. You can't see any of that though when the sun's disappeared. So it's all about the reference points that remain on the track. Including into 6, you've got a couple of white lines across the track, which are a good point to judge where you turn in and slow the car. And that's exactly where this battle of a second position is. Ferber versus Costantini. A second quicker, Costantini, on the last lap around. So let's see whether he can do the same. And although the car behind them isn't on the lead lap, it's getting closer, almost as if it wants to get one of those laps back again. So that might cause a distraction for Costantini as well. Good speed in and out of 10A and B. Over the rise, car very light briefly. Rely entirely on the invisible downforce for the LMP2 cars. Kicking up a little bit of dirt, setting the car up for turns 1 and 2. You really don't get much rest on this lap at all. It's the run out of 7 to 10A where you can take a moment to think and to peer down at the dials to make sure everything is in line, engine temperature isn't going sky high for whatever reason, and then you're just busy for the rest of it. 6 and 7 again, and the damaged Audi now separates the 2nd and 3rd place cars. 42, remember, with that even more rear damage to contend with for Dominic Ferrari's Very good run this time, and a flash of the lights for Costantini for second place. Surely he's going to go for it here. Looks for the inside line into 10A, gets level and gets by.
Lovely.
Brilliant overtake. Set up way back at turn 7. Now, it's not quite done yet because Faber's not happy about that.
No,
and he's looking at the inside line. They're almost touching nose to tail. And there might be the opportunity maybe to use the BMW up ahead. No, it actually compromised them, didn't it? It meant that they couldn't go wide into 1. There was only one line into turns 1 and 2, and that should cement the place, for the time being at least, for Michele Costantini. That was nip and tuck, wasn't it?
Well, the overtake was lovely.
Oh, great,
and
yeah.
then Faber looked at me like he thought, more than thought, about going down the inside at 12. And I thought, not there.
You know, it's either going to be one or both of them in the wall on the left-hand side. And I mean, Faber, I think, just about judged that perfectly, because he couldn't have got a better run on Costantini than he managed, and then really wanted to kind of force Costantini into taking a wider line into turn 1. And the BMW, I think, helped Michele because it meant they were both compromised on the way in. They were sitting in the middle of the track. That was the perfect defensive line for Costantini to take, and Apex for holding on to second place. And this time, slightly more comfortable through turn 12. So Michele Costantini can take a long, deep breath until he spots 2 more GT3 cars a little bit further up the road. In fact, beg pardon, they're BMW GTE cars. So the almost Grello effect car on the white and green, and it is, no, that is an R8, isn't it, just ahead of them, the number 12 car from the GT3 category, which is Sergei Maturana for Jose Bordales Racing Team. So this isn't quite finished yet, and then you've got the distraction of a car trying to unlap itself behind. So I think certainly Faber will have to be wary of that in the red line, Red Delara.
Fabrice Cornels has just done the fastest lap of the race for the Urano Esports Hawaii car, which is the number 90 BMW, now back up to 5th in that class, and on the lead lap in GT Le Mans. It's the red and black car. It's had a few issues, incidents, and it's not perhaps looking as pristine as it was when it rolled out earlier on today. But, you know, red, white and a bit of black on there. It's definitely a Hawaii the Lads car, isn't it?
It is perfect,
yeah.
Yes.
Seen the scores?
I did, yes. The less said about Blackpool's the better, but
oh my
God,
God,
not too bad. Yeah, very, very late on. A complete turn of that game.
Now the Jill's got a draw as well. He'll be happy. Peterborough back to winning ways against Swindon.
When was your lot sending off then? Was that late on?
Oh, I don't know.
You had a guy sent off.
Again?
73 minutes. Okay.
We've just got somebody back from being sent off. We got 3-match ban.
Oh dear.
Who was it? Do you know?
Today?
Yeah.
Flanagan.
Oh, the guy, he's quite good. Oh dear. Still,
Yes.
good job we can't go, eh?
There is that, yeah. Easier to avoid the results in these current times. Anyway.
So, keeping an eye on that BMW for a while, having it just put its fastest lap in. Meantime, looking up the field, Valmeyer by 24.5 seconds. Costantini for Apex in second has pulled away a couple of seconds from the team red line red car, and the team red line purple car about to get its lap back here, I think.
Looks like it.
There's an opportunity here. Well, no effort made there by Matt Farrow in the purple car to go past the leader. Now, how are they doing on respective? So So I reckon Matt's is due in at that. The reason is Matt's due at the end of this one. That's why he hasn't bothered trying to go by. He knows he's due in at the end of this one. He'll get a bit of a toe as well there.
Now, depending on which clock you look at on my screen, the one counting up or the one counting down, we're basically at half distance at this point.
The one counting up started at the start of the formation lap.
Fine, okay.
Which is why there's a slight discrepancy. The one counting down
is the more
is
reliable
to the
one. That's the 10-hour mark. Okay,
yes.
Gotcha. So in another 2 minutes and 20 seconds, we will be at exactly half distance of a 10-hour race.
See?
Very good. You were paying attention at the start. I know
that was Nick said that.
The start time did fool one or two people. It was slightly ahead of schedule. Busy now for the race leader, and actually sort of a hassle that he doesn't really need or indeed have to get involved with. I mean, there's nothing wrong here with Valmeyer allowing the space to get the 3-car past. If it starts...
it's Matt Farrow in that car.
3-car, Matt J. Farrow. Now, if it starts to cost Valmeyer in the 33 some time, you're better off letting it go, because over-defending is going to really eat into the lap time,
That's going to be a 32-lap stint for the purple car, by the way, at least, because he's on his 32nd lap now. Costantini's come in at the end of 31 laps, so he gives up second, so Ferber goes back through, but he'll pit because he's only getting 31 at the end of this lap. Maxime Briand has got 2 laps at the end of this one to go. As I say, Farrow, I would expect in that purple car in at the end of this lap, but the leader has still got this. Farrow going in on time, but that's a 32-lap stint for the purple car.
Okay. Slightly more like it then.
But he was sitting in behind the leader for a lap or two to maybe save a couple of laps. Half distance then in half a minute, with the leader not due in for another 5 laps at the end of this one. So he's stretching that fuel advantage that he's got. So as we're starting the pit stops now, let's quickly do a quick run through. Valmeyer leads by 32 seconds. Farber has pitted, so Briand will go through. No, actually might not make it before he gets out. So it was Valmeyer, Farber, Briand, red line orange, red line red, Mivano, Sim Racing, Rosso. In the IMSA GTE class, Williams Esports, Lasse back ahead of Corver, 35 seconds. Corver is massively off strategy, isn't it? Because they're due in any time soon. They've done 41 laps, and I haven't.
in a much better position as far as the stint lengths are concerned. Now, whether they can quite produce the same average lap times is another question.
So we've swapped streams now as we're into the second half of the race. If you are just joining us, welcome along. I'll quickly run down those top positions again. At Road Atlanta, we're at the VCO iRacing Grand Slam Petit Le Mans event. John Hindhaugh, Jeremy Shaw, you see, look, I mean, him's the radio.
Well, that's a massive compliment, thank you.
John Hindhaugh, Johnny Palmer, Nick Damon is out in a lower split at the moment. He'll rejoin us later on. It's been a very impressive run for Team Redline Orange, who lead with Jonas Valmeyer. Max Verstappen, the other driver, qualified second. The Team Redline red team have been running in second. They're down to third at the moment. That was the pole-sitting car with Maxi Benecchi in that car, and currently it is Max who's driving. Between them, Vivano Sim Racing Rosso sneaked in there with another Max, Maxime Briand, but he's just pitted. So that will leave Johan Harth in third position, and Matt Farrow off kilter a little bit to the top teams for Team Redline Purple. Now, they tried something odd early on in that Team Redline Purple car. Matt Farrow, too many Maxes and Mats at the front of the field. Matt Farrow did a triple stint and tripled the tyres, and it worked for about 2 2/3 stint, and then he lost time. He was leading at the time, so it worked for them at the time in terms of track position, and then since then that car's had a couple of whoopsies. Oh, and the leader's just had a whoopsie as I say that, at turn 2. All 4 wheels off. That's going to get a couple of incident points. How unusual. That was pretty much the definition of an unforced error there. How bizarre. Am I missing something? So that's at the top of the field anyway. Let me rattle through this. Otherwise, anyone joining us now is going to be getting annoyed, and I hate it when commentators start running stuff down and then get tangentially interested in something else. And so GT IMSA, 8th position for Lasse Bach for Williams Esports. Antti Ahola for Corva is getting much, much better fuel mileage than anybody else, and he's just done that car's fastest lap of the race, the 7:07 then, in second, but due to pit shortly. But they are way ahead of anybody else on their fuel mileage. 3rd position for Dakota Fripp and Vendaval Sim Racing Pink. And by the way, that fast lap for Antti was only 2/10 away from the fastest GTE lap of the race, I should say. 3rd for Dakota Fripp. And that's the Vendaval car. Then 3 seconds further back, Sim RC with Nathan Lewis behind the wheel of the 76. He's got only 1.6 seconds on Diogo Cipinto, and both of those guys have been driving very quickly indeed and closing up on the cars ahead. Diogo driving the Manatee Racing BMW in the top 6, completed by Ricardo Ferreira for AAA Esports. And GT3, Charlie Collins leads for Sim RC. That's the Titan car, the 176. He's 12 seconds ahead of Bela Racing Sven Hazer, 451, the Euronics coloured car. Williams Esports in 3rd, that's the BenQ Williams Esports car, 16 seconds further back in 3rd for Moreno Sorica. Dominic Ferraris is in 4th in the 42, the Vendaval Sim Racing blue car. DV1 Triton Racing in 5th, Piotr Jagosinski and Tom Valentini. The Sim RC Carbon is in 6th, the 276 car. Right, we've rattled through those, and apologies if we were trying to follow those as we were going through, but I just wanted to get you all up to speed. Let's pick up a couple of incidents. This one for the 3rd place GT3 car, the Marla car, which was absolutely nailed going into the braking area at turn 1, but actually only just in the braking area. That's severe damage there. And that is one of the GTE BMWs again. Well, that BMW, which was the Urano car, that's Fabrice Cornell's, I think, behind the wheel of the 7th place car. And, well, that is just absolute, that's a terrible misjudgment at this level. Terrible misjudgment at this level. Misjudged his braking and his line into the corner. And, I mean, that's just ruined the Marla's race. I've seen nothing like this. Saturday night stock car racing. Sorry, that was Team Redline. That was Team Redline. Thank you. The car is back in the pits looking very second-hand, and it was Sami Matti Trogan at the wheel. Sami not wanting to be braking early, to be honest. So just a big issue. and that was Patrick Christoph Moser, who's also in the pits for Team Redline GT. I'm shaking my head. Johnny Palmer was so shocked by that he couldn't even bring himself to say anything.
I haven't, no. I'm still digesting it, frankly. I mean, you talk about clumsy moves. That was just, I don't know, just a complete misjudgment. You're never going to make the corner, and thankfully the Audi was there to slow the BMW, but what it's done is pitch the Audi at top speed straight into the barrier, and goodness knows how long that's going to take to fix now.
It's a misjudgment, JP, on so many levels.
Yeah.
As I said, it's Sammy Matty Trogan behind the wheel, so we're not talking about somebody who's braking way before they should do. He'd been out there. Oh, hang on. That's the 32 car, 7th for Yas Heat and Joss Ladd. Just getting a bit overexcited through turns 1 and up the hill to 2, but manages not to hit anything.
Did well. That's the car that's been actually gaining on the 2nd and 3rd place battle for many, many laps, but
yeah, and
an error.
He was pushing hard. He was right on the edge of the track. Just had his entry to turn 1 slightly compromised, I think, by the Audi.
Yes.
It's one of the Sim RC cars. He's got massive understeer at this point. He's saying, please don't hit the wall, please don't hit the wall, please don't hit the wall. I didn't hit the wall. Thank you. Sammy Matty had been... Sammy Matty had a short stint, and that was his... He was going on to his first flying lap, so maybe there were some problems with the 186. But I still think that's a misjudgment from the red line car, because he's misjudged his braking and he's misjudged his line.
Two slow cars rejoining again from a completely different part of the track.
Now, that is the Urano car, isn't
right.
it?
That's the 181.
Or is that the red line car? No, it's the red line car. See, they are in the front. That's the red line car. And I think that's just come out the pits.
Well, it was coming off one of the cutouts, though, just before the S's, and not the bit that we're using. And the Audi in front was involved as well. So this is a few moments ago. Did they go off together? Audi wide. They just side-to-side contact? No. Yes, there. And that puts them both off to driver's left.
Hang on. So that's Patrick Christoph Moser again?
Yes.
So that's 2 incidents with 2 different Audis. And I think Moser's quick back to the pits and took the tour. That is
it's never going to get
mental
that corner,
driving.
No.
And that's the 3rd place car in GT3 and the 5th place car in GT3 that Patrick Christoph Moser has taken out in the space of a couple of laps.
That's bizarre, because this is the top split.
Level.
Yeah, it's a top split, and you don't get driving like that very often at this level of, what did we say, 30 different splits, groups? So, I mean, really the cream of the cream, and I don't really know what to say.
The best of the best of the best.
Where do I stop?
Of the best.
Patrick Christoph Moser not really showering himself in a great deal of plaudits in the space of 2 laps. I mean, the first incident was by far the bigger, and it might be that the car's not steering brilliantly now that he's had... I mean, the BMW will have taken a pounding as well, the speed that it hit the Audi at turn 1. So
just don't get that at all at this level.
The second one's a little questionable, but the first one
Nick
is
Taman
weird.
will not be happy about that at all when he gets back.
No.
Meantime, the front of the field, Jonas Valmeyer did his 32 laps, which is absolutely standard Liège, and the Dutchman gets in, and it is one Max Verstappen with the weekend off, keeping his hand in, doing a bit of multi-class racing, although in fairness, passing the Haas, it's a bit like that as well, isn't it, and the Ferraris. They're a bit like, LMP2 to LMP1.
Good point. Yeah. Multi-class racing in F1's been around for quite some time.
So that's everybody and the secondary class, anyone with a Ferrari engine. So let me see, what have they got then in terms of 49? So they've now got a 6-lap cushion on fuel, I reckon. It's extraordinary, isn't it?
Did Jos ever do multi-class racing? Jos Verstappen? Oh, yeah, he
did Le
did.
Mans. I think
He was a Le Mans Series champion at LMP2 level. 2008.
Right.
Now,
yes, when he drove for the Team Netherlands team.
When he drove for Van Merkstein Motorsport.
Which was still the it was the same car. That was the purple and white car, Van Merkstein car, and that was the Porsche Spider, wasn't it?
That would fit, wouldn't it? Yeah.
The same car that Penske raced in America.
Bear with me a moment, and I'll tell you exactly. But yes, Porsche. I remember the Spider definitely.
It was another all-Dutch entry, if I remember right.
Did he do Silverstone?
Yeah,
just down as a Porsche. Yeah, with Van Merkstein himself.
Correct.
First name Peter.
Yeah.
So there you go.
And I think they took that car to Le Mans as well. And I have a feeling they might have took that car to Le Mans the next year, or maybe the year before, I can't remember. But I've got a feeling that also in that car was, I can see his face, ex-Jaguar driver. Oh, that's going to annoy me. At RSL_studio.
Oh, well, actually, a guy who's still very much present in the IMSA Championship and at Le Mans these days too, in GTE. Fellow Dutchman.
Go on.
Jeroen Bleekemolen.
Oh, was it? No, that's not who I was thinking.
Wasn't who you were thinking, but that's who was at Le Mans with in Van Merkstein car. He was also, the following year, in LMP1 in an Aston Martin. So that would have been the Aston Martin Lola.
Oh, nice.
In 2009, I think. My little web search has hit a dead end. Bear with me a moment. Get back there again. Yeah, so 2009 LMP1 Aston Martin Racing in the 008 Lola with
Jan Lammers is who I was thinking of.
Ah, okay. Yes.
I think Jan Lammers was involved in that somehow.
2009 Verstappen in the Lola with DT, Darren Turner, and Ant Davidson.
Oh, I'd have lost money on that. I would have lost money on that.
So there you go.
4 3/4 hours to go. And it would seem that all the advantages are with the leading car. Let's pick up some battles for you. Dakota Fripp for Vendeval Sim Racing Pink is staring half a second or a second up the road to Nathan Lewis and half a second behind at Diogo C. Pinto. That's the battle at the moment. Second, third and fourth in the effectively GT Le Mans category. All going through turn one now. Nathan Lewis is in the yellow and black car just ahead of the multicoloured blue number 2. They're going down through the S's. Sitting in behind him, the Manatee Racing, Diogo C. Pinto. It's the 78 car. So those three within just over a second, 1.1, 1.2 seconds. And there's another Sim RC car right ahead of them, which is one of the GT3 cars. They'll be on the radio making sure that that doesn't get in the way of their second place GTE runner. Under the Mazda bridge, down the back straight, getting up to maximum velocity. Those GT3 cars are quick in a straight line, and it's going to have to be a dive down the inside for Nathan Lewis, which he's done. And now the Audi has the rest of the GTE battle behind it. Down the inside, under 11, down to 12. That's a tough pass, but it's done. Really nice driving, actually, by both involved there. That was the 6th place GT3 car, so that's Tom Valentini in the Sim RC Carbon car, and he just breathed out of it in 12 enough. Smart move. All of those three BMWs have now battled through. The Porsche, by the way, Gianni Vecchio, who qualified the car in 4th and started it, back up to 9th position now. I think they've dropped off the lead lap in class. That's the Soul Porsche. The very much Blackpool FC Tangerine. But it could be an away strip that made. Tangerine and
slightly
grey
more
and
white. Slightly more white than Tangerine. Yeah.
I like that.
That is the away kit this year. So
yeah,
that
it's
fits,
very nice.
Definitely.
We've got blue with red shorts.
Ooh.
Those traditional Sunderland colours.
Yes, obviously. Blue, what, two-tone blue?
No.
Stripes?
No.
Just blue.
Blue with red trim
red.
and red shorts.
Ooh, that doesn't sound very good at all.
We always used to just have a white away strip.
Keep it simple.
Yeah, with either black or white shorts, sometimes red shorts.
Yeah.
We even once had one that had very thin red pinstripes in it.
Okay. Well, they all sound better than this blue and red combo. New for this season. I'll see it and make a decision.
The one I really did like was the mid blue and black stripes. So like Milan.
Yeah, okay.
That was good. That was we're back to Nike this year. Having been the first European football team to ever have a Nike football strip.
Harking back.
And they still have their European operations base in Sunderland, actually. The team that do all of their football club deals. 19 seconds at the front of the field. Verstappen from Benecke. Then Johan Harth. As I said before, JP, they do seem to have all the advantages. They've got a quick car. Well, now that's interesting. So 1:08.871 is now the fastest lap of the race, and I missed that changing over, I have to say, because it was the number 7 car that had the fastest lap of the race. It's now the 33.
It's 7 minutes ago it happened.
Right, okay, so that's in this stint from Verstappen.
Yes, very early on.
Right, okay. So I was about to say they haven't got the absolute fastest car, but they have. They've got a car that's very, very mean on fuel. Lean and mean on fuel. It's handling well. It's had a couple of little side-by-side moments, but nothing too much to write home about. It was when Verstappen was driving earlier on, but they don't seem to have damaged the car at all. And with 20 seconds ahead of their teammates, so I got a bit of cramp. They seem to be at the moment controlling this race.
Yeah, I agree. And as you said, that was the fastest lap that they were as elusive to them to that point, but timed at 4 minutes past the hour, just gone. Max Verstappen puts that right in car 33. So the red line orange car now onto another lap and has almost a gap of 20 seconds over Maxi Benecke. But Benecke is just about the man who can offer the same sort of speed as Verstappen and sometimes slightly better. So let's see whether he can eat into this 20-second advantage over the next stint. You still get the feeling that it's not going to be quite enough because the 33 is so good on its fuel mileage as well. 32 laps completed for Jonas Valmeyer on both of his previous stints, and I'm expecting much the same from Max Verstappen as well on this one. Started as he means to go on with a best lap of the race so far. Dominic Ferber, who has just also made a stop and handed over to his teammate Benecke. So we're in store for a double stint on this one as well, you would think. Track conditions quite clearly very good indeed now, because a new personal best for car 7 has just been produced by Benecke. So 1:08.948. Both the leading cars
that's tight.
Heavy on fuel, but still can find the time. They are below the 1:09 marker, and not many cars, in fact they're the only two, I make it, that have done that so far, getting beneath the 1:09 mark. Just looking
Certainly
to see whether
anything that's still running.
Yeah, that was the point I was about to make. We have had some very good times for it. For instance, the 1:69 Dallara, 1:09.1. That's no longer in the race. and a 109.2 from the 43 Logitech car.
Track temperature just cooling down a little bit. There's a wee bit of cloud cover. Started at 32 Celsius, now down at 28. The Michelin tyres will be liking that. And maybe we're getting a little bit of a golden hour here. Shadows just beginning to lengthen here at Road Atlanta. Sun goes down exactly where Beneke is now, turning into turn 7. And you're staring into the sunset there. Already parts of the back straight where the trees, the more mature trees on driver's left are casting shadows. Actually, the whole width of the back straight in places is in shadow. That will cool that surface. This is a version of Road Atlanta which goes back a few years now, and it's the older tarmac, and it is quite light in colour, and it's very sensitive to changes in sunlight on it in terms of the track temperature. Right, battle for 8th position, and Gianni Vecchio stung by the relative lack of performance by the Porsche, I'm sure. Just dives down the inside and goes past Rasmus Busk in the HM Engineering BMW. And that's 8th position for the Porsche. He actually made that look so easy, you think to yourself, what's he sitting down there in 8th position for?
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? I wonder whether that Porsche gets better as it progresses through the stint.
Well, and it's cooler. I wonder if the cooler temperatures are helping.
Yeah, maybe. So perhaps did the guys with the Porsche know that there was going to be this lack of performance at first, and then it was slowly going to come back to them? They've dropped too far down, to my mind, to trouble the top 3 in the next couple of hours.
Well, let's have a look. Let's see what we've got.
23 laps into the stint, and that's about halfway, just over halfway.
Yeah.
That I would expect from the Porsche. The previous.
I reckon Lasse back is on pretty much on a lap on his own. Oh, hello, Dominic Ferraris. This is another one of the leading GT3 runners, and dumped out of what, 4th place. Looked like there was a touch there from the number 10 BMW of Max Del Orco for the SRC Squadra Corsa Red team.
Yeah, there was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that again is through the first part of the S's.
How close was the BMW to being collected there? Amazingly got away with it as the Audi came back across the track, though.
I think I might have been...
just slapped it into reverse and made sure more contact was made.
Yeah, I think I made less pleasant than that and just came off the brakes a bit there.
Yeah.
Amazingly, I think he's held on to 4th position in that car. Yes, he has. He's still got 7 seconds on Piotr Jagodzinski.
Well, that will be not a happy car to be driving now with all of that. With the rear wing completely buckled.
I was just trying to work out what's going on at the front of GTE, or GT Le Mans. 8th position for Lasse Bach for Williams Esports. And I reckon he's got the best part of a lap on the field, you know. Because Nathan Lewis is 1 minute and 10 behind him. And a GTE lap is 1 minute and 15. So, if we go down to 8th spot and have a look to see where they are. And that Sim RC car has got a pit shortly as well. The 76 car in 2nd place. So it's all a bit more muddled in GTE. The car that's got the mileage at the moment, Antti Ahola, down in 6th position for Corva. They are barely 15 laps into what will be a 45-lap stint. And everybody else has got 7, 8, 9, 10 and more laps on them. And there is the Sim RC car coming in out of 2nd place, spot on time, just as I was beginning to get interested in that class. So that means that Diogo Pinto will go through for Manatee Racing. Dakota Fripp will go through for Venderval. So now second and third. Ricardo Ferreira through in fourth. And Jürgen Frank will be taking over that 76 car, well known for his exploits in the Sim RC team. There's Antti Ahola going past the start-finish line into fifth for Kova. I'm going to have to start back timing this now. We've only got 224 laps to go, Johnny. I'm going to keep saying Jeremy because I'm at Road Atlanta.
Well, you're at the Road Atlanta, yeah.
Would he just slap me every time I do that?
It makes sense in your mind. I fully understand that.
A lot of things.
You're 2 metres away from me, though. I'm not able to slap you from over here.
There's a lot of things that make sense in my mind that
that aren't necessarily true.
No, or sensible, in fact, or even mindful.
Another good lap time from Beneke. A 108.9 is his best of the race so far, and better than his teammates been able to produce as well. 0.2 of a second quicker than Max Verstappen. The problem is Verstappen does a duff lap. It's not duff at all. It's still in the low 109s, generally speaking.
Extraordinary.
And that again, goes to what you were saying earlier on about this difference between a good lap and a bad lap being about 1.5%. And Verstappen certainly in that window, able to produce incredible consistency. And Beneke trying his hardest here. He's doing nothing wrong, but he cannot chip away much more from that 20-second gap that he's doing.
109.1 across the line for Verstappen. It's holding just on 19.8, 20.1, 20.2. Verstappen gets a little bit of traffic as he goes past the new 6th place GT Daytona car. That's Tom Valentini. Oh, when he's a little bit wide, got airborne at turn 5. That's Verstappen I'm talking about. But that car looks perfectly dialed in. There's no muss, no fuss, no big glowing red brakes. He's just scrubbing off the speed where he needs to. Beneke, by the way, did a 19.6 last time around, so sorry, a 9.6 against the 9 flat from Verstappen, so it's hovering around that 19-20 seconds mark, 19.7 as they go through the splits. We've got dynamic splits here. Apex Racing, just underlining what Johnny was saying about how lovely it is out there at the moment. Another new fastest lap for the car, the number 96 in third for Johan Hath, 109.1. So, you know, we've got plenty of people in the low 109s, 109.1, 109.2 for the Movano Rosso Sim Racing team, 109.1 for Redline Purple, 109.2, 108.8 though for Beneke. There's only 2 cars in the 108.8 for their best lap, and Beneke is in the 108.8 again as he trims the lead down to 19.4 seconds. He's coming. It's tiny margins though, tiny margins.
That's the problem, is when Verstappen has an average lap, it's only really losing him half a second here and there.
If that.
And, that's probably the biggest margin we've had. Verstappen doing a 109.4 as a slow lap in inverted commas, and then a 108.884 from Maxi Beneke, and that's only a 100th and a half off the best lap of the race. So Beneke's getting very close to that. 15,000, yes. So incredibly tight indeed. 13th thousandths, in fact. So it's not going to take much more for Beneke to go quicker than Verstappen, but they're really just matching each other right now. And when you're matching another car for pace, 20 seconds seems like a very big chunk of time indeed. Lots of curb this time for Verstappen.
Watch him run up this curb here, straighten it out, then turn in.
Turn in way over the curb. Car leaps into the air, then finds hard standing again. He gets it bolted to the left-hand side. That was Beneke, actually, who does enjoy that exit from turn 5.
That is the Beneke line, isn't it?
It seems to be, yeah. Pushing the limits to...
But he does it consistently. It's not as if he's making a mistake, JP.
No, he's deliberately putting it out there.
Oh, Verstappen responds. New fastest lap of the race, 108.871.
Yeah. No, very impressive, as I think Hart's gone quicker again, hasn't he? Yeah, 108.935 in third position.
Oh, hang on. What's happened here? Horrible moment for what was the number 8 rather, Ricardo Ferreira, coming down to turn 12, trying to stay out the way of the red line purple prototype. Just got the left-hand side Michelin's onto the dirt, down between 11 and 12, and hits the tyres underneath the Michelin tyre very, very hard. He knows it's going. Oh, I've got it. I don't have it. 5th gear. Oh, my goodness. Straight away, quits to the pits, and that's going to be a very long repair. Also in behind still is the Marla racing car, excuse me. Sami Matti-Trojan. So they're still trying to do some repairs after he was unceremoniously punted out. I think they'd had some problems before that, because Sammy had done a short stint and it was on his outlap before he got hit by the Redline GT team. That was a weird few moments, wasn't it? For it was, who was it who was driving that car? It was Christopher who was driving that car, wasn't it?
181.
Yeah.
Patrick Christoph Moser, yeah.
Yeah, Patrick Christoph Moser, that's right. So all kinds of work going on those two cars, but still 4 hours 25 to go. It would be silly to think there won't be a bit more attrition, but any thoughts of a top finish here, I'm afraid, have gone for all of those cars. And we do have now Luis Glania and Bela Racing Team Euronics is the last car to disappear. So some 15 cars out of the race. 2 didn't start, in fairness, so that's 13 retirements. Charlie Collins leading in the GT3 category, comes through turn 1, putting a lap on the number 12 car of Sergei Maturana for the Jose Bordelas Racing Team. Now he's got the leader right behind him. So the leader in GT3 with the leader in class, and just gets out the way.
Yeah,
which, you know, if you can do that, fine.
Verstappen, though, leapt over the curb at 3, I think that was, and
Yeah,
put a load
and then
of
again at
dirt
5.
onto the track as well. I don't know whether that dirt probably won't stay on the track for those behind.
No, it does. Yeah, it does.
I've been noting the tyre pickup build-up offline, but
Correct.
I wasn't sure when you shortcut a corner whether you actually brought bits of dirt onto. That mean that for those behind, they have a lot less grip around that corner, especially where you need it through turns 2 and 3.
Johan Harth in from 3rd position. That's a 31 lap stint for Apex.
Good pace towards the end of that from Johan.
That was his first stint, so don't expect to see that car go up on the jacks. He should be staying in that car. It should be 32, 33 seconds stationary only. So 10 seconds from now. Also coming in, Matt Farrow for the red line purple car. Now, he did get 32 laps last time around, but he's only going to get 31 this time. He should be getting out then, unless he's going to do another triple. But if he does, I'd suggest that he puts a new set of tyres on. And here's Beneke out of 2nd place. Again, 31 laps. But that means we've still got 6 laps for the leader.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 extra laps the previous time.
So it'd be 7. It could be 7, yeah.
It could be 7 for Verstappen, yeah. So not only have they got the speed, they've got a firm advantage in the pit stop cycle as well. A lap further every single stint. 280 now completed. This will be 281 for Verstappen, and expecting him to stay out for another 7 laps, give or take, and depending on how close they want to push it, but I think they're just perfectly within their fuel window without too much risk at all. Both drivers seem very happy with the speed and the fuel consumption as Beneke and the 7 car, Maximilian Beneke, rejoins in 3rd position.
And no, so is this a triple for Maxi?
No, it'll be a second of 2.
Yes,
I'm
you're
guessing.
right. So that was fuel only. Welcome back to Nick Damon. Hello, mate.
Hello, gang. How are we all?
How was
Very
your
well.
stint?
We went really quite well, actually. 0 damage of any sort in 60+ laps.
Well done.
Excellent.
And where are you
Hello.
sitting at the moment?
We are 6th from dead last after a disconnect. So we've pulled
Oh,
away to
wow.
6th. We're battling. We're alternating. I picked up the car in 5th and left it in 5th. And when we get halfway through this stint, we'll be back in 5th again, because there's about 3 cars rotating on the pit stops. There's a couple of cars a couple of laps ahead, but that's only 2 minutes, which is like a quarter of an accident. So we're
Quarter of an accident.
So it's really well. I mean, it's a very different proposition being a pure LMP2 race, I can tell you.
Yeah, I bet it is. In some ways,
Especially-
I mean, all right, concentration-wise, it means you've got to be spot on all the time, but it means that it's only you and your pace you've got to worry about, I presume.
Well, not really, because of course you've got to try and get part. There is traffic even there, because some of the cars are being driven by people who are a bit slower, and some of the cars are a bit walking wounded as well. And you've also the reverse of that. You've got people who are making big comebacks after early accidents. So you've got some fast guys who are 3 laps behind you. So it's very rare you get a clear lap to do your own thing. And of course you get this very frustrating point where there's people who are a couple of laps back, but their car's now repaired, but they have no intention of actually letting you go through, and you're only about a second quicker. So you end up, and of course we're in the situation here. We're in total car protection mode. So you end up thinking, you only flash your virtual lights off, and before they just ignore you. So it's kind of you wait for them to fall off normally.
We've had some interesting incidents here, JP,
gosh.
haven't we?
Yeah,
We
some,
had
some racing incidents, others really not at all, and completely
wasn't there.
avoidable.
I'm
Yeah,
pleased
please, Nick wasn't there.
Nick,
yeah.
you would have been appalled at some of the incidents. We had the Team Redline GT car take out the 3rd and the 5th car in GT3 within the space of 2 laps. Same driver.
Yeah.
And just nonsense driving. Absolute nonsense driving.
It basically drilled an Audi R8 at the end of the start-finish line. Just the car seemed to
Sammy
just
Matty Trogan.
not slow at all. Yeah, and I'm talking about Christoph Moser. Forget his first name now. Bear with me. Patrick Christoph Moser. Now, I wonder whether the second incident where he was involved with a 5th place GT3 car was as a result of the first, because he damaged maybe his BMW.
True.
It had broken steering, and that was more of a kind of clumsy moment where the two were going into the S's and had to make room for one another and didn't quite do it. But the first one was just a brutal accident. Yeah, again, I'm going to have an opportunity to see it.
Oh,
Just turned into a wall.
Thank you. Thank you, Charlie.
That was it. 2 words necessary. That's exactly, I think, what you said Nick was going to say. Oh, dear.
It was a misjudgment of when Sammy Matty, who's not who's a good driver, was going to brake, and then even then he couldn't miss him. He's got all that track on the right. Shall I turn in? Maybe not. I'll just absolutely nail the rear quarter. And he's off to the TV compound.
I take it that Sammy is
in the
his
pits
car's
still.
out, isn't it?
Yeah.
Been fixed, but it's
And then
time.
I think 2 laps later, he was involved with another one going down through the S's. We've had a couple like that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the interesting thing is, of course, the track conditions for the split I'm in are exactly the same. So the heat, the temperature, everything else, and it's been cooling down. Actually, the grip out there is pretty good. It's not as bad on the marbles as you might think it is. It's not too bad all the way around. I was expecting to be greasy, but it's fine. I double stinted the tyres. Actually, it's not strictly true. I took a front left and double stinted the other 3, just for safety's sake.
Well, here, Max Verstappen's just put the fastest lap of the race in, and he's been trading tenths of seconds with Maxi Beneke at a distance of about 20 seconds. But now, of course, he's now got a 6-lap fuel advantage. So he is, in fact, the only car in the lead lap for those parts of those 6 laps. And he's just put the lap again on the red line purple car, which is now 2 laps down.
When Nick, did you get out of the car? Was that around about the top of the hour, top of the last hour?
About 20 minutes ago.
Okay, because we were wondering whether there'd been a bit of a happy, maybe not full hour, but happy half hour perhaps, because really good lap times being produced by the top 3 cars, both getting underneath the 1:09 marker, and your race will have been run to the same time, won't it?
Before me, I was watching the times for my teammates, it's easy to say, and I think it's definitely a little bit quicker than it was about 2 or 3 hours ago, because we're just dipping down half a second a lap on the clear.
What sort of times are you guys putting in?
Good ones are 1:11.5, but we're averaging 1:12 flats. Obviously less in traffic, so we're basically 2 seconds off what these guys are doing, which is fine, really.
Yeah.
No, that's all right.
It's good.
1:88 was the fastest lap that Verstappen just put in.
I think the atmospherics are bang on right for the engines to breathe and to produce a really good time, and there's a lot of rubber gone down on the track surface as well. And obviously in multi-class you've got different types of rubber, but in your race it's all the same rubber, and that reacts well to the tyres that are being used.
Well, it's the same. They don't model different compounds, thankfully.
Oh, they not?
The tyres are modelled differently, so you have different wear rates and across the various.
Stop stirring, Palmer.
No. Hey,
they probably will quite soon. They've started.
My suggestion, they will
they've
now.
started modelling all the different compounds in the F1 car now.
Have they?
Excellent.
Yeah.
Have they really?
The F1 races now have 3 different compounds with different wear rates and different temperature windows they work best in and everything.
I'm astounded as to how far we've got already. We were talking about the tyre pickup that builds on the fast corners, but then a car went off. It was a race leader, wasn't it? Max Verstappen went off.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, he's in the pits now, but he brought a bit of dirt from the grassy area onto the track, and I went, that won't affect the cars behind. But John said, no, it does.
That'll stay there.
It means that a little bit of grip maybe is lost at that corner for the next few laps. So
another 32 lap stint for Verstappen.
The accuracy in this simulation is just superb, and if they can continue to improve it, then fantastic.
That's what they do. Every single update, they make things a little bit more realistic. They try and make the tyre. The biggest, of course, being a motorsport, the most important thing is the tyres, and it's the modelling of the tyres and how the tyres interface with the track.
And the tyres.
Exactly, and the tyres is the most important. That's what they work on the whole time to try and improve. And on the whole, they appear to be going in the right direction. I mean, I think what I would say is that the marbles are more of an issue on the slow corners than outside on the fast corner.
Right,
so
interesting.
You don't kind of wipe out with high-speed understeer. But if you go out wide, especially for example at turn 7, then it's a little bit of a pain to put it mildly. Even though most of the marbles are on the grass, but it still goes. Oh, I'm going.
Right, Verstappen is out of the pits, and here comes the 7 car in second place for Maxi Benecke. He goes through now, so he's back on the lead lap. But my goodness me, so 27 seconds now between them, and that's all in that pit stop rotation, and BMW going off behind the second place car there.
I did that once, it's fine. Just a 1X.
think that was that the number
70 something? I thought it was 76 maybe. No, not the right colour. 707.
Oh, right. Okay, that's important.
And he got taken off.
Yeah, that was a touch.
Didn't give him enough space.
Well, we've been watching the Corva car because they are doing in GTE, Nick, what the Verstappen car is doing at the front of the field. Oh yeah, that was a big hit on the front end. Lucky not to break the steering there. They are miles ahead of anybody else on fuel.
Yeah,
I mean, miles ahead of anybody else.
There are fuel maps on the BMW you can use. People tend not to. It will be done with right foot lift and coast. I assume that's again what Max has done with his teammate as well. They've worked out a way or a route of saving a bit of fuel because there is no.
The Williams Esport BMW, Nick, which is leading at the moment, the number 1 car, the Esport Chill Blast car. That's Lazipak. They'll come in at the end of this lap, I reckon. And that car I'm talking about, the Corva car, still has 14 laps to go. So he's got a third of a stint on them. And he's the closest car to him is 8 laps worse off than he is. Than they are, rather. So they do cycle all the way up to almost the lead, but not quite.
But no one's getting anywhere close to a 48 lap stint for one occasion on the 707.
I know.
47 for the main part.
Yeah, exactly.
When everybody else is doing 45, 44 laps for the race leader.
Yeah.
Well,
So this leader's just gone through to complete 46, so they are going to do a 47 this time around.
But the speed isn't there compared to the race leader, so it's about, you know, outright pace and you burning your fuel more readily, or doing the soft chew shuffle and gaining the time that way.
Now, Arjuna reminds us that the Cover car was hit and spun through the chicane before the green flag. Thank you. I had forgotten all about that. And that was before we even got to green. Moment or two ago, another tap down through the S's. And Piotr Jagozinski needs to put the lottery on.
Oof.
Because how he does not hit anything there. That's lovely use of the reverse flick down the hill. See? That's where you practice this sort of thing.
Yeah.
Flick the wheel
Pays
round.
off, doesn't it?
Right, so he's going round. Keep the wheel straight. Now, reverse the lock. And if he just flicked that round and about there, straighten up the wheel, it would have just flicked round. Defensive driving 101, that, mate. Well done.
Very similar paint schemes on those two cars, but they're not from the same
No, they're not.
outfit, by the way.
He's going again.
DV1 Triton Racing for Piotr Jagozinski.
He was in 4th position. I'll tell you what, you get up into the top 6 in GT3 and the car develops magnets for P2 cars.
Yeah. Still 30-odd seconds he's got on Sergei Maturana, so Denning's lost a place, but what he has lost is about 20-odd seconds on Lucas Yestet, who is in 4:51 and running 3rd for the Biela Racing team. 26.3 seconds adrift now. He must have been right on Yestet before that happened.
Yeah, it must have been.
It's a shame.
Nick, what's the plan for your team for the rest? Are you just doing double stints and double stinting drivers, double stinting tyres?
Yeah, double stinting. There's kind of a mix and match. Darren's doing no tyres, and I'm doing one tyre, and Matt is deciding whether to do one tyre, 4 tyres, or no tyres in this particular slot. Up until the run before me, they've been taking tyres every time. But I think the track has rubbed in a bit. It's more not about grip; it's more about lack of wear.
Right, here's Lasse back coming in. This will be a 48-lap stint for him. I think that's the longest that Williams Esport has done. Johnny will interrogate the pit lane info that we have.
Yeah, by far the long. They've done 45 as a maximum before.
Yeah. Temperature's coming down. I wonder if that's helping and helping with the pace. And Lasse is getting out of that car. And who is getting in then? Daniel, it should be, shouldn't it? Daniel Lafuente. Yes, it is. Lafuente is in the car. Thank you, Arjuna.
So back with a double from the start. Lafuente with a double. And yeah, double just now from Lasse as well. So that's all going nicely on the rotation.
Redline Porsche into the pits, having worked its way up to 6th position with Gianni Vecchio, who started the race. He'll now pass back to his teammate. Set of tyres for both of those as there are driver changes going on. Meantime, on the front straight, a very lovely Man Iti Racing BMW number 78, Diogo Cipinto, now leads the class, and he is due in, well, he's done 40, he's on his 45th lap now, JP, so possibly 1 or 2 more. And then the Van der Waal car will be the next car to come in. That's currently in 2nd, the number 2. And they've got another 3 or 4 to do. Now, is the Williams car back out again? Yes, it is, Lafuente. So has Antti Ahola got beyond him? Yes. No, he hasn't. See, that's the problem.
Yeah.
So the Cover car's running nice and long, but it doesn't get ahead of the Williams Esport car. He's still, 2 seconds behind him.
I think they're doing so much fuel saving on 707.
20 seconds behind him, yeah.
They're doing so much fuel saving, they just haven't got the speed that the number one car has got. So at the moment, the one car's got the balancing act between fuel consumption and lap speed just about right.
Like it. I like your thought.
Yeah.
It might be they're trying to reach a certain point on fuel saving, much as we saw in the Spa 24 hour when the McLaren that won from Caranda saved for the first 13 hours, made what it wanted to do, and then for
really
the final 11
on.
hours just went on again on the same as everyone else.
True
So
enough.
they probably worked that one. They may well be back timing. It may just be the cable car's not quite as quick, and this is the way of them getting their best possible result.
Well, particularly as it was spun before the flag.
Yes.
It may be that they've got some damage that hasn't repaired. So the Chill Blast car is back out and up at turn 7. Shadows lengthening now, and it won't be too long before the setting sun becomes an issue into turns 5 and out of turn 6 into turn 7.
It's 3 minutes past 6 Braselton time on the sim at the moment.
Right, so about an hour to official sunset.
7:12.
Yeah. Looking great.
Looking lovely.
Looks
Looking
great.
lovely.
So the layout of the track, so we've dropped again to 27 degrees in the temperature, 24 in the air, 27 on the track, a little bit of cloud. And the track, the left-hand side of the graphic, if you're watching at the moment, but turn 6 and 7, so turn 6 into 7, that extreme left-hand end, that is pretty much due west. So that is where the sun sets. So you're also going to get a little bit running through the S's up to turn 5. Possibly a little bit coming out of turn 1 when you're pointing at the sky.
Yeah, the sun, and obviously the low setting sun is very well modelled within the sim, so you do get glare and the
And
sort of
dirt on the
negative
windscreen now of the P2s, mate.
Yep, you do get a tear off each time. It takes you, I think, 2 seconds. It takes off your pit stop to have a tear off. Yep, but when you look out the nose, you can see all the dirt on the inner fenders.
Yeah.
Yes.
Verstappen then going down to turn 6 now, and you can just start to see as the sun is dropping below the, such as it is, the cloud, that it's beginning to be a little bit of a problem. It's going to get much worse than that. Much worse. At RSL_studio, by the way. Hello to Rut Speed, to Porsche Sport, all tuned in at the moment. Want to drop us a line, let us know where you're watching and listening from. And a reminder, on Tuesday night, few people asking about this, about the DNLS. 2 rounds remaining of the DNLS, the Digital Nürburgring Längstrecke Series, powered by VCO. Both going to be midweek, out from what was 3rd position for Dakota Fripp, for Vendeval Sim Racing Pink. That car back out into the fray. And 4th place GT3 car coming through. That was Sergei Maturana for Jose Bordalas Racing Team. So lovely time in the evening, Nick, and you were saying that the grip was good.
Yep, it's better than I thought it would be, because often when I've done a couple of these long distance races now, it ends up getting a bit greasy. But at the moment, it's still, I would say not far off happy hour. I think when it gets a bit cooler and just before it gets dark, it'll get even better, because most of these engines are turbos and they do model the turbo correctly. The P2s aren't, obviously, but the GTEs are. Yeah, and it's a. This is the point now where you can start to really make some moves, because you get a bit more clear track out there, and you can actually start to lay down some times and really try and if you're lucky enough to be a bit of free air in between pit stops, and you're often fighting people who are on different pit stop strategies, it's a real feeling you can start making some time up.
Thanks, Nick. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, they're coming down. So it's a Euronics car, which is, we've got a GTE followed by a GT3, a GT Inter, I should say, well, GT3, and it's the third place Euronics car. Is it third? Yeah. It's got a 3 on it. No, it's got a second in this lap. That's why.
Yeah.
It's that you look at it on the ticker on the front, and it had gone past the Biela Racing Euronics car when Lucas just out as he climbs the hill, and we're just hoping there's no P2. It's about to try and lunge up the inside. Actually, Max Verstappen is going to kind of go around the outside.
That's the only place in the S's that you can do that.
And you have to have
help.
Yeah, it has to be a cooperative GT3 car. There wasn't much cooperation in my stint, in my split.
No, but you're going past P2 cars that have got the same downforce as you. That's where the downforce of the P2 can help you. So effectively going down from 3 to 4 in the start of the S's. Verstappen knew that, and more importantly, Stedt knew that as well, and gave the room, just breathed over to the left slightly. The P2 car goes whizzing through, and you're back online, pretty much.
So Verstappen still, as he takes the 10A and the 10B, it's interesting that it's still firmly attached to the rear. He's not drifting the rear yet, which means he's got plenty of grip in the rear tyres. So
this is his second stint on these tyres, of course.
So, in the end, you look at the attitude of the car, you can begin to see when the rear is going. It doesn't necessarily mean actually it's costing you much lap time or about to spin. It's just the attitude changes as it starts to rotate more from the rear from the front. This is a very, very good car. It's a very well modelled car. It's a very good car to drive. There are a few little vices on the HPD that this car doesn't have. It does have, and that was too wide, by the way, lost a bit of time coming out that wide of 5. It does have, I say, a little bit surprisingly, ineffective is the wrong word, but surprisingly not retardy brakes at some point. You're often really having a go to try and get things to stop from high speed.
I do notice that this might just be the modelling. There's no real glowing on the brakes on the P2 car.
Well, if I tell you that to get this car to work, everyone has their brake bias to the rear.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, on the HPD, you would be running 56 at the front, 44 at the rear. Some of the better guys could run back to 55, 54, because obviously what you're trying to prevent doing is the rear overtaking the front by locking the rears.
Let's quickly just run down the time, as we've come to the end of another race hour, believe it or not. There's only just under 4 hours remaining. So red line orange leading by 26 seconds. Then red line red, which is at the moment 5.5 seconds. No, it's not, because I'm looking at the wrong part of the timing screen. 8.1 seconds ahead of Apex. 1 minute 5 back to red line purple, who are 1.7 ahead of Movano Sim Racing Team. But of course, everybody after the third place car is off the lead lap. Yas Heat another 32 seconds back from Movano Bianco. In the IMSA category, the IMSA GTE category, or GT Le Mans I suppose we would call it, the first of GTs, it's opened up again. La Fuente leads from Corva in second place. They've got about 5 more laps to go, Corva, in that car, and they cycle up to second, but they've not got to the top step yet. In fact, yeah. But they're going to hold on. They're going to be in decent shape when they pit. Rasmus Busk has just pitted out of third position for HM Engineering, the 159. So that'll put Dakota Fribbach and Venderval back up into third. Ruben Bonga for Manatee Racing. He's just got in the 78 green BMW. He's in fifth, and Jürgen Frank is in sixth for SimRP. Rano Esports Harway are next up, and that's Andrea Melchers and Alexei Usi-Yakola for Porsche in 8th position. In GT Daytona, SimRC leads the way with the Asher Racing colours on the side of that car. The SimRC Titan car by nearly 18 seconds from the best place of the Biela Euronics sponsored machine. That's Lucas Yestat. Josh Thompson is behind the wheel of Williams Esport. Ben Q in third. Then DV1 Triton off the lead lap in GT3. He's another 1:18 behind Thompson, and he's only 2/10 ahead of Max Esterson for Vendeval Racing Blue, who is next up in the 42 car in 5th position. And in 6th, it's Braden Werner for Parallax Racing. He's 11 seconds further back. Florian Volther for SimRC Carbon, 7 seconds further back from there. And the only other car running 26 seconds further back, Jose Bordeles Racing Team, Victor Grano de Oro Prieto, or VG DOP, as he's known to his friends. Nick Damon.
Yeah, just finished thought just before the we had the hourly update, but yeah. So the interesting thing is the P2 cars are very much set rearwardly biased, just to try and get the braking effect. Because otherwise, if you move the front's locked too easily. So even for us amateurs, we're running with like 49 at the front, 51 at the rear, and it's moving back the whole time. So yeah, there might even be as low as 46 to the front. So it's just a weird thing trying to get the car to stop. It is very quick though, which does help. It's got good straight line acceleration, which I said does help get you past the GTE cars, which is always more of an issue with the old Acura HPD.
Yeah, how much are you changing the brake bias through the stint, Nick?
At this track, not at all. But we were racing at the track we were racing recently, where you started off and you started and you at the front. I think it was at Monza, just as the tyres were warming up, and then you just went backwards and backwards and backwards and backwards, getting to brake into all the various corners. Here, it's pretty much you pretty stick with it, because you've what the good point about this is both your heavy braking incidents are in a straight line. So you're not so worried about the rear end coming round on you.
So I presume that it's only at 10A.
Yep.
And 7.
You brake hard into 6. So you
Really?
brake hard into 6.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
You brake hard into 6, and then you also brake less hard into 7, because 7 it's more about getting the rotation than anything else. And you haven't really picked the speed up. There's only a very small amount of throttle between 6 and 7. And then you obviously brake very hard into. You don't brake hardly at all into 1.
Even in a GT car, that is, you're going right to as far down the pit lane exit as you can. It's maybe a 3 or a 4 pressure. You breathe into it, and then you're back on the throttle.
Yeah, you're down 2 gears in the P2, and you just effectively what you're really trying to do is make sure that the nose of the car is doing the work, so it just pulls you round. At the top of the hill, it's much more about precision braking. You have to lose some speed, but it's really about positioning the car and just getting the thing to turn as well. And then of course after that, there's a reasonable amount of braking in fairness into 5, but again, it's not the braking that counts, because you do brake in a straight line again there. It's really then how you handle the car as it flows through 5, keeping it tight, realistically, P2, or letting it flow out of it on GP cars.
Just getting a bit of a battle to heat up here through traffic. Jürgen Frank in the SimRC 76. The yellow and black car has got target acquired on the brilliantly named Maniti Racing. That's Maniti, Maniti Racing. And Ruben Bonga. And they're behind the lead car in GT3 at the moment, which is Hayden Burns, and that's another SimRC car. Now, needs to keep out of the way of this battle, and certainly doesn't need to hold up the team BMW, and doesn't. They're on the back straight now. Look to me as though the SimRC car got a cracking run out of 7. Might just have a look down the inside at 10A here. Leave it till as late as you can. Comes down. That is a perfect overtaking manoeuvre. Didn't even have to do the block pass in the 10B. Lovely, lovely manoeuvre. And Jürgen Frank is through. Ruben Bonga having a little look into the final corner, and he's got a good run out of 12. He might be having a look into 1. That's not really a passing manoeuvre unless you've got a lot of extra speed down there. That one's not quite over yet, Nick, but that was a lovely manoeuvre by Frank.
No, it is an absolute textbook. Get the
all coming out of 7.
Yeah, I mean, it is amazing that the actual drive out of 7 is actually, I would say, the most important part of the entire circuit. It's not even getting into 7, it's how you get out of 7 that's absolutely key, because it'll give you the chance to get past someone, give you a chance to defend against someone, even if they get a slipstream on you. So it's absolutely key to the whole track to get round that corner in a way where you're carrying enough speed that also you get a very clean exit. But again, it looks like the 78 car, 76 the 78. But yeah, then you have a chance to go up the inside. And on the whole, once you get the inside line and move forward, most sensible people will then let you go and live to fight another day. Because if you try and go through side by side, either one of you is going to spin, and one of you is going to get forced out towards the bigger expanse of gravel on the other side. So it's a difficult thing to win, even if you try and tough it out. And certainly with 3.5 hours to go, they're not going to tough it out. Perhaps with 3 laps to go, you give it a go. But at this point, it's all about, okay, right, fine, you've got it for now. We'll live to fight another day.
It's Nick Damon, I'm John Hindorf, RSL, Radio Show Limited. Once again, kindly being asked to get excited. And it's not too difficult, is it, at the moment, with the quality of racing we've seen on the Grand Slam VCO iRacing series with Petit Le Mans, as in comes Antti Ahola in the black 707 Corva car. Now this is the car that's off kilter, and that's another 47 lap run, which they've been doing fairly standard. Only in the last stint or so, the Williams Esports guys got a 48 lap run out of their car. But they're pitted on lap 271. We're now at the end of 282. Valtteri Alander in the car. That's already changed. Valtteri then will take over from his teammate.
There's one thing I took from that shot we just saw, John, is that they obviously haven't actually seen what a real paddock looks like, because those trucks are all higgledy-piggledy. They will be perfectly in line in a real IMSA paddock, wouldn't they?
Oh, I'm absolutely certain that Johnny Knotts would not have it any other way. He's the king of the paddock. And in fact, it's not unusual to see the president of IMSA, John Doonan, out in the early part of the week, marshalling the trucks, just parking them up in the interim before they are put into their proper places. Real team effort in the IMSA paddock, and always very, very well organised. There are some places that IMSA go to where it has to be. I think particularly of Long Beach. We talked about the new Long Beach iRacing release earlier on, and there's so little room there that they can't have the full IMSA field there. And there's not a square inch of space that's wasted in the support paddock as it is that IMSA gets on the inside of the circuit. Benaker just trying to close down on Max Verstappen again, but that gap, it's been as low as 18.5, 19 seconds. It's up to 23 now. It's started to come down, but it's just gradually easing out again. Benaker coming to the end of his stint here.
Yeah, John, it's a typical endurance racing gap, isn't it? That's entirely two cars effectively going almost exactly the same speed, but the gap is entirely dependent on where they are in the traffic, isn't it? Because Max lost 1.5 seconds 3 laps ago, because obviously he probably caught up a GT car going into through 3 and 4 and 5, and then 2 laps later, Maximilian and Benaker lost 3 tenths. Again, it's just all about the traffic. There's no real indication anyone's got any greater ground speed.
Couple of guys who put their cars fastest laps in last time around. Joao Vaz in the number 32 Dallara, the Yas Heat car. A little bit off the pace, but a 109.354 for them is that car's fastest lap of the race. And in GTE, Jürgen Frank on this charge back towards the front of the field, now only 20 seconds away from Dakota Frippin second, a 1:15.8 that's in the number 76 car. And who else have I just seen put a quick lap in? That's Chris Lulham in the Triple A Esports, number 8 GTE BMW, 1:15.7. So it is getting quicker out there as the track temperature continues to fall. As the Urano car, number 90, been in the wars That's Andre Melchers in the Hawaii car.
3 pitted, didn't it then?
Looked like it to me.
Peeling off. Yep, it's triggered the timing beam now. So Patrick Wolf and also Johan Harth, so 3rd and 5th place overall and in the P2, are trundling down the pit lane.
And I think they're both on the end of their second stint. Let me just check that. Johan definitely is. And no, did Patrick just jump in? I think Patrick might have just taken over from, Matt Farrow. So Patrick may well stay in. So don't expect to see the purple 3 car go up on the jacks here. But I would expect to see the 96. I don't think Johan's going to do a triple. He may do it this stage.
I think that the temptation, as the temperature comes down, the grip's going up, and I'm sure with their ability, the wear is going down. I'm sure the temptation is coming in to run a triple. Saves you effectively 12.5 seconds. And if they feel they're not going to lose that in race time, nope, he's going for tyres anyway, Johan Horth. But yeah, I think that's going to get more and more a temptation. I doubt the top 2 will. I think the red line will continue with their rotation 2 on 2 off, 2 on 2 off, as it's working particularly well. As Max Benecke does come into the pits from second, John.
Exactly on cue. That's the end of his 31st lap out there. And that's a double for Max. So again, he should be getting out and handing back to Dominic Faber. So fuel first. And the issue that they've got is, they can't go any quicker than the 33 car. Benecke is against Verstappen, and he's not really taking anything out of them. And Verstappen's got another 8 laps before he comes into the pits. They've been getting 1 or 2 laps better than everybody all the way through the race.
So not only did they have a net 22-second lead when we last saw it, they've also got, effectively, it's about a second a lap. You will need less for your final fuel stop. It's unlikely they'll be able to be lucky enough to drop an entire run down the pits, but just the shorter final stop. So if they come in 8 laps later.
Well, and they have the choice as well, though, Nick, as I was saying earlier on. The choice is, do you run it all the way to the end of the fuel? There's no safety car, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when you take your last stop. You're not going to get caught the wrong side of a safety car. But they're banking up enough time here where potentially, and I haven't quite worked it out yet because we've still got 186 laps to go. I know this is a timed race, but we're getting the prediction through on the software, strategy software that we use for all of our racing here on RSL. It might be that they decide to come in partway through their penultimate stint and say, right, let's bang a set of tyres on.
Well, yeah. I mean, when they come in, when they do make up for their extra fuel in their tank, I say it's an extra 8 seconds they're sitting in hand. They can choose. They can short fill at any time and take that 8 seconds back. Not short fill, but have a much more full tank to fill up, and they can get that time back very quickly. Is that Benecke's the problem? Or Benecke's teammates the problem? Seven's off the track. So the new driver,
Dominic Faber, on his outlap. Oh my goodness!
I think he overcooked 7. I don't think it's a problem. I think he just overcooked 7. They've done that once already, haven't they?
Oh yeah, he was.
So he's just not enough
on the way in.
So basically, what he's done there is he's trail braked into 7 on cold tyres. Now, it may be, as I said before, always spinning in with our previous conversation, John, that if he's running quite heavy rear brake bias, he's just locked the rears as he goes in and it's gone round. So he's just been too aggressive, too much brake, perhaps too much rear bias, too much trail on those cold tyres on the lap out.
Can I ask you something? When you take over the car from somebody else, does it reset your brake bias, or do you take it over where the other person left off?
That's a brilliant question, John, because that is absolutely the issue sometimes. You will take over the individual settings the previous driver had. Right. Now, there's 4 settings which are easy to change. There's more you can. Are brake bias, throttle map.
And there's Patrick Wolf off as well. And that's his. I think that was his outlap as well. Yes, it was. And that's down at 10. That was just being too greedy.
What happened there was he went in for it, realised this is not going to work, and just let the brakes off and took the point. He'll also get a slow down cutting that much out, but realised that if he actually tried to make the corner, there was quite a reasonable chance of an impact with the green car he was going past. He just said, "Oh, fine, I'll keep going." So you can adjust the brake bias, you can adjust the throttle map. So the map, that's not the actual. The throttle shaping just affects how your power is delivered. It doesn't change the amount of fuel used one way or the other. And you can adjust the two parameters of the traction control, which is the slip and the gain. So at what level it comes in and how hard it and what
do you
level
have a starting point for each stint on new tyres? And therefore, as you come, because when I've raced in the real world for endurance racing, when you come back into the pits, you put it back to where you started. That's the thing that you're doing as you're loosening off your belts and hitting the pit lane speed limiter.
It's the other way around. It's the driver who gets in who can adjust it all on his adjustment box. So basically, the person gets out. When the new driver gets in, you've got at least 30 seconds, or perhaps even 45 seconds with fuel and tyres. So you just pull up the box and you adjust it to, or check it. You're happy with what it is. But we have fallen foul of that, and teams have fallen foul of that. I think in the Nürburgring 24, when the boys were running, that was one of the reasons that apparently Joe had some issues, was because it was the brake bias was left as it was for lovely warm tyres, and he went with cold tyres, and the whole thing just went straight into a barrier because you've only got 3 feet of runoff.
Yeah.
Very crumpled, long nose Z4 GT3.
They do crumple very nicely, those though, don't they?
Well, I think one of the main reasons actually for choosing the Audi R8 over the Z4 or all the Mercedes is when you crumple the nose, you can still see over it. 72 in the pits, which is the Mivano Sim Racing Rosso. Dion Fialo will be doing a second stint, so there we go. From fourth, I'm not sure he's retained that. Team Red Line Purple having a bit of a problem, so quite likely he will, in the rotation, have managed to stay in fourth place.
Say hello to Sindre Setsas, if I can manage to get him into the comms room. And Sindre, not racing here this weekend. Sindre, do you hear us?
Yeah, I am. Hello.
Hello, Sindre, do you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Unfortunately, not at the moment. Nothing heard here.
Oh, well, my microphone is activated, so I don't know what's...
You have one of those marvellous moments in endurance racing when there's 5 abreast in 3 different classes. They manage to string out before they go into the tight 10A and 10B. 72. Dion Fialo, Delara P217, running in fourth. And then we now go back to the recovering Dominic Farber in the second place, down third place to Red Line Red car. That must be because Johan Hart's got ahead in the Apex Racing team. I'm not sure that's because they're ahead because Dominic made that mistake, or ahead because of the pit stop strategy. But down in third now for Red Line Red. Didn't lose a huge amount of time at accident turn 7, probably about 9 or 10 seconds. But it's interesting how the cold tyres are catching out these pro drivers today, because it's the thing you always think as you come out the pits, cold tyres, take it easy. But I suppose they're sitting there so pent up and realising that every half-tenth counts. They're just pushing the envelope, just trying too hard, and these things will bite you on cold tyres. And it is a sickening feeling as the car goes round or understeers off, because you know there's no one to blame but yourself, because you knew that the chances was going to happen, but you still thought you'd have a battle against friction, and a battle you've lost. The Faber through 7, braking hard, just taking the inside apex, running along the top of the curve, and then through 7 now down, and it's all line it up, full power, and you'll accelerate through the gears up to 6th gear. Drift over to the right-hand side when you get over the hill.
No rear camera on that car.
No.
In the middle of the screen, I've just noticed that.
Yeah, I mean, that probably means that he's actually, his particular setup is using the virtual rear view mirror.
Right, okay.
Down to what you're using. Some of the guys want to use the in fairness, it takes a little bit more processing power to have the picture in the screen.
No, that's
so
the Magneti Morelli flag in the cab system to P2, isn't it? So that's why that's not the rear view on that car. Right, I'm going to try again with Sindra and say good evening to Sindra Setsis, who's not here, but is taking part competitively in another way. Sindra, how are you this evening?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
Hello, Sindra.
I'm here.
Oh, there we are.
Yeah.
Sindra, are you there?
Yeah. How are you doing?
I got a little bit of something there up the line from London.
How are you doing?
Oh no, that's what's going out on another one of our channels at the moment. That sounded like the Torah radio show, to be honest.
Verstappen in the pits, and Jonas Weimar has taken over. So it's a full service for the 33 car.
And that's another 32 lap stint.
So Johan Harth, John, is now scored second. I thought it was kind of a very big 1-2 between the two red lines. But have they always been stalking close enough to get ahead of Dominic and the number 7 car with one mistake then?
It's tight. I'm going to have one more go with Sindra.
Hello.
And see if we can get him back in there. Sindra, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Working the tech here today.
10-4
Hello,
on my
Sindra.
side. Hello.
No, nothing heard at all.
I'm 100% sure my microphone is working.
This. Oh, was that something? Hello, Sindra. No, he's dropped back out of the interview area again. So, moving on.
There gets the one Porsche in the car in the race, dropping. But that was very brave.
Oh,
and he's now was that a tank slap with the 96? Or did he just get a little bit of help
by the
from
Porsche? The front of the Porsche looks absolutely clean. I have no doubt that there was no fault whatsoever on the Porsche driver there.
Obviously not. No, the Porsche driver being perfect, absolutely. So that's yeah. Let's see what happened with that one.
Well, I was wondering what was going to happen down towards turn 7, because if there was a touch, no, he hit the curb. 96 hit the curb. Johan Harth hit the curb at the top of the hill, and you do not want to do that. Too much curb with the right-hand side wheels. I just wonder what happened at turn 6, though, in case Johan thought he had been hit. Just have a...
Ooh. Yeah.
Too much curb. Missed his turning point. Wonder if he was just getting distracted by the sun. You are just coming up to the top of the rise there. It's right in front of you, but it does just take your attention a wee bit.
I think it's more that he was quite on the edge of being past the Porsche at the top of the hill, and he snatched the corner and just took too much of it, and therefore ended up with a large amount of curb, which he got away with in the fact that he managed to only lose a few places. Then he decided to drive the Porsche off the track again at turn 6. So I don't think he's going to be on the Christmas card list of the Porsche team. The red line Porsche 911 goes drifting off. Good control though, because when you get off on that grass, sometimes you just can't do anything about it. So so both Johan Harth and Dominic Farmer in second and third are making it even easier for Red Line Orange and Jonas Wellmeyer by just not being on the track all the time. Here comes the 7. So now trying to make up a gap of 36 seconds between first and second. Johan Harth is 36 back, 40 seconds back for Dominic Farber in third. So that's got 18 seconds worse since the last set of pit stops. So it's been a very, very positive half hour for our leader, Team Redline Orange, and the 33 car.
And I mean, you can't say that there's any. Oh, the Ben Q.
Yeah.
Car. That's the third place car in GT3.
You do not want to be in third in GT3, do you?
Well, I don't want to be in the top 6. It's third, 2 thirds now, a 5th, and a 4th have all been driven off the track.
It's a late lunge.
That wasn't a great.
It's a very late lunge, that is. I mean, he's going to be upset, but not super upset because he's not damaged and he hasn't hit the wall. But the yellow BMW there really should have known better. That's it. And it's a bit weird, really. A lot of the people in the middle of this race, I'm sitting there feeling like a third form teacher just sitting with the naughty people saying, you should have known better. You know how to do this. Because it's interesting now, they've got this very, very tight and difficult virtual Petit Le Mans circuit, the Road Atlanta circuit, and it's showing that they're not showing the level of patience. They're not really showing the level of intelligence. It's not really any surprise to me that Max Verstappen is doing so well, because as an F1 driver, what separates the good from the great is their mental capacity, and that's the key point. And you do feel that sometimes some of these guys, rather than pushing without risk, are pushing with no thought.
I'm still interested to know what this Corva team can do in the 707. Valtteri Landa behind the because they've got such a different fuel strategy going on.
So they're running. Where are they? They're actually running in fourth, aren't they, in clear air? But they're effectively getting towards a pit stop ahead. So that will pull them back into second, because it's a big lead, 1 minute 7 second lead now for Williams Esports Chili Brass, the 8 car, so the 1 car. So that's I mean I think they've worked out where their pace is, and their pace is not in ground speed. Their pace is in tactically reducing the time in the pits, which is the other methodology of being really fast in multi-class endurance. You can either go faster on the track or spend less time stationary in the pits, and they've gone for option B. Climbing the hill, sticking left, brake, turn at the end of the curve, take a little bit of that, take 2 tyres over the nub of 3. Full throttle now down through 4 and 5, and I wonder why he's going so wide. He's going so wide because he's letting through a P2 car. Brake hard, you take a lot of curve with the GTE cars, and it doesn't unsettle them at all. Power up the straight, and the braking point should be, there's a white line in the track just there. That's your braking point. You turn in, drift out as wide. You don't want to use that curve too much, more because if you fall over the side, you run out of grip. Tight, a bit early, but that's okay. Out wide again and push the power. It's really interesting actually watching from the GTE cars. They are absolutely all over the curbs, whereas the P2 driver, which I've been spending most of the time in the last week, you want to try to avoid the curbs as much as possible. So you have the track effectively becomes a little bit bigger and a little bit more open for the GTE machines, because they can get wide and they aren't losing the drive and unsettling the rear of the car by hitting the curbs. Tight through 10-8 and 11, and the car opens up, breathe it out to the side, and then power up and over the hill, which definitely unsettles the car. And early on, when the tyres are cold, you're often dealing with an attempted tank slapper down there before you power all the way down through the final corner along the straight into one. One is a kind of a down a couple of gears or down a gear and a light brake, drift out, power up the hill, come out back out wide to right again, and you stick tight there. It's not always that tight, to be honest. You open up 3, and as you saw him there, coming straight across and taking 2 wheels over that bit of dirt of 3, because that makes the corner as shallow as possible. You take more than 2 wheels, take 2.5 wheels off, and you get an instant point, and which is never, well, it's fine. We haven't got 50 of them, but don't forget 50 instants. You get instants for going off the track, cutting the circuit. A spin will give you 2. An accident, well, that can give you anything between 1 and 4 points, but you can't have more than 50. So it's like a virtual, I suppose, black and white unsportsmanlike behaviour flag. It effectively, it automatically counts up how many times you've taken a little bit of a liberty. If you get to 50, it's a drive-through, and that's 50 for the team, not 50 for the car. And if you then have 50, you then have another 20, so you get to 70 or 90 or 110, you'll get another drive-through. Don't expect to see anybody have a drive-through here, because it's the guys are good enough to stay on the island on the whole. Some of the lower splits, it is easy to make little errors and mistakes and pick up a point here and pick up a point there. And think about it, they're looking at running, I think John said, around 400 laps in total. 600 laps in total. So there's a lot of corners to go around and not pick up an off-track point. So it's a difficult situation. It's balancing out. And there is also the point where sometimes, if you're very naughty, you can actually take a deliberate instant point, which will save you about 2 or 3 tenths in a battle. But at the moment, They're turning laps a little bit wider. That's fine. Coming out of 5, not taking as much curve as you expect to see sometimes. Through 7 again. Through 6 and into 7, sorry. Out wide. Nice rotation back of that BMW. You can see the car was actually turning. It was rotating the rear without having to use too much front end. So it's relatively well balanced now. Coming down the long straight, which has got 2 curves in it, even though they don't really count. Turn 8 and 2.9, which are effectively not. They're just because the straight isn't arrow straight before you break into 10A and 10B. So up at the front, it's still Team Redline Orange. Jonas Vermeer, Max Verstappen's partner. On camera now, if you're lucky enough to be able to see the pictures, just going past one of the GT3 Audis. They're leading by about 35 seconds, and then it's 4 seconds further back to Team Redline Red. Dominic Farber in second place is Johan Half, who earlier we just saw having a little issue. Now, Jonas coming down the front straight past the pits. He's got one of the other P2s in front of him. Now, that guy will be getting a yellow and blue and yellow flags. It's blue with a yellow cross. There's the Williams Chili Blast. Max just breezed past that one, going through into turn 4. He's following the 20 car, which is the 6th place Marcus Hamilton, Milano Sim Racing Bianco car. They climb up the hill again. So Marcus knows he's about to be lapped, or knows someone wants to lap him. Gets a warning, but there's no past 3 blue flags and you get a point or anything like that. It is down to him whether he wants to let him through. Max sticks close to that Audi. They get a little bit of slipstream and now looking to get up the inside line. I think he's going to get. He's got a reasonable tow. Yeah, he's going to take him on the outside going into 10, and therefore he puts a lap on position 6.
This is going very nicely, isn't it? Very nicely indeed. That was Nick Damon. Johnny Palmer is back with us. 3.5 hours to go. The shadows lengthening. The golden light down through the final corner, just rattling the left-hand Michelins off the blue and white curbs. And these 32 lap stints and 32 lap stints being done by either Max Verstappen or Jonas Vermeer absolutely brilliantly. So consistent. We've talked about it before, but it is the lack of variance and that speed and that consistency right into the sunshine now as you turn in towards turn 7. And for the next 10 minutes or so, that's going to be really difficult.
Yeah, I mean, the weird thing is, John, I just suddenly realised, I know it's not real, but I'd really like to be there. I've got this kind of thing, I should be, I'll go to Petit Le Mans. Oh, I should be in the closing light, you know, the last, the dying embers of the day before 2 hours of night driving. It's just not fair. Obviously, it's not actually happening at the moment. It's happening in 3 weeks' time. Not that we can go there, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. And the virtual world doesn't contain coronavirus either, because there's big crowds assembled here and having a great time.
Yeah, very good. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's harking back perhaps to what we distantly remember as a cracking race meeting, and hopefully we'll get to that sooner rather than later. Petit Le Mans next year should be a cracking festival, but you're right, it conjures up just a wonderful Saturday night atmosphere, and the sun steadily dropping to the horizon, probably set for just under 2 hours of full darkness. Nick, have you done some running in the dark prior to today?
Yeah,
Lots of it.
You have to practice the dark.
Yeah,
I mean,
of course.
Well, the thing is, when you practice on your own, it's actually darker than it is for real. There is no lighting on this track at all. It is a pitch black.
Well, that's going to be my next question. Yeah.
Down the front straight, there's a tiny bit, but that's all.
But if you are obviously have other cars around, you can their lights help illuminate the track. The other thing you can do, which of course is not something you can do and you can't do in the real life, is you can turn your brightness up, which you can't do on your head or your eyes. But if you turn the brightness up to the maximum the game allows, it kind of makes it a kind of an eerie twilight rather than pitch black. It actually lets you see about, I would say, quite a useful, perhaps 30, 40 metres further ahead than you could with just lights alone. So it does help you pitch the corners, especially at this track where it's very, very difficult going up the hill between 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Yeah.
The vision. The rest of the track's not too difficult really, because as long as you get you can pick out your braking points, because you're all actually quite easily visible with the headlights. And then you're doing it by muscle memory at that point. So it is the complex, basically up the hill from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the rest is his muscle memory, says Nick before he throws it into the boondocks later today.
Yeah. Famous last quote before you hit the pits for the last 2 hours. And that's borderline cheating, turning your brightness up. But then everybody else will probably be doing the same. So that's fine.
They are.
Yeah.
They are. I mean, it's a. We didn't. If I'm being honest with you, we didn't realise you could do that till this week.
Okay.
Oh,
So
are you
we-
kidding me?
so-
I've been telling Bradley that for months.
Well, I think there's a thing about turning the gamma up on the screen. This is up to actually turning it up on the sim. So everyone's been going. So all these bits in Spa and Nürburgring. I mean, fair. It's not particularly. You don't need it at Le Mans. Le Mans fine. You can see where you're going, and you know the track.
Yeah.
But Nürburgring, I can't. That. Realistically, the maximum currently is 30. I want to get a new device that turns the brightness up to 110 to give it a chance to get to see something. But yeah, I mean, it is still a challenge. And interesting, actually, I think this part of the day with the guys is going to be a particular challenge because you are getting genuine glare from the sun. So, and it just adds the chance of errors really than anything else.
Yeah, the tricky stints are always the transition from day to night or night to day, I suppose, and that glare that you get around certain corners of the circuit that change, of course, for sunrise, but we don't have to deal with that in this 10-hour race. And just that golden light that I remember from much earlier on in the year for the Monza 12 hours, which was the Creventic race held virtually, and a good hour and a half or so of the historic Monza track bathed in that golden light. So, give you positions again, still the battle back and forth between the 33 and now the 96. 35, nearly 36 seconds is the advantage for Jonas Wallmeyer in the red line orange car. Apex Racing Team second, and the third position car of Dominic Faber for red line red in third position car 7. And it's Dion Fialo for Mirvano Sim Racing, the Team Redline purple car of Patrick Wolf, which has had an eventful race up until now, but still holding 5th, and a decent chunk of time clear of Marcus Hamilton in the 20 car, which in the hands of Hamilton's looked very quick, but the drivers in the 20 car don't necessarily have the consistency that both Wallmeyer and Verstappen have produced in car 33, which is testament to their over half a minute advantage now. The second place car, long time third position actually for Johan Hart, but Apex Racing have been chiselling away at gaining second place and are now there.
Yeah, they took advantage of an error. Yeah, they took advantage of an error made by Dominic Faber on his out lap. He skidded off at 7 on cold tyres. He actually over-rotated and spun off with a rear locking issue. And that was enough of a loss to give them the 5 or 6 seconds they needed to take over. And they're now 4.5 ahead because we've since had an incident where Johan Hart got confused and with the only Porsche in the race and lost about 3 or 4 seconds, having a kerfuffle around that way. But no harm, no foul damage-wise, as the cars continued. Though, interestingly, to get past him the second time half, he did punt him off the track slightly. But again, the car carried on with little damage, but I'm sure a big shaking of virtual fist at the P2 car going past him.
Yeah, because the stint so far from Hart, good average times, 109.504 as an average lap time, and Wallmeyer can't match that yet. That's a longer stint for Hart as well. But it is a big margin to try and eat into, and I still think the priority for Verstappen and Wallmeyer as a combination is to get the fuel consumption right. They've also got the lap speed, crucially, to continue to do 32 lap stints, and it's been that way since stint 2.
Well, even the last lap round, Johnny, was 19.08, so it's only they're less than 2/10 off their best of all time. The entire race. So they have real ground speed, and it's interesting that Jonas Wallmeyer is giving nothing to Max. They're both equally quick. So it's an incredibly strong team. Now, in fairness, Max Banniket and Dominic Faber should be an incredibly strong team, but they've both made outlap mistakes, which is 10 seconds here and 10 seconds there. So you're thinking, okay, right, well, you should be second, well, you're not, you're third. And in a tight field with a level of talent, you just can't make those errors. You have to run perfectly.
Yeah, and we said it a couple of times when those outlap mistakes were made. Aggressive, trying to get the tyre temperature up through the S's, but what you stand to lose is huge, and the car can switch ends on you with very little warning indeed. So better to be conservative and use discretion in the early phase of the stint. So the 7 car is, well, around about the same distance into the stint as Johan Hart in second place, pitted, say, a couple of laps later, but the bigger advantage, and it steps forward a lap at the end of every stint, is for the race leader. How far away were they last time in? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 laps further they managed to go. And although you're never going to build that to the largest margin possible, which would be the full 32 laps, they're going to easily run out of time before that, but it will mean a much shorter splash at the end of the race. So they're in a great position, particularly with the lead that's nearly 40 seconds now. In GTE, it is still a lead for Daniel Lafuente for Williams Esports of a decent chunk. Now I'm trying to work out whether Dakota Fripp's still on the lead lap in GTE. I think that car from Vendavel Sim Racing is just about try and get you a gap between those first and second place cars that have been the first and second place cars for, well, easily the last 5 hours probably. Car 1 and 2 in first and second. That's stayed in my brain for a significant chunk of the race. Ruben Bonga for Manatee Racing, car 78 is in third. And then the Cova BMW, great on fuel mileage, not so good though on the pace, and still trails third place by 23 seconds, car 707. And for the all Audi R8 LMS class, which is GT3, Josh Thompson now to the front in car 4. Again, Thompson has had a tricky, 1 or 2 tricky stints earlier on, but I think he's managed to iron those crinkles out now and is great at getting the consistency. Hayden Burns feels like he's been shadowing his every move for a lot of the race as well, but a big margin now of, again, almost half a minute between Thompson and Burns, with Lucas Gestate in 4:51 for Biela Racing Team in third position. About 20 seconds separate Gestate and the Burns car.
Now, Josh Thompson, who is now leading in GT3, he was actually helped off the track only about 15 minutes ago by one of the BMWs at the turn 1. Luckily, he managed to avoid contact with anything solid and just probably sat there again, also shaking his fist at someone who was overtaking him.
Yeah.
But I mentioned he's rotated to the front, so this car is the car which won the 12-hour creventing in Barcelona with this very machine, an Audi GT3. I get the impression, I think the iRacing guys are going to have a good old sit down at the end of this race and go, right, everyone's choosing the BMW, everyone's choosing the Audi, and there's not enough damage on the Dallara P217. Let's fix all of that. So by the time we get to the next endurance race, probably, I think the next big one is the Daytona 24 Hours in January. I'm sure that it'll all be very different again, and we'll have a completely different set of cars, which will be the chosen one.
A sim racer's designer, coder's work is never done, certainly, and there's always things to look at. A new fastest lap of the race for the Apex Racing Team car. Johan Hart just done a 108.797. Now, previous fastest lap was Verstappen's with a 108.871, set just a couple of minutes after, not the start of this clock hour, but the previous one, just after 8 o'clock UK time. So that's been standing for a while, and Johan Hart finding, obviously, the right amount of gap in front of him and ideal conditions. So goes almost a tenth quicker than Verstappen's time from earlier. So in GTE, Nick, there are 4 possible cars that people could have turned up with. Obviously, we've got the Porsche and the BMW.
We haven't got the Ferrari, and we haven't got and annoyingly, we haven't got the Corvette.
The new Corvette, mid-engine Corvette, yes.
Car, yeah.
And then
so,
in GT3, so there's the Audi, obviously.
Or the Merc.
Okay.
That's your choice, there's Audi or the Merc. I mean, they've tried to, there is a limitation within iRacing, which is you can only have 7 different cars. I mean, that's a limitation. That's not actually that's not actually a physical limitation of the sim. It's designed to make the game playable on more computers, because if the more cars you add, don't get too boring, it actually adds a greater demand on both the processor and the virtual RAM, even you're not actually personally running those cars.
Yeah.
So
that's going to affect frame rate, and it's going to create some stuttering, I guess.
And I think as obviously every year computers get better and people replace their 5-year-old computers or 7-year-old computers, so every year the sim evolves and the graphics improve, but iRacing has always been based much more about the absolute best physics and the absolute best driving experience. There are other sims available which do look prettier, look more photorealistic. Doesn't really add anything to the quality of the racing, but makes the stills look great.
Yes, true enough. Car into the pits is the race leader from GTE, Daniel Lafuente for Williams Esports, and just checking the rotation on the laps. 43 laps for that car.
This has been an absolute dominant performance by the Esports Chili Blast Williams car, because they've just effectively been at the front and eking out slowly every single stint, getting a little bit further ahead, a little bit further ahead, a little bit further ahead with their BMW, and staying out of trouble, which is the key thing.
So 48 laps for Lasse Bach, which was easily the longest stint for that car all race, but this one just completed now by Lafuente it might tick over to being 45 laps actually, once the car gets to the start line or the finish line in the pits, and expecting probably a double from Daniel, because his teammate Lasse Bach did do 2 back-to-back stints, rejoining now, still with the single illuminated green light on the side of the car. And
I'm not sure really if you're in GT or GT3 you want to do more than a double, because a double is the best part of 2 hours.
Yes, will be in GT.
Just do 2 hours on, 2 hours off, rather than there's no benefit in doing the 3 hours, because you're not going to triple stint the tyres. There is a benefit obviously of doing, if you can make the tyres last a triple on the P2s, and you're only looking at 36, 37 minutes a stint, so your 3 stints are only 2 hours. So it's these guys are obviously very, very good and very professional, but the longer you've been virtually driving the car, the more chance you are to have a concentration lap, and the more chance there is to make a mistake. I mean, it should be limited to nothing. And actually, Johnny, we've been seeing most mistakes on the out lap, so and there's not themselves in. But it is a case where 2 hours that works well. I'm sure it works well for the drivers as well. They can get their teammates in for 2 hours. They can get up, have a cup of tea or a cup of coffee or whatever drink, probably an energy drink, because they're youngsters, aren't they? Because the other driver will be close and able to take over if, for instance, there's a disconnect. So say Max Verstappen, he's waiting now, and if for some terrible reason Jonas Varmeyer's local internet went down, he would hop straight back in the car, so he'd be in within the reload time, which is about 1 minute and 30, rather than having to wait anything else.
And when for instance, the car you're racing this weekend, when it stops for the full service, are there the 3 things that take place in a pit stop: the fuel, the tyres, and the driver change? Can some of those happen at the same time, or does it all happen in sequence?
The fuel and the driver change happens at the same time. The tyres are separate.
Okay, so that's like the real world as well.
You can. The driver change has a time attached to it, but it runs in parallel with the tyres, with the fuel. So you could come in the pits and just change the driver and leave the fuel. No idea why you do that, and it will take you 15, 16 seconds. But the fuel, with the fuel fill being between 25 and 30, depending on your car, that is done by the time the change is done by the time the fuel is in, and then you obviously have the tyre stops, and you can take 1, 2, 3, or 4 tyres. It's about 25, 26 seconds for all 4.
And that's additional to the fuel, quite clearly. Yeah, okay. So that's because, of course, the World Endurance Championship toyed for a season whereby you could change tyres and fuel at the same time, and that was quickly worked out. There wasn't a great change to the championship, and far more strategy that could be weaved into it if you separated those 2 out.
Yeah, not actually in this race, but gradually being reintroduced across the iRacing endurance leagues is a limited number of sets.
Okay.
So, number of tyres. It actually went in first into the oval racing, because obviously iRacing is massive in ovals, being an American-based sim. They have very, very good modelling of all of NASCAR's and all the NASCAR feeder series and all the NASCAR dirt series as well. But they wanted to add the extra tactics about taking tyres or not taking tyres, and making tyres last rather than taking on every single yellow flag. So there is a maximum number of sets of the races, and they're going to roll this out into some of the endurance races as well. So you might start Le Mans with 13 sets, and therefore you have to double stick them.
Oh, that would be great. And yes, require... Well, you'd almost have to get a separate team in to be at the back of your rig with clipboards and computers trying to work out how best to go forward. But it's getting closer and closer to reality again, which is what everybody wants. Quite clearly, from this type of sim, as you've said, you're looking for game mechanics to be as accurate as possible, but also the logistics within the race.
Don't forget, all the top teams here have full telemetry. They have full telemetry. They will just as you get up and look at they'll have full traces of all the suspension movement. They'll have everything. Yeah. They can analyse the car. Well, obviously more, because they can put sensors on cars that don't actually exist in real life, because they can just say, "Tell me what this is doing," and they can analyse everything. And they have total adjustability. There's an element to where it gets law of diminishing returns, but they are able to see everything and analyse everything and adjust everything. But at the end of the day, and I think it's interesting, is I'm sure they spent hours and hours and hours working the setups up. The people who are winning this race are thankfully people who are driving best.
Yes. And may that be the case. But I remember when you and John were covering the Sebring 12 hours virtually much earlier on in the year, and a lot of work had been done by some of the Works teams, I think, in transposing their real life setup into how to make that work in the virtual world. Car into the pits from GTE is the 4th placed Urano Esports Huawei car. And Andre Melchers has brought that car in, looking rather second-hand now, the front of that BMW in the red and black.
It's had a few interfaces with other cars.
Just a little, yes.
Yeah, they do get quite battle-worn. Sometimes it's only a light knock, and that'll give that image on the damage model, and it's probably not costing you more than a couple of hundredths a lap, to be honest.
Okay.
There is not a direct, and this is improving all the time. There is not a direct correlation between how the car looks to how fast it goes, and often the invisible damage, even on the cars which have good damage models, is the worst. If you've got a broken toe link, or you've got something, the car starts crabbing down the straight. That's the worst thing that can happen, obviously, and it's hardest to fix and takes the longest.
The ones that end up with a real buckled rear wing on the GT3s, for example, does that actually change the performance of the car and the rear end, or is that again just a visual bit of damage which doesn't necessarily translate into how the car directly behaves?
Oddly, what it normally does is it normally takes away straight line speed, which you wouldn't think it would do, because you think normally you lose straight line speed. The internal engine elements and the ones you don't see are the things that take away power. You often you'll pick up some damage, and rather than doing 180 on the straight, you'll do 165.
Yeah.
But you'll also have lost some acceleration as well, or the car won't rev out. So it's quite well modelled. It's I think, like anything, there is an element where they randomise, and sometimes you get away with stuff. Other times something quite innocuous takes you right out. But I think in this race, it seems to be that you can have a relative amount of contact without having too much of a problem. We have lost several cars who've just got a little bit one over what they should have got in the stakes of the bang. But yeah, I mean it's a balance. I mean, what we're doing in our split, and I think obviously not, we are genuinely just trying to run clean, and running clean means dropping 2 seconds a lap to run clean. That's what we're doing, and that's why the team we've called from dead last after we had a disconnect on the first lap, and we were dead last, and now we're 5th of 45. So, and that's not because we're the quickest, or even probably the top 5 quickest. It's just because we haven't so far made any large mistakes at all. And we've not had to do. I think we've done about 4 seconds of repair in 8 hours.
Yeah, there's so much to be said for keeping out of trouble and finding your own pace amongst your whole rotation of crew, and being happy to sit there and then wait for the good positions to come to you. 17 cars have not been able to continue for whatever reason. 2 didn't start of those 17, so 15 retirements technically speaking, and 2 non-starters. There's pretty high rates of attrition. I think the track's reasonably happy with the numbers now running around, though. And everybody able to find enough space. It's also the point you were making earlier on about people just becoming used to race format, having earlier qualified the car. I mean, you can do as much practice as you want, but it's very difficult to replicate how things are going to be with so many different drivers taking part in the same event.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's so different practicing and racing. You have a different mental attitude. You're either on it or wherever it may be. But I think it's you're absolutely right. We started with 45 cars. We started with 43, didn't we? Because 2 didn't start. Right. But we've seen attrition, and we've seen a much higher level of attrition than we've seen in previous endurance races, because they've been racing on a 4-mile circuit at Spa, or an 8-mile circuit in the Le Mans, or a 14-mile circuit at the Nürburgring. So the density of cars was significantly less. And Spa, of course, they're all going the same speed, so it's even better. But now, of course, you've got multi-class, and that's really, and it has been, I think, some unnecessary contact. But then you're going to have 45 cars doing 500 laps each. That's an awful lot of corners for things to come together at some point. So, it's a bit disappointing. One thing that is noticeable now, very much, Johnny, is that the lights are blazing.
They are.
We are actually 5 virtual minutes from virtual sunset. Virtual sunset is in the sim time 9:12, and it's currently 9:07 in the sim. So this will be when the sun will be going down in Braselton. So they're going to have 3 hours in dusk and dark. It's taken a half hour to get dark, so about 2.5 hours of pure dark running.
So just remind everybody what time in the game this race started.
11 American time.
Okay.
Even though it actually started at approximately 10 to 3 UK time. Or 10. I mean, there were two of these. There were 2 versions of this. There was another race that started for the Australians and the people on the more of the west coast of the US, which started at 1 o'clock in the morning. So it started 12 hours earlier. So they do run 2 races. This is the big one. This is where the major attraction. Obviously, all the East Coast people, their race is starting at about just after 9. So it's quite nice for them. But it's a bit of a late finish for us, but we're used to it. It's nothing compared to going through the night. And the one thing you can guarantee, Johnny, is unlike last week, rain won't stop play.
That's true. Yeah, very good point. And we're not going to get a safety car or yellow flags either. I'm counting through my 8 fingers and 2 thumbs here. That takes us to 9:10 then in the sim world, doesn't it, to finish the race?
No, the race will finish at 10:10 in the sim world, won't it? 10 hours. No, you're right. You're completely right. Sorry, 9:10. Sorry, my brain is a 12-hour clock, and I can't even count. Yeah, it's 9:10.
So we get 2 solid hours of darkness from a 7:12 sunset, and we're almost there. We've lost the golden light, certainly. We're also pretty close now to the end of another stint for the race leader, because Jonas Valmeyer has just gone across the line to tick off 31 laps. So my calculations will be that he'll be in at the end of this one to finish another 32-lap stint. And Johan Hart, despite his good pace, not so long ago setting a new fastest lap of the race for anybody, 108.797. Backed that up just now with a 110, 109.9, obviously lodged in a fair bit of traffic. And that gap's steadily growing. So this could be a very good in-lap indeed for Valmeyer. And at that point when the car comes in, he'll stay at the wheel. So keep the tyres on. Another double stint for Jonas. And that'll take us 40 more minutes in. And now what was John saying about a predicted point in the race with 3 hours to go? 4:98 predicted laps
we're
at
on
this current speed.
50 in 7 hours, so that sounds about right.
So of 40-minute stints,
so we're doing 50 an hour, aren't we?
Yes, exactly.
That's quite easy maths, that. So 350. So that's going to be just under. I think it'll be just under 500. So I think he did say 498, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. It's actually just
under
499 now, but it's going to be.
It'll drop again now because he's back in again. So yes, Jonas Valmeyer stops. And the interesting thing is when I joined you about, I don't know how long ago, about an hour ago, wasn't it? The lead was 22 seconds. It'd be interesting to see what it is when he comes out now. My guess is it's going to be nearer 45 because it was a very, very good 40-minute run for Jonas. Not just because he did really, really well, but both his major rivals dropped the ball at one point or another during that 30 laps. So it's getting the point now. So touch wood or whatever you touch, but the only people who are going to be able to stop Team Red Line Orange is Team Red Line Orange.
It seems so, and certainly no schoolboy errors in the early part of this lap for Valmeyer. There's some heat still in those tyres anyway, because it's the second of a double stint for the Michelin tyres. Just ducking by the 34 Audi, I think that was, if it's still in the race. The 34's been in the wars at certain times. No, that's actually out now. Emanuele Petri last to drive that. So one of the other 8 surviving R8s in the race. We've got 12 GTEs still running and just the 7 LMP2s from the 11 starters. Car briefly into the pits there from the GT3 category was the number 11 of Tylee Hervias for Parallax Racing, and that'll come back out again in a second as well. So from 5th it'll drop to something like 7th place. But Hayden Burns now out front. Now I'm going to assume that's on the pit stop rotation again, because Josh Thompson was leading the last time I checked and he'd come in for a stop. So it'll be interesting to see now who's generally in the better position in GT3. So it is led by, at least at this phase, 176. And where are we as far as the car that was started by Charlie Collins is concerned? 25 laps in for Hayden Burns. They are generally doing 38, 39, sometimes 40 lap stints. So Hayden is just over halfway through. Lucas Gestet in the 451 Biela Racing team will be able to go 9 laps further, I reckon. And Josh Thompson is much later than those guys as well, because he's only recently made a stop. So he was leading, he came in, and he's now 5 laps in to his new stint, and that is the second of a double for Josh. So it'll see the 4 car ultimately back to the lead, and then it's really a case of where the checkered flag appears. That's interesting in GT3. They're on completely different strategies, the top 3.
Yeah, they're only 28 seconds behind Hayden Burns, Josh Thompson. They're either side of a lap at the moment. So that is, you're absolutely right, so John. That is a story that is going to unveil itself in the remaining 2 hours and 52 seconds. Overall lead at the front is 40.1 seconds. So that last stint gave a gain for the orange team of 18 seconds. So, you know, and they also gave up and it's 40 seconds. It'll only, but then again, there are 20, how many cars are running at the moment? 27, so there's 26 other cars who could cause that problem. And themselves.
Yes, that's true. But as we've seen already in this race, it doesn't take a lot to be involved in an accident. There's nothing to do with you because of a misjudgment. 2 BMWs getting pretty close together. This is for 5th and 6th in GTE, with Urano, Esports, Huawei battling, and side by side now into 10A, the first of this tricky chicane towards the end of the lap. 10A's the left-hander, 10B the right-hander, and Andre Melchers is all over the back of the Micklegade car. Heading through the very fast turn 12 now, and again the 90 machine lining up maybe for a pass. Can't quite get it to work though into turn 1. And they go through that awkward turn 2. Lots of curb being taken by the Gade-driven Vendavel BMW, which really unsettled the car, but actually it's gained a bit of ground there.
It's a very, very different experience between the P2s and the GTEs and the GT3s. You can really monster the curbs in the saloon cars, or sports cars. The P2 just doesn't like it at all, so you have to come off it a bit. In fact, the fastest way around is definitely curbing it to the max in the GTEs and being a little bit more circumspect as the 11th place 58 car drifts off at turn 1. That's called not braking enough for turn 1, and we've all done that. And now he's going to just effectively, as he was going off there, he was just literally going, please don't go in the wall, please don't go in the wall, please don't go in the wall. Oh, it's not in the wall, thank goodness for that. And you just scamper on again, having lost 3 seconds and try and pretend nothing happened.
Yeah, And that was actually nothing to do with curbs, because I don't think he rode the inside turn one much at all. It wasn't that drove him off the road. As you said, he was carrying too much speed.
Combination of brake and steering not being correct.
Yeah, okay. Fair reflection. And the BS NXT car does get back onto track. Question of rejoining in a safe manner as well and not affecting those behind, with this BMW battle raging on for 5th and 6th places in GTE. Ducking underneath the GT3 leader, Hayden Burns, and the yellow and black Sim RC Titan car. Actually easier now we've got this level of darkness to see exactly where the GT3s are in the order, because their positional lights in the windshields are very easy to pick out, even from a distance. So Burns in the 176 car, leading from Lucas Gestet in the 451, and there's just over 18 seconds between those two cars now. And Josh Thompson, who will eventually flick back to the race lead, because he's recently made a stop to put him back to 3rd, but he can run deeper into this stint than those in front.
Yeah, it's an interesting. I think that one's going to be. We're going to run because it's really going to depend where the pit stops fall. Though Josh obviously is holding a bit of a fuel advantage, which means he'll have to do a shorter stop. But if they end up all of them at this point needing the same number of stops, then he is actually 20 seconds behind.
Yeah. And it's depending on how long their stints are. It's about an hour again for a GT3 car. What are they doing? 40... Let's get the right line. What did I say? 45 laps in a stint. Maybe a little bit more than that, actually. 43 we had. So, yeah, it's somewhere in the region of 40 laps. Some only do 38, but we have regularly seen from Sven Haase, for instance, and from Hayden Burns, 43 laps. And there was a 44, actually, for Josh Thompson earlier on in the warmer conditions. Josh in the BenQ car with the purple front and the blue rear of that R8, running in 3rd place, but in a nice position as far as the pit stop cycle is concerned. Behind him is a GTE car, the white and green BMW, both running out wide out of 5, but get good traction off the corner, and the BMW is able to get ahead just before that awkward entry into turn 6. And you've got the speed differential under brakes to think about between the two GT spec of cars as well, with the anti-lock braking system on the GT3, whereas you don't have that driver aid on GTE cars, so always have to take into account who you are next to, who you're close to when you're accelerating and braking around one of these short and technical circuits. Race leader in the background, and one car going wide, quite possibly. It's a 2nd place car. Was that the 96? It was, of Johan Hart, and behind him, cones being strewn across the racetrack. So what happened there for Johan?
Those poor cones get strewn across so often and then virtually put back up again. He's got the corner slightly wrong again at the top, but they'll be back again. It's like a kind of one of those weird repeating Twilight Zone story if you're a cone in that corner, because you get knocked over and suddenly you're back there again. What's going on?
Like they're all attached to a very long piece of rope and just get tugged back steadily into position. So that won't be a drama for anybody else in the next couple of seconds exiting turns 1 and 2. But it will cost him time, Johan Hart. And we'll find out just how much when that car crosses the line. The race lead is just on a 109.7, and it is a still waiting for that to trickle through. 112.8, so very costly indeed for the 2nd place car of Hart. And now, looking back to Dominic Ferber in the Team Redline Red Dallara. He just did a 110.8, so gained a couple of seconds. Okay, we're looking at 23.5 to try and find. But that's not insurmountable for the 3rd place car. Dion Fialo for Mivano Racing still remaining in 4th place, and Patrick Wolf has sort of found his way steadily in for the 3rd place car.
Barber's made a massive error there.
It is a huge error, not only sideways into the concrete, but then nose into the tyre wall as well.
That's going through into 4 and 5. So he's gone wide. He's tried to get up the inside, going out through 2 and into 3, and then just fallen off the tracks up the hill. So he's going through 1. Right, so he's down the main straight, full power. Grabs 6 just before the turn, brakes hard into 1, takes it nice. He's got one of the GT3 Audis to get past, trying to go around the outside. No, backed out of the outside of 2. Now looking around the outside of 3. And then came together. It'll came together on the outside of 3. Interesting there. Normally, the person who's behind is the one who knocks off the person in front. But this time, what was that? That was a weird one. You see, it kind of leapt up in the air there, like a mystery bit of it may well have had a mystery bit of netcode there, and he just. So look at the leap it does as it gets close to the Audi, going through 2, and then they're going to turn into 3. Decides not to go past him as they go.
That's the second place car in GT3, by the way, as well. So it could have ended
now
in disaster for that.
Accelerating down towards 4. So this is they sweep round left into 4, and that's netcode, unfortunately. So that's when the computer thinks the cars are where they're not. And he's then bounced off that car, which is why he's reacted really badly, and the Audi hasn't. The Audi hasn't picked up the same netcode issue, so that's one of the things which is common. There's always an element of luck in any motor racing, and this is the element of luck that has deserted the 7 car, and the 7 car is crabbing. The 7 car has broken suspension. The 7 car has gone back to the pits, and that is our 3rd place man effectively out of the race after accident. It's the first time we've finally seen that accident. He went in there and he's taken out the front suspension. It'll be at least, we guess, an 8-minute repair, possibly more. But that is desperate bad luck for the Max Beneke, Dominic Faber Team Red Line Red team. But this is endurance racing. Things go wrong. You have problems. And you do think, really, those 2 mechanics should take more care. It'd be more interesting, wouldn't you, really?
So, in actual fact, I don't think they got close enough to have made contact in real life there. But what you're saying is the computer thinks the car's close enough for one of them, but not the other, and it affects, obviously, the prototype in this case, spits it off into the wall, and the Audi got completely away with it.
Yeah, what it is that, some of these guys are racing there in Spain, some in the UK, some of them are in America, and obviously there is an amount of time the information takes to go from their inputs, their steering inputs, to the computer, and then back out of the central server, to the other people's screens. So in fact, there is just the speed of light means a delay, but there's probably about 200 milliseconds on a good connection, which is 0.2 of a second. Yeah. You think how far a racing car goes in 0.2 of a second. So obviously to make it so the cars can race together, so everyone thinks they're in the real time and the real poise, the computer is making intelligent guesses about where the car's going to be most of the time. It can work out where you should be and adjust it accordingly. And therefore, it doesn't really matter when you're driving your car, because you know where you are and you can see on your screen, but it's where the other cars are. So it'll work out where they are, work out where they should be, and sometimes it'll work out they should be actually in contact with another car, because that's what they expect to happen. They're not. It's quite rare, and it doesn't necessarily mean, Johnny, they wouldn't have hit. So it's not always the fact that the netcode has made a mistake and produced an accident that shouldn't happen. What's actually happened is that it may be that the graphics have drawn the car where it isn't, and therefore they would have had a mistake. That makes sense. So it works both ways. Sometimes you'll see cars come together and nothing happen. They'll just slightly overlap on the edges, and nothing will happen because it's calculated that wouldn't actually happen in real life, and this way it's calculated where the car should be. So that is it looks really bad when it happens, but it is just one of those things, and it'd be because of the way the attitude of the 7 car in its attempt to go past that GT3 machine made they think there was more likely that was going to be a coming together. The point about it is that small coming together had a massive impact, but obviously if that had happened, think about it, perhaps on the outside of turn 1, he would just have gone wide, trundled up the hill, lost 4 seconds. The problem was he got punted off and then hit the barrier at a bleak angle, which then obviously broke one part of the suspension, so he's crabbing down, and now he's got to repair it. So it's it's really, really unfortunate.
Yeah, it was double impact because it slapped the side-to-side contact with the concrete wall and then nosed into the tyre barrier, which the tyre wall does not give in the simulated world. And 2 separate bits of contact for the nose of that car, and I can understand the damage incurred. A real shame for the number 7 then, which is now dropping down the order. Maxi Beneke's name against it, but it was his teammate involved in the crash. and that will promote Dion Fialo for Mervano Sim Racing to third, therefore, in the 72. Patrick Wolf goes fourth, and Marcus Hamilton, rather, in the 20 Mervano car up to fifth place.
And the interesting thing is that Max Benecke's got in the car, so they're obviously going to sit out the repair and then rejoin the race. They're not going to rage quit, and they're going to think, right, okay, there's a few hours to go. You know, the fact is that there are only 7 cars effectively running in the P2 class. They can still get a little bit further up.
Yep.
Also, Max Benecke's got to protect his ranking, which is 11,004. And if he finishes 7th, I think he might lose 6 or 7 points and go back down to 10,000 or something again.
Oh, right, okay. So we've got to try and avoid that. The Mikkel Gade car, which was second not too long ago, again is close enough to those fighting for second, third and fourth currently to drop to fifth whenever the pit stop cycle is against that number 2 car. Same can't be said for Daniel Lefuente for the Williams Esports Chill Blast team. That car is well ahead of everybody else, but you have got this chopping and changing of positions in GTE for car 76, second, 78, third, the 707, which is showing that brilliant fuel mileage, and then Mikkel Gade in the number 2 car, currently fifth. And just heading over the hill into 11 and 12. Tricky right-hander, but so important to get it right to keep your speed nice and high across the start-finish line, and then get the car set up for the awkward turn 1, and then over the crest at turn 2 where the car goes very light. Plenty of curb again being taken by this GTE car though, and it's absolutely fine with that.
Team Redline apparently are going to they're going to retire. Max Benecke has said in the YouTube chat they're going to retire, so that's a bit of bad luck.
A real shame that is, to be so far into the race. 7 hours and 15 minutes just over, and yeah, one of our real protagonists at the sharp end of the field, keeping the leader 33 honest for a long time, and really good driving from both Benecke and his teammate, but sadly that's been announced now on the chat that they are out of the race.
10 minutes of repairs apparently.
Okay.
For that.
Yes.
So that's going to take them well out of it, isn't it? That's, 8 laps, isn't it?
I think they're packing up. I think they've called it a day.
Right.
Sadly. And that's yeah, it's just one of those instances where, well, we explained it at length, Nick and I, where the computer thinks there should be some contact there, and would there have been if we'd been in a different phase? But also Nick made the point, if it had been a different part of the track, i.e. turn 1 or maybe into 10, you could have got away with it. And you don't in the S's where the concrete wall's so close to the right-hand side of the track, and it was a big hit for 2 separate occasions for that car. That's e-racing for you, I guess. I mean, they say that's motorsport as well, when the luck really isn't with you, and there are elements of that type of unearned bad luck in virtual racing as well. Now, cars facing the wrong way is an Audi for Dominic Ferrari's 4th in the class for 42.
Another top runner in GT3.
Yeah, and how did that car end up facing oncoming traffic with the headlight glare on its own? Lots of curb at 5, and it doesn't like it. Oh, there's a massive crash into the wall, and right in front of an LMP2 car as well. So obviously, most of the time that you can use plenty of curb at 5, but whatever happened there, catch the gravel as well.
Yeah, no, you go over the edge of that curb into the gravel and you'll just hook the car around. He's gone about probably 2 virtual feet too far, would be my guess. And you'll see it from above here, and he'll just come out and he'll just go. Oh no, he went too far and got air, and so it became a 3-wheel drive car. Well, 3 wheels on the car, on the ground. And so
when it landed, it was no longer facing in the right direction.
And that's a hard hit into a concrete wall, and yes, he's crabbed the car as well. So that is going to be. He may try and get it back. If it's less, if he thinks he can trundle it back in less than 2 minutes 15 seconds, it'll be quicker than taking a tow. But as we can see, that car is exceptionally second-hand, and he's decided against it. So I think that's going to disappear. He's taking the toe, and he's going to have a very, very long repair. My guess is that they'll have to make the same decision about whether they want to carry on or not.
Well, has the 33 car had a moment as well? Or are we back to live pictures now into
That's
turn
live.
1? That's okay. Yeah, just heading underneath an Audi R8 there at turn 1. So serenely continuing on is Jonas Valmeyer.
They have lost 1 second of their lead in the last half hour, Johnny.
Oh,
So it's
really?
getting to, down
That's
to
a
39
headline.
seconds now. Yeah. Let's start building this up. No, I mean, it's been, the bits I've watched, you've seen the whole race. I've seen, 5 hours of it now. It's been an absolutely sublime performance, because not only are the quickest, the safest, they're also the most economical. They've got the whole set.
Yeah, it doesn't always happen like that. And the 707 BMW certainly got the one trump card, which is being able to go much longer than everybody else. But if you can't produce the speed, it's sort of useless. They're on for a good position, 707, top 5 somewhere, maybe a top 3 at a stretch. But yeah, the 33 car not put a foot wrong so far, and are able to produce 32 lap stints more or less all the time. Verstappen, certainly that's the case, and yeah, Valmeyer, I think as far as average lap times are concerned, very close to Verstappen. What have we got so far for Valmeyer in the first of his 32 lap stints? It was an average of a 106.6. That can't be right. That's obviously a miscalculation, because 109 is a very good lap around here. Yeah, so something's gone slightly incorrectly for the previous stint, but a 109.8, which is for an 18 lap stint, mightily impressive. And Johan Hart currently second, likely to come in 4 laps time, whereas Valmeyer can continue on for another 12 laps from where he is currently. Now, the 7's back out again.
No,
My
they
apologies.
decided to carry on going. They YouTube said they were going to retire, and they've decided to carry on going. So they in the chat they were going to retire.
Well, the car stopped again.
Well,
It's not fixed.
No.
no.
It took out some cones. It parked up on the left-hand side of turns 2 and 3 and is back in the pits for more work.
The problem is often you don't get any more work. That's the issue. If you get to the level of repair it's prepared to give you on the sim, you don't get extra repairs. It's exactly the problem we had in Barcelona, where we had an issue where we got tagged early on. It broke a toe link, or a virtual toe link, but it never quite repaired itself. So the car never stopped crabbing, so to retire it.
Right. So that's the game saying that's as much as we can do in race, and it's going to have to be kind of an overnight job to fix all of the rest of it. I see.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like normally the level of repair is way above what you would get in the real world, but sometimes it's annoyingly way below. Because a rear toe link is something you can replace in the real world, and it is something that's done in 9 minutes and always works. But it swings and roundabouts. There is a difference between the virtual example and the real. But it is that element of jeopardy. I think that's I've been watching some other e-racing recently, and without the jeopardy, it becomes to me a bit pointless. When they're playing bumper cars, that to me, that's just no. There obviously isn't the jeopardy of costing yourself money, and there isn't jeopardy of hurting yourself. There needs the jeopardy of a race-ending accident or damage that slows you down. Otherwise, you just why bother to overtake anyone properly? Just punt them off.
Yes, no, agreed. And the last 2 incidents we have seen, one from an Audi in GT3, and then the crash for the 7 car. I mean, they were big hits. So in real life, that would have taken cars out of the race.
The other thing to remember is, there is a little bit of it within the sim. There's a little bit of addition, so it does remember the previous accidents you've had.
Okay.
So they aren't necessarily slowing you down, but it's like it's like in baseball, you've got so many strikes against you, and sometimes the final one can be quite innocuous, but that will say knock you down a lot of speed, or something will stop behaving as it should be. So whilst you may have a little punt, nothing seems to go wrong, it has been remembered by the virtual car that it feels a little bit aggrieved by that.
So we've officially got another car greyed out. That's another shot, I believe, somewhere in the world. The drinking game akin to how many retirements we've had. There are going to be a lot of thick heads tomorrow morning, the rate that we've got through the retirement, sadly, in this race so far. I don't think they were including the non-starters, but we're easily up to about 15 now. Whereas Jonas Valmeyer, 38 seconds is the margin. And that stretched to 40 at one point, so dipping very slightly. The fastest car on track is still the second-placed Apex Racing team Dallara of Johan Hart. What about Dion Fialo? 50-odd seconds, the gap to try and eat into and get closer to second place. It's much closer actually between Fialo and Patrick Wolf. That's something, one of the scraps to keep our eye on. 6.5 seconds the gap, and last time around Wolf was marginally quicker. Johan Hart into the pits, and that'll be a 31 lap stint. The race leaders just completed 21, so probably going to go another 10
now, yeah. 10, 11 possibly.
11 laps maybe further, yes. Fabulous from 33. So, time to go, 2.5 hours. That actually would fit in with what you were saying, Nick, about the sunset time. Contrast that with the end of the race, because you said 3 hours, didn't you?
Yeah,
I'm not sure where my calculations have gone wrong then, because I expect this race to finish at 9:10. Have we gone past the 1,000-mile mark yet? No, not quite.
Yeah,
sorry, Nick, go ahead.
Yes, it's going to finish at 10. So it's 7:30, and it's going to finish in 2.5 hours. It's going to finish at 10:10. Yeah. It's a bit odd, isn't it? Thinking about it.
It is a little.
That can't be right.
Maybe we started at 12:10 game time.
No, because this is the right amount of. I don't know. I think our maths is failing us miserably now, isn't it?
Okay. I thought
anyway.
I thought I could push forward 10 hours on the clock.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, Johnny. Should we not say anything more? Because we're going to make ourselves look silly.
That's good. Agreed. That's not the first time you and I have had that conversation on air.
Yes, exactly. This is absolutely the amount of dark I thought there was going to be. Getting dark, coming into 2 hours to go. There's 2 hours, 31 minutes left, isn't there?
Yeah.
So it is not dark yet, as you can see. It will be full dark probably in 15 minutes. So it's just shy of 2 hours of running in the dark.
Yeah.
But yes, I think I'm now not quite sure how 12 plus 10 doesn't equal 9. Sorry, 11 plus. No, forget it. Well, anyway, so the leader 33 then, Jonas Wildmeyer, brilliant performance.
What I can say is that in another 20 laps for the race leader, we will have reached the 1,000-mile marker, because that's 394 laps, which is historically always what Petit Le Mans ran to in the early years. Yeah. So 374 now completed, 394 is 1,000 miles. We'll be well over that by the time we get to the end of the next 150 minutes. And Dion Fialo for Movano Sim Racing, now 3.3 seconds away from Johan Hart, because Hart's just rejoined from a pit stop. So that's much tighter for second place now. Matt J. Farrow. And now, did we have a pit stop for the 32 there as well, which I'd missed? Dean Woods.
Dean Woods taking the Yaz Heat car. Yeah, it must have been.
And Patrick Wolf. Patrick Wolf must be coming in pretty soon as well. It was the Wolf car, that's why. And
Dean Woods, the 32 owes us a stop, because it's only made 11 stops, whereas the 96, the 3, and the 20, with the cars of the 6 cars running, have made 12 stops. So it's every other car owes a stop.
The 3's only just done its stop, because that was being driven by Patrick Wolf, and it's just been taken over by his teammate Matt J. Farrow for Red Line Purple. So that's out. Matt's just, I think, just working his out lap actually, if not 1 lap completed. 4th position. Dean Woods due in any moment for Yas Heat. And still 8 laps or so for the race leader. The 3rd place car, one of a couple of Mifano sim racing machines still in the race, running 3rd. And now he's dispatched that Audi, got a little bit of clear road into the braking area for 10A. Swing the car right through 10B, then up a very steep incline and over the rise to thunder back into almost an arena section here at Road Atlanta, with a pit lane outside and inside. although just the pro pit's being used for this race. So you peel off just after the bridge to the right-hand side and into what can potentially be a very busy pit lane, although now we've had one or two drop out of the race. That's less of a concern, and anyway the game engine enables you to drive past and through other cars, but you still have to hit your marks, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, but the fact is that because of it's just too difficult to kind of completely simulate the.
Well, it would be
getting in and out.
carnage. It would be carnage in the pit lane if it was all done to reality,
Exactly.
wouldn't it?
And also the other thing it does, it actually enables you to have a bigger field in virtual than you can have in the real life. So, for example, if there are only 30 pit stalls, you can have 60 cars. You can have 2 cars in each pit stall if you want to, actually in the pit stall, or, painted on top of each other. So that's one of the reasons it helps a lot. But yeah, you drive through all the cars in that inside lane. You can have an accident in the outside running lane, by the way.
Right.
They're solid again then. But you do absolutely have to hit your marks. You've got probably, I think you've got a little bit more leeway than in the real world, because as we know, the fuelers get very upset if you're more than about a foot either way, don't they, of where they want to plug in the hoses.
Yes.
Whereas you can probably, I would think, you've got your virtual box, I would think, is probably about 4 meters. It's about 2 meters back and 2 meters forward. But again, it's that actually ultimately is one of the hardest things to do. One of the things where you really miss the 3D vision you would normally have. That's the one distance you really want to judge. That small distance between 2 meters and 4 meters.
And most of the guys in this race running with a 3-screen format.
Yeah, I mean, there's a big mix of what these pro drivers do. There'll be some who'll be running on VR, the ones who don't feel sick with it.
Yeah.
Most of them will have a multi-screen setup, which can be 4 screens actually, with one with information. Some may have actually a very large single curved screen.
Yes.
But the advantage of the multiple screens obviously is it gives you that all-round vision, which again is much more important with a closed-top car than it is with an open car. The open car you can see, very easily on one screen where you need to see, but there's so much A pillar, be it more in the Dalara's P2, but there's a lot of A pillar blocking your sight line also in the GT cars. So yeah, at that point, to be able to see out the side windows, you need 2 extra screens.
Third place car, driven by Dion Fialo, is into the pits. Hits its marks perfectly. There is going to be a driver change there. The car disappears briefly. New driver getting in, Maxime Briand, confirmed now. And at the point that car pitted, it was 6 seconds away from Johan Hart. But obviously that will extend now. And this will be the 72 car's 12th stop to even it up with Johan Hart. We haven't yet seen a 12th stop for the race leader, because it is able to punch out slightly longer stints than everybody else, and regularly as well. It's not just once in a blue moon it does a 32 lap stint, it's every single time, and that's got to be a little bit of driving technique that Jonas and Max Verstappen have decided at the start of the race to be able to do. They must have worked out that they could do it consistently in practice, and Jonas Valmeyer and Max Verstappen very even in terms of their driving ability. So there, that car now down at turn 6, the tighter turn 7. Now that all-important run back up the hill towards the chicane at 10.
It's a very good point you've made there. I mean, they'll never tell us, but I'd love to know what they've done, because they'll just, if they do say anything, it will be kind of nebulous. What they've actually done to eke out an extra lap of fuel over everyone else. There's something they've found, which is saving them in some way, is not losing them any time, but is saving them effectively, a few millilitres of fuel each time. One of the things, of course, it's a very short lap here. You're not trying to save a lap of Le Mans fuel, or obviously more ridiculously a lap of Nürburgring fuel. You're just trying to save probably about 3 litres. You're probably trying to save over 30 laps. So that's only 100 millilitres a lap. You're trying to, so that's really the fuel you're looking to get, and that's obviously some element of this to coast, not mashing the throttle, doing something that just ekes out that extra tiny bit. And it's possible also that all they're doing is saving half a lap, but that half a lap, of course, is the extra bit you need to go from 31 to 32.
Yes.
Recovering BMW, the 5th place car.
Yes, it's not necessarily a full lap that you're trying to gain, I suppose. So the Arano Esports Huawei BMW, sideways, as he caught it. Oh, not quite, but stamped on the brakes in order to make sure the car didn't spin. And great reactions from just behind from a GT3 car, I think, to avoid that situation. It happened at 1, hit the curb, unsettled the car just before 2. That was that might have been the race leader in GT3, actually. It was the right paint scheme for... No longer the race leader for one of the Sim RC Titan cars, I think. Could well have been Charlie Collins, although Marvin Strail also runs the same livery. And yeah, could easily have had another car involved in that. And it was which BMW did you think that was, Nick? The red one, wasn't it?
That was the 90, wasn't it? The Urano car. Yeah, 90 Urano Esports. That was the car that spun then.
Yes.
Got spun, half spun, did a bit of drifting.
Yes, it did. You would have got some points for that in the drifting game. Yeah, 122.8. So there you go. 6 seconds lost on that lap.
I think he probably considered he got away with that one rather than he's upset about the 6 seconds. No one clunked him, which is the big thing, because you get certainly the people who didn't hit him were chuffed about that, because that's major damage when you hit a stationary car, both for the stationary car and for yourself.
Yeah. 707, fourth for Valtteri Alander, and Arkova still able to do very long stints then. Car 707 last stint was a 47 lap effort from Alander. Prior to that, 48 laps produced from Antti Ahola, and 47. So nobody's able to quite do that sort of distance. The class leader is the number 1 car of Daniel Lefuente, and Lefuente...
He's a full lap ahead now, isn't he?
44 laps, 39 laps, but yes, he is a lap clear of Ruben Bonga in 2nd position in the Manatee Racing M8. So that takes some doing in GTE to be a full lap ahead, but the gaggle behind pretty close, particularly between Mikkel Gade and Valtteri Alander. 1 second separates 2 and 707.
I think it's interesting what we've not seen. This I think is very much an element of the track itself. We've not seen a huge amount of racing between cars in the same class. I mean, there's been a lot of following and a lot of attention to make things happen, but the number of actual in-class passes have been quite low. It's a hugely difficult track to pass at if you've got 2 competent drivers. So it's a case where there isn't quite enough slipstream to tow down past straight. In fact, the only real in-class overtaking we saw was at the beginning of the race, when, of course, every single BMW was trying to get past that poor Porsche. Yeah. So you're effectively waiting for a mistake, which obviously, with the mere mortals of us at iRacing, there's a good chance someone will make a mistake on any lap. But with these guys, it's very, very rare. So at this point, and this is probably why they've decided that, this pit strategy can be so important, because it's the way of actually getting past people, with no effort, effectively. The undercut, the overcut, just going longer. And that's why I think the clever pit strategies have played such a big part in this race.
And that, I suppose, is a symptom of having a dominant car in GTE and GT3. If everyone goes the BMW M8 route, or everybody goes the Audi R8 route, then the cars don't necessarily have an advantage over another on the acceleration point, in the braking area. It's almost become one-make racing.
Yeah, and I also get the idea that they're not struggling to double the tyres. Do you remember that when we were doing the Spa race, they were having a right old struggle sometimes double stinting the tyres?
Yes.
And they were going right off at the end, and there was a big differences in the last few laps of the second stint. Here it looks like they're pretty comfortable on a double. So it's ended up playing, and we end up with effectively with a racing chess match where there isn't going to be someone driving through the pack and just overtaking everybody because they're in their own class, because they haven't got that differential. And this is why we've seen this brilliant performance by the 33, where it's used tactics and it's used fuel mileage and it's also been quick. But we've also seen where the other changes have happened. They've happened because of errors, by people going off, having crashes and that sort of stuff. And that's where the major changes have come. It's quite an atypical race in that way. You're not seeing this standout, well, apart from the leaders of both the GTE and the P2 class, you're not seeing outstanding catch-up drives, because the cars, as you say quite rightly, because they're all basically got 3 one-make classes here, because and therefore we've got all professional teams who can all set the car up. So there's been limited ability to do it, and I think they must have spotted that because they've gone for these different strategies on fuel, they've gone for these strategies on tyres to try and gain an advantage. But what we have both the first two classes, the fastest car also has the best strategy, regardless, and actually in many ways didn't need the best strategy it's already got.
No, I mean, it could afford to have passed that best strategy on to one of its rivals and probably still come out as the winner, and that would have generated a slightly closer race. But it is great to witness, how good Max Verstappen can be in a real-life Formula One car, and then moves to multi-class racing, Dallara style, and still incredibly talented. Chatting when you were off air as to whether his dad, Jos, had done some multi-class racing. We worked out he'd done Le Mans twice, actually.
Really?
A season in...
What years were they?
2008 and 2000.
Yes,
the Porsche spin for a BMW. And trying to work out now whether that was one of the top 5 positions. But you remember that car? It was a purple and white livery for Van Merkstein.
The
RS Spider.
Yeah.
He went to Le Mans the following year in an Aston, Jos Verstappen, joined by Darren and Anthony Davidson in 2009. So that was the number 27 Wild Animals Orca BMW, 12th place. So actually the last placed car in GTE, but had been keeping it out of trouble up until that point. And a moment for Vlad Kimishev. I think he kept it out of the wall though, actually, and will be able to rejoin with next to no damage.
Yeah, it's one of the big advantages of it, despite it being a tight and nudgy circuit. There is a great number of times when you lob the car off this track, you don't actually hit anything solid. Hence the reason when people have hit something solid, it's been a race-ending incident. But it is, you do find, I think, the way that the car spins from its problems. And a great example is at the top of the hill here, is that if you actually have a looping oversteer, you will actually be fine. It's when you have the very nasty tank slapper, you end up in the wall. So it's almost, in some ways, is effectively trying to get the spin back. It's the worst thing you can do. You just let it happen, and it'll spin into a safe area.
Yeah.
Not obviously a driver's reaction on the whole, though.
No, going backwards at Petit Le Mans in the dark and trying to work out exactly where you are after a full spin or 1.5 spins and bracing for impact. But for Vlad Kimishev, pretty sure got away with that and can now rejoin, looking for a latest lap time there. He won't get one actually on that lap because he caught some of the grass and therefore effectively didn't go through all the timing loops around the lap, but at least the lap's not taken away from him by the timekeepers. So 3:55 now to Vlad's name. Car into the pits is from the race lead in GTE. Yeah.
Daniel, so how many laps was that for Daniel Lafuente?
Lafuente has just done, that's the number 1 car, isn't it? Probably 44, and that would fit with the previous stint as well. That's the same number. Again, it depends where the car stops in the pit lane, whether it clicks over the finish line or not to register that lap. But yeah, 44, and he was only 4/10 slower on the average time than his previous 44 lap stint.
Yeah, some excellent driving. We are now in full dark, which you probably just about see if you're lucky enough to see the pictures. And the lap times haven't really gone out very much. These guys are putting in very, very similar times in full dark as they were in the light. It isn't the most treacherous track in the dark because a lot of it is muscle memory. But obviously the thing that can, and of course the thing that actually gets easier in the dark, or is less extra difficult, is the overtaking, because of course the car overtaking has lights as well. So suddenly when you're coming up another car or being overtaken, you suddenly get extra light to see where you're going. So it's a weird thing where actually you suddenly, from wanting to go nowhere near traffic and go, everyone stay away from me, I want to be special on my own during the day, at night you're desperate for friends.
Yeah, just to get that extra bit of illumination. I suppose it's a little off-putting when a car is approaching, though, at higher speed, the better, because you have to deal with slightly wayward headlights for less time. But you want them in front of you, really, to guide the way, rather than causing a distraction. Into 7 goes the rejoining BMW then. There was also a pit stop there in GTE for Dominic Faber in the red line red car. So car 7.
That's the P2.
Oh, beg your pardon, it is. Yes.
They've ungraded. So Dominic's got back in the car again. So it's no longer retired as it was, but it's slowly retiring.
And tumbling down through the GTE field, which had confused me.
Then it'll get stuck there for a few laps, and it'll fall down through the GT3 field.
Yeah. In
a kind of a slow swan dive of death, affecting that car.
Lasse Back took over the number 1 car, something we didn't mention, and was that the only other stopper then? Because I wonder whether there was a GTE car coming in at around about at the same sort of time, but it might just have been that Dallara throwing me off a touch. Yeah, 41 laps for the second place car. I mean, they're so far clear of Ruben Bonga now, but Manatee Racing got a little bit of a job on their hands to keep behind them 2 cars. First of all, the number 2 of Vendavel Racing, and then the Kova car, which is showing that great fuel consumption right now. 1.6 seconds is the gap for 3rd place.
We've not paid much attention to GT3 recently. I know we've kind of offhand said that Williams Esports, BenQ were perhaps doing okay on the stagger, but in the actual race now, they are 50.2 seconds behind the leader, which is Charlie Collins' Sim RC Titan car. And in second place, it's Sven Haase, of course, in the Beta Racing Team. You're right. So I'm not actually sure that stagger is going to unwind for Williams Esports BenQ. I mean, you've got the strategy software there. I mean, how many laps have the top 3 in GT3 done so far?
Right, so the leader is car 176. So I need to scroll to the right and scroll down a little bit, and we will get. I've gone a bit too far now. 176 has done 42 laps currently. That's Hayden Burns, and
no, it's Charlie Collins.
Now then, they must have just changed then, and that would fit actually. Yeah, so Burns has just come in, and what's not happened is the Charlie Collins block appearing on my strategy, but it will in a moment. And now, when did Lucas de Stedt pit in comparison with Burns? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 laps later, de Stedt, and then a further, I reckon, 10 laps, Josh Thompson comes in. So when you compare the class leader to the car 3rd in that class, it's 19 laps later for Josh Thompson to come into the pits to come to the end of a 44-lap stint. So 19 laps is a big window, but he's going to try and make up in real time 52 seconds.
Yeah, and then basically, if he's got 19 laps, unless he can actually save a whole stop, which is about conveniently 50 seconds. He's currently saving about 18 or 19 on fuel, and that's it.
Yes,
but that's quite. I think, and that's it. It's obviously quite impressive, but it doesn't help when you're 50 seconds behind. So unless they've managed to actually get to the point where they can save an entire stop and not have the trundle down the pits, they're still net not ahead.
Cracking lap from Micklegade, 3rd position in GTE. That's the best lap of the race in the middle category for GTE cars. All of them bar one being BMW M8s, but a 1:15.4 is now quicker than, well, 0.03 of a second quicker than the earlier effort, which came from car 707. I don't think... I beg your pardon, we've also had a good time from earlier on from number 8 as well, the AAA Esports BMW, which did a 1:15.479. That was a 4.62 produced by Micklegade. Now only 1.8 seconds away from Ruben Bonga. So really livening up for 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the GTE category. Manatee Racing at the moment with the advantage. Almost a little bit of 4-wheel drifting through 10A there from Micklegade, who comes underneath the bridge, down the hill, and Bonga's going to pit from 2nd place in GTE.
So yeah, it's interesting. We get into the back end of the race now, and everyone's strategies are very disparate from the point at the beginning of the race when they're all coming in at the same lap. They've managed to stretch out, not being caused by that. Most of these cars running at the front obviously haven't had to make extended stops for accidents, so they are effectively just running their program.
107 laps to go from here. We'll just be shy of 500 laps as it stands at the moment at 499. And 32 laps. So start doing the arithmetic now, guys.
How many laps of those 104 will the GTEs do?
That's a good question. They're losing. Let's see. They're losing about 5 seconds a lap.
Well, they're currently 46 laps off the lead, which is about 10%. It's just about 12%, isn't it? They're off. So
you work that out. Valmeyer has got 22 laps to go, which will take him to 84 laps on this stint, and then he can do 32 laps from there. So that would be, what did I just say, 84, 54, 52, and then 50, 20. So he's going to have a 20 lap run at the end.
Yeah.
Yes, but he's how many laps? He's currently got 10 on the field, hasn't he? So the field has back timed by the looks of it to absolutely a full fill for the last run. It's like they're going to come in with 31 laps to go, isn't it?
I'll just say this because it's the only chance I'll have. That's 1,000 miles now completed for Jonas Valmeyer.
Right, that's it. We're not off.
And yeah, that was
back in the
my contract.
Thanks. Well done. Thank you. Shake hands, everybody. Bump fists,
elbows.
Yeah, that's it. 1,000 miles done.
Loved every minute.
John,
brilliant. Well done. What?
Where's my tequila tent?
Yes, exactly.
Because you want to hear Bruce Springsteen again, don't you?
I don't want to hear you. I've never been able to listen to Bruce Springsteen since that night.
Anyway.
My little iPod's never been the same since.
That was a hell of an evening. Anyway. Oh, dear. But yes, I think so. We got the top teams have got 104 to go. Is that correct? So that
means... no. 100. I think I said 106. Well, now 105.
Yeah. So if it's quite close, really. I don't think the GTEs are only going to need to stop twice more now because they'll do 12 or 14 laps less than that. So unless unlike the GTEs in the pits right now probably won't be able to do it. But if you come in for the next couple of laps, you should be able to do it in 2 from that point because they get 44, can't they? The GTEs.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's 88.
45, actually.
Yeah, so they can get 90. So I think that they if they're coming in any points after here, they just need 2 more stops, both the GTEs and the GT3s.
All right. Well, easy to back time it from this point, therefore, and work out where they are on the rotation. Car number 2 rejoining. And they have worked through 3 separate drivers. Back to 4th place then for the rejoining Vent Arvel Sim Racing pink car, but in its blue livery. And Maxime Ranstein up ahead, now back up to 3rd place, but Lasse back. Well, as things stand, 23.5 seconds in front, but that will look a lot better when the cars behind come in for their stops. Valtteri Alander due in pretty soon in the 707.
And so cars now all streaming down the hill into 10A. So we still, even though we're now running effectively with 26 cars, possibly actually 25 cars actually running. But you can still get a decent chain around a just over 2 mile circuit, can't you? And of course, the thing they are going to start doing, which every endurance race does, is clumping. We're going to get car clumping, aren't we? Vast areas of nothing, and then 50 of them stuck together as they all try and get past each other. But but it is obviously, say, in the dark, a bit of an advantage to have several cars in front of you, as long as it's not holding you up.
So the average lap time for the race leader in GTE is about 1:15 and a half. 1:16 the previous stint. It's actually fairly up and down there, but if we work to 1:16, I can probably work out as well exactly how many laps to go for the GTE leader, because we're hoving in now on 2 hours to go, another 3 minutes and 40 seconds before we get to that point. 5th place in GT3, looking like it might be being threatened. 6 seconds or so between the Sim RC carbon car and the DV1 Triton Racing entry, the treble 1. And that class is led still by Charlie Collins in the sister Sim RC Titan Audi R8. Sven Haase half a minute behind. Moreno Siricar, car 4, that's the Josh Thompson car as well, remember. That is a total of 50 seconds adrift, so it's still about 55 now, yes. Yeah.
So, yeah, and so that's going to need it, because we are at a point now where everyone needs to stop twice at this point. They're not going to save a stop, because they will need to stop twice, even though the second time will be short.
Yeah.
So their gain is just those 19 laps of fuel.
Problem for Marvin Strayer, wide out of turn 1. Again, though, crucially, kept it out of the tyre wall. That becomes a concrete wall over the rise, and rejoining was pretty tidy, actually.
Yeah,
did well there.
That's a 4 or 5 second loss, a massive great panic whilst you're in the car, and then a big sigh of relief.
Yeah, got away with that one massively. Important to keep your bearings, though. I mean, I know those headlights are very, very good, but the problem is if it's a spin as well, you've got to just work out which way you're supposed to be pointing before you start to then inch your way back onto the track. And what it does mean for Marvin Strayer now is that he's got the treble 1 car of Przemysław Marek Lamanek for DV1 Triton Racing pretty much right on his tail. That was a gap that was coming down anyway. And you said talked about 4 or 5 seconds lost. I think the gap was 6 seconds before it happened. So it's now half a second between 276 and treble 1 for 5th place in GT3. And at the front, it is still the 33 car going very nicely indeed. About to tick off 400 laps now.
They should let the fireworks off, shouldn't they? The virtual fireworks.
They should.
You do get virtual fireworks in Daytona, by the way.
At 8 o'clock?
Yeah, that's Dubai. You get at Daytona when you win, you get virtual fireworks, and at Le Mans you get a virtual fly pass before the start of the race.
Cool.
By the Jets. So here I think we should definitely have some, because they do release fireworks at the end here, so perhaps that'll happen. I haven't seen the end of a race here in the dark, so you might get some fireworks from the race engine. But so it's a great performance of Valmar. They are now 55 seconds and some fuel ahead, aren't they? It's slowly easing out. Their teammate is currently falling down the field and stuck in the gap between the GTEs and the GT3s. Johan Hath is probably not that far away from his next stop, is he? He's been in the car for a while. I think it'll be a driver change when that happens as well, Johnny, won't it? In the number 96 car.
27 laps completed for Haas, I make it.
4 stroke 5.
Yeah, but that very rarely, I think, if at all, has that 96 car been able to find a 32 lap stint. It's just tracking back through all the ones we've had so far. It's 31 all the way, I think. Yeah, so there have been 1 or 2 cars. The 7, I think, on occasion was able to match the 33 in terms of its stint length, but it was more the exception rather than the rule. Whereas the only 31 lap stint from the race leader was at the start, when you got a rolling lap to factor in too. Since then, they have been very consistent and still looking at a 15 further laps for Jonas Valmar before he hands over to Max Verstappen for the final, well, I'd say final double stint, but that probably still won't see them to the finish.
No, we've got 1 hour 55 to go. 11 laps, I mean, there'll be, 1 hour No, they won't. There'll be another 15-20 minutes at the end of it, which I'm sure will just be, they'll just do a splash and dash and just run the tyres for 2 and a bit stints.
Yes. Yeah. No problem there. And they're in such a great position that they don't need to push like crazy for those final stints. Maxime Briand for Mivano, 3rd position. Meanwhile, Parallax Racing have been keeping out of trouble, and there's a lot to be said for that. 5th place for Tyler Hevias, and Hevias how far away? Just 1.1 seconds from Strail, who is still recovering from that moment. Now, it might be Strail having just overtaken Hevias, actually. And there is a 3-car train now in GT3 for 4th, 5th and 6th places. Sort of generated by Marvin Strail's incident at turn 1, which thankfully didn't involve anybody else, but was way wide at turn 1 and finally rejoined, losing about 5 seconds.
We're inside the last couple of hours. RSL and Race Sport TV together. 2 hours to go then for the iRacing VCO. This is one of the big events of the year, and it's Petit Le Mans. Parallax Racing into the pits in the darkness. So we are just an hour and 57 minutes remaining, and Johnny Palmer, Nick Damon and John Hinoff. Nick, when are you racing again?
I need to go at 10 past. I'm taking the car back. We've had a bit of bad luck. We hit someone else's accident. We're down to 7, trying to climb back up again. So we had an accident that wasn't our fault. I've got the last couple of stints in the dark with the brightness turned up.
Cheat. Even though everybody's doing it. It makes sense. So the BMW 1519, so that's a straight red and black BMW now rejoining, as opposed to the 70 car, which has been in the wars, the 90 car, I should say, been in the wars somewhat. The Urano car, but in GTE, Lassa back, 23 and a bit seconds ahead of Kova. I wonder, have Kova changed their strategy? Because we were talking about 707 going very long on their stints, and maybe they were shaping up at the end of the race to get onto a sort of rhythm that was similar to everybody else. And well, 42 laps now completed by Valtteri Alander, who's currently at the wheel.
It's really whether if they've achieved their aim and they are going to be able to drop a stop, then they haven't got to bother fuel saving anymore, have they?
No.
That might be it. I mean, it's hard because you kind of need that. Not only do you need your strategy software counting up, you need a strategic software. Man over and half takes the pits.
Of another. So it's going to be 31 laps. Yep, and that's bang on schedule. Maxime Briand, in the meantime, 25 completed, and in another 6 or so he'll be in. Matt J. Farrow should be pitting at the end of this lap in car 3. So we are reaching a fairly busy time in the pits for the cars in the top class, 2nd, 3rd and 4th on the road. But it's another 11 laps before we will see Jonas Valmeier in to hand over to Verstappen.
And they're all now effectively coming in. They're two stops from the end, because it's, with the pit stop it's 38 minutes or so in the car, 38 minutes with the pit stop, and they've got an hour and 51 to go, so they should be able to get through with 2 more stops. I'm absolutely certain that's what they've back timed it to from point 1. It's just that the Valmeier Verstappen 33 car is able to eke out that extra lap, and that's really going to give them an advantage at the end, not of a stop, but of 10, 12, 15 seconds. An extra advantage, of course, they don't actually need due to the speed they've been going.
Yeah. But, they set that pattern pretty early on, and have managed to maintain the pace, which has been most impressive, particularly when it was so busy earlier on as well. I mean, it's slightly easier now with a number of cars dropping away, but you've got to survive those early laps, be comfortable in amongst the traffic. There was carnage as well to have to avoid, and there's a little bit of luck involved with that, but also some good judgment in terms of car placement too.
Yeah, I mean, I think this has been a much more hectic endurance race than we've seen before, to be honest, as Mathieu Farah and Red Line Purple comes in, because of the
Back up to third this car as well now after its problems.
Well, it's that quality of the quality street car, isn't it? It's a special purple, but it's just, I mean, I think we have seen a lot more incident and accident because it's just a lot more cars in a smaller amount of traffic, and also parts of the circuit where you can't get past, where you have to be patient, and that's not always worked out quite so well for some of the faster cars.
Are you doing to the end of the race, Nick? Now?
Yes, I am.
Go on, get yourself aware.
Okay, all right. I'll
Good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Let us know what was happening. Nick Damon there, having. They taking back over his car in one of the lower splits, but they are climbing the field, it sounded.
Yeah, it's
We need an
unfortunate being involved in an incident not of your making. Just there was an accident, I think, further up the road and nowhere to go. But not giving up is the key, and putting that out of your mind as best you can to carry on. And I know that. There's a big chunk of the middle portion of the race where they were properly out of trouble, and Nick say a couple of stints for him, which didn't involve any contact, no off-track moments. We're very, very happy with that indeed. And now he's got to bring it home.
So let's have a look at how they stand with under 2 hours to go. Team Redline Orange leads, and it is a full lap now, JP, isn't it? Over the rest of the field from Mivano Sim Racing, Grosso, Valmeyer, Maxime Briont in second place, then Constantini for Apex, that's the 96 car, that also recovering from issues early on, and Redline Purple, that car up into, fourth position now for the number 3. What's interesting is where we are in the run of pit stops, but we'll go through that after we've done the rundown. Yas Heater in 5th, but they're a bit further back, as are Mavano Sim Racing Bianco. The gap between those two, because they are on the same lap, 47 seconds. And then we're into effectively, with the 450 car such a long way down, they are out of the running altogether. So then we're into GT Le Mans, GTE. Lassie back leads for Williams. The Chill Blast car 24 seconds ahead from Phil Deans in second, from the Corva car rather, Valtteri Alander. Then Phil Deans in third, Vendeval Sim Racing Pink, another 52 seconds further back, but that takes them off the lead lap in class. But what I'm giving you is the gaps between the cars, okay? So after Phil Deans is fearless leading for Sim RC GTE, he's only 11 seconds further back, so that battle for the last step on the podium is certainly not over. And just 15 seconds further back, Ryan Barneveld is behind the wheel of the Maniti Racing dark green number 78 BMW. Then Fabrice Cornels for Urano Sports Hawaii. He's just another 11 seconds further back in that red and black BMW. And in GT3, the GT Daytona, if you will, if I can manage to get my mouse onto the right screen, Charlie Collins leads by 35 seconds for another Sim RC team. That's the 176 from Beeler Racing Teams Euronics. They are 35 seconds behind. Then another 25 and a half back is Williams Esports Ben Q. That's Moreno Sarica. Marvin Strell now behind the wheel of the Sim RC Carbon car because we've lost that a couple of cars in that category. He is, I can't give you the gap there because there's an errant Delara in the way as Dominic Farber drops down. But now I can. He is a full lap back from third position and just 9/10 of a second ahead of DV1 Triton Racing. So they're having a cracking scrap, the 276 and the 111 for fourth and fifth position. Tyler Hervé's Parallax Racing still running and 26 seconds ahead of Jose Bordelas Racing Team's Sergei Maturana. That's how they all run. We have 25 cars out of the original 45 still running, and I'm delighted to say that we have got back Sindre Setsas, who I'm scared to open this fader, Sindre. You've been having a shot for every car that's fallen out. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, really good. Good to hear you as well. Sorry about the issues earlier on, but you're clear as a bell. We're having a bit of a laugh about this drinking game. Obviously, we would only encourage very sensible drinking. You're not in this, but you will be back racing on Tuesday night.
Yes, together with Carl Jansen, who's actually caught up to me in the drinking game. He started like a few hours later than me, but he's caught up to like, I think we're at 17 shots now, so I'm quite happy with
pace yourself,
keeping it
pace
clean.
yourself.
Yeah, but yeah, also shout outs to Mike Spangler and Oscar Mangan, who was also here for the drinking game, at least the first parts of it. So yeah, it's been good.
A change. I know a few people have been asking on Twitter at RSL_studio about what's going on with DNLS, another part of the VCO racing empire this year. But we've moved those to midweek to give everybody a bit more chance to compete, because everything in the real world and the virtual world's all crushed up together. So it's Tuesday night then for you.
Yeah, I think it's good. I do some bits of real racing myself and the real NLS, and yeah, I think it's good that it's moved to a suitable time, at least for our real drivers. Well, I even had to cover for the Manfilter car earlier in the season, so yeah, it's been good that it's been moved. I think it gives everyone an opportunity to race. So yeah.
Well, I was at the Nürburgring last weekend, and the weather was awful. Obviously, we won't get that on Tuesday night. You're on the verge of a title there in SP10.
Yes, we are. From my calculations, we're only second place off winning the title in SP10. So yeah, I think it should be good. Me and Carl should be more than easily capable of bringing that result home. So yeah, I'm looking forward to Tuesday.
Well, we wish you all the best, and take it easy tonight, won't you?
Well, that depends on how many cars they crash out, but it seems like it's been pretty clean the last few hours. We're only taking like 2 shots the last 2 hours, so it's all good.
All right, man. Thank you very much indeed. Sindre, we'll see you racing on Tuesday. Thanks, mate. Bye-bye for now.
Yeah, thanks.
Bruce Jones and me for the conversation and the racing on Tuesday evening. And that's 6:30 UK time when we start in sound and vision. Last 2 rounds of the DNLS this year all moved to midweek events. Inside the last hour and 3/4 now, and still Max Verstappen in the Dallara at the front of the field, and still gap comfy. 58 seconds is what we're looking back at now. I said I'd run you through where the front of the field are in terms of their laps. Max has been in the car now for 2 laps, so they're still holding that 6 laps advantage, 7 laps advantage in terms of the fuel run ahead of the second place car. But of course, now that they've evened up their pit stops and all the top 6 are on 13 stops, it's 58 seconds between first and second position. Johnny Palmer, it's looking now like a race that can be controlled if they want by Team Redline Orange. But in fact, they're still banging the quick times in. 109.9 by Verstappen last time around.
Yeah, no let up in the pace. I think if you start to ease back a bit, and that's when the concentration can start to wane a little bit and errors can creep in. So better, attack is the best form of defence effectively, and if you can carry on at this speed, not necessarily an absolute best lap pace, but just below it, and Max setting a time that was just over a second slower than his best lap of the race, which is a 1:08.8. So that's comfortable. 4:12 laps ticked off, almost 4:13, and very nearly a 60-second advantage over Michele Constantino Constantini rather. Maxime Briant for Mirvano, running a further 40 seconds away. It is closer for the lower order positions though, for actually third and fourth, with only 7 seconds between Briant and Matt J. Farrow. And again, the middle order of GTE pretty close between Maniti Racing and the anti-Ahola driven Kova BMW, the black 707. Former GT3 race leader into the pits, that's Charlie Collins. Now this really is very interesting, because Nick Damon and I were trying to work out where everybody is on the pit stop stagger, and Collins was due in as the first of that top three, so that's fine and perfectly on schedule. And then last time around, after the Collins car pitted, I think I said it was 9 laps the difference to the next car. So it was Hayden Burns who brought the car in previously, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 laps later, it'll be Lucas Gestet, and then a further 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 laps will be the 4 car. And what I'm trying to do is a little bit of calculation related to the time we've got left in the race and how many 44, 45 lap stints you can cram into an hour and 42 minutes that remain on the clock, because it's all down to who is leading when the checkered flag comes out in GT3, and that is just an epic endurance race. They've got somehow so far out of sync that it could be any one of those guys, any one of those 3 cars, 451, 4 or 176, just depending on where the blocks of the lap stints fall towards the end. And there will be a bit of calculating that I can do to try and work out who's in the best spot. I wouldn't be surprised to see the 4 car steadily rise to the surface. We're going to have that anyway in 8 laps time. Moreno Siricar will become the new race leader, but I just wonder then when that car pits 9 laps after that, 10 laps after that, it'll pitch it back to 3rd position. That'll put 176 to the sharp end once again, and then it's a question of whether Charlie Collins can stay there or whether he'll have to come in for fuel before the checkered flag is waved. Very tough to call that at the moment. Nose to tail for cars weaving their way through corners 10A and 10B, and the purple LMP2 car, which runs in 4th position with Matt J. Farrow at the wheel, still only 6.3 seconds away from the 3rd place car of Maxime Briant. So there's an hour and 40 to go, and if we say that the last lap for the race for GT3 is going to start with a couple of minutes left on the clock, they will force an extra lap out of that actually as well. So let's say that happens with 46 seconds there or thereabouts still left on the clock. I'm doing it on an average time as well of 1:19, and not everybody's able to achieve that. But from this point on, we're at 1 hour 40 minutes and 20 odd seconds or so. There's 77 laps to go for GT3s, I reckon. And a good stint, we get another really good lap in the GTE category. A 1:15.4 is the best lap so far, produced by Lasse Bach, so he's not daunted by the darkness, is he?
Some of those guys are doing 47 laps, or then they're inside, depending on where they are on their runs.
Well, that's the thing, because there's a stagger between 176 and 276 of 8 laps, and a further late stagger of 9 laps to car 4. So
well, the Kova car,
where are they going to fall? This is in GT3, by the way.
Oh, sorry, GT3. Sorry, yes. Well, but the GTE is just as interesting, because the Williams Esports 27 laps into a stint. Van der Waal in second, only 20. Sim RC are going to be in 4 or 5 laps time because they've done 43. 22 for Manatee Racing. What happened to Kova? No, they're still there. They're still there. They've only been out for what? 385, 378, 7 laps. So, you know, they've got 40 laps to go yet. So if they've got 40 laps to go, they've only got one more pit stop to make.
Yeah.
Everybody else, I think, have 2. So I think Cover have saved the pit stop.
Yes, quite possibly. Well, we were talking about how long they were going, much further into stints than the other cars around them, and would that actually switch back to their advantage come the end of the race?
The only one who's going to be close is the Van der Waal Sim Racing. They've only done 21, and you said that you thought they had it's about the same, isn't it? About 70-something laps to go. Well, that would give them... That's going to take them down to 50-something. It's not there, is it? It's too tight.
No.
So even if it's a splash, Cover are right in this. I think they keep going. They're nailed on for a podium.
Yes.
And something better.
No, I think the podium was always within grasp for the 707 of Cover, but a question of whether they could actually win it. Looking at how the stints are going to fall for the 176 in GT3, car driven by Charlie Collins right now. So he's just started a stint which could run to about 40 laps, and as I said, 77 I made it a couple of minutes ago to the finish. So that's 2 stints. He's just started the penultimate one. So I actually think it's going to fall most neatly for the 176 Audi for Sim RC Titan, and the others are going to fall short because they're going to need a stop and a splash potentially to get them to the finish. But it's still pretty close to call. You don't have the risk or the variable of a safety car,
no,
a yellow flag, so it's going to be a consistent run to the finish now, and it's all about ticking off those laps as best you can, staying out of trouble, and make sure that you're not involved in an incident. So important. But 176 now about to complete 5 laps of this stint, and I reckon in GT3, what's the time left on the clock? 1 hour 36 minutes and 40 seconds. So that is in the ballpark of 74 laps to go. So yeah, if that Audi that's now fallen to 3rd place comes in with about 40 laps on this current stint, then it should be able to do 40 laps and see it to the finish as well. But interestingly, 176 hasn't always been able to do a full 40. Last time around, 37 laps from Charlie Collins. Now, was that deliberate just to get it into that window so they could back time it comfortably, take the shorter stint, actually 2 from the end, anti-penultimate stint being the shorter? Or was there a problem? I don't know, because you don't often see a 5-lap swing for that car. It's gone from a 42-lap stint to now only 37, and Hayden Burns can he more consistently get the fuel out of that car? No, not really. It doesn't quite fit like that. Charlie and Hayden both impressive on the fuel mileage. I think the 176 is in slightly the better position, but 451 and the 4 car still very much in the fight. And
yeah, they've done very well, considering the carnage that has been wrought upon the GT3 category, the GT Daytona category, and it has been.
Yeah.
And we have seen some mistakes, clearly, but there's been some horrendous driving by some of the other classes.
Well, Sammy Matti-Trogan very much on the wrong side of that.
Well, and they were going so well.
They were, yes.
Yeah. So 34 laps for Strell. So what do we reckon he can get out of that? About 47. They did 46, 47 last time, didn't they? No, they only did 43. So that's 9 more laps for him. That's going to take him to about 60 laps to go. Like you see, all of these guys have got two stops.
Apart from Collins, I think he can do it on 1 more now.
Do you think if he can get 40 laps, he can?
Yeah, and that's the thing, because the previous stint worries me because he only made 37.
Yeah,
and that wouldn't be enough. But if he can do 40, and that car's done 42 previously in this race as well, then that's fine. And the others won't be able to do it on 1 more stop because it's too far. So yes, you're right. We have had stops now for actually both of the cars ahead. Is it right on the road? Or has my page not quite refreshed? Just do a quick refresh to confirm. So just stayed in 4:51, and the 4 car, which is the purple and blue machine,
Correct.
being driven by, is that Josh Thompson back in? No, Josh brought it in last time around, and driver has just taken charge of the 4, which is Moreno Sirica. Or Sirica's been in that car for a while and has just produced the fastest lap for that particular car, a 1:18.71. That's not a best time class, but it's still good and indicative of that car getting lighter again on the fuel. Sven Haase, 24.5 seconds further up the road, but Haase will be the first of those cars to come into pit lane, and Sirica the last, car number 4 for Williams Esports BenQ. So Haase turning right through that awkward turn 7 now, the kink at 8 and 9, where you keep your right foot nailed. And then over the rise, the meters to go to the corner boards appear. You can swoop past those and hit the brakes very, very late indeed into 10A.
Love driving in the dark, love racing in the dark. It is a different thing, very different feel. Racetrack looks different from the daytime. Some drivers will tell you they prefer it. Very odd at the Nürburgring Nordschleife for Full Metal Racing last weekend with no spectators out there. It was even darker than usual. And some of the drivers I was talking to saying that that was a bit bizarre. But in some ways there was less distractions.
Yeah.
Got to make sure you've got something that you can still use as your brake markers, and the surface of the road doesn't look the same from headlights. They've flattened it out. Beautifully modelled in iRacing, by the way. It really does flatten the road out. You can't quite see the contours. Got to look a bit harder for those changes of pavement that you're looking at that you might be using as a brake point or a turning point.
Well, Alex Brundle was saying that the party on Saturday night at Brunchen sometimes draws to a close at 4:30 a.m. And as a driver, you say, no, keep partying, keep drinking the beer, because then all the lights are turned off when they do decide to all go to bed.
And you can't see.
And you don't know where to turn in anymore, because you've been using that as a reference point all the way through. And then, no, they're winding down. They're taking down the speaker stack. Stay for a few more beers, lads, please.
Quick, somebody. Hi, this is Alex. Yeah, get over to Brunchen and take them another keg of beer.
Yeah. Just till daylight, and then you can pack up.
Yeah, no, that's very good. Very good. The problem with a lot of, not a problem here at Road Atlanta, because there is enough near to the track for your headlights, even though there's not a lot of reflective surfaces. Like at Le Mans, you've got road furniture, you've got things like road signs, you've got the white lines at the edge of the road which are reflective. A lot of racetracks, including Road Atlanta, Silverstone, that runs into the darkness sometimes, they don't. And Formula One tracks typically don't have reflective lines.
No.
And Formula One tracks don't have anything near the track. It's a long way away. So you are really just looking at the surface of the road. And that can be very, very strange when you're driving along. If you lose your concentration for a moment, certainly if you spin the car and you restart, you've got to remember where you are. Very, very interesting. Don't get so much of the problem here at Road Atlanta. What you do get here is your headlights pointing at the sky a lot and lighting up trees. Verstappen is now only about 4 seconds away from putting a lap on pace on Constantini and putting Apex a lap back. So we're coming to a very, very important part of the race here. Constantini, 22 laps into his stint, 18 laps for Verstappen, and he will be able to see the Apex car just disappearing under the Suzuki bridge as he comes out of 10B. He is now 3 seconds behind. He's lapping about a second a lap quicker than Apex, down through 12. It's like being in a road car. The onboards from Verstappen's car are so smooth. Through 1, up to the top of the hill at 2. Bit of traffic ahead, just a little amber light, marker light above the windscreen. If you spot that, you know that that's Verstappen. He's being a little more circumspect going past some of the GT cars. Down into turn 6. The gap is still about 3 seconds. 1:10.0 last time around, so actually Constantini took a bit of time out of him. Only a couple of tenths, but it's going to delay the inevitable. But that's all. Constantini in the 96 car, over the top of the brow at 11 and down the hill, plunging downhill. That is very steep down there. There's a access road that runs alongside the track there, and if you can manage to kick your golf cart out the gear at the top of it, trust me, you can get some decent speed down there.
Yeah, I bet.
But you have to have checked beforehand to make sure your steering's all right, because once you get over a certain speed on a golf cart, it gets very, very scary wobbly. So I'm told.
Of course, yes, you've just heard this on the grapevine, hearsay. Fraser Williamson, a little bit wide there, took some cones with him. Was that right in front of the race leader as well?
Turn 3.
Turn 3 for the 5th place car. No, I don't think that was Max Verstappen who was wanting to sneak by.
I think it might have been the 2nd place car,
Could
though.
well have been. Costantini, who's still on the lead lap by his fingertip.
Just
marginal. And that won't
still about 3 seconds. That's all he is. Michele Costantini just coming through turn 1. Oh, this is a replay. Yeah, it was the 2nd place car. There's the off from the 20 car. Yeah, not wrong with my eyes, eh?
Very good. Even from that car behind, which is not easy to pick out in this level of darkness. The livery looks good in the daylight. Very tricky though. It's black and white. So you did well there.
33 now. We'll be able to see the tail lights at various parts of the circuit. I don't think it's the next car ahead. I think it's the car ahead of that. Through the dust cloud, kicked up by the 2 prototypes ahead, down towards 6 for Verstappen. Onboards is how to watch racing during the night, I always think. Real life or VR. I could watch a whole race in the darkness hours.
That's very possible to do that these days, with lots of teams choosing to televise effectively the whole of the race from the driver's perspective, which is fascinating to do for a different perspective entirely on a motor race, purely from the same vantage point all the way through. Well, Nürburgring 24 hours, a number of teams, I think they did that last weekend. 2
questions. What's going to happen in the next couple of laps? How hard does Costantini fight to stay on the lead lap? And supplemental, new fastest lap of the race, by the way, last time around by Verstappen. He's just trimmed a 10th off, 1:08.794, as opposed to... No, hang on. Yes, 1:08.794 as opposed to a 1:08.797, which was the quickest lap that was held by Apex. So we're getting some fast laps. How hard does Verstappen try to put the lap on Constantini? How hard does Constantini try to stay on the lead lap?
Well, that battle's only going one way. Verstappen's gaining all the time, and Costantini having... That car's had produced the fastest lap of the race. As you say, that's now been taken away from Max Verstappen. But there's no doubt about the pace.
Verstappen's just got it back from the Apex car.
There's no doubt about the pace of Constantini's car.
Yeah.
However, I mean, what have you got to win, really, apart from, okay, well, I stayed on the same lap as Max Verstappen? I think the concern now for Costantini is conserving that 41-second advantage he's got over Maxime Briand.
Spot on.
And you're going to lose time defending Max Verstappen for 0 gain, pretty much. And then you'll find that Briand will gain 15 odd seconds or something and put the numbers 96 car under unnecessary pressure. So I would just let him go.
Fabrice Cornels has come in the Uranus Esports Hawier car. And where is he? He was in 5th. Oh, come on. Scroll down. My machine's getting tired tonight, I think. That's the number 90 car, isn't it?
Yes, in the red and black colours.
Well, I reckon he's only done 35 laps there last time around. Yeah, agreed.
Okay.
So he's going to need another stop.
Yes. I mean, to be honest, he would have
I reckon he's about 15 laps short.
Yeah, well, that would work on the time as well, because they generally do.
Arjuna says 20 minutes of fuel. Thank you, Arjuna.
Well, there's an hour and 23 left on the clock. GTE cars generally can make the hour, or just shy of that, 57 minutes perhaps. So.
Sven Haas in from the lead of GT3. Now,
can't make the end from here, which is what I thought.
No, you're spot on there, mate.
And the second place car is going to come in about 10 laps time, maybe 9 laps time. And again, I mean, that's tighter. You know, the closer you get to 60 minutes being left on the clock, the better the whole situation. But so Moreno Sirica, the car he shares with Josh Thompson, to the sharp end again in GT3. But Charlie Collins, for me, for Sim RC Titan, still in a slightly better position here. So Moreno, what was the difference between 4.51 and 4 in terms of laps between their previous stops? I'm pretty sure it was 9. Let's just confirm that, because it's important to the end of the race. So there they are, 4 to the lead. And last time around, the gap between Lucas Gested and the stop for Thompson at the time was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 laps. So from 10 laps at this point, we'll see the 4 car in from the lead of GT3.
Yeah.
The question is, 10 laps? That's 20 odd minutes? Or is it short of the hour mark?
It's 10 minutes plus 10 plus 160 seconds, isn't it? Which is not enough.
No, I don't think it is
It's
either.
just a shorter splash. In comes the Williams Esports BenQ car, Moreno Sirica, into the pits now. So they've come in now. So even though I don't think they needed to, I'm with you. So Sirica in the number 4 car.
13:20, and they needed 20 minutes. So, right, interesting. They've come in now. Well, it's going to be 2 stops.
Well, that was 42 laps. So I mean, he was pushing on. The Biela Racing team behind them's on 40. Will be on their 44 lap now. Apex in second. Let's go back to that battle for the front of the field and whether Verstappen is going to lap the whole field with his teammate Jonas Vollmeyer. Of course, he's done his job as well. Verstappen flashing the lights. No, mate, I'm going to stay on the lead lap, thanks very much. You stick your car down the inside. See what happens now.
So what's actually happened is I missed the 33 laps that Josh Thompson did previously.
Right.
So Sirica's stint length is fine, 42. And maybe the 33 laps prior to that was to line them up to the finish. So they were already back timing 4 stints from the end. Yeah, okay. But they can't make the finish from here is the key point. And they couldn't have made it work even if they'd gone to 44 laps.
Another fastest lap of the race, 108.710 from Verstappen last time around, but it was a 109.1 that time around because he's in traffic and, he pushes his luck going around the outside of the BMW. Not sure I might have done that. Through 5. Flashing line, he's on the flash button. Down to 4th, down to 3rd for turn 6. He's getting a little bit of unsettled movement from the back of the car. And he got a bit of wheel spin coming out of 7 as well. Flash your light as much as you want, mate. He's staying on the lead lap. It's not how it works, particularly not here in America. He'd be getting a warning now for flashing his lights too much.
Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a line that can be overstepped if you are causing a distraction more than anything. He's letting Costantini know that he's there. And as you said,
knows he's there.
Michele's not going to just jump off the racing line to allow him through. So you flash a couple of times, say, I'm the race leader, I want to come by. If no reaction, then you've got to just stop, haven't you?
Well, you've got to make the decision of whether you're just going to follow him. He's going to pit before the red line car anyway by, 6 or 7 laps. In fact, he is coming in at the end of this lap, I reckon.
Okay.
Because he's on his 33rd lap already, Costantini. So that's a pretty good run for him. So the cooler temperatures, the better track conditions. Somebody needs to be telling Max, he's pitting the end of this lap, mate. Don't worry about it. Because the worst thing that
you're going to run out of juice on those lights if you carry on that way.
Worst thing he could do now is stick one up the inside and end up damaging the car.
Good point.
See if Costantini goes to the right. He does. He's heading to the pits.
Yeah. GTE race leader in as well. Lassie back. And that means that car's going to have to stop again for a splash too to see it through to the finish. Is that likely to bring in anybody else to the fight? No, Phil Danes is over a minute behind, so Lassie back should be comfortable.
That's a 45 lap stint for him.
Yeah.
But
you can't do an hour and 17 on a tank.
No.
It'll have to be a splash to see him to the.
We've now got
the
straight 500 laps predicted.
Okay. Yeah, there's 498, 499, fluctuating between the two. When Verstappen comes in for a couple of stops, that might peg it back to just under 500. But it'd be a nice round figure.
Still interested to know what's going on at Cova. How far back are they? 7:35. Yeah, they've got to be on for a podium. I don't think they can take the win because the gap back to the leader is too far. Antiohola back behind the wheel of that BMW. Remember, they got turned around coming to the green flag. So they've done an extraordinary job to get back as far as they can. And they were running long early when nobody was running long. They've had a couple of extended 47, I think they did at the best, didn't they, for the 707? 48.
From 707.
Yeah.
Nobody's got close to that.
Well, they can do it on one more stop because they've got plenty of laps in hand. Their last stop, we're working for those guys, lap, 405, and the GTs, and their last stopped at lap 379, I reckon. So they've probably got another 10 laps plus, and that is going to take them very close to going with just one more stop. Very close indeed.
2 stints that were 48 laps long. One from Valtteri Alander, which was the second stint of the race, and then Antiohola did it later on as well.
It's Matt Farrow in the pit lane after a 32 lap stint. Their race got away from them early on. Matt did a triple, and they did try to triple the tyres in the earlier part of the day when the track was hotter. It looked like it had worked. They led the race, but in the last third of that stint, last 8 or 10 laps, pace just dropped right off. And then they had a couple of incidents, didn't they, in that purple car. And you just know that Patrick Wolff is going to be kicking himself. It's his first stint out. He'd been sitting there waiting for 3 stints, and he dropped the car pretty much as soon as he got it out the pit there.
Yes.
On cold tyres and heavy tanks.
The outlet, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
and then he had another little offset.
And that's the one thing you cannot afford to do. If you're going so radically off strategy from everybody else, you've got to keep the consistency and hope that it'll all work out in the end. But yeah, when you're chasing your tail then from just stint 4, it's very, very tough.
Gianni Vecchio pits from 5th with the Porsche, the sole Porsche in the GT Le Mans GTE category. Not sure what their thoughts were there. See what happens when they change drivers and the car disappears from the pit lane. It is literally pitch black.
Yeah, yes.
I was like, oh, the lights have gone out. And there is a bit more light than that in real life because there are a few gantry lights.
Yeah.
And there's a bit of light that shines now across the track. The bridge, which is the Michelin walkover bridge, is lit. And the new Michelin Tower building has a lot more lighting. So there is a wee bit on the front straight. There are always some apex lights at turn 6 and 7. And I think down in the complex at turn A and B as well, there's some lights. But it's pretty dark out the back. Pit lane for Verstappen. That's early. I think that's a wee bit early, isn't it?
Stint length's just popped up.
No, 32 it will be. Yeah, by the time he goes back out. No, all right. So, why did they did a 25 lap stint earlier with Valmeyer?
Again, that might just be to line the car up perfectly to the final stint, so back timing many stints out, perhaps, and to get Max in. But to be honest, Verstappen, I didn't think had been notably quicker than Valmeyer.
It's one more stop from here. 60 laps to go for them.
Okay,
so one more stop here. They can do that quite easily. That's why they've done that, as you said. Now the question is, who gets in? So Max does this. So does Max do the triple to the end? That would be 3 full stints. Sorry, no. Nonsense.
38, yeah, it's fine on the time. Verstappen's just done 1, hasn't he? So he's certainly going to stay in for the next one.
And that's it.
And
then there's one more after that.
After that, so they've got a choice, haven't they? Whether they keep Verstappen at the wheel or put Valmeyer in. Probably doesn't really matter.
At the moment, they've done exactly half the race to here now, each.
Yeah.
Valmeyer's done about 4 minutes 13. Verstappen has just gone back out again. Has done 4 minutes 15. So
yeah, but as you say, 440 completed, looking at 500 laps maximum, I think, is a total. So that's
499 again now. It's just doing that thing, isn't it?
Well, as long as it's, even if it stretches out to 501 or 502, they should be fine.
They're fine.
Because they can do 31, they can do 32 if necessary. So that'll take to 504, so perfectly within the envelope there. Still a big question mark as to which way GT3 is going to go. I think Collins is in the best spot, now leading the class again, 176. He'll be the first to stop between the 176, the 451 of Sven Haase and the 4 of Moreno Siricar. But when Collins comes in, there should be just about a stint to go then, whereas it's not as even as for the 2 cars behind.
Correct. Just a little note, and Arjuna reminds me, Verstappen lapped the field when Constantini came into the pit lane.
Yes.
The big difference now is he's got back out and Constantini did not get back on the lead lap.
Right. So
the whole field now is 2.54 miles down and more on the number 33 Team Red Line Orange, the Valmeyer Verstappen car.
So that was down to the extra 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 laps that. No, I'm looking at the wrong one. It probably about the same actually for Verstappen on effectively the in lap. It was 5 laps, I make it.
Correct.
And yeah, the quicker time that he was able to produce without Costantini in front has effectively leapfrogged him.
You know, you're talking about an average lap time that's half a second quicker over Constantini on that last stint.
Yeah.
What was interesting is the stint before, Valmeyer's average was down in the nearly 111. which that's unusual for Jonas. He'd been 109.9 previous, so maybe there was some feeling that he was getting tired.
Yeah.
Because he was losing on average a couple or 3 seconds a lap to the teams behind them. So it's not that they didn't have that time to give up, they did.
Well, that was also the end of a triple for Valmeyer.
Oh, was it?
So understandably he was getting
And,
tired.
so the other thing is, did they not change the tyres?
That I don't know. But
Right, let's have a look at the lap.
But is there a notable drop? I mean, there is, isn't there? Because it goes out to 110.9 for that third
exactly.
stint, 25 lapper.
If you look at the pit stop history, you should be able to tell on there, because see where he was. So at the 54 seconds in the pit lane, that would suggest no tyres to me.
Yep.
125 for a set of tyres in the pit lane. 1 minute for his first stop when there would have been no tyres, 54 seconds. So a bit less fuel and no tyres, which is why they only did the short run. Yeah. That's interesting, isn't it? That they gave that a try. Now the interest is still at the front of the GTE field, where we're waiting to see what happens. Lasse Bach is back out in the number 1 car. The Corva BMW now on the pit lane rotation is up to 2nd position, and I think that's came on 378, 380, 400, that's 22, and that's 32. Well, they've still got laps to give. Lasse Bach 7 laps into the stint, so he can do about another 40. I don't think he can go to the end. I really don't. So if we can get another 6 or 7 laps out of that Corva car, they are going to save a pit stop. They're not close enough. I still don't think they're a minute behind Lasse Bach.
Yes.
And they've got a long pit stop, a full pit stop to go. So that's going to be 1 minute and 24 in the pit lane. Lasse Bach has got a shorter pit stop, where probably now is Bach going to have to change tyres? Is he on a double? Yes, he is. So they might. Dare you risk the tyres on a triple? No, maybe not.
Well, it won't not going to be that far to the end. 10 laps maybe, because it's
15. I reckon
15.
20 minutes.
I'm trying to remember the exact time on the clock when Bach came in. It's 1 hour and 5 now. Yeah, it might have been 1 hour and 17 from memory, because I said there was no way
he started the stint at UK time 23:33:56 on lap 405.
23:33. So that's 12 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that would wind it back to 17. That's what I remembered it being. So you're going to come in with about 17 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah.
15 laps, 14 laps, something like that. Okay. Yeah. Would you risk the tyres for a relatively short stint for the time you'll gain in the pits? You're going to lose it.
Who's he racing though? That's what you've got to ask yourself.
Yeah.
Is he racing Corva, who are going to have to do a full stop? Is he racing Van der Waal, Sim Racing? Now Van der Waal, they've only recently stopped, haven't they? They only last stopped on 4:10. And that's got Phil Deans behind the wheel of the car. And they're 1 minute and 30 behind. So that's much more who you're racing, isn't it?
True.
But I don't think that car, Van der Waal, can't go to the end either, can it? No. Just a tiny splash for them. Now, they won't take tyres. So that's who you're racing. that's who you're racing at the end of the day. You'll need more fuel from them, and do you decide to risk it and take tyres just in case you make a mistake and you've got to defend?
True. Yeah. Yeah, you'll want the car to be manoeuvrable potentially on the last lap if you have got to hold somebody off. And the problem is, when the tyres start to go, they'll just go off the edge of a cliff and there's no getting them back. So,
sorry, I did not mean to make that exclamation, but there was 3 cars wide and the leader threaded the needle between the pair of them. That was 2 class leaders there. That was the GT3 class leader and the overall leader coming underneath the bridge at 11 down to 12. For a moment we had 3 wide and that was tight on the inside.
Just a little.
Sim RC, Titan, Charlie Collins doing exactly the right thing. So a GT3, a GTE and the prototype, all 3 classes there. Verstappen decides to go and to go hard, decisive, down the inside. Very good. Nice move by Charlie as well to stay out the way of everybody there. Last thing he needs is an errant GT E car, knocking him off the track.
Well, because they're in a great place right now, the 176. One more stop to make.
22 seconds the lead.
And 30 laps on the stint, so another 14 or so. They could push to. Even if it's 40-odd laps, that'll be fine, because they'll be within the window then.
To go at the end.
To go to the end.
Yeah.
And they're going to tick over into the final hour very shortly. And
where's Haase on his fuel then in second?
He's going to pit. They're going to have to pit about 8 or 9 laps later than the race leader.
Right. Yeah. He's only 14 laps, coming to 15 laps through his stint. JP.
Oh yes, because there was that awkward stint from the 4 car, which I've not factored in. Okay. Either way, it doesn't fit neatly.
No.
For that car.
And Sven's on the second part of a double. He's impressed me, Haase. Driven well. I'm still intrigued by this front of the field battle about how far the Corvette BMW M8 707 car could go and whether it can steal back second position. As I said, I'm saying now, unless there's a problem for Williams Esports, you don't wish that on anybody at this stage of the game. And you really don't. But at that point, you've got to say there's a second place, I think, on for Corvette. And given how they started the race, stone last after being tipped round coming to the green. We'll give a race rundown for you in about a minute or so as we head inside the last 60 minutes. What a cracker this has been. There's been a bit of quite a lot of wheel-to-wheel racing, but this has been very tactical, and it's all been all about proper, what I would call old-fashioned endurance racing. All right, we haven't had the mechanical issues, of course. Everybody's kept the cars running, so no engine failures. Nick was talking about it is possible. These guys have looked after the cars rather well. Big attrition rate for accident and incident, but other than that, it's been a 21st century old-fashioned race, and by that I mean it's been flat out, but the strategy has still had to play out. So into the last hour, let's start just for a change at the GT3 end of things. That'll keep everybody on their toes. Well done. Well done, Ashuna. Following along. If you're following along at home, follow the bouncing ball. Sim RC 176 leads. It is Charlie Collins behind the wheel. He's completed 398 laps and he's got 23.5 seconds on Sven Haase.
And likely to pit in the next 4 laps, I reckon.
For Collins or Haase? Collins, thank you. Another 35 seconds further back, but still on the lead lap, is the third place Moreno Serica driven Williams Esports Ben Q car. That's the number 4 car. Then It's the DV1 Triton Racing Audi. They are back on 396 laps completed. So they are a couple of laps away from those top three. 9.5 seconds back is Tyler Hervés at the moment in the 11 car, the Parallax Racing machine. 15 seconds further back then, Tom Valentini, who seems to have been in that car every time I've mentioned it. That's the 276 MIC carbon machine. 7.5 seconds further back, but just into the pit lane, our final classified runner at the moment, Sergei Maturana for Jose Bordeles Racing. And he was 11 seconds or thereabouts behind when he pitted. Vendaval Sim Racing have been out for a very long time, and yeah, they've been greyed out. So we have 25 cars of the expected 45, of which I reckon only 42 started. Actually, the 2 prologue React Esports cars didn't start. In GTE IMSA, GT Le Mans, GTE, call it what you will, we have Lasse back with a handy 58.5 second lead from Antti Ahola. Lasse back around about 14-15 laps into his stint at the moment. The Corva BMW on a massive comeback drive after being tipped around coming to the green, and has half a minute on Vendaval Sim Racing Pink and Phil Deans. That's the 2 car in third, from Jürgen Frank in fourth. Jürgen is a further 14 seconds back from a podium spot at the moment. That does put him just off the lead lap. Diogo Cipinto, Maniti Racing, another 8.5 seconds further back. There's some tight gaps there. He's only got 5 seconds on the up, down and flying around almost of Rano Esports Highway number 90. Then 40 seconds further back, it's the Porsche. It's the 911, the red line car. 4 seconds ahead of AAA Esports. I'm going to run right through these because they all deserve a mention. Rafael Rasag is next up for AAA Esports, as I mentioned. 17 seconds further back, Alexei Nezov for HM Engineering. Max Del Orco's just come into the pits for SRC Corsa Red. In fact, he's just gone back out again. He's in 10th. 11th, Elias Seppanen for BSNXT. 9 seconds further back, Wild Animals Artem Grabov. And that's your 12, your round dozen that are still running there. 416 laps for the 12th place car against the leader on 420, so 4 laps off the lead. And at the head of the field, the only car currently on the lead lap and still lapping as quick, if not quicker than anybody else, Max Verstappen. Jonas Valmeyer ably backing up the Formula 1 superstar. 33 car leads by a lap and change, as they would say around here. Michele Constantini for Apex Racing Team. Still a bit of a battle to play out, potentially, I reckon, JP, for the minor positions here. Although there's 43 seconds between Apex and Mivano. There's only 4 laps between them, I suppose, so maybe not quite as exciting. But Matt Farrow is only 4 seconds away, I think that's 6 seconds now, away for Team Redline Purple from getting 2 Redline cars on the podium.
Yeah.
And again, that's going to come down to who's got the best and shortest last pit stop, I reckon. Fraser Williams is off the pace by another couple of laps. They've got 21 seconds. Got 22 on Josh Ladd for Yasheet. That's your top 6. Behind that, everybody else. Redline Red's been out for a long time now. They were running strongly. They were the first top 3 were all Redline cars for a wee while early on, and the Biela team car is over 450 laps down. That's how it stands with 55 minutes to go.
Right, so Charlie Collins currently working lap 37. He did a 37 lap stint previously in 176 as well.
This is in GT3, isn't it?
In GT3, yeah, race leader, and expected in, well, somewhere between now and 42 laps potentially, because his teammate Hayden Burns was able to eke out the fuel to another 5 laps. I get the feeling that he's not hanging around though, Charlie Collins. They're certainly not fuel saving now. They don't need to.
No.
With 54 minutes to go, they're perfectly within the bracket to make a stop within the next 2 or 3 laps and be fine then on the mileage. And then it's just a question of keeping things neat and tidy for the best part of an hour on what has been an incredibly busy racetrack at times. It's quieted down now because of those that have fallen away. 25 runners we're left with. And the track seems quite happy with that amount currently as well. We're still getting a little bit of clumping here and there, but for the main part, drivers can deal with it.
Haas is going to have a shorter last run to the flag.
Yes.
So that means a shorter stop at the end. So he will claw back a bit of refueling time. Let's not forget, Charlie Collins and Sim RC won GTE at Le Mans as well. Arjuna reminds me. Thank you. And a big thank you, by the way, to all at Racebot TV, Hugo and Arjuna and everybody else behind the scenes. Once again, the coverage has been absolutely outstanding. Would that we could have this in full metal racing. Yes, I know we can't, but really good use of the overheads and the onboards. I've loved watching it. Really found it entertaining. Thank you, and thank you. Charlie up at turn 7 with the racetrack stretching ahead of him. Nice position to be in when you're inside the last hour. You know you can take your pit stop pretty much any time to get you to the end.
Yeah.
For the leaders, computer is predicting 44 laps to go. That would put us on 500. And that, therefore, would be over 1,500 miles of racing. 2.54 here, is that right? I have that in my head, and I've said that from the beginning, and I've never looked it up.
Pretty close to that. Collins stayed out again, by the way.
Good.
But that's fine. I'm on the wrong page. I'll find out the exact distance for you. But 1,000 miles is 394 laps. So yeah, it's pretty close to 2.5 miles.
Charlie just holding his racing line as the Huawei sponsored BMW goes down the inside, and there was a prototype in there as well. I think that's the number 20 car, isn't it? That's going through there, the Fraser Williamson car. That car was quick as well in the early stages, the silver and black. Charlie doing his best to stay out of harm's way, and that's what the team will be telling him now. Yeah, it was the 20 car. Antti Ahola has come into the pits for the GTE 707, the Corva car. So there's a question answered. And they will be able to go to the end from here. So that's their last pit stop. In fact, they are already out of the pit lane. What I need to see is what that last pit stop time was, 53. So that was fuel only then?
Yes. Well, yeah, one or two have been doing 54, 55 second stops, and you cannot squeeze a tyre change in there because tyres done entirely separately from
the
fuel
proper
and driver
way.
change. Yeah, precisely.
That's the way I would say that.
You can do a driver change inside the time that it takes to fill the car
easily.
with fuel.
Yeah.
15 seconds, I think Nick was saying, to do a driver change, but you're able to do that legally as well. So you can do those in parallel, but then if you want to do tyres, that has to be done as the next sequence. It's 4,088 metres round here, by the way, which
doesn't help.
What did you say the mileage was?
2.54.
Bang on. 2.54. 2.540. 165.
So 500 miles is? Come on, do that. Where's the calculator?
No, that's not it.
Do you know what I visualised there? The
Go
track graphics for NBCSN when they show me the at the beginning of the show, and it always shows how much it is. And I'd visualised, it says 12 turns, but obviously I always said 12 corners.
Yes.
Because I would have been, my late father would have slapped me round the lugs if I'd said turns and straightaways. Corners and straights, lad. None of that kind of talk.
2.54 times 500 is 1270. 1,270.
Okay, yeah. So nearly 1,300 miles. Sorry, yeah. I over-egged the pudding there.
That's right. Very unlike you.
Hey-ho. Hey-ho.
Another good... Hey, Charlie Collins has just done the fastest time in GT3 of the race. So that's got to be an in-lap now, surely. 40. This is his 42nd lap. I don't think that car's been longer than 42 laps on a stint.
Hey, and by the way, the VCO guys... sorry, the Corva guys, a minute in the pit lane last time around. And their pit stops have been, I think they've been 1, 2. I think this might be a quad stint on those tyres.
Wow.
First pit stop 104. Second pit stop 132. That sounds like tyres to me. 103, 132. Tyres. 103. No tyres, 131 tyres. And then since then, 106, 1 minute, 1 minute.
Yeah. There's hardly any room in there at all to change. Well, unless they're changing one tyre.
Yes, could be.
Tight.
Could be. Hadn't thought of that.
Because again, that's done in sequence, isn't it?
Yeah, and it still takes the same time to go up on the on the jacks. It just comes down a bit quicker.
Yeah.
Or earlier, should I say. It comes down at the same speed. You know what I mean?
I do. Right, so the longest stint for car 176 that leads GT3, actually 44 laps. And we're now on 43 laps, being worked currently by Charlie Collins. So it'll have to be in at the latest on the next lap if he doesn't come in at the end of this one. But very good speed indeed being shown by the Sim RC Titan GT car that leads the class.
Battle for position. Fabrice Cornelis and Diogo Cipinto coming down, or going up rather, from 1 to 2. Down the front straight is what I was trying to say, but by the time I got to say that, they'd already gone through that area and moved on. No hanging about here, is there?
No. Right, Collins is in now, and this will be the 176's final stop of the race, with the cars behind likely to take the lead, but it'll be a brief affair.
Oh,
what happened to 11 car?
Wheel on the grass between 6 and 7. And just about held on, Tyler Hervés.
In front of the 20, I think that was a Fraser Williamson just
again
sneaking through.
Yeah. So coming down to 6, attack 6, into 5th, get on the brakes for 3rd. Just ran on the curb a little bit, and Fraser Williamson does a great job of missing him. That could have been huge. Parked sideways, no side marker lights, in the dark, at turn 7. Ooh, no thanks.
It was a question of where the car was going to roll next, though, because
yeah,
I think Fraser was committed to the outside and then thought, no, don't keep rolling
did well
backwards.
Not to fall off as well, to be honest,
Yes,
on the
did.
outside.
Yes, he did.
Really good.
And actually, a good job he didn't go for the gap just in front of the Audi's nose, because the first gear was located very quickly by the spinning car, and there would have been contact there as well. So Williamson deciding to go around the back of the Audi and, yeah, negotiated turn 7, which is tricky anyway, before you've introduced the broadside GT3 car into the mixture. Right, so Collins stays at the wheel. He has made his final stop and showing such good
GT
speed.
again,
GT3.
Yeah. He's dropped down to 2nd position on the pit stop, but Sven Haase has to stop.
He does, for a splash at some point.
How far do we think Haase can go into race?
Another 12 laps, the 14 laps quite possibly. Haase, he's on lap 28 currently, and we had just seen a 43 lap stint from Collins.
Right.
So if they can find that sort of longevity. And Haas's done a 43 lapper actually the previous time around, so expect another 43 again, and that's 15 laps away.
Well, at that point, you splash the fuel and leave the tyres. You have to.
Oh,
don't you?
yes.
To give yourself a chance. Haas is on his second stint.
And Collins, has he stayed in for a third then to the finish?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes. So he got in on lap 328 and has done 37 laps, 43 laps, and now all the way to the finish.
Now, in GTE, what we've got to think about is who stops and for how long. What we know for sure is that the 707 car is fueled to the end with Antti Ahola behind the wheel. That currently sits in 4th position in class and is, that's 21 seconds behind second place. Forget first at the minute because Lassie Back has got that in the bag for Williams Esports. So it's when the Vendaval number 2 and when the Sim RC GTE 76 stops.
Yeah. And quite possibly Fabrice Cornelis involved in this as well. 4.8 seconds away, the number 90 car, which has really been in the wars at various points.
He's got about another 10, 12 laps to go before he stops, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, okay, right. So that's going to actually stop before everybody else, and we'll probably take it out of the equation by that point.
Well, he can stop any time now.
Oh, yeah, he could, yes, true.
Is the thing. And I wonder, you know, the longer out you stop them, and if you're going to do that, then you put new tyres on and you absolutely cane it.
Yeah.
You absolutely cane it. And then you've got more time to make up the time you lost to put the tyres on, if you see what I mean.
Yes.
And make it back. But what are you going to make? You know, you're going to lose 25 seconds in the pits putting tyres on. You've only got 41 minutes left.
That's tough. And also there's pressure.
You've got to make up, you know, probably a second a lap to make it worthwhile.
Yeah.
Which might be doable.
There's also pressure from behind for Manatee Racing, which I'd not spotted. Diogo C. Pinto is
he's been on
1.4 seconds behind Cornelis. So
yeah, he's been right on it.
Yeah, he has. So the first place in GTE pretty much decided, unless there's a major problem for Williams Esports Chill Blast. But then I'm really not sure what order, second, third, fourth, fifth.
I think Corva are second. I think Corva are running effectively second at the moment because they are stopped and done. Van der Velde have to come in, and as I said, they are only 16, 22, 23 seconds ahead, and just transiting the pit lane and getting a bit of fuel. It's about 22 seconds. The delta for the pit lane, I'm being told. Here's Cornelis into the pits. I like this.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to come in now on fuel, but get into a rhythm and crack on. So fuel going in now. He shouldn't need a full tank. Oh, didn't need anywhere near. Oh, no, sorry, that's the Apex Racing team coming in from second, excuse me. I'm too busy watching the stopwatch. Looking further back down the pit lane to see when Cornelis' car runs. Constantini, I'm guessing, will stay in. Cornelis is moving, 24 seconds. So that was, I think that was fuel only. And so he's now fueled to the end.
But no tyres.
But no tyres. And I thought they might have gambled and put some tyres on. But I did not see that car go up. So he needed more fuel than I thought there. Here's Jürgen Frank coming in the number 76 Sim RC. That's coming in from 4th position, or will drop to 5th immediately as through goes Manatee. So this is a splash of fuel as well. So what did I say? It was 26 seconds for the last BMW that stopped. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, not 25 and a half. So he's gained about a second on the last car. So everybody who's coming in is going to gain a little bit of time here because they need a tiny bit less fuel.
Yeah.
And a hauler does not need to stop. So
Indeed.
Van der Waal is the only car ahead of them now, still to stop. And I wonder whether they bring Phil Deans in now or whether they run him all the way to the end. There is a slight advantage of running the car to the end if you're not going to change tyres, in that you're not putting extra weight on those tyres for the longest time.
Yes.
So you're running it down to nothing, then putting a bit of fuel in. It's not super heavy. You're going back to the 15-minute mark or thereabouts and then sending him again. Whereas now you'd have to put extra fuel in. It would be heavier. In from the lead of GT3, Sven Haase. But this was the pit stop we were expecting. That looked short. That looked very short indeed. So the question is, Charlie Collins gone through. Sarika's gone through as well. But Sarika has still to make the 10th stop for Williams Esports BenQ. So Haase back out in 3rd. I'm pretty certain that will become 2nd. And he is 14, let's call it 15 seconds behind Charlie Collins, the leader, who we believe has made his last stop.
Yes. No, fine to the finish now, Charlie Collins in.
Right.
176, isn't it? Yes.
Sure?
Yeah, because he stopped 5 laps ago.
Right, okay.
And that was, I mean, we were easily well beyond the hour point by that stage.
Haase, just a little mistake. Coming out of the pit lane, chops right across in front of one of the prototypes. It was a 32 car and sent that car almost off the track. So that was it. Exiting the pit lane here, you've got to be so careful. So Haase 3rd, net 2nd, out to 15.9 seconds to the leader now. Then that's the battle. On the micro split, 16.0. So that's the battle, because the number 4 Williams car has yet to make its 10th stop.
Yes. And I'm also keeping an eye on the gaps in GT3 now, with Collins, the race leader.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Good to the finish.
Yeah.
So have you added the 7 and the 8 up to get 15 seconds effectively?
Yeah,
it's
just over 16 now.
Yeah.
As it's changing all the time, of course.
Sirica, yes.
Sirica's
half away.
He's been out there for 33 laps. He's got to come in shortly. And he can't hold on to 2nd. He will drop to 3rd. I tell you what. Let me do that scrolling thing. Yeah, he'll only drop to 3rd because DV1 Triton, the 1-1, the triple 1 rather, car, Marek Lemenek, Przemysław Marek Lemenek.
Probably close.
I'm sure it isn't. PML.
Yeah,
absolutely. He's too far back, I think, to get 3rd. So Williams Esports will, I think, be okay. Verstappen into the pits. 34 minutes?
Yeah, that's fine.
You happy with that?
Yeah,
that's another 32.
Minutes.
He's done his full stint. So he won't need a full tank of fuel. He can take tyres. There's no reason for him not to take tyres here. because, and in fact, he's getting out the car. So it's going to be Jonas Valmeyer, who will bring the car home. But there's no reason for them not to do tyres because they've got such a big lead over a lap. There's no point in risking throwing the car at the scenery or having to go offline and pass someone. Worn tyres like going offline even less than unworn tyres. True in the real world, true in the virtual world.
And you don't need to cut corners at this stage.
No.
You've built this massive gap. Maxime Briand is in from second anyway.
So Apex will go back to second here.
Yes.
And have done. They've just crossed the line. Constantini running to the line.
Still shown as 51 odd seconds behind Valmeyer as well. And that's just turned to 2 minutes 14 as it all shakes out. So
yeah, as he crossed the line.
Still got, yes, as Valmeyer probably is on the move. Yes, he is, and he's back in the race now. So they've retained their lap lead over everybody and are in a perfect position now. The Team Redline Orange Dallara rejoining the race, driver change. They had the luxury of doing that, and I'm sure they've given Valmeyer 4 brand new tyres. And just got to stroke it home from here now. So through
Where's
7.
Constantini on the track? That's the question. He is heading down the hill to turn 10A. So he's actually, I reckon, just on the end of the tail lap, actually. The tail end of the lead lap with that slightly longer stop.
Okay.
Valmeyer will have taken tyres. He would have filled. So he is going to be around about, I reckon, 50 seconds behind.
It's a minute.
Minute, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take that. A minute, 0.2, right. So that is the race, if you want to call it that, with something close to 27 laps to go and a 1,300 mile race, certainly over 1,200 mile race will be in the books. So you're looking at taking somewhere in the region of 2 seconds a lap out of the leader every lap.
Yes.
And that's a massive ask, particularly when the leader's on fresh tyres.
And
perfect strategy.
Costantini 6 laps in to this stint, I
But
reckon.
I don't think they took tyres. I don't think they took tyres. I certainly didn't take 4 tyres.
Let's just have a look. That's car 96, so its last stop was a minute. Back into the race at 10 past the hour.
So
yeah, that's about right.
22 seconds delta down the pit lane and 32. Yeah, I don't think they took tyres.
Well, 2 stops ago, they took a minute 25 in the
That's a
pits.
full
Would have been a
stop.
full set of tyres.
Correct.
Maybe a minute, and the stop prior to that, a minute and 3 seconds, gives you wriggle room for 1 tyre change, perhaps, but even that's tight to be able to do that
Possibly.
in that time available.
Still waiting for the Vendeval Sim Racing car to make its lap stop, and the Williams Esports car that leads in the GT Le Mans GTE category to make their last stop. They're working lap 37 in the lead of the class at the moment. Doesn't have to do anything silly in the well inside the window to get to the end for that car. Well inside. Just 25 laps to go. So they're going to, again, with the lead that they've got in GTE, they've got a full lap, and I think you've got to do the same there. Lassie's on his second stint, so that's probably going to be a driver change. New set of tyres, take the car at the end. Take the glory laps, fella. Whoever jumps in. And that's been another very good, measured, strategic run, but with good pace as well. Yeah, Lassie's done a double. So I reckon it'll be Daniel Lafuente who'll take that car to the flag, unless he particularly doesn't like nighttime racing. But I do think it's worth banging an extra set of rubber on it. No sense in skimping at this stage of the game. Worth a new set of tyres, particularly when it doesn't cost you anything for a new set of tyres in terms of finances. It is just time. Valmeyer is out and running in the lead of the race, and that gap is still hovering around about a minute.
Porsche's going pretty well at the moment in GTE with Alexi Usi-Yakola driving, and the 991 RSR half a second or so quicker than the Urano BMW. So there may be a change for 6th place in GTE.
Are they good to the end?
That's a good question.
Cornelis is. He's made his last stop. He was the first of the GTE cars, I reckon, to come in and make his last stop. I don't think the Porsche is. I think the Porsche's got one more stop to make.
It's current stint not showing up on.
And they've only made 9 trips to the pit lane. So Lassie back. Phil Deans, Antti Ahola, all on 9. But Ahola has saved a stop. They have saved a stop in the Corva car, because they are fueled till the end. Manatee Racing, only 9 as well. And then further back, the Porsche, HR Engineering, also on 9 stops. So I think they've both got a splash before the end, at least a splash.
4:07, Porsche's doing 44 laps. So 4:47, 4:51 laps completed, and I'd expect the Porsche in. So yes, it's going to have to stop in the next 10 laps or so. Can't make it beyond that point.
So it's going to have another 10 laps or so to go after that.
Yeah.
Under half an hour to go. Let's give you another quick rundown, with pit stops still to come in some of the classes, but not at the front of the field. Side-by-side action through the final corner there. That is the pass for position.
Yes. So it could still happen before the Porsche has to make a stop. And Lacola definitely quicker than Cornelis in this phase of the race.
Cornelis can let him go. Cornelis is fueled to the end. And really, somebody's got to be saying that Porsche's got to stop again. Don't put yourself in the wall. Let's keep an eye on this for a moment before we go through the ifs, buts, ands and maybes.
Also into the pits was the treble 1 car from 4th position in GT3 there as well.
Happy with that, yes.
Marek Lamanek staying at the wheel for DV1. Going to hang on to 4th place as well.
Right, while you keep an eye on, actually, the Porsche's going to have a look down the inside into 10-8. They've found a bit of pace since it got cooler, but it's all come rather too late. Classic overtaking manoeuvre at Road Atlanta. Oh, that's exactly what I was talking about. Oh, he's turned him around. The 90 car, that was nasty. There was no need for that. No need at all. Porsche gets to the inside, did squeeze him a little bit, but that was afters. That was retaliation in my book. Oof. Tell you what, good job. We haven't got Clark the course here.
Well,
Porsche's there.
It's a good job it wasn't the other way around, the BMW spinning, because he said the Porsche's going to come into the pits pretty shortly.
Porsche's right up on the curb there.
So it has the corner there.
But then he starts to ease across. I reckon the Porsche should have stayed more towards the middle of the road. BMW doesn't like it and just keeps his foot in after the first impact. That's the bit that would get him sent for a stop and hold in IMSA racing. Not the fact that there was contact, although you could say there wasn't room left by the Porsche, but it's the fact that when contact is made, there's no attempt to back out of it.
That's tough to judge, because the Porsche's obviously arriving in that corner way quicker than it would be on a qualifying lap, but it's because it's pulling off an overtake. So you're then turning left and trying to find your way through the next bit of the corner. That naturally puts you very close to the curb of the right hand.
But he hadn't cleared him.
I think you're carrying so much speed. Yes, I know the rule is you've got to allow for a car's width, but you're carrying so much speed in to actually initiate the overtake. I don't think you can scrub the sufficient speed off then to provide the lane.
and do the block pass.
Yeah, so I mean, that's tough. It would be interesting in real life which way that might have been called, actually. Because the overtake's going to lead to an incident in the next bit of the chicane. BMW could have got out of it, but you don't want to because you're fighting for position. But you tail Fabrice Cornelis. By the way, that Porsche's due in the next 10 laps.
Yeah, what happens if he'd broken a wheel or, got suspension damage there and the steering's
there's a bit of damage on both of those cars.
Yes.
Anyway, we can't necessarily see, but will be being felt. Damage to the rear wing of the Porsche, certainly.
Yeah, that was quite heavy. It's a good-looking car shape, that Porsche. That's the 991 RSR. Not the RSR 19, the latest version, but the one before that. But it is the one, in terms of the driving dynamics, they swapped the position of the engine and the gearbox around. Absolutely legal. There's nothing that says you couldn't have a front-engine Porsche, actually. Front-engine 911. But why would you do that? I remember seeing that when that car first came out and it was all explained, because I presumed that there was some rule that defined a engine compartment, and within that you could do whatever you want. So there is Moreno Sorica coming in for Esports as we predicted. So he'll drop the third, but that's as far as he'll drop, as long as he can keep that going. Yeah, I presumed there was a defined engine bay, and within that you could move engine and gearbox around. And who was it? Who was the engineer at that point? He's now heading up the programme, actually. Frenchman. Good lad. Yeah, he really knows the game very well. Anyway, he said, no, we can put the engine and gearbox wherever we want. So you could have the engine in the front in the 911. Yes, why would you want to do that? Why would we want to do that, he said. Some discussion about why the car stayed as a normally aspirated 4 litre, now out to 4.2. 4.195, I think it is. And it literally cannot go any bigger, that engine. There is no room. There is 9 millimeters between the bores. 3 mils between in the middle.
Yes.
And then 3 either side of that 3 for the water jackets.
Yeah.
Around the cylinders. Talk about precision engineering. And I've driven a road going 4 litre 911. I've got to tell you, it's a beautiful thing to behold. Had a GT3 touring in Australia a wee while ago. And the new 992, the first motorsport shape for the 992, is going to be the Porsche Cup car. And that's debuting next year, the brand new Porsche Carrera Cup North America. Be the Super Cup as well, of course, next year. The top class in Porsche Carrera Cup North America will be for 992 Cup cars. So GT3 R is the Cup. Everything is GT3 at Porsche. And then you've got the R, the RS, and the RSR, which, if I remember rightly, is the Cup car, the GT3 car, and the GTE car.
Okay.
I think I've got that right. But I've seen some early pictures of the Cup car. It looks magnificent. And the GT3 road-going car I've seen as well. Interesting rear-end treatment on that. I'm not sure if that's going to make it to production. Meantime, at the head of GT3, Charlie Collins marches on. Still no pit stop for the Van der Velde Sim Racing second place GTE car. What are you looking up? Got your Le Mans book out and everything there.
You were after the name of the guy who heads up the programme, and I thought I might be able to lay my finger on the Frenchman.
Evil, I'll tell me in a second.
Do you mean the boss of Porsche GT team? Mind you, that's Manthey, isn't it? So not necessarily the same thing.
Who have you got?
Well, team principal is Frederick Enzinger.
Oh, yeah,
That was
Frederick Fritz Ensinger. He's the top dog from Porsche over all of the GT teams.
Right.
So I think he's a board member actually now. Williams Esports in for its final stop from the head of GTE. They can have a cup of tea and a picnic if they really wanted to. Oh, only a 15-second stop, so they haven't put tyres on that car. What are they? I'm not sure what they're worried about. They've got a lap on pretty much everybody. They're back out again. It's only a short run to the end, I suppose. So maybe no need to put tyres on. Only 18 minutes, so what you got there, 12, 13, 14 laps. So that's understandable. So Antti Ahola now in third is waiting for the stop from the second place car in class, which is Phil Deans. Now, when did Phil last stop? Is he trying to eke things out at the minute? Because if he can, he might have. He's done 38.
Yeah. And did
So he's
45 last time. 7 laps is not enough, is it?
No. He's
No
going to
way.
be 5 laps short, 5 or 6 laps short, isn't he?
Yeah.
Phil Deans then, even with his pink fluffy slippers on with rabbit ears, he's not going to get it home there. He could have the softest feet in the world. He's pushing, actually. He's really pushing. And the reason he's really pushing here, JP, is not to keep hold of second, although, what's he got? 27 seconds. Whoa, I don't think he can do that. But another 6 seconds further back is Diogo Pinto. And that's who he's battling, I reckon, for third place on the podium.
Yes. Yeah, recognising that the 707's probably got too much. So then you're wrestling for third position with Pinto, as you say, for Manatee Racing. So Van Darvel in a great spot right now, just under a minute away from the race leader, but crucially for car number 2, which has been in second place for many, many hours. Admittedly, on the pit stop cycle, it does drop down to something like 4th place. But I remember after just an hour and a half saying first and second in GTE are cars 1 and 2. And that was very easy for me to remember. And it's been sort of that way for the bulk of each of the stints. You know, if you think about the stints being an hour long, for the majority of that hour each time, they've been in the same order, but they're just going to miss out, sadly. Van Darvel Sim Racing Pink in their number 2 car, because they can't make it on the current fuel, and then it's a question of where they feed in. But I think the 707 and Kova have just got a bit too much of an advantage now, being fine to the finish after Ahola pitted last time around, or rather, I think it was his teammate, wasn't he? He brought it. No, it was Ahola, who is now on a double, and 27 laps in. He managed 45 laps on the previous stint, which is easily enough to get through the remaining 16 minutes, and a little bit of change if necessary, depending on where the leader is when the checkered flag comes out. You've always got to factor in a GTE and a GT3 car an extra lap, possibly 2 extra laps, depending on how unlucky you are. If you're right in front of the race leader as the checkered flag comes out, and the leader's already done an extra bit of time as well, then you've got to go round one more 2.54 mile lap. Plenty of curb taken by Antti Ahola underneath the bridge, and headlights pointing completely in the wrong direction over the bridge there, or rather under the bridge over the rise, as the headlights pick out the very dark skyline. And then finally they point down towards turn 12, where you can just about hit your apex perfectly. Clear road in front this time for Antti Ahola. It's a rare thing, but it's becoming more and more common as various cars have dropped away.
Pascal Zurlinden is the name I was looking for.
There we are. Got there eventually.
I just had to find something where I knew he'd appeared in.
Yeah.
And thank goodness Tim Gray had tagged him in the contents. Thank you, Tim. Pascal Zurlinden has he started off as an he's a very clever lad. He's an engineer, race engineer, and integral part of the redesign of the 911 for the version that's running here and the 19. And he's been given more and more responsibility as well. And he's got some very, very cool ideas about where Porsche might be in motorsport and how and who he might drag along with them as well. Ferrari. Sorry?
Did somebody say something?
Never heard a word.
No?
No.
Okay. Must have been.
And he's the sort of guy who can talk to everybody because he talks their language. That's the thing. Here comes the 4th place car, Diogo Pinto from GT Le Mans, GTE. So this takes the pressure a little bit off Phil Deans for that 3rd place. Deans is still going to have to stop. It's a 9-second stationary stop for Pinto. So that's going to give him round about 31, 32 seconds in pit lane, or a little bit more than that. 32.1 to when he releases the pit lane speed limiter. And out he goes. So now then, and this is key, the gap from Phil Deans back to Diogo Pinto is 36 seconds. So that is tight.
Yep.
The gap back to Antti Ahola, 28.5 seconds. It's just going up. Phil Deans has really got the hammer down because he's trying to get, I'm thinking he's trying to get 33, 34 seconds before he pits. If he could get 33, 34 seconds on Antti Ahola, he might have a chance of holding on to second.
Possibly. Yeah, it's a slim chance, but I don't think it's completely out of his grasp. He's only a 10.5 away from that car's best lap of the race.
Yeah.
To give you an indication of how
But
hard
that's what he's
pushing.
doing. He's definitely racing Manatee Racing for 3rd, and possibly, I think they believe they've got a chance of holding on to second. I didn't think they did, but this turn of speed in the last 3, 4, 5 laps has really, really made it interesting. Ahola, remember, is working on old tyres. Into the pits for Deans.
Right.
Now, there'll be no tyres here. He's got to be stationary for fuel for something around about 8, 9 seconds. No more than that. Keep an eye on Antti Ahola. Where is he? He's on the back straight at the moment.
Into 10A now.
So Deans has got to be rolling pretty much as this car is heading down into 12. So where's Deans? Is he moving? He is. This is going to be very tight indeed for second, but I think Ahola is going to sweep around the outside. Still scored in second position. Here comes Ahola. This is the next set of headlights. Right there now. That's second and third together, and Ahola almost throws it off. So Deans has got out ahead. Excellent stuff. Excellent stuff. I didn't think that was doable. Kova on the older tyres. Antti Ahola not able to keep up that pace, but he's got the pace now, or has he? What's Deans got left for grip? That's the question. Both cars moving around. That was as close can be. Now the question you've got to ask yourself now, we know Kova and Antti Ahola has no problem because they were on a full tank of fuel, and therefore they can go to the end whatever happens. You've got to hope they've done their arithmetic right.
Yes.
In the other pit, in the Vendaval Sim Racing pit, and they've got exactly the right amount of fuel in, and they don't have to go one lap longer than they thought they might.
The other slight mystery regarding Deans is that there was a one-lap stint, only a couple of stints ago, which has sort of put them into this position. Now, if they can stay ahead, it's not going to be a huge problem, but there was definitely, it was when Phil took the car over from Mikkel Gade, he did an outlap and then came back in again straight away, and that's cost them time dearly. Then it was fine, 45 laps from Deans, 44 laps from Deans, and now we're at a point where he can push to the finish, but I don't know what that problem was that forced him in.
0.6 of a second between second and third. You battle in GTE 176 continues to lead it. GT3, excuse me. Charlie Collins by 14 seconds now. And Sven Haase matching Charlie pretty much 10th for 10th, almost 100th for 100th, but not closing in. It was 14 seconds. And it still is 14 seconds with Moreno Sarica in third.
So Ahola, do we think his tyres are just marginally newer than Phil Dean's?
Well, he's done a double stint on them. Phil Dean's done a double stint and the last few laps to the end.
But the start of his run was earlier than Ahola taking that car over. So by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, it's probably about 12, 13 laps. So arguably slightly better tyres. I mean, both cars will be running pretty second-hand tyres at this point, but is that going to be crucial? At the moment, Dean's is able to edge away in second place from 707, but only slightly.
Apparently, the one-lap stint is, according to team members, a bit of a bug. It might just be a slight bug.
So it didn't really happen?
Yeah.
Quite possibly. Okay. Well, even better then, because
Arjuna, thank you.
It's not an error from the team that run in second place that have got them into this position. It was sort of planned from the outset, therefore. And Van Darvel Sim Racing have been concentrated on the lap speed to keep Kova behind, and that was the crescendo, really, the kind of real big moment. Could they stay in front or not? Well, they did, but Kova aren't done yet. Antti Ahola keeping the second place car of Phil Dean's very much in his sights.
Very honest, yeah. There is really nothing. This could turn on a bit of traffic, either slower traffic or faster traffic, to be honest. We're down to 7.5 minutes, under that now. We haven't mentioned the front of the field for a while, as we've been trying to follow these stories through the classes and for the positions. But at the sharp end of the field, Jonas Valmeyer has just gone through a 1:10.0. He does not have to hurry. Valmeyer has got Constantini, I think, right on his tail at the moment, but that's a lap and that gap between them at the moment, by my calculations. Yeah, that's right. They're going through the S's at the moment, or they are now anyway. Constantini, a lap and about 10-12 cars lengths behind, and hasn't been gaining. In fact, he was back on the lead lap, wasn't he? So the last couple of laps, Valmeyer has, I would suggest, caught and passed the 96 car and put that full lap on them again. Last 6 minutes now. Still this battle for second and third in GT-LM. Van Darvel Racing second in the number 2. Leading in the number 1 is Lasse Bach. Just about a second now between Van Darvel and Kova. But I mean, that's nothing, is it?
No.
It has gone out by a couple of 3/10ths, but that's nothing. That's a lift off, a fumble in traffic, a wheel dropped on the grass, a miss of the brake point, and miss your turning point. Just have to sort yourself out, and he's right back on you again.
Well, I think mentally, Dean's had everything to gain. Effectively, he could drive all out because he probably thought, it's unlikely I'm going to get ahead of Kova, but let's just give it a go. And then when you do come out in front, you think, oh, we've done it right. Can't make any mistakes now. And all of a sudden, it swings around in your mind, and the pressure's massively on the guy being chased. All of a sudden, Dean's spent 45 laps doing the chasing effectively to stay ahead of car 707, and now it's very much become a reality. And to have Antti Ahola right there, ready to pounce if there's a mistake from Phil Deans. This is very high stakes motorsport now, and just 4.5 minutes to go. desperate Phil Deans will be to get this race finished, whereas Ahola will be eager for more and more laps. So it's very much which perspective you're at, as there's a slower GT3 car to get by.
An opportunity.
Fourth place car and a P2 car trying to get through as well.
Massive opportunity there. It was the fourth place car. Was that the Manatee car?
DV1, I think.
Oh, right, okay.
Eric Lamanek.
The GT3 car, was it?
GT3, yeah.
Yeah, excuse me. Difficult to see in the darkness. Back in the good old days, of course, you could always tell which classes they were by the colours of the headlights.
True enough, yes. But because the cars with the positional lights in the windscreen have to be the GT3s, because they're the only ones that carry them. The GT LMs or GTEs do not. So out of 5 goes the car doing the chasing, Anti-Ahola, with Phil Deans now with an LMP2 car to allow by. Should be able to do that out of 7. Thankfully no contact between that LMP2 and the number 2 car of Deans. It will have been Josh Ladd actually in the 32 car looking to get by in the Yaz Heat at Dallara, and he did that safely. So 2 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock. Jonas Valmeyer now onto lap 499, and there's 2 more laps to go therefore on the clock. 3 more laps potentially for the GTEs.
Well, yeah, we're looking at 5:01 now if we go 3 more laps. Yeah. No worries at all for Valmeyer. He's only on his 27th of what we know is a car that can do 31. Remember,
second place car in the pits. Costantini for Apex Racing's come in.
Yeah, that's due. That's due.
All right, fine.
That's 31 laps.
Okay. But 55 seconds on Briant. Well, it'll be a very quick splash, won't it? Comes to a halt now. Fuel nozzle will connect and then be taken out almost instantaneously. So it won't be as close as the 2 BMWs, but Maxime Briant in 72 will be pushing on, and out goes the car. So it was a 55-second gap for Costantini. That will have come down to 25 seconds, quite possibly. So where's the race leader? Just on to lap 500 now, and heading down towards 10A. Jonas Valmeyer, the car he shares with Max Verstappen, out of 10B, up the hill, underneath the bridge, and there's less than a lap time on the clock now. So this will complete 500 laps. And yes, you say, white flag being displayed.
This is the final lap. You won't
it'll be 5:01.
You won't see that because it'll only come out in 51 seconds when the laps, when the time is actually elapsed. But this is the last lap. There will be no time for any more. What I'm interested in is where the battle is for Deans and Ahola. They're split up now 2.2 seconds.
He's done well, Deans.
He's done very well.
Yeah, to do all the defending initially, he got a couple of lap cars between him then and Ahola, and the Kova car just hasn't had the track space in order to attack, despite it desperately wanting to. Just forced a wedge between the two of them.
Time has expired. Yeah. Time has expired. Just down at turn 10A. What a run it's been for Jonas Valmeyer. Max Verstappen qualified in second. Valmeyer's done his bit, and Team Redline Orange, JP, are going to take the VCO Petit Le Mans.
Yeah, brilliant driving, fabulous fuel mileage, 32 laps, almost never missing that beat from Max Verstappen and Jonas Valmeyer. Quite how they managed to do that and have the pace as well as the consumption on their side. Incredible, but really good. Obviously testing initially and then to carry it out in the race, most impressive.
Sim RC will take the all Audi GT3 category. Charlie Collins brings it home. Hayden Burns did his bit as well. And that's another impressive victory. They'll win by something in the region of 12 seconds at the end. That eased off on that last lap in GT Le Mans. Lassie back will bring home the Williams Esports Chill Blast #1 car. Daniel Fuente also in that car. He's got one corner to go. This is impressive. Again, good speed and great strategy from all.
No denying that fact. Just waiting for Phil Deans to head across the line to make sure he can hold off the chasing Antti Ahola. The gap's still 2 seconds, so it will be a second place finish for Vendavel Sim Racing Pink, with Kova again with incredible fuel mileage. Didn't have the pace.
Safe to hold stop, Kova.
Yes.
On everybody else.
And they couldn't match the speed in the early stages, but that kind of wasn't their game plan deliberately. They wanted to go 48 lap stints. We had a couple of times as now donuts are being carried out by Jonas Valmeyer in the darkness.
On the front straight.
On the front straight. Perfectly safe in the virtual world. Not advisable in reality, but that's fine. And yeah, in celebration, Valmeyer will be punching the air wherever he is in the world on his rig, and likewise I'm sure for Max Verstappen.
Well, it was a good drive by both. I think there was a couple of contacts from Verstappen, which he'll be disappointed with, but other than that the car looks pretty pristine. Just keeping an eye open for any interviews that we can grab at the end. If we don't get anybody now, we will have the VCO Victory Lane interviews on Wednesday on Midweek Motorsport. And don't forget, we've got more VCO Championship racing for DNLS, the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecke Series. It's carnage at the end, isn't it? Everybody's been so good, and they're driving the wrong way up the pit lane, on the track. Everything.
It's ended in a demolition derby, as all good race meetings should on a Saturday night.
That's funny. So 6:30 UK time on Tuesday. Bruce Jones and me, John Hindhaugh, for 3 hours at the Nürburgring. Sum it up, JP, as we have a look at the results.
Yeah, well, just brilliant performance from Valmeyer and Max Verstappen. Can't really heap more praise on the 33 car. They were streets ahead, and they won the race by a lap in the end after 10 hours and a little more, with the 33 car eking out an extra lap or so. With then the Apex Racing team, late pit stop for Michele Costantini, but that was fine and was 30 seconds clear of the 72 car in the end of Maxime Briand and team for Mivano Sim Racing Rosso. In the GTE category, Lasse Bach finishing for Williams Esports Chill Blast to take victory again by a clear lap within that category, car #1, ahead of a really good drive towards the end from Phil Deans under huge pressure to make that late pit stop, make sure the car was still in front of 707, and then he had about 5 or 6 laps to defend from Antti Ahola. But the 2 car managed it for Vendavel Sim Racing Pink. And in GT3, the IMSA 2 GT3 category, all Audi R8 LMSs, remember, and this category was really flip-flopping quite a lot because the top 3 had gone on to radically different pit stop cycles, and from about 2 hours out I was trying to work out who was in the best spot. It was in the end 176, as John and I both predicted, for Sim RC Titan GT3 Petit Le Mans. So Charlie Collins finishing that run. I think he did a 2.5 stint job towards the end to get that car home. Sven Haase for Biela Racing Team, together with teammates and all those at Euronics, did a good job. Just fell short by 12 seconds in the 451 car. And Moreno Sirica for Williams Esports BenQ in the #1 car. That was a Josh Thompson car as well, 25 seconds further back, with DV1 Triton Racing finishing in 4th. Unfortunately, a number of cars falling by the wayside. From our 42 starters, I think it might have been 25 finishers in the end. So a high rate of attrition, particularly early in the early stages.
Yeah, and some big names out there as well, including the Marlow Racing Team, the Biela Racing Team, Euronics, all having problems and dropping back Marla, I'd certainly feel for, because they were taken out of the race, and there was a couple of incidents like that you just don't expect to see in the top split. That's the only slight downside for me. The racing was excellent, the tactics were superb, the race distance worked really well because it wasn't a straight run where you could divide it up. The car that won overall made it look the easiest, but for the others, and certainly for the other classes, Johnny, that 10-hour fixed time wasn't an easy thing to work through.
No, because when you are driving a Dallara, you're looking at just under 40-minute stint, so that fits nicely into 8 hours and 12 hours. It's slightly more awkward for 10, though, so a question of, yes, where you make the stops and where you put that shortened pit stop in, because for the race winner, we expected maybe a splash coming much closer to the end. They did 29 laps to get them to the flag, but the shorter stint was done by Jonas Valmeyer. 1, 2, 3, 4 stints from the end, actually.
Yeah,
they did that 25
yeah,
and then did 32s. And actually, the last run to the end was only 29, but that gave them the insurance policy.
Correct.
If it was going to go slightly longer, and depending on where they were in relation to the checkered flag and the clock reaching the 10-hour mark.
Well, thank you very much to our colleagues at Racebot TV, Hugo and Arjuna, who did a fantastic job. This is the last special event of the VCO calendar year. So next up, Daytona in January, and hope we can join you for that again. But there's still plenty of VCO racing to go. We've got to wind up the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecke Series, and the next round of that is Tuesday evening, 6:30 UK time. Bruce Jones and me, John Hindhaugh, for that. We've got some interviews for you, so let's stay with Josh Thompson, who joins us now. Josh, thank you for staying on. I know it's late or early, and I know it's been a long old race. Sum that one up for us. What a race that was.
Chaotic, intense. Many words what could describe that race. By far the most demanding race of the season for the World Tour aspect. Obviously with the new P2s, so no matter what class you're in, I think everyone who did the race is probably exhausted.
And what made it so different? Was it just how busy that track is?
Yeah, 100%. It's just the nature of the track. Obviously, overtaking is kind of difficult. Even with the multi-class speed differences, as you saw, it was very easy for an LMP2 or a GTE or a GT3 to get loaded into going for something what was never really on and kind of having to put faith in the other driver. And obviously, things happen, as you saw. There was, I think, half the grid DNF, I think it worked out as nearly. So it kind of showed that, yeah, this track was just a very difficult track with the whole free system.
In the end, in the GT3 category, it was a third place, and you know it looked on, but you still had to bring the car home, and your teammate came through nicely at the end.
Yeah, for us, for the GT3 side, P3, not bad. Obviously, we had a few issues, as we've probably seen. We got hit off a few times, which cost a bit of time. There was lost about 25 seconds of that over the stint. I tried to gamble with double stinting tyres to try and gain that time back. It didn't work.
No.
Which was the reason why our strategy with the fuel backfired, because we were supposed to pit with 3 minutes to go with how it was working out. But obviously, I had to bail out about too early, and we had to kind of set up a P3, which end of the day is still a great result for us in the GT3 side. And then with the GTE basically dominating that for the win, it was overall massive. It was a really good team effort.
GT3. With a bit of luck now and a fair wind, Valtteri Alander from Kova. A bit of an alternative strategy. Valtteri almost pulled it off for second, third in the end with Antti bringing it home. But it was an awful start to the race. Did I see you guys getting pushed off before the green flag?
Yeah, we didn't even manage to get into turn one before we got taken out. So I would say we had a really, really good recovery.
What does that make you think when something like that happens so early on? And have you got to sort of, everybody's got to calm down and just say, right, we've got 10 hours to go. We've got 10 hours to work ourselves back.
Well, of course I was mad. Like, there's 10 hours left and something like that happens. So I was quite mad at the time. But then I just thought that there is now 10 hours left. So let's try to do our best. And it turned out really well. We had a really, really great fight with Vendaval at the end. And it was so close.
I thought Antti had it. I thought you guys, when I was looking at the lap times, I thought you guys were nailed on for a podium. Then I thought, oh, they've got second. But I've got to say, those last couple of laps of the penultimate stint from your competitors, that just gave them enough to get out in front of you. But it was tight. It was very tight.
Yeah, I would say like last 20, 30 laps, Antti had really, really poor traffic. So I think he lost there a lot of time. Like, I was watching the gap between us and Vendaval, and it grew like 6 seconds in few laps. So I think we might have lost it there, but great fight all in all.
Give our best to Antti. Really enjoyed watching you guys. I love when somebody's on an alternative strategy, and you made it work. You're on the podium. Could have been second, but I'm sure when you were facing the wrong direction before the green flag, if I'd offered you third place, then you would have snatched my hand off, wouldn't you?
Yeah, probably. I would say we would have been behind Williams without that, but you never know. Maybe even challenge them for the win. But
next time out, eh?
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Have a good weekend.
Yep.
Who else we can grab as well? Looks like we've got Dakota in the comms box now as well. Tell me about your race. Second place for Vendaval, and we were just talking about the battle you have with Kova there. Phil did a cracking job in those last few laps before his last pit stop, and that effectively got you the second place.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great job by Phil. Yeah, so, I mean, like, our strategy from, like, the beginning was to just try to kind of go all out. And then we started seeing that the Kova cars they had an alternative strategy. And, like, towards the middle half of the race, we were starting to get kind of concerned of, like, what their strategy was. But then I started like kind of in my head in the middle of my triple stint, kind of calculating how much fuel we needed versus how much fuel that they needed. And then I was trying to tell Mikko to like kind of calculate it through. And then we kind of came up with that we just needed to like send it till the end, go as fast as that we could. And just do the extra splash of fuel at the end because we're kind of, trying to run that strat essentially. Had to kind of switch strats in the middle of the race there.
Extraordinary as well that Kova actually saved a whole pit stop on you. I think we've got Phil as well. Phil Dean's in the booth as well. Phil, well done, mate. Brilliant stuff. When did you get the call then, coming to that last pit stop? It seemed as though all of a sudden you had to switch back on and find half a second to a second a lap. How easy or difficult was that?
It was really difficult. We were pretty close on our incident points, and I really just had to put my head down and just give it everything I had there to beat Kova. And we managed to come out right in front of them in the pits, and the car just felt really good, and I pretty much just drove as hard as I could to bring it home. Boys did a great job today.
Where did you find the grip from? Because you'd done the double stint on the tyres, then you had the little bit extra at the end. Kova, obviously, they were at the end of a double stint as well, but their tyres were a bit newer than yours, and yet you seemed to have a grip advantage. Was that all in the setup, or are you just particularly light-footed when it comes to tyre wear?
Well, we did left side tyres with a little bit of time remaining on one of the last pit stops to give it a little bit of extra grip, and it worked really well actually.
If I can just clear something up with Phil as well, there was this discrepancy we think on the on the strategy where you were shown as doing a single lap stint at the start of your run. Was that just an error from the coding?
Yeah, I don't know about that. I did the whole first the first 2 stints.
Yeah. It didn't kind of fit with us either that you would be in such a great position, having just done a stint. We thought, oh, were the belts not done up correctly, and you were really uncomfortable, needed to sort it all out. But
It's
okay,
happened.
that makes sense.
And what about? I mean, great battle with Kova, and you had to watch your mirrors at the end, but that was brilliant. As I was saying to Dakota Fripp there, who we talked to a moment or two ago, I mean, they managed to save a whole pit stop. To do that and be so close at the end, that doesn't often happen in these type of races.
Yeah, they were very strong, and they won BMW 120 2 weeks ago, so they definitely have that car rolling, and they stuck with the plan, and it almost worked out for them. But I mean, at the end of the day, Williams was just the strongest car out there.
Oh yeah,
we had nothing for them, so they did a great job to them, and I'm really happy with how the team did today, and I think we'll be just coming back stronger and stronger.
And as far as the car choice was concerned, there was only one Porsche in the race. They qualified 4th, but didn't race as well as that. Was there absolutely no doubt in your mind when you tested the cars available that it had to be a BMW?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I actually did like a race last week at Suzuka, and I just realized that the Porsche had like no race stint like pace. So I knew that it had hot lap pace, but it just does not have race stint pace. So compared to the BMW, I mean, yeah, it was a no-brainer. Even with the extra 10 kg that they put on, there was no.
Right. And how have you enjoyed? We'll finish up now because I know it's late for everybody. It's been a long day. How have you enjoyed these big race series for 2020? Lots of new names this year, lots of new people coming in, not always getting into the top split. But the VCO involvement and these Grand Slam tournaments, have you enjoyed it?
I haven't really kept up on those too much.
But you enjoyed this one at least?
Yeah, absolutely. This one's been great. Well,
we wish you all definitely. The best. Phil, Dakota, thank you very much. Say hi to Mikael for us as well. That's a very good second place for the Van der Waal Sim Racing guys. Well done, lads.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
And enjoy the rest of the weekend, of course. Final word from you, Johnny. I don't think we've got anybody else to talk to. Unfortunately, nobody from the top class has popped in for us. Last word from you.
Really fun race. All 3 categories kept us enthralled throughout for different reasons, really. The dominance of the 33 car, and we wondered whether they would be able to keep up those relentless 32 lap stints, and they did, and made everybody else look a little bit average, which isn't the case. This is the top segment of 30 odd that entered this race, and very, very strong LMP2 runners behind the 33. Of course, plenty falling away. I've got some memories of some off driving, mistakes that could have been avoided, definitely. So I don't want to see that too much again in the future. But otherwise, a thoroughly entertaining race, I thought, from start to finish.
And if you enjoyed that, the real version of Petit Le Mans is only a couple of weeks away, and I'm really looking forward to that. We've got 3 Porsche races plus also a Mission Pilot Challenge. We're at Charlotte Roval next weekend, live in sound and vision. Before all of that, we've got DNLS from the Nürburgring, of course, on Tuesday night. And whether it's real, whether it's full metal or full-on action in the virtual world, we'd like to keep you up to date with what's going on. My very great thanks to all who have provided the pictures this year. Today it was Hugo Luis and Arjuna, the brilliant team behind what has been going on all through the year as well. And the VCO as well, of course, plus Tim Gray and everybody else in London. This is John Hindorf for Johnny Palmer and Nick Damon as well, saying thank you very much for joining us. We'll have more online iRacing with the VCO DNLS on Tuesday night, 6:30 UK time. Join us then. Enjoy your weekend.